Nearly 2 years ago, he received the devastating news of an incurable terminal illness that counted down his remaining days. Since that moment, he had immersed himself in his favorite game, replaying it time and again. Now, as his final hour approached, he felt an urgent need to complete the game one last time. With determination, he started a new game and set about customizing a character that reflected his own spirit. Choosing multiple genius traits came with a price. For each extraordinary ability, a negative trait had to be inherited. Shen selected 2 genius traits, and in exchange, his character would be terminally ill. Yet, he felt no regret. After all, he was terminally ill himself, just like his character. As soon as he completed the character creation, he was suddenly pulled in. No warning, no loading screen, just a swift plunge into the game. And that's how he found himself inside. When he opened his eyes, he was in a lavish bedroom, confusion washing over him as he tried to grasp where he was. As he experienced that unsettling sense of déjà vu once more, he wandered around the room, eventually stopping in front of a mirror. A chill of fear gripped his heart. What if he had transformed into the worst possible character? In this game, he went by the name Nox. He couldn't fathom why that name had surfaced, only that the beginning felt like a jarring crash landing. His full name was Nox von Rainhafer, a member of the infamous Inner Lunatics' Third Dark Family. This lineage had deep connections to the world's most dangerous criminal organization, Lunatic. As the youngest of 5 siblings in the Rainhafer family, Nox was surrounded by a legacy of gifted children, each excelling in both magic and swordsmanship for generations. Unfortunately, Nox was the sole exception, born without any remarkable abilities. This disparity had led him to harbor a deep resentment for the world around him. In a moment of desperation, he forged a forbidden pact with the devil, sealing his fate as the most notorious villain in the tale of the Inner Lunatics. Our hero was taken aback to discover that he had become Nox. Was this all just a dream? At just 14 years old, he found himself embodying a character whose elemental affinity was darkness. As he opened his status window, a flicker of happiness washed over him until he noticed his stamina was only at level 2. His gaze shifted to his negative traits: void revelation, terminally ill, curse of the weak, and frequent sickness, which brought with it cold hands and feet. Shock coursed through him. This was the very character he had meticulously customized earlier. He shouted in frustration. In real life, he had faced a terminal illness, and now, in the game, he was dying once more. This time, his character had only 1 year left to live. He couldn't recall why he had chosen such a trait. But after a moment of reflection, it came back to him. He had wanted to create a character that mirrored his own struggles, a terminally ill soul navigating a world of challenges. He recalled sitting at his cluttered desk, feeling utterly alone and defeated. Little did he know, he was on the brink of becoming the very character he had crafted. Just then, a notification flashed on his screen. One unread message awaited him in his mailbox, prompting him to take a look. With a sense of urgency, he opened the email. To his surprise, the sender addressed him by both his real name, Shan, and his gaming alias, Nox. He was taken aback. Someone knew his true identity. Yu Chan, the name bestowed upon him by his parents, whose whereabouts remained a mystery. He sank into deep contemplation. Whoever had brought him here clearly possessed knowledge of a past he had long forgotten. The message read, "You don't remember me, but I need to say this. It's been a long time. You've done well over the last 2 years. You deserve to be here. Welcome back to the game." Our boy sat motionless, his gaze fixed on the screen, a mix of confusion and curiosity swirling within him. One line stood out above the rest. "Welcome back." He couldn't shake the feeling that the messenger was hinting at something profound, that he was no longer in his old world, and that this place was now his new reality. The messenger replies, indicating that while he cannot disclose much about his identity, he strongly advises the boy to enroll in Eldane Academy. There, he should focus on building his strength and strive to follow the main narrative as closely as possible. In time, the full truth will reveal itself to him. The boy, overwhelmed by this cryptic guidance, realizes he needs time to sort through his swirling thoughts. He recalls that he has been reborn as the final boss of the game, Inner Lunatic. However, he is bound to follow the main storyline, and no matter how he interprets it, the outcome remains unchanged. He dies. He grapples with the notion that even if Inner Lunatic has become his new reality, it doesn't mean he should abandon his quest to regain his memories. With newfound determination, he resolves that, no matter the cost, he will adhere to the main storyline and, in the process, reclaim what he has lost. He seeks to understand his purpose in this world, and above all, to survive. If that means embracing the role of a true villain, then he is prepared to take that path. As he reflects on his journey, he realizes that not much has truly changed since his old life. 2 years ago, he lost all his memories and battled a terminal illness. Each moment he lived brought him closer to death, and he spent every day haunted by the fear of his impending demise. The only difference now is the setting, the world he knows best. He asks the system for today's date, and it responds, "It's the 4th of February, 1812. Upon hearing this, he realizes he doesn't have much time left. The thought strikes him, why not start his 28th attempt at a clear now? As he reaches for the door, a sharp pain jolts through his wrist. Glancing at the system, he discovers that one of his negative traits has been triggered. The relentless toll of illness has led to wrist inflammation, level 1. The system urges him to take a break and give himself the time he needs to recover. Frustration wells up inside him as he mutters to himself, questioning what's wrong with his body. How can it be so fragile? Lost in his thoughts, he accidentally collides with a young female housemaid. She tumbles to the ground, quickly scrambling to her feet and apologizing profusely to the young master. He studies her face, trying to place her. Her brown hair and light orange eyes stir a sense of familiarity within him. He wonders if she truly understands the weight of her actions. She pleads for his forgiveness, insisting she has committed a grave offense by hurting him. The only thing he remembers about her is that she used to gossip behind Knox's back. That's the extent of his recollection. Yet, despite her innocent appearance, he struggles to reconcile the idea that she could speak ill of Knox, even if Knox is a villain. He forgives her, but warns her not to repeat the same mistake. For a fleeting moment, he forgets the persona he's meant to embody and smiles at her. However, reality quickly sets back in, reminding him of the role he must play. He falls silent, lost in thought about the life he has chosen. The maid, sensing his distraction, timidly inquires where her young master plans to go so early in the morning. The young master announces that he's on his way to the practice hall, leaving the nearby servants in stunned silence. He then turns to Rona, inviting her to join him. Excitement bubbles within her, but a flicker of worry crosses her mind. Does her master plan to discipline her? As they make their way to the practice hall, Knox finds himself deep in thought, contemplating his circumstances. Having faced the chilling sensation of death, he is now resolute. He does not want to experience that again. To survive in this new world, he must adapt swiftly. But he isn't without hope. With 27 playthroughs of the game under his belt, he possesses a wealth of knowledge about its hidden mechanics. He casts a quick glance at the status window, eager to review the details of the game, Inner Lunatic. The system reveals that Inner Lunatic unfolds a captivating storyline where angels clash with demons, all set against the backdrop of the Empire. This game boasts a massive global fandom, drawn in by its unique feature, an extensive array of customizations. Players can explore a diverse range of ordinary and exceptional traits, each of which can be assigned multiple times. However, genius traits are a rare gem, typically limited to just one per player. Our protagonist reflects on how genius traits enable individuals to effortlessly ascend to the pinnacle of their fields. Yet, he finds himself burdened with not one, but two of these traits. He is acutely aware that this game introduces a mechanic known as trait penalties consequences that arise when a character is assigned traits that exceed their limits. By exploiting the system's attempts to analyze and compensate for individual traits, he manages to acquire two exceptional abilities. His assigned traits are swordsmanship, genius, and combat genius, granting him unparalleled sword skills and enabling him to achieve the pinnacle of sword mastery. Additionally, he possesses monosensitivity genius, further enhancing his capabilities. This enhances his ability to sense magical energy and makes his spellcasting more efficient. Knox realizes that there are many more traits that could prove useful. He continues to explore the system's details. As a perk of being the main character, he can also view the status windows of other characters. Additionally, he possesses a trait called Master of Acting, allowing him to perform convincingly in any situation, a skill he knows will be vital in his current predicament. Another key trait is Steel Mentality. When activated during combat, it enables the user to maintain mental fortitude and remain calm under pressure. However, the true challenge lies in the negative traits. Among them, the terminally ill trait stands out as the most concerning, but it isn't the only one he must contend with. He finds it almost amusing that he's essentially a walking hospital. The system notes that for those with cold hands and feet, venturing into icy areas without a warming skill is nearly impossible. To make matters worse, his frequent sickness trait guarantees that he'll faint from illness at least once every chapter. He lets out a sigh, reminding himself that he has no choice but to confront the situation, taking it one step at a time. Suddenly, Rona halts and informs him that they are almost at the practice hall. She glances at him, questioning whether he truly intends to go inside. The young master pauses, contemplating her words, before finally pushing the door open. The system promptly alerts him to a new challenge, the Curse of the Weak. It explains that this curse has halved his growth rate and doubled his susceptibility to enemy debuffs. Determined, the young master resolves that his first priority must be to find a way to lift the Curse of the Weak. As he trains in the hall, a single thought haunts him. No matter how many times he rehearses it in his mind, he can only arrive at one conclusion. He's doomed. It's like reading the opening lines of a story, where the ending is already foreshadowed. After contemplating this grim fate, a wave of weakness washes over him, and he collapses onto the floor. Now he understands his limits. He can barely swing a sword more than 10 times. He never anticipated that the Curse of the Weak would pose such a challenge. After taking a moment to rest, he gradually rises to his feet and begins to survey his surroundings. His eyes land on a vast array of weapons nearby. The system chimes in, explaining that this collection is tied to the legacy of the Reinhofer family and recommends he start with the sword. It is said that the Reinhofer lineage is well captured by many sayings, but none resonate as powerfully as their most fitting title, the High House of the Blade and Darkness. They earned their title due to their exceptional swordsmanship, which involves channeling dark attribute magic into their blades to vanquish foes. This remarkable ability is attributed to the Commander's Blade, also known as the Tyrannical Blade of Darkness. This legendary weapon has been passed down through generations, from one family head to the next, and the tradition endures even today. Our protagonist begins to ponder what all this means for him. Beyond the art of swordsmanship, being born into a noble household comes with numerous advantages, the most apparent being wealth. Nox recognizes the true value of money, and he can't help but feel a thrill at the prospect of having it. The Reinhofer family is among the most prestigious noble families in the realm, which also means they are incredibly affluent. Despite being considered the useless youngest son, Nox possesses enough wealth to live comfortably for the rest of his life without ever lifting a finger. It's clear that his father, Teo, is indifferent to how Nox chooses to spend that fortune. Yet, Nox doesn't quite fit the stereotype of a reckless noble heir. His character archetype was already established, but he was determined to embrace every aspect of it until Rona completed the task he had set for her. Yet a flicker of concern crossed his mind. What if she rejected his unusual request? Just moments before, Rona had approached him wielding a wooden sword, a towel, and a bottle of water. She handed them over and raised an eyebrow, questioning whether he was truly serious about exercising. He asked her if anyone else was around and then urged her to come closer. Nervously, she took a step back, fearing he might strike her. Sensing her anxiety, he quickly reassured her and asked her to lean in. He had something he wanted to whisper. When he finished, Rona stood there, stunned. She told him that every one of his ideas was utterly ridiculous. In response, he simply told her to be quiet and find a solution. She agreed, but warned him not to raise his voice at her again. With that, she stormed out of the training hall, declaring that he hadn't changed at all. Now, in the silence of the training hall, he pondered how quickly Rona would arrive. He was fairly certain it would be here by tomorrow. He sips the tea she brought him, lost in thought about the overwhelming curse and his dwindling stamina. He never anticipated it would weigh so heavily on him. Just then, the head butler, Robwell, enters the training hall, greeting him with a polite nod. For some reason, the sight of Robwell catches him off guard. The system promptly alerts him that Robwell is one of the key managers of the Reinhofer estate, definitely not someone he can afford to underestimate. He serves as an advisor to Nox's father, Teo, the head of the family. Nox realizes that navigating his relationship with Robwell could prove challenging. Typically, his father wouldn't pay him much mind. But today, he can't shake the feeling that Robwell might have picked up on something unusual. Determined to take control of the situation, Nox turns to Robwell and asks, "Why are you here instead of attending to my father?" Without hesitation, he activates his trait, Master of Acting. Robwell replies, stating he's here on the family head's orders and has something important to report. He informs our protagonist that he has been instructed to attend tonight's dinner. Confusion washes over him. He knows little about this family, making the request feel odd. He turns to Robwell, searching for clarity, and asks, "Are you joking?" It's genuinely surprising when Nox's father suddenly requests to have dinner with him. Nox flatly refuses the invitation. The manager hesitates, clearly puzzled by why the family head would issue such a directive. Robwell then clarifies that a guest from the Steiliner family has arrived. She is here for night training, and if the young master skips dinner, it will surely anger his father. In that moment, our protagonist realizes the truth. This isn't a request. It's a direct order. Robwell narrows his eyes, probing deeper as he asks if something feels different about him today. Our hero hesitates, trying to decipher the subtext, questioning whether Robwell is alluding to something more. The butler then clarifies, Knox never used to pick up a sword. Today, however, he stepped into the training hall alone. With a calm demeanor, he inquired about the reason behind the sudden shift. Annoyed, our protagonist raised his voice, warning Robwell not to overstep his bounds as just a butler. Whatever choices he makes, for whatever reason, are none of Robwell's concern. He firmly asserted that he is in complete control of his own decisions. Robwell, bowing slightly, offered a sincere apology. Afterward, the young master exits the training hall, his mind racing with thoughts of whether Robwell had sensed anything amiss. Meanwhile, the butler quietly resolves to inform the family head about the incident. Knox, caught off guard by the unexpected tension of the encounter with the head butler, feels a wave of anxiety wash over him. He can't shake the worry about the potential consequences, glancing over his shoulder to see if Robwell is keeping an eye on him. He attempts to cast aside all his negative thoughts and instead focuses on the young lady from the Styliner family. What could her true purpose be for coming here? That night, as he steps into the grand dining hall, his family members immediately begin to mock him. One of them calls him an idiot, jokingly telling the others that now that he's arrived, they won't be able to enjoy their meal. They taunt him mercilessly, questioning whether he still harbors regrets about his family. The twin brothers, Harks and Alan, are particularly relentless. One of them sneers, admitting he never thought Knox would dare to show his face here again, and even now, he struggles to believe it. They gossip openly about how Knox glanced at one of the maids, labeling him a lost cause. Meanwhile, Knox sits in silence, reflecting on the absurdity of it all. He hasn't done anything to deserve this. Suddenly, the door swings open and his father strides in, casually remarking that it seems everyone is present. Our protagonist shifts his gaze toward him, thinking, there he is, the father of Knox and the head of the Reinhafer family. Beside him walks a young woman, strikingly beautiful. She steps forward, introduces herself as Talia, and greets everyone with a poised smile. Teo informs the family that Talia has requested to undergo night training and will be staying at their estate for a while. He encourages everyone to give her a warm welcome. Meanwhile, the system promptly notifies Knox. Talia is the heroine of Inner Lunatic, the character destined to confront the future version of Knox. Ultimately, she is the one who will drive a sword straight through his chest. Teo notices Knox making an appearance as well. He shifts uncomfortably at his father's remarks, a feeling that doesn't go unnoticed by Talia. The family head gestures for everyone to begin eating, but the twins across the table can't resist continuing their teasing. One of them boldly suggests to their father that they should decide now who will be the next to enter Eldane Academy. Teo's curiosity peaks as he contemplates their decision, feeling that the moment has finally come to make a choice. The system then reveals information about Eldane Academy, the most significant location within Inner Lunatic. Here, students confront a myriad of challenges and battle demons, forming the heart of the Inner Lunatic narrative. After grasping the situation, our protagonist decides to enroll in the academy, staying true to the story's essence. He realizes he must gather allies of his own. Their father then announces, as everyone likely knows, that Eldane Academy permits only 3 individuals from each family to attend. This restriction is designed to curb the influence of the nobility. Having already secured entrance tickets for his first 2 sons, the Reinhafer family now has only 1 remaining spot for the academy. Our protagonist is resolute. Before he starts forging alliances, he understands that he must do everything in his power to claim that final ticket. Teo boldly declares that this is precisely why he is chosen to uphold their family traditions. Knox's eyes spark with excitement as he turns to his father, exclaiming, "Are you suggesting a battle between brothers?" His father, taken aback, is surprised that Knox is the first to respond. Teo nods in agreement, confirming the idea and revealing the date. The duel will take place 1 month from now. He adds that this contest will decide who will be the next attendee at the academy, all within the confines of the practice hall. One of the twins snaps at him to be quiet before he embarrasses himself. The other chimes in, mocking him, claiming that weaklings like him, who have never even held a sword, stand no chance against them. Surprisingly, our protagonist remains calm and collected. He responds coolly, telling them they can keep talking, but only after they've won. The twins, infuriated, demand to know if he truly believes someone like him could ever defeat them. Yet our boy remains resolute. To him, this duel is just another challenge to conquer on his path to securing his entrance ticket. He refuses to let their taunts distract or discourage him. Nox boldly declares that he will be the one to attend Eldine Academy. Meanwhile, Tio observes his son's interactions, a hint of confusion flickering across his face as he tries to understand what he's witnessing. Talia, meanwhile, is clearly taken by the young master's confidence, her interest in him growing by the moment. This doesn't go unnoticed by the twins, who feel a twinge of jealousy. Nox, sensing the shift in dynamics, quickly realizes he has been engrossed in reading through Robwell's reports. Turning to Robwell, he acknowledges, "Just as you mentioned, it seems something about me has indeed changed." Robwell nods in agreement with the assessment. Tail, still processing the day's shocking events, muses that he wouldn't have believed it if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. Curiosity gnaws at him as he contemplates the cause of this sudden transformation. A troubling thought crosses his mind. Could Nox have been possessed by a demon? Whatever the reason, one thing is clear: Nox has captured his complete attention. The family head assesses the situation and instructs Robwell to keep an eye on early the following morning. By the time dawn breaks, the young master is already in the practice hall. Meanwhile, the maids chatter about the upcoming duel scheduled for next month, speculating about why running seems to be the only thing he ever does. Nox struggles to understand the conversation among the maids, quickly realizing he lacks the intuition to read between the lines. Suddenly, the system chimes in, notifying him that his stamina stat has increased by a mere 0.1%. Shocked by such a minimal improvement, he decides to go for a run, knowing that his greatest weakness is his stamina. The system reminds him that to unlock his swordsmanship and combat genius, his stamina must reach level 4. He reflects that if he weren't as weak as he currently is, he would be able to use his abilities without any trouble. However, the curse of weakness still plagues him, leaving him exhausted far too quickly. It took him an entire month just to increase his stamina by a mere 1.9 points. The system chimes in, reminding him that the curse of the weak is a crippling affliction that halves his growth rate. It quickly becomes clear why, despite his relentless running, his stamina has only increased by a mere 0.1%. To make matters worse, his terminally ill trait further halves his growth rate. He realizes that to keep pace with others, he must exert 4 times the effort. Frustrated, he questions why everything seems so difficult for him. Just then, the system chimes in, announcing that his stamina has reached 15 and his mana has climbed to 30. However, due to his terminal illness, he can only reach a maximum stamina of 15. For now, he decides to set that concern aside. Rona arrives, bringing all the supplies he had requested the day before. He's impressed she's faster than he anticipated. A wave of relief washes over him. He believes this will finally allow him to make some real progress. The only question lingering in his mind is how to break through the limit and achieve stamina level 4. He surveys the supplies Rona has brought, feeling a surge of confidence in his own knowledge. Carefully, he mixes the ingredients and pours the mixture into a bottle. Rona, watching with curiosity, asks why he needs all these items. After all, the poison can be tricky to handle. The ingredients Nox has chosen are typically avoided by most, not to mention their hefty price tag. When Rona expresses her surprise, Nox explains that the issue lies in people's inability to use them correctly. Without hesitation, he takes a sip of the concoction he just crafted. Rona's eyes widen in alarm as she realizes it contains poison. Meanwhile, the system alerts Nox that he has ingested the venom of the 3-headed gorgon, granting him a temporary boost in health, an impressive increase of 1.5 times. Simultaneously, the system activates a death counter. Only 10 minutes remain. Rona, in a state of panic, rushes to call the head butler, but Nox halts her. In a shocking move, he consumes the core, an object clearly not intended for eating. Rona's fear escalates as she watches this unfold. The system then confirms that he has ingested a golem's core, warning that his body will now begin to petrify slowly. Suddenly, another notification flashes on the screen. The system announces that a hidden piece has been activated. The poison from the 3-headed gorgon is interacting with the golem's core. A sense of satisfaction washes over our protagonist, knowing that everything is unfolding exactly as he intended. The system elaborates that, under normal circumstances, the golem's core is utilized to petrify individuals, rapidly enhance defensive stats, or create artificial golems. However, when mixed with the poison of the 3-headed gorgon, a remarkable reaction takes place. The gorgon's poison becomes diluted. Then, the most crucial message arrives. The curse of the weak has been lifted. Nox is elated by this transformation, but Rona remains anxious, fearing her young master could still perish at any moment. But Nox knows there's still one more step to take. As he begins to unbutton his shirt, Rona's heart races with a mix of fear and curiosity. What could he possibly be planning? To her astonishment, he takes the poison and pours it over his head. The system quickly informs him that he has utilized the dew of the Remembering Fairy, and the petrification effects from the golem's core have now lifted. It also notes that the dew is currently interacting with the golem's core. To him, this entire process feels like an extraordinary form of healing. The system continues, revealing that a hidden piece has been activated, granting the user a temporary trait known as the Blessing of Growth. Everything unfolds precisely as Nox had envisioned. The system promptly reveals the positive blessings he has just acquired. Now, only one item remains for him to utilize, the Rapid Stamina Growth Scroll. Without a moment's hesitation, he tears it apart. The system confirms the action, announcing that the scroll has been successfully activated, and from this moment on, his stamina growth rate will be doubled. He thinks to himself that he has finally broken the curse. With the blessing of growth suppressing the debilitating effects of his terminal illness and the scroll's power in effect, he realizes that his growth rate should now be twice that of most people. This means he can significantly boost his stamina stat in no time. Overcome with emotion, he suddenly grabs Rona and kisses her. Rona stares at him in shock, her mind racing with doubts about the young master's well-being. What on earth is going on? She thinks, her voice rising as she exclaims, "When you suddenly started taking off your clothes, I thought something was seriously wrong with you." Nox, unfazed, simply orders her to fetch a towel. Still bewildered and overwhelmed, Rona remains rooted to the spot. Her curiosity piqued as she tries to make sense of her young master's bizarre behavior. Nox contemplates the lifting of the curse and decides he might ease up on her a bit. "I'm fine," he tells Rona. Concerned, she presses him, asking if he's truly certain he'll be okay, even if she chooses not to summon the head butler. She wonders aloud if he shouldn't be resting instead. He reassures her once more that everything is all right. Still puzzled, Rona asks again what his next move will be. Our boy calmly declares that he's simply going to run. In the garden, he takes off with Rona hot on his heels, towel in hand. Meanwhile, Talia watches from her window, puzzled by why someone as seemingly weak as him would dare to accept a challenge against his brothers. Her maid, Emma, gently reminds Talia not to stare so openly at the youngest son of Reinhafer, explaining that such behavior is considered inappropriate. Talia, however, remains perplexed. After all, he doesn't even carry a sword, he just runs around all the time. She remembers how even the other knights of Reinhafer had offered to train him, but he had turned down every single offer. She's convinced that in just 1 month, he'll be defeated, and that will be the end of it. Yet, despite her certainty, a flicker of concern for the young master lingers within her. Unable to ignore her feelings any longer, she tells Emma that she'll be right back and heads straight to Nox. Our boy is taken aback, wondering why she has come looking for him. He bluntly asks her what she wants from him. Talia, slightly offended by his icy demeanor, finds herself questioning the motives behind his behavior. Yet, she reassures herself that he must be too mesmerized by her beauty to respond appropriately. With a hint of challenge in her voice, she asks if he's truly confident in his ability to defeat his brothers. Is that why he accepted the match? Does he genuinely believe that by simply running around like this, he stands a chance? Rona silently shares Talia's doubts. Talia extends an offer to help him, but only if he's willing to accept it. He dismisses her outright, telling her to leave, insisting he has no interest. Furious, she confronts him, asking if this is how he treats someone trying to help. Rona gently advises him that speaking like that will only drive girls away. Frustrated, Talia snaps that he can forget her offer and just do things his own way. Rona lets out a sigh, noting that this only complicates matters further. Meanwhile, our protagonist begins to examine Talia's information through the system. As he reads through her traits in detail, he can't help but acknowledge her remarkable talent, no matter how he analyzes it. In Inner Lunatic, the average stamina stat from most grown men hovers around 4. However, hers stands out remarkably high. While it may not yet rival the 3 sword masters on the continent or the potential of one of the 4 great mages, he recognizes that she possesses the capability to reach such heights in the future. He concludes that she should be more than capable of taking down several demons, especially with her fire attribute. He knows that the fire magic Talia wields will eventually evolve into white flames, destined to incinerate the demonized Nox in the future. As he reflects on the implications, he realizes that if he can secure Talia as an ally now, the course of the future will change drastically. Determined, he resolves to navigate a path that stays true to the original storyline while avoiding death at all costs. He can't shake the thought. Is it truly possible to bond with someone whose fate is to end his life? A month later, in the training hall, Nox's twin brothers watch in awe as Talia demonstrates her sword skills. They shower her with compliments, impressed by how swiftly she picks up new techniques. Alan remarks, "This is precisely what I expect from a member of the Stoll-Reiner family." The mention of her family name floods Talia with memories of her sister, a warrior far stronger and more skilled than she could ever hope to be. She recalls the moment her sword shattered during a match, a stark reminder of her limitations. Doubts creep in as she wonders if she can truly become a knight. Her mind wanders to the lessons she has learned. A true knight must never be driven by greed, must embrace a life of modesty, and must be prepared to make the ultimate sacrifice for the greater good. Above all, a knight must master the sword in its form to truly earn the title. Talia can't help but question whether Nox can realistically defeat his brothers, who have trained for years with nothing but cardio exercises. In her mind, it seems impossible. The following day, a crowd gathers in anticipation of the match. Nox stands face to face with his brother, tension crackling in the air. Their father, along with the other elders and Talia, takes a seat on the balcony, ready to witness the duel unfold. Teo turns to Rodwell, inquiring about his thoughts on the outcome of the duel. Just as Rodwell opens his mouth to respond, the referee steps forward, formally declaring the duel to determine who will earn the right to enter Elden Academy is now underway. Both brothers stand resolute, swords in hand, bracing themselves for the fight ahead. A few moments earlier, Teo inquired about the potential outcome of the duel. Rodwell confidently replied that, given young Master Alan's past performances, he was certain Alan would emerge victorious. Teo nodded in agreement. However, Rodwell couldn't help but wonder if Teo anticipated a different result. While he acknowledged that young Master Nox had indeed changed, he remained skeptical about Nox's chances of winning. To him, the idea was utterly outrageous and impossible. The head butler had once walked the path of a knight alongside the patriarch. He understood that while the art of the blade could be intricate and ornate, it could also be strikingly simple. A person's level of skill was determined by the years of training and the seriousness with which they pursued their craft. Yet, there was only one way for someone to completely overturn the odds and force a rival, once ahead of them, to kneel before them. That is a wall that cannot be climbed. Overwhelming talent. He ponders whether young Master Nox was born with such a gift. Teo responds that the possibility isn't zero. After all, if Nox carries the Reinhafer bloodline, there's a chance he possesses the innate talent of a sword emperor. Just then, a notification from the system interrupts his thoughts, revealing that his trait swordsmanship and combat genius are currently inactive. Our protagonist finds himself pondering the irony of his situation. Despite having a high luck stat, he feels perpetually unlucky. Could it be that his luck stat is actually in the negatives? It's a perplexing thought. He reflects on his training, realizing he never managed to reach a stamina stat of 4. Just then, the system updates him about the activation of trait effects. He recalls that during his training, his stamina stat had increased by a mere 0.1. He feels a sense of relief as he realizes his stamina has reached 3.8. As he continues to run, Rona questions whether she really has to keep pace with him. He smiles and replies, "It wouldn't be as fun without you. Besides, who would take care of me?" Just then, Nox returns her towel and suggests she take a break. Rona remains silent, her gaze fixed on him, simmering with anger. Nox locks eyes with her, a smirk playing on his lips as he accuses her of cursing him in her thoughts. She quickly denies it, but deep down, he can't help but admire her resilience. As he examines her details in the system, his suspicions are confirmed. Her stamina is an impressive 4.5. He raises an eyebrow, surprised to discover that a maid possesses strength surpassing that of the average man. What could possibly be happening within the Reinhafer family? He feels a flicker of happiness, knowing that her starting stamina stat surpasses his, despite the grueling month he spent training to improve it. Yet there's a twinge of frustration that lingers. Rona gently reminds him that evening has fallen and, with the duel set for tomorrow, he should get some rest. Now, inside the training hall, the two brothers stand facing each other, the air thick with anticipation. His brother taunts him, asking why he doesn't just give up. "Even if you're the shame of the family, I'm still your older brother, so you can't beat me up too hard," he sneers. But our protagonist retorts, "You don't seem like someone who actually wants me to give up." Alan smirks, admitting, "You're right. To be honest, I want to impress the daughter of the Stoll-Reiner family, and I believe Nox can help me with that." Nox hesitates, unsure if that's the wisest choice. Our protagonist is well aware that Alan's stamina stat stands at a formidable 8. With a teasing glint in his eye, Alan asks if Nox has a crush on her too. Realizing he can't defeat Alan through conventional means, Nox steels himself for what's to come. Just then, the referee steps forward, announcing that the duel for the coveted admission ticket to Eldon Academy is about to commence. He reminds both brothers that they must accept the outcome, whatever it may be, and that objections will not be tolerated. Our protagonist feels a wave of nerves wash over him. He knows that losing here could mean the end of everything. He must recover his memories and uncover the identity of the mysterious person who sent him the letter. The weight of the one-year grace period looms over him. Failure means death. The referee steps forward, asking both fighters if they are ready. With a sharp nod, he signals the start of the match. Alan is the first to strike, but our hero defends himself with such finesse that even he can't help but admire his own skills. For Nox, this is the only reliable aspect of the chaotic interlunatic game. They exchange blows with a perfect blend of balance and precision. Deep down, our hero knows that if he falters here, he risks losing everything. But if he wins, he could have it all. As the fight rages on, the system notifies him that his stamina stat has increased by 0.1%. Alan, with a smirk, taunts Nox, suggesting he might have hit his head too many times, and that perhaps a few more hits would help him feel better. Meanwhile, Facilia, observing the duel from the balcony, reflects that worrying about how the youngest had changed was ultimately pointless. She is determined that the last child from this family to enter Eldon Academy will be her son, Alan. Dismissing Nox's skills as pathetic, she shows no mercy. Teo turns to Rodwell, expressing his anticipation to see how Nox has evolved, only to question if this is truly all he can muster. The head butler interjects, asking if he should halt the duel. He explains that if it continues, young Master Nox will take a considerable time to recover. Teo responds that while Alan and Hart's possess talent, it pales in comparison to that of his first son, Garen. They lack the ability to assert their dominance, to crush their opponents under the overwhelming might of the dark sword of domination. A wave of sadness washes over him as he contemplates who will inherit that power. With a heavy heart, he instructs the head butler to call off the duel. As the battle rages on, the system alerts Nox to a surge in his stamina. In an instant, it confirms that his traits swordsmanship and combat genius have been activated. Despite his exhaustion, a smile breaks across his face at the revival of his abilities. Alan, witnessing this unexpected joy, raises an eyebrow and asks, "Have you lost your mind?" Nox swiftly activates his skill, the Hour of the Genius. He recalls hearing that both geniuses and the exceptionally talented have their own special hours throughout the day. Grateful that this is his moment of brilliance, he feels the world around him slow to a crawl. With this skill that alters his perception, the world around him slows to a crawl. He realizes that seeing an enemy's movements as sluggish and feeling himself move with lightning speed are two distinct experiences. Fully harnessing this ability will be a challenge, but with his traits of swordsmanship and combat genius now activated, his opponent stands no chance. With a swift and powerful swing of his sword, Nox sends Alan's weapon clattering to the ground. That single move showcases his unwavering determination to win. As Alan's sword falls, Nox stands tall, a picture of victory. The young master shouts with exhilaration, declaring how much fun this is. Meanwhile, Alan remains frozen in shock, realizing he can't afford to let his guard down, not yet. He knows all too well that the skill lasts only 5 minutes, and he has to complete his task within that time. Turning to his brother, he admits that he's been holding back until now, but it's become tedious. With a glint of excitement in his eyes, he proposes they wrap things up quickly. He challenges his brother to unleash everything he has, all at once. Nox turns to his father, seeking permission to confront both of his brothers at once. His boldness catches not only his father off guard, but also everyone watching the duel. Talia, filled with confusion, wonders what he's thinking. Their father senses a shift in Nox's energy. It's evident that something within him has changed, as if he's concealing a hidden strength. Choosing to observe a bit longer, he lets the 2-on-1 spar continue. Suddenly, Facilia shouts for them to stop, but Teo intervenes, commanding them to resume. Alan grips his sword once more, his heart boiling with anger as he growls about how dare this brat humiliate them in front of their father. He warns Nox to brace himself. The twins launch their assault in unison. Initially, the young fighter prioritizes defense, but soon he shifts to offense. Alan quickly urges his twin to move closer to his left side. However, Hearts, consumed by rage, ignores him. Meanwhile, the system alerts the swordsman that, thanks to the special effect of Hour of the Genius, his proficiency in the Dark family's low-grade swordsmanship has significantly improved. He feels a surge of satisfaction as he realizes he can now track their sword movements. With his incredible speed and relentless assaults, he manages to land a hit on Alan's shoulder. Talia watches in stunned silence, marveling at the sheer swiftness of his strikes and wondering how he achieved such a feat. Alan, on the other hand, stares in disbelief, grappling with the shocking thought that even the family's disgrace could evolve to this level. Everyone watching shares the same curious expression. Hart scolds his twin, reminding him not to get distracted during their spar. As the match progresses, both brothers begin to tire. Then, with a sudden surge of determination, the young master unleashes his full power. He reflects that even though this is just a spar, there's something meaningful at stake, and the thrill of swinging the sword is exhilarating. Before long, he sends both brothers tumbling to the ground. Just then, the system notifies him that the hour of the genius has come to an end. He feels a wave of relief wash over him that it's over. Meanwhile, Facilia, seething with anger at her two sons, erupts in a furious shout. Knox turns to the referee, inquiring if a winner has been determined. The referee nods and announces, "The victor is young Master Knox." The crowd erupts in applause, rising to their feet in admiration, including their father. Knox expresses his gratitude for their kind words and politely asks for permission to take his leave. As he steps out of the training hall, Talia can't shake the feeling that she needs to speak with him right away. Once outside, Knox feels an overwhelming fatigue wash over him, only to notice blood on his hand. A wave of realization hits him. He must have pushed his skills a bit too far. He understands that the hour of the genius comes with a significant flaw. If he exceeds the time limit, it activates a debuff known as recoil. The system alerts him that, due to this recoil, his lifespan has been reduced by 2 days and 17 hours. He realizes this is the worst kind of debuff, one that not only shortens his life, but also leaves him more vulnerable to illness. Despite his terminal illness, he feels a sense of relief that the recoil didn't activate in front of anyone. The thought of being rejected from the academy if someone had witnessed it weighs heavily on his mind. Just then, Talia rushes after him, concern etched on her face, as she asks if he was hurt during the spar. He can't help but feel less than thrilled to see her. He is far from pleased to see that she has uncovered his secret, and he can't help but wonder why it had to be her out of all the people in the hall. He knows he must keep Tail from discovering his skill rebound. She quickly questions him about how he managed to win a fight against his siblings despite his broken body. The young master is left pondering her intentions, but she simply clarifies that she has misunderstood him. She is clearly impressed by his performance. Over the past month, she had watched Knox, who had never wielded a sword on the first day, awkwardly swing a wooden sword. The fact that someone like him could emerge victorious proves he possesses undeniable talent. Now, she is eager to understand how he awakened such abilities and honed them. However, after witnessing the duel's conclusion and observing him in solitude, she finds herself perplexed. She yearns to uncover the truth behind his transformation and the reasons for his current state. Her mind swirled with questions. Had he outshone his siblings with his brilliance and talent? Yet there were whispers that Knox was nothing but a failure. Still, she couldn't ignore the undeniable truth. He poured his heart into his efforts, determined to achieve victory against all odds. When she sees him coughing, she immediately asks if he's okay and reaches out to support him. However, he brushes her off, rejecting her hand and coldly telling her never to touch him. His harsh demeanor stems from 2 years of obsession with gaming, which has left him struggling to connect with others. He realizes that she is a character destined to kill him in the future. Apologetically, she explains that she hadn't realized how serious he was about the sword. She had heard rumors of his frail health since birth, and now it all makes sense. His focus on stamina training. With genuine remorse, she admits her misunderstanding and acknowledges that he likely never intended to come across as a good-for-nothing. She also mentions that Emma told her people can make mistakes. The swordsman feels a flicker of confusion as he contemplates how to respond. Her honesty is striking, mirroring his own character in the game. While he recognizes her knightly qualities, he can't help but think that, as the daughter of a proud and reputable Duke family, it must be difficult for her to admit when she's wrong. He tells her that if that's how she truly feels about him, then she should keep the bleeding a secret from others. She nods, agreeing to his request. As he gazes at her, he reassures himself that he likely doesn't need to worry about anyone discovering this. He urges her to keep her promise and leave. A wave of sadness washes over her. Knox's indifference stings, leaving her feeling invisible. That night, in Tio's office, he confides in the head butler, revealing that his suspicions about Nox's abilities were indeed correct. He then inquires about Rodwell's thoughts on Nox's talent. Rodwell reflects, admitting that initially he couldn't comprehend why Nox would allow himself to be beaten. However, after observing the other children and young masters, he has come to believe that Nox stands out as the best among them. Tale nods in agreement, but adds that he still senses Nox is concealing even more potential. He instructs Rodwell to monitor his every move, emphasizing that he should do nothing but observe, regardless of the circumstances. Meanwhile, he contemplates whether Nox possesses the talent necessary to inherit the legendary Black Sword. Teo interjects, reminding him that time is running short and that Rodwell's task is crucial. With determination, Rodwell assures him that he will give it his all. Late at night, the system alerts the young master that he has successfully completed the tutorial quest and emerged victorious from his first battle. Nox understands that this sword has the power to manifest reality, yet the game-like interface remains intact. The status window still hovers before him, and the system announces that he will receive rewards, including free stat points to enhance his abilities. He realizes he's hit the jackpot, yet a twinge of frustration lingers. After a month of relentless training just to boost his stamina by 2 points, he can't help but feel they could have handed this opportunity to him sooner. Sitting in his room, he gazes at his status window, contemplating his luck stat. With a decisive gesture, he raises it from 7 to 10, knowing that luck isn't something that can be earned through sheer effort. Inner lunatic, luck reigns supreme as the most valuable stat. After completing the process, he eagerly checks its value. To his astonishment, the system reveals that he has received the benefit of mass clear, a remarkable 27 times. He is pleasantly surprised to discover that the benefit system is still operational. A wave of relief washes over him. He decides to try his luck with the gacha immediately, and a massive machine materializes before him. He chuckles, marveling at how surreal it feels to witness this in person. Remembering that with his luck stat maxed out, he has a 95% chance of pulling an intermediate rank or higher, he studies the various ranks displayed. There are 3 in total. The advanced rank gleams in gold, while the highest rank dazzles in a vibrant rainbow. He aims for gold or higher. As the machine whirs to life, a gold rank emerges, landing in his hands a shimmering gold letter. With a mix of anticipation and disbelief, the swordsman opens it, and the system congratulates him on acquiring an advanced trait, the Supreme Ruler's Awe. He can hardly believe his luck. The system then displays the full details of this remarkable skill. He couldn't believe his luck. He had hoped for a debuff skill, but fate had something else in store. Along with that, he received a one-time use skill confirmation voucher. The system prompted him, asking if he wanted to use it now. Deep down, he felt that the skill he would acquire was already predetermined. One of the hidden treasures of the Reinhafer family awaits him, but to claim it, he must first master a specific skill. He knows that Teo will soon summon all the siblings to the estate, and that will be his moment to act. As he contemplates his next move, he realizes it's nearly time to return to the Reinhafer estate. It has been a while since the graduation ceremony at Eldon Academy concluded. Vaughn, the second son of the Reinhafer family, should be journeying to hone his skills as a knight. However, a sudden realization strikes him. He must locate the hidden piece and deal with Grain. There's no time for rest. The only silver lining is that he likely no longer has to worry about Talia. He is certain that she is the kind of person who would never break a promise, and there's no reason for her to seek him out. The next morning, he arrives at the training hall to find Talia already waiting for him. He had anticipated this moment the night before. "Didn't we settle everything yesterday?" he asks, a hint of confusion in his voice. "What do you want from me?" Curious about his rapid strength, she asks how he achieved it so quickly. He playfully inquires if she's been secretly observing his training for the past month. As she starts to walk away, she turns back, pleading for at least a spar. She insists he could at least share his training methods. He recalls that Talia has always sought recognition from her sister, a desire that lingers in the air between them. Turning to her, he says, "Before you ask me something like that or think about how you should train, consider the talent you already possess." The young swordsman realizes he's never been one to offer comfort, and he wonders what more he can say. After a brief pause, he adds, "Just don't compare yourself to others." He steps out of the training hall, leaving her feeling a wave of sadness wash over her, nearly bringing her to tears. As he walks away, a thought crosses his mind. Will she come after him, or will she remain where she is? He reflects on the necessity of shielding her from witnessing his pursuit of hidden peace, especially considering the danger she might pose to him. As he walks on, he approaches the Rheinhafer family barn, where a remarkable number of horses are gathered. This place is renowned for breeding the finest horses on the continent. Inside, he finds his father and twin brothers waiting for him, while the head butler greets him with a respectful nod. His father looks around, then addresses the group, confident that they all understand the purpose of this gathering. He informs them that from this moment on, each of them will select a horse to bond with for life. The young master, already aware of this tradition, has been eagerly anticipating this moment. He recalls reading that horses are revered as sacred creatures, both across the continent and within the Rheinhafer family. Those who choose the path of a mage or a knight select their horse at a young age, forging a lifelong companionship. He understands that Eldane Academy offers horse riding lessons, and as the game progresses, players will engage in large-scale wars. If his horse were to die, he would face the daunting task of raising a young horse from scratch. Moreover, transportation magic comes with a hefty price tag. Frustrated by the game's heavy reliance on horses for travel, he resolves to choose the best one available. Their father announces that, since Nox won the duel, he gets to choose first. Teo warns him that he'll only have one chance. As Nox strides toward the horses, their father contemplates which one the youngest will select. He notes that all the horses are quite charming and of good quality. However, among them, one horse stands out with its unique color, setting it apart from the rest. He points to a horse and declares to his father that he will choose this one. A hush falls over the crowd as his father responds, offering him another chance. The young swordsman can't help but wonder why he's being given this opportunity. It only reinforces his suspicion that they believe he's making a poor choice. Unbeknownst to them, he's actually loading the target stat window. After a moment, the system activates, revealing all the details about his chosen horse. He notices its impressive rank, realizing that most summoned creatures are categorized by rank. Depending on their growth, they have the potential to rise more than one rank. He realizes that this horse has the potential to reach the highest rank, and to make matters even more exciting, it's an obsidian. His system informs him that this is the rarest type among all the horses available, with its name derived from a specific type of igneous rock. He imagines that if the patriarch were aware of this, he would have claimed the horse for himself. However, he also understands that its negative trait makes it less appealing at the moment. The system reveals all its flaws, and he realizes that from certain angles, these traits can be even more irritating than the burden of terminal illness. He firmly tells his father that his decision is final. He will choose this horse. Confident in his knowledge, he believes he can save it. His father, perplexed by this choice, wonders aloud if he might be projecting his own struggles onto the horse. In the end, he views his son as nothing more than emotional and weak. Teo expresses his disappointment in Nox's choice, making it clear that he hopes his brother won't come to regret it. After offering his advice, their father departs. The twin brothers, feeling a mix of confusion and concern, hesitate to stop him, with Nox questioning whether his decision truly was disappointing. The head butler reassures the twins, promising to keep an eye on Nox while urging them to select their horses. Rodwell approaches Nox, requesting him to choose a name for the horse. After a moment of thought, Nox agrees and names him Carl. The young swordsman explains that he will ride with Carl, a name he used while clearing Inner Lunatic, a name that holds deep significance for him. With a sense of purpose, he takes the horse to his bedroom, determined to keep his plans hidden from others. He notices the horse's eyes, filled with a fierce determination to live, mirroring his own struggle for survival. Spotting Rona in his room, he calls out her name, warning her that if she doesn't respond immediately, there will be consequences. Understanding the seriousness of his tone, she quickly shouts back that she's here. Curiosity piqued, she asks how he knew she was there. He simply orders her to take care of his horse. She is taken aback to find a horse on his bed, knowing full well that it's her responsibility to clean up the mess. He chuckles, explaining that it's a sick horse and that she must do her best. With no choice but to comply, she prepares for the task ahead. He understands the situation is a bit problematic, and what comes next is bound to be a shock. The real question looms: would Rona be able to handle it? 3 days later, Carl passes away, leaving Rona heartbroken. Her tears stir a deep sorrow within the young master. He recognizes the immense effort Rona devoted to caring for Carl, and a pang of guilt washes over him. Deep down, he had anticipated this outcome. Frustrated, he commands her to cease her crying, claiming it distracts him from his thoughts. He reassures her, telling her not to worry, Carl will return to his side soon. She stands there confused, questioning his state of mind. With a gentle smile, he instructs her to get behind him. He then pulls a scroll from his jacket, placing his hand on it and infusing it with his mana. A spark of magic ignites in the air, and she gasps in surprise as she realizes he can wield mana. Instinctively, she warns him that using it here is illegal. He struggles to control his power at first, but determination drives him to try again. With a tense urgency, he warns her, "If you keep distracting me, Carl will die again, and this time it will be your fault." He explains to her that he has yet to awaken his innate talent for mana detection. In this empire, using mana before the age of 15 is strictly forbidden, unless one belongs to the imperial family. As a result, while other students start learning mana control later, the imperial descendants are significantly more advanced in their magical abilities. The only thing he can do now is channel as much mana as possible into the scroll. As he concentrates, he begins to feel a faint energy radiating from his palms. This is mana, and he finds it fascinating. After all, this scroll is a one-time use energy voucher, and he knows he can't afford to make any mistakes this time. From this moment on, he would wield black magic. The system confirmed that he had acquired the skill known as the Book of the Dead Necromancer. It also informed him that the target, Carl, could be resurrected as an undead. He recalled reading in the system that within the inner locatic, there existed two types of beings that possessed the trait of the undead. The first type consists of beings resurrected through black magic or dark mana, while the second type are those reborn without an ego, emerging as stronger entities. He understands that these beings remain blindly loyal to their master, often to a fault. However, there's a significant issue. Only one family is known for reviving corpses as undead, the notorious Marva family. While the Reinhafer family is steeped in darkness, they are known as a family of night, in contrast to the Marva family, who are black mages wielding control over the undead. This leads him to ponder, shouldn't players outside the Marva lineage be unable to access their skills? Yet, he knows the answer is no, thanks to the one-time use skill selection voucher he acquired. From that, he received the Necromancer, also known as the Book of the Dead. Rona gasps in shock as dark blood begins to flow from the young master's mouth, but he insists on pushing himself a little further. Suddenly, he realizes that his mana is running low. Just then, Carl comes back to life, and the system confirms that he has successfully activated the skill. Now, Carl stands stronger than ever before. The system notifies him that his beloved pet, Carl, has been revived as an undead. A wave of delight washes over him. He has successfully unlocked this skill. Eager to explore Carl's new abilities, he examines the traits listed in the system. To his astonishment, Carl has undergone significant improvements. However, he soon discovers that along with these enhancements, Carl also possesses some rather concerning negative traits. He informs Carl that he will be his master from now on, and Carl responds with a demeanor that clearly shows his understanding of his new role. Rona, overwhelmed with emotion, embraces the young master tightly, expressing her relief and concern. "I thought something terrible had happened to you," she exclaims, her voice trembling. "How could you use mana so recklessly?" Turning her gaze to Carl, she scolds him as well, incredulous that he could be so careless too. She shouts at Carl, expressing how much she truly cared for him, and demands that he spit out the carrot she had fed him. Meanwhile, the young master redirects his attention to the hidden piece. A few days later, he ventures out at night, studying the map and noting that the road resembles the one from the game. With unwavering determination, he searches for the second hidden piece of the Reinhafer family, convinced that he must acquire this item. It is the key that might offer a glimmer of hope against his terminal illness. He questions whether he's being overly sensitive, but this is no game. It's the harsh reality he faces. As he continues on, he comes across a notice board bearing a stark warning. "This is Mia's forest." It cautions that if young children venture in, they risk getting lost and worse, their lives may be in danger. The message is clear: do not enter, no matter the temptation. He reflects on his desire to avoid dying a second time. Suddenly, the system alerts him that he has entered the missing child's forest, warning that failure to navigate this treacherous area will lead to his demise. In truth, this forest is situated within Reinhafer's territory, an area strictly off-limits. The pervasive darkness and dense fog make it nearly impossible for even the most skilled ranger or pathfinder to find their way through. He soon realizes that the forest lives up to its name, a place where even the most seasoned adventurers can lose their way like a child. Yet, he understands there's a deeper significance to this place. Even if a fully grown adult manages to slay a monster here, they will find no artifacts to claim. To make matters worse, the monsters become even more formidable when the intruder is an adult. He recalls dying several times in this place while searching for the right way to clear it. That's why the difficulty rating of the missing child's forest is set at a daunting 2.5 stars, with 5 stars being the maximum. In this game, where challenges are at their peak, he remembers the relentless effort he put in, all while unaware of which items would appear to aid him. As he reflects on his situation, he realizes this is the ideal spot to find an item that aligns with his terminally ill trait. Igniting his torch, he begins to search the forest. He understands that the key to navigating the missing child's forest lies in the direction of the smoke, specifically the opposite direction from where it's blowing. With determination, he calls out, demanding to know how long the person plans to stay hidden and urging them to reveal themselves. As he scans the area, he finds it eerily empty, pondering whether the person is simply biding their time to remain hidden until the very end. Meanwhile, in the palace, Talia is lost in thought, grappling with the realization that her beauty seems to have no impact on him. Confusion washes over her. She can't comprehend this at all. Just then, her maid Emma gently interjects, urging her to stop trailing young Master Knox. Emma warns Talia that if she continues down this path, she might end up in trouble herself. Talia reassures her, promising that she will ensure Emma remains safe within the family. However, Emma clarifies that's not her concern. She believes Talia is already talented enough to earn respect as the next matriarch, if only young Miss Chell weren't in the picture. Emma can't help but ponder why Talia feels so inferior to her sister and why her impatience seems to be growing. Leaving her room, she hopes that Talia has finally given up and is now asleep. But when Emma checks, she finds Talia has vanished. A sudden worry strikes her. Could Talia have gone to find young Master Knox? Without a moment to lose, Emma rushes through the palace, waking everyone in her path. Talia unexpectedly finds Knox deep in the forest, catching him off guard. "What are you doing here?" he asks, surprise etched on his face. Just then, the young swordsman feels a shift in the air. Danger is near. "Get behind me," he urges, instinctively positioning himself as a shield. They both freeze, eyes widening as a gray wolf emerges from the shadows. Knox's mind races. Could this forest be part of the wolf's territory? Talia glances down at the lone dagger in her hand, a wave of dread washing over her. The wolf begins to circle them, its eyes glinting as it signals for its pack to join. Suddenly, the gray wolf lunges forward, charging straight at them. Fear grips Talia, but she notices him standing firm, unwavering as he locks eyes with the oncoming beast. He steps forward and, with a single swing of his sword, dispatches the wolf instantly. She watches, deeply impressed. Despite it being just one wolf, his clean execution speaks volumes. Knox looks at her calmly and says he will ask her again what she's doing here, as he had expected his brothers to be the ones following him. She simply smiles, but her gaze shifts to the night stroll in his hands, sparking her curiosity. "Why do you have that?" she asks, her tone playful yet probing. Knox demands an answer, threatening to leave her alone if she doesn't respond. Undeterred, she walks toward him and takes his hand, a silent challenge in her eyes. She assures him that she isn't up to anything strange. In fact, she explains, it's just that he has become so strong lately, and she found herself wanting to be strong like him. She shares how she looked out the window, spotted him, and felt curious about where he was headed. Naturally, she assumed he must have some sort of special training method. That's why she decided to follow him, and upon seeing the forest, she jumped in without a second thought. Knox realizes 3 things in that moment. First, she holds him in high regard. Second, she poses no threat, which is a relief. And finally, she is just a kid who doesn't grasp the dangers of following someone late at night. The young swordsman offers her a reassuring smile, realizing that, as one of the core characters, he can't just abandon her. "Follow me for now," he instructs, his tone firm yet measured. He quickly clarifies that his intentions aren't rooted in a desire to help. Rather, he's simply trying to resolve the situation to ensure his family doesn't find themselves in a precarious position. She acknowledges her mistake and offers a heartfelt apology. He hopes she won't put herself in danger again. Grateful for his intervention, she thanks him for saving her life. Just as she's about to speak further, they both notice a pack of wolves fixated on them. The young master quickly orders her to step back and hands her a burning torch. "You need to get home," he instructs, swinging his sword at the advancing wolves. As he fights, he can't shake the feeling that there are unforeseen variables at play. He needs to refocus. He knows this place exists before the scenario begins, and since it falls within the prologue, there won't be any boss monsters. However, an elite monster 1 rank below a boss will appear here, an evolved form of the Grey Wolf. He just cut down the elite Grey Wolf, but simply knowing his enemy doesn't guarantee an easy victory. He slashes at the wolves, cutting them down one by one as they relentlessly attack him. Amidst the chaos, he recalls the words he always repeated in moments like this, back when he was John playing Inner Lunatic. lunatic. Was he really the weakling he once thought he was? Talia observes him as he slays countless wolves, pondering whether he has yet to reveal his full strength. His sword technique had been even more impressive during his fight against his brothers. She can't help but wonder if he has ever faced gray wolves before. Meanwhile, Nox reflects on Talia's evident weakness. Suddenly, a massive gray wolf emerges before him, and he instantly recognizes it as the elite gray wolf. As this unfolds, a search party from the palace ventures into the forest, tracking the footprints that lead deeper into the woods. It becomes clear that Nox and Talia have entered. Among the searchers is Emma, who insists they must move in immediately. However, Rodwell dismisses her suggestion, labeling it foolish. Emma, frustrated, demands to know why he refuses to act. Rodwell explains that the forest in question is one that even the Renekifer family has been unable to clear. The system indicates that this missing child's forest is ranked among the highest within the Renehafer territories. While the Renehafer family is renowned as the strongest dark family in the south, the existence of a forest they cannot conquer raises questions about their competence. Moreover, it remains a secret that only children who have not yet reached adulthood can enter this forest, and that it can only be cleared successfully by them. The head butler ponders the young master's decision to venture into the forest, dismissing the idea that the boy was under the influence of a mind-controlling monster. As he examines the tracks, he realizes that Nox has moved with deliberate care. There are no signs of anyone breaching the estate's formidable mana barrier, indicating that the young master entered the forest with intention. Acknowledging his previous misjudgments, he concedes that Nox is no longer the weak and frail young master he once knew. Meanwhile, Rodwell turns to Emma, revealing that there is only one way for them to return. The young master must use his wits to navigate their escape from the forest. Overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in her eyes, Emma blames herself for the tragedy that befell her young miss. Elsewhere, the young swordsman relentlessly battles the wolves, his determination unwavering. Notices Talia pulling out her knife, and he realizes that despite her fear, she hasn't lost her focus. He advises her against unnecessary attacks, warning that she might get hurt. Just stay out of this, he urges. Save your strength for running if you get attacked. That's your best chance of survival. He knows that taking down an elite wolf isn't particularly dangerous. It's only rated at 2.5 stars. His main concern is that Talia remains vigilant and ready to react to her surroundings. As he watches her, he acknowledges that she has learned well. However, she's still not at a level where he can fully trust her to cover his back. He quickly activates Hour of the Genius, intending to use this skill to take down the elite gray wolf in a single strike. As the wolf leaps at him, he manages to slay it instantly. However, he soon notices that the other wolves have paused, only to spring into action once more, attacking him one by one. He continues to cut them down, but this time, their ferocity is overwhelming. Talia watches in growing concern for his safety. Despite Nox's warning to run if things became too dangerous, she can't bring herself to abandon him. Instead, she climbs up a tree for a better vantage point. Finally, he calls out to her, asking if she plans to help. Talia, worried, asks if he's injured. He knows it's futile to call for her assistance, so he reassures her, "I'm fine." Yet, the battle rages on around them. He understands that this is not the time to be careless. She feels a wave of relief wash over her, knowing that Nox isn't hurt. However, he grows uneasy, realizing he has just revealed his vulnerable side. The recoil from his skill has already set in, and he knows the battle is far from over. He notices the elite wolf finally rising to its feet. At first, it circles him, studying his every move. Then, without warning, it charges at Nox with full force. The elite wolf employs a peculiar technique. It dashes away, only to suddenly reappear, leaping onto him and inflicting a painful injury to his shoulder before retreating once more. It repeats this attack with eerie precision, striking again in exactly the same manner. The young master had anticipated facing a mere 2.5-star monster, but the elite wolf proved to be far more cunning than he had imagined. Realizing the need to adjust his strategy, he became acutely aware that this gray wolf was not only intelligent, but also strategically savvy. It was lurking in the shadows, observing him, biding its time for another opportunity to strike. The last two attacks had caught him completely off guard, and he regretted not recognizing the wolf's intelligence sooner, especially when it had been orchestrating the other wolves. The thought that it could even manipulate the terrain to its advantage was a sobering realization. He knew he had to remain vigilant. Suddenly, the elite wolf lunged at him once more. This time, Nox managed to land a hit. But It had no effect. The wolf seemed to have been waiting for him to make a large swing, anticipating the moment to exploit an opening. The elite countered immediately, catching the swordsman off guard. He couldn't help but wonder if his excitement over having cleared this game multiple times had clouded his judgment. It was a foolish mistake. Then, out of nowhere, Talia's dagger pierced the wolf's eye. If the elite wolf could create openings, then so could they. The unexpected variable was Talia. Seizing the moment, he swung his sword with precision, slaying the elite gray wolf in one decisive blow. Talia noticed two other wolves observing their battle. As Nox managed to deliver the final strike, the remaining wolves retreated. Watching this unfold, she descended from the tree and sprinted toward him. She asks if he's all right. He replies that he survived only because of her and expresses his gratitude. However, a nagging thought crosses his mind. Did he just thank the enemy who might one day kill him? But for now, he decides not to dwell on it. Noticing the large wounds on his shoulder, she asks if he's injured. He brushes it off, saying it's just a minor wound and nothing to worry about. Relieved that he isn't hurt worse, she relaxes for a moment. Suddenly, a tiny spider jumps onto her shoulder, prompting a startled scream. "It's another monster!" she exclaims, leaping into his arms and clinging to him tightly. The young master raises an eyebrow, wondering how long she plans to stay wrapped around him. He raises an eyebrow, intrigued by her reaction. Is she genuinely afraid of the spider, or does she secretly want to hug it? With a casual flick of his hand, he sends the spider scuttling away and asks, "If a little spider frightens you, then why on earth did you follow me into the forest?" She asks him if he isn't afraid of spiders. The swordsman replies that with fear like that, she definitely won't be able to become a knight. Angered by his words, she steps back, her frustration palpable. He smiles, thinking that maybe, just maybe, she's finally letting go of him. Deep down, he knows he survived only because of her, but he hesitates to voice this after all. She might suddenly scream. Now, they just need to find their way out of the forest. Morning has broken, and the search party waits anxiously at the edge of the trees. Emma's worry gnaws at her. She wonders if they've made it through. The thought of Miss Talia's disappearance looms large, threatening to create rifts between their families. Meanwhile, Rodwell reflects on the grim reality that many children in this area go missing within the dreaded forest. Amid whispers of incompetence surrounding the Reinhafer family, Emma suddenly points toward the forest, alerting the others to the thick fog that has begun to dissipate. As they gaze into the woods, they realize that the area where the missing child was last seen has been cleared. Though uncertain, Emma believes this is a significant development. Rodwell confirms her observation, explaining that the lifting miasma indicates the forest has indeed been cleared. What was once a mere possibility has now become a reality. With renewed determination, they all venture into the forest. Emma excitedly declares that this means their young master, Nox, must have been the one to clear the way. Just then, they spot Nox and Talia emerging from the woods, a sight that fills them with hope and anticipation. One servant remarks how hard it is to believe that he could truly clear the forest, especially as he emerges as if nothing has happened. Rodwell can't help but smile. He knows that the hierarchy of the Reinhafer family is on the brink of upheaval. Nox surveys the search party, puzzled by the gathering. Emma rushes toward Talia, enveloping her in a tight hug. "We were so worried about you," she exclaims. Rodwell turns to the young master, informing him that the family was also concerned about his disappearance. Nox struggles to comprehend why they would worry over someone like him, a so-called good-for-nothing. He suspects their concern stems solely from the tarnishing of their dark family reputation. Emma takes a moment to remind Talia of the 7 rules of the Stolreiner family, emphasizing their importance. She urges her to adhere to them closely. Talia, feeling remorseful, apologizes once again, reiterating her regret. With a light laugh, Emma responds, teasingly pointing out that as a humble maid, she could never hold Talia accountable for any missteps. Nox notes that the patriarch will personally teach her the rules, and he can't help but think that this maid possesses remarkable stamina. When he checks her status, he discovers her stamina is an impressive 4.5. Emma approaches the swordsman, expressing her gratitude for protecting their young miss. Talia, however, reflects that she never intended to accompany him in the first place. He reassures her, saying she held her own and advises her not to be too hard on herself. Afterward, they all return to the palace. The young master heads to his bedroom, feeling a sense of relief that it's over for now. As he reflects on the unexpected sight of Rodwell waiting outside the forest with the knights, he wonders if it was all because of Talia. Regardless, he acknowledges that he has still secured the hidden piece. The system announces that he has acquired a new artifact, the Black Flame Ring. Detailed information about the accessory floods his mind. As he reads, he discovers its unique effect. When he defeats an enemy while wearing the ring, he will siphon a small portion of their life force, converting it into his own. Intriguingly, the higher the rank of the defeated target, the greater the life force he will absorb. Now he understands that the only artifact capable of stealing another's life force is the Black Flame Ring. However, he also realizes that possessing this ring won't grant him eternal life. Life cannot be extended indefinitely, given that only a minuscule amount of life force can be siphoned. He knows that overcoming his terminal illness will be far from easy. He firmly believes that as long as he can fight and make progress, it's far better than living a hopeless existence on the brink of death. Slipping the ring onto his finger, he immediately senses his life force and mana surging within him. He calls for Rona, knowing she's waiting just outside his room. Moments later, she steps inside, her curiosity piqued. "Can you really see through things now?" she asks, a hint of disbelief in her voice. He replies that perhaps he can. The thought sends a shiver of fear through her, prompting her to ask if he can see her naked body as well. Anger flashes in the young master's eyes as he shouts, demanding to know what on earth she means. In a swift motion, he flicks her forehead with his finger. She winces, exclaiming that it hurts, and can't help but wonder why his flick feels more painful than usual. He tells her to stop talking nonsense and challenges her to another arm wrestling match. Curious, she asks, "If I win again, will you really raise my salary?" He nods in agreement but counters, "And what if you lose?" She confidently wagers 20% of her salary. With the stakes set, they both agree to the bet. This time, however, he defeats her in a mere second. She is taken aback by the outcome. After her defeat, she questions him, asking if he truly believes it's appropriate for a son of a reputable family to slash a servant's already meager salary by 20%. He smiles and nods, responding that as the rumored good-for-nothing of the Reinhafer family, he has chosen to disregard trivial matters like honor. She bows before him, offering her sincere apologies. The system alerts him that the effects of his frequent illnesses have been triggered, resulting in a level 2 wrist fracture. Frustration wells up within him as he grapples with these unwelcome setbacks. Turning to Rona, he decides to cancel her salary reduction, but in return, he asks her to fetch some ice and a wet towel. Concern flickers in her eyes as she notes that her young master doesn't seem well at all. The swordsman decides that for now, he will be content with having acquired the ring. All he needs now is some rest. As time passes, the two hidden treasures, Carl and the Black Flame Ring, remain in his possession. 6 months have gone by since he obtained them and, regrettably, he has yet to find an opportunity to put either to use. Then, a decision is made. Nox has been grounded. He hadn't done anything wrong. In fact, he had even cleared the forest where the missing child was last seen. It felt utterly absurd to him that he was grounded instead of being rewarded for his efforts. Turning to Rona, he sought her agreement. She simply replied, "I'm a maid in this household. If I speak ill of the patriarch, my salary will take a hit." Nox vows that her salary will be slashed if she doesn't comply with his wishes. In response to his threat, she quickly retorts that the patriarch is far too harsh on him. She adds that he could never truly grasp how she feels. As he reflects on her words, Nox considers how hard he has been working to adapt to this life, striving for productivity while witnessing Carl's growth. He realizes he can't continue living like this. Each passing moment is chipping away at his life. The system ominously displays his remaining days, just 147 left due to his terminal illness. With a bitter chuckle, he reflects that this infuriating system seems more invested in his life than he is. "Thanks for the lovely update," he mutters sarcastically. Finally, overwhelmed by the weight of his situation, he resolves to confront his father and seek permission to step outside, desperate for a change. Rona knocks on his door, announcing that she has warmed up more bathing water for him. Just then, Rodwell enters the room, delivering the news that the patriarch has summoned him. Meanwhile, his father sits in his office, lost in thought, haunted by memories of the night of slaughter when he vanquished countless monsters and demons. He remembers the night of slaughter when demons swarmed everywhere, leaving chaos in their wake. It was a disaster that haunted him. He hopes that one day, one of his sons will master the supreme black sword, but he knows he can't depend on mere chance. He needs a talent that is certain, for one of them will ultimately have to end his life. Rodwell steps into the office, announcing that the young master will arrive shortly. Teal, glancing at the clock, notes Nox's tardiness and instructs Rodwell to send him in as soon as he arrives. As he waits, Teo reflects on the mysterious forest where the missing child was last seen, a place so treacherous that even he struggles to navigate it. The thought that Nox managed to clear such a daunting area fills him with admiration. Surely, a reward is in order for the young man's remarkable feat. Teo calls his son to discuss his reward, offering him the chance to make a single request. No matter what it is, he promises to fulfill it. The young swordsman ponders deeply, realizing this is a rare opportunity his father has never before asked for his input on a reward. He knows Teo to be a figure of authority, often stern and unyielding. What could he possibly ask for that would honor this moment? He can't shake the feeling that this might be a trap. It's as if someone has shot him in the head or slashed him from behind. Turning to his father, he asks if he can request anything. His father solemnly replies that he will grant him whatever he desires. As the patriarch of Rheinhaver, he vows to fulfill his son's wish, swearing it upon the storied legacy of the Black Sword. Initially, he doubted his father's seriousness, but now he realizes he was mistaken. His father clarifies that if his request turns out to be too outrageous, his opinion of him will shift. Teo, however, places his trust in his father, convinced he won't make such a foolish choice. The offer came so unexpectedly that he asked his father for some time to consider it. His father agreed, allowing him to leave the estate but cautioning him not to get into trouble like before. Nox nodded obediently, taking his father's words to heart. His father reminded him to always remember his place as a member of the Rheinhaver family. The following day, Talia and her maid prepared to depart from the palace. Talia instructs Nox to meet her at Eldine Academy the next time they cross paths. He remains silent, betraying no emotion, but she persists, eager to see him again. The head butler Rodwell interjects, reminding Nox that he should respond when a lady poses a question. Reluctantly, the young master concedes, telling Talia that their meeting will depend on whether she becomes a full-fledged knight by then. Talia, filled with emotion, reluctantly agrees with him. However, he can't resist taunting her, joking about how she didn't even flinch at the sight of a massive spider. His words sting, igniting a mix of sadness and anger within her. In a swift motion, she punches him in the belly, asserting her determination. "I'll come back as a full-fledged knight," she declares fiercely, "and you better prepare yourself." He raises an eyebrow, puzzled by her cryptic threat, wondering just what she means by preparing his head. Surely, she doesn't intend to kill him. Emma expresses her heartfelt gratitude to everyone for their warm hospitality, particularly to the young Master Nox. However, the swordsman brusquely retorts, questioning what a maid from her family could possibly owe him. Undeterred, Emma thanks him once more for saving her young miss, Talia. Nox coldly clarifies that his actions were not intentional and insists they stop bothering him and leave. With that, Talia and Emma take their leave from the estate. Nox breathes a sigh of relief, grateful that one burden has been lifted from his shoulders. Yet, as he reflects on his situation, he realizes he's starting to adapt to this strange new life. He can't pinpoint why, but there's a flicker of enjoyment in the chaos. Suddenly, the system chimes in, delivering the stark reminder that he has only 146 days left to live due to his terminal illness. With that sobering news, he resolves that there's no time for rest. He must make every moment count. A few days later, as the young master prepares in his room, Rona informs him that he needs to hire a new maid and additional servants. Taken aback by her suggestion, he ponders the reasons behind her words. Just then, Rodwell enters, greeting him with a cheerful, "Good morning." Curious, the young master inquires about the purpose of Rodwell's visit. Rodwell informs Nox that Eldin Academy has sent a maid in training to assist him. From this day forward, she will be at his service, and he has come to introduce her. With a polite smile, she greets him, declaring that she is now his exclusive maid, introducing herself as Lavilia. Intrigued, the young master quickly checks her details in the system. He discovers a few crucial details about her. She possesses an exceptional skill in housework and is keeping tabs on him under Teo's orders. This revelation makes him acutely aware of her presence. Just then, the system alerts him that he has only 140 days left to live due to his terminal illness. He reflects on how, when time is running out, it seems to slip away all too quickly. The only silver lining for him at the moment is his impressive stats. He realizes that despite facing such a harsh penalty, he's actually progressing quite rapidly. Soon, he'll be on his way to Eldin Academy. Rona informs him that in just 2 months, he'll finally start attending the academy, and wonders if he's feeling nervous. Nox raises an eyebrow, questioning her enthusiasm about his departure for the academy. At this, Rona bursts into tears, expressing how much she already misses him. He gently chides her for overreacting, assuring her that he won't be cutting her salary. Her face lights up with joy at his words. Meanwhile, the young master reflects on his own situation, realizing he barely has time to tease her. He knows that if he doesn't improve his stats over the next 2 months, survival at the academy will be a serious challenge. He understands that Eldon is the Empire's premier academy, a place where exceptionally strong cadets from across the nation converge. After enduring the challenges of this institution and stepping into the main narrative, he must embrace the role of the villain. At this moment, everything feels overwhelming. Rona reiterates the need for him to hire a new maid and additional servants. Lovelia, ever supportive, promises to give her utmost effort to assist him. The young master comes to a stark realization. They will not allow him to leave this place unscathed. In truth, Theo von Reinhofer is not just any adversary. He is one of the greatest villains and among the most formidable beings in the world. When people ponder how he ascended to such power, many speculate that it must be solely due to his unparalleled swordsmanship. His skill is so extraordinary that few dare to question this assumption. Theo's rise to the top of the Reinhofer family can be attributed to his unwavering suspicion of everyone and everything around him. He turns to Lovelia, expressing his high expectations for her this time. He mentions that he's heard she has been pushed back in the line of succession within her own family. With a glimmer of hope, he assures her that if she performs well, the Reinhofer family will do everything in their power to support her claim to the succession. She assures him that she will wholeheartedly assist young Master Knox. However, Theo counters that this is not what he desires. In response, she confirms that she will keep a close watch on Knox and report every detail back to him. Theo reminds her to never forget who her true master is. As she exits his office, she resolves that from this moment on, she must remain steadfast and unwavering. Meanwhile, the young master lies on his bed, lost in thoughts of Lovelia, the spy. He suspects that Theo is eager to verify whether the individual claiming to be Knox is truly him. After all, demon possession is a common occurrence within the chaotic depths of the inner circle. In the original storyline, Knox's body was stolen by the formidable demon Bale, making this inquiry all the more critical. He understands that everything will be fine as long as Theo remains unaware of his true identity. However, he knows that Lovelia poses a significant challenge. Although she isn't central to the main storyline, it would be a shame to discard her character so easily. She was originally destined to become the next head of the Lovelia family, but her dreams were shattered when her uncle murdered her parents, stripping her of her rightful position. What happened next was inevitable. Ultimately, she became a maid for the Reinhofer family, successfully breaking free from her own. On the surface, she appears cheerful, always wearing a smile. But beneath that facade lies a heart deeply jaded and worn, a soul teetering on the brink of despair. In the end, she resolved that, before the main story truly began, she would take her own life. Now, he contemplates how to alter the course of the story. He believes that saving someone who is destined to die might be the right choice, even though he understands that it could ultimately lead to his own downfall. The following day, he gathers his maids and announces that they will be venturing into the forest to hunt monsters. Both of them will accompany him and lend their support in this dangerous endeavor. Lovelia remains composed, saying nothing, while Rona is taken aback by the situation. She informs her master that she will be taking a leave of absence due to illness. Surprisingly, Lovelia agrees to follow her master's wishes. Rona cautions her, reminding her that she shouldn't acquiesce so readily. Meanwhile, the young master watches their exchange intently, fully aware that it's typical for a maid to be apprehensive about hunting monsters. After all, it is an absurd request. Lovelia's swift response piques his curiosity. He turns to Rona, reminding her that she has exhausted all her leave days. Tears well up in Rona's eyes as she pleads, asking if she's really not allowed to take a sick day today. "How can you be so cruel?" she questions. Knox, unfazed, retorts that she seems to forget he's utterly useless. He warns her that if she doesn't comply with his demands, he'll have to cut her salary. To start, he might just take it easy on her, perhaps slashing it by half for the year. Rona continues to cry, asking if he would prefer her to bring a bow or a sword. Lovelia turns to him, inquiring if she should inform Sir Rodwell that he will be leaving the estate before she begins her preparations. Suddenly, he recalls that his top priority from this moment on is to extend his lifespan. With newfound freedom to go wherever he pleases, he resolves to take action. Afterward, the three of them mount their horses and ride into the depths of the forest. Mr. Theo watches them depart from the window of his office. A few days later, in the forest where the missing child was last seen, now cleared and seemingly ordinary, Knox takes down another gray wolf. The system alerts him that he has absorbed a minuscule fragment of the wolf's life force. After nearly 2 hours of life gained, he begins to ponder whether he has wiped out all the wolves in this area. Having earned 2 hours from a single hunt, it's safe to say this has been a remarkably successful outing. Countless dead wolves lie scattered across the ground, a testament to his efforts. Lavilia, observing the scene, notes that an hour has passed since he began hunting and asks if he's not feeling tired, offering him a refreshing drink of water. The young master suddenly remembers that he forgot to activate Hour of the Genius, which has made the hunt drag on longer than expected. As a result, he's only earned a single hour. He understands that the calculations rarely align perfectly, but this discrepancy feels far too significant. Moreover, he can't just go around slaying monsters every hour. His greatest worry is the dwindling number of monsters available. After days of relentless hunting, he has already taken down most of the monsters in the area. At this rate, he realizes that his dream of living a fulfilling life is slipping away. The current scarcity of monsters poses a serious challenge. Lavilia can't help but scoff at his predicament, remarking that it's hard to believe he sees the absence of monsters as a problem. If anyone else heard him, they would surely think he had lost his mind. He informs his maids that there's no choice but to return to the mansion for the day. Lavilia asks if she should prepare warm bathwater for him, promising to set it at the perfect temperature. The swordsman had anticipated such thoughtful care from a support genius. He orders her to ensure the bath is ready in time, as he wants to bathe before dinner. Rona gently reminds him not to forget about her, offering to clean his room. He responds nonchalantly, telling her to do as she pleases. As Nox prepares to leave the forest, he turns to Lavilia with a question on his mind. "Who do you serve?" he asks, catching her off guard. The young master reflects, believing that no matter how beautiful or formidable a sword may be, if he cannot wield it, he won't hesitate to cast it aside. She remains silent, prompting the swordsman to remark that her silence speaks volumes. She quickly retorts that she hasn't said anything yet. Before she can elaborate, he interrupts, claiming he already knows what she wants to say. He reassures her that there's no need for further interrogation. With a hint of sincerity, the young master adds that he's actually grateful to her for at least being honest. He assures her that no matter whom she serves, she will always be considered one of his own. He offers his support, encouraging her to lean on him whenever she needs to. In his eyes, mutual trust may not be necessary. Their relationship can thrive on the understanding that they can rely on each other. After all, that's the foundation of their bond. That night in Rona and Lavilia's bedroom, Rona turns to Lavilia and asks if young Master Nox is just too much to handle. She recounts how, during their training sessions, he insists that if they don't run alongside him, it simply won't be fun for him. This has become a familiar refrain every time they train. Lavilia remains silent, a small laugh escaping her lips as she reflects on the rumors she's heard countless times since her days at the family palace. Whispers that young Master Nox has changed. She had dismissed the rumors as mere fabrications. After all, it was rare for someone to undergo such a drastic transformation. Yet, they claimed he had defeated the twins in a single move, earning the right to attend the academy. Unlike her, who had plummeted from grace despite being a legitimate successor, he was someone poised to solidify his standing within the family. She finds herself pondering the meaning behind his words from earlier that day. Shortly thereafter, a baseless rumor begins to circulate within the Reinhafer family. Whispers claim that Lavilia has been expelled from her family and is no longer worthy of serving as a maid for the Reinhafers. She receives a letter branding her an incompetent head of the family, accusing her of betraying her own kin. The message declares that she will be held accountable for her sins and has been stripped of all rights as a direct descendant. In that moment, she realizes her time within the Reinhafer family is limited. It's hardly surprising. After all, the Reinhafer family is one of the most powerful dark families in existence. It's evident that she's merely being used as a maid for a son who contributes nothing. As a commoner who has lost her family, she feels she no longer has the right to serve him. It's only a matter of time before she's cast aside and forced to serve someone else. As she steps into the kitchen, she greets the other maids, who look at her with surprise. From the reactions around her, it's clear that everyone has heard the rumors. Yet, Lavilia is accustomed to these looks of disdain. Just then, Rona calls out her name, claiming she's been searching for her everywhere. Lavilia can't help but wonder whether Rona is oblivious to the gossip, teasing her, or genuinely considers her a friend. Regardless of the truth, Lavilia senses that Rona is about to make a foolish move. Soon, Rona comes to a stark realization. She, along with young Master Nox, is caught in a web of foolishness, and time is running out. Meanwhile, the young master sits alone in his room, his thoughts consumed not only by Lavilia, but also by Tio, who likely received the same letter. He understands that the accusations against her father are nothing but a cruel fabrication. However, he knows he can't truly help her. The unpredictable consequences of his actions could create a butterfly effect he can't foresee. As they venture into the forest once more, he continues to eliminate the monsters lurking within. Lavilia glances at Rona and asks, "Don't you think the young master seems a bit harsher today?" Rona admits that he used to show a bit more mercy in the past, but today, anger consumes him. Lavilia can't shake off her unease at this shift in his demeanor. Meanwhile, Nox senses that something is amiss. He wonders if the time has finally come for the elusive presence to reveal itself, or if it will remain hidden once again. He knows that in the forest where the missing children wander, a monster lurks, one that emerges only when about 20% of the other creatures have been defeated. This is the hidden boss monster, a formidable foe that strikes fear into the hearts of those who dare to enter. Nox contemplates the idea of killing it, convinced that it could boost his stats. Yet doubt lingers in his mind. What if it doesn't work? Just then, he catches a flicker of movement in the forest. The speed is astonishing, unlike anything he's encountered before. He wonders if this is what a hidden boss feels like, but his heart races when he realizes it's an elite king wasp. The sight sends a chill down his spine. He knows this creature is formidable, but he reassures himself that it's not beyond his capabilities to defeat it. In a sudden burst of bravery, Lavilia leaps between Nox and the menacing wasp, taking the sting meant for him. The swordsman realizes that even without her intervention, he could have easily dodged or blocked the attack. Conflicted, he questions why she would risk herself for him. How many people would dare to charge at a monster that appeared so unexpectedly? Determined to turn this moment to their advantage, he resolves to save her, no matter the cost. He swiftly activates Hour of the Genius. Lavilia recalls her mother once telling her father that their daughter is always falling down, that there hasn't been a single day when the wounds on her knees are completely healed. Her parents often remarked on this, noting that her injuries never fully mend. Yet, this sentiment extends beyond her scraped knees. It resonates deeply with the wounds in her heart as well. She wonders if they were prophesying about her all those years ago. Memories fled back to the moment Nox asked her whom she served, a question she never answered. The haunting memory of her parents' murder lingers, intertwining with her uncertainty about whom she should truly serve. Nox's words from that day echo in her mind, each one resonating with newfound weight. Nox and Rona rush towards Lavilia after he vanquishes the monster. The system chimes in, confirming the creature's defeat and outlining the rewards he will receive. Lavilia lies there, gravely injured, as the young master urges her to hold on, insisting that it's all over and that he will take her back now. Yet deep down, Lavilia knows he is lying. She wonders if this is the expression of someone merely trying to exploit her. She can't help but notice the slight tremor of anger in his voice. Back at the palace, Teo reflects on the troubling implications of the letter he has just read. Rodwell confirms that their investigation has verified its contents. The Lavilia family has chosen to sever all ties with Miss Lavilia. Teo ponders the very reason he brought her here in the first place, his ambition to take control of the Lavilia family. With their former head now gone and the family in disarray, he believed this was the perfect opportunity to seize power. If the family dynamics are so unstable that the successor's position is precarious, then with Reinhafer's involvement, they should be able to bring the situation under control. But what if she is cast out from her family entirely? The letter states that she has been stripped of all rights as a direct descendant. He understands that before any plans can unfold, this changes everything. Turning to Rodwell, he states that there's no avoiding the situation and asks for his thoughts on what to do with her. Rodwell, with a hint of regret, suggests that if they place a maid without family ties beside young Master Nox, they will face scrutiny at Elden Academy. He advises that they should handle this matter discreetly on their end. Teo nods in agreement, echoing Rodwell's sentiments. Just then, a servant bursts into the office, prompting Rodwell to scold him for entering without permission. The servant quickly apologizes and delivers urgent news. Young Master Nox has returned with a maid who was injured during his hunt. Unfortunately, she has been poisoned and is in critical condition. He informs them that Nox has used a highly expensive antidote without authorization, and he is here to report this. Rodwell inquires if Nox used the mandrake purifying potion. The servant confirms it. Teo can't help but wonder if Nox has already grown attached to the maid so quickly. A sense of worry washes over him, as no one knows what consequences might arise from such personal feelings. At last, Lavilia stirs awake, and Rona can't contain her emotions at the sight of her friend regaining consciousness. As Lavilia gathers her thoughts, she ponders what transpired and whether young Master Nox is safe. Confusion clouds her mind as she questions her own actions from before. Rona gently reassures her, explaining that the young master administered an antidote, the mandrake, which is known for its remarkable effectiveness. Rona informs her that he completely disregarded the doctor's refusal to proceed and insisted that the doctor use it on her unless he wanted to meet an untimely end. Rona suspects that the reckless side of him is still very much alive. Lavilia, puzzled, wonders why he saved her life if he intended to exploit her. Rona urges her to rest, but Lavilia insists she wants to see young Master Knox immediately. Rona explains that he went to find the Chamberlain and asked her to inform him when Lavilia wakes up. He assures her that he will return shortly before leaving the room. Once alone, Lavilia rises and begins to pack her bags, convinced that she shouldn't be here. Deep down, she knows she doesn't deserve to be anywhere at all. As she packed her bag, her gaze lingered on the picture of her parents. With a sigh, she took a moment to gather her thoughts before writing a note to Knox. In the letter, she addressed the young master, mentioning that she had learned about the potion he used on her. She believed this gold pendant could cover the cost with a little extra to spare. Carefully, she placed the pendant atop the letter, a silent farewell wrapped in hope. As she strides away from her room, Knox intercepts her, inquiring about her destination. The memory floods back to young Master Knox, recalling the day he rushed the injured Lavilia to the palace hospital. He had clashed with the doctor, exclaiming that while someone was fighting for their life, the doctor was more concerned about the value of the medicine. The doctor seeks permission from the head of the family, who questions his authority. "Do you really think you outrank me in this household?" he challenges. The doctor quickly apologizes, sensing the tension. The young master, undeterred, threatens to inform his father personally if the doctor doesn't act immediately. With no other choice, the doctor complies. Rona, anxious, asks if her friend will be all right now. He informs her that the poison has been neutralized and that she will be just fine. Before leaving the room, Knox instructs Rona to report to him personally once Lavilia wakes up. He then heads straight to his father's office. Tio is taken aback to see him there and comments on how unusual it is for Knox to seek out his father, playfully wondering if this visit is related to that maid. Knox's system alerts him that the Master of Acting has been activated. The young master seizes the moment to remind his father of a promise, a wish granted. With determination, he demands Lavilia, the one who has been cast out from her family. The swordsman reflects on the beauty of this choice, recognizing its potential to shape the main story. Though she was once Tio's spy, he realizes that such complications are now irrelevant. Today, as he watched her desperately trying to save him, a realization struck him. The answer she had never voiced was revealed through her action. His father, sensing the weight of the moment, assured him that he understood. If this was truly what Knox wanted, he would make it happen. Just as Knox was about to leave, he turned to his father, his voice steady but filled with emotion. "Father, this unworthy son of yours has one more thing to say." Tio nodded, granting him the floor. As Knox begins to speak, a warning from his system interrupts him. The efficacy of his Master of Acting is diminishing due to his agitated state, hindering his ability to finish his thoughts. Teo steps in to halt him. Now, Knox stands before Lavilia, pressing her for answers. She tells him she is about to leave, explaining that she feels there is no longer a place for her here. With a heavy heart, she thanks him for everything he has done for her. Knox presses her once more, demanding to know where she intends to go instead of fulfilling her duties as his maid. She replies with a knowing look, revealing that he already knows the answer. She confesses that his father had ordered her to surveil him, which included deceiving him. Confusion flickers in her eyes as she questions why he is trying to stop her when she has already played her part in the deception. With a hint of resignation, she adds that even if he were to chase her away right now, she wouldn't have anything to say. "So why are you doing this?" she asks, her voice steady yet tinged with uncertainty. The young master gazes at her with a calm intensity, pondering whether this is the true self behind her facade. This vulnerable side of her feels undeniably real, like someone who refuses to surrender, even in the darkest of times. He gently reminds her that deception is a common thread in human relationships. Overwhelmed by emotion, she suddenly bursts into tears, confessing that she has committed a grave offense against him. He replies, "That's exactly why." After committing a serious offense against him, she thinks she can just walk away without making amends. He questions her. "Who said you could leave?" Confused, she asks what he truly means. He clarifies that she is staying right here. He doesn't care about his father's opinion. He has no need for the Lavilia family name she carries. What he needs are her talents, and so he requests her assistance at his side until she repays the offense of deceiving him as his maid. She agrees to stay, promising to remain by his side until the very end. This moment reminds her of a previous conversation where he had asked her whom she serves. He confirms that he did indeed ask her that before. She then inquires if he knows whom she serves, to which he surprisingly replies that he does. The next morning, as Rona mops the floor, she shares with the other maids that the young master had threatened the doctor, claiming he would kill him, leaving the doctor visibly shaken. Just then, Knox appears behind her, commanding her to stop insulting him in his presence. Startled by his sudden presence, she wonders if he heard everything she said. With a mocking tone, he points out that she has given up on her attempts to deny insulting him. Rona then turns to Lavilia, concern etched on her face. "Are you all right?" she asks, urging her not to overwork herself. "I'll take care of the laundry instead." Meanwhile, the swordsman can't help but wonder why she always seems to stir up trouble. He asks Lavilia if she knows that they will be attending Eldine Academy together in 2 months. She replies that she has already made several preparations for it. Curious, he inquires about the specific preparations she has undertaken. She explains that she has gathered the essential tools he will need: books, medicine, emergency supplies, clothes, and a cadet uniform for his outings. He notices that she no longer forces a smile when she's with him. The last time they spoke, she had decided she was tired of pretending and admitted to herself that she wasn't good at it anyway. The young master realizes he feels more at ease with her this way. They can skip the empty compliments and avoid the burden of meaningless small talk. In a tight spot, even with their backs against the wall, they would never betray one another. For him, that unwavering loyalty is more than enough to define his relationship with her. As Lavilia steps into a study, concern etches her features. "Are you really all right?" she asks, her voice laced with worry. She adds that some troubling rumors about him have been circulating lately. Intrigued, the young master leans in, eager to uncover the truth behind these whispers. He wonders if this new rumor is just a variation of the existing ones, as it's hard to believe there could be anything worse than what's already being said. She informs him that people are claiming the reason he keeps hiring her as his maid is because he has feelings for her. He smiles at the thought, feeling a twinge of embarrassment at the idea of playing the role of Knox. He apologizes, expressing regret that she got caught up in the situation because of him. She clarifies that wasn't her intention in bringing it up. She simply thought he might feel uneasy about the rumors circulating. The young master reassures her, saying there's no need for concern. He then asks if she has heard the whispers about him being the family's good-for-nothing, idiotic, incompetent youngest son. She quietly remarks that it's not so bad. In response, he threatens to fire her if she lies. Reluctantly, she confesses that she has heard those rumors, and on top of that, there are whispers about him being perverted. With a hint of curiosity, she then asks, "Is it true?" Knox buries his face in his hands, overwhelmed by shame. He reflects on his transformation, realizing that he perceives himself as better now. In the past, he was a reckless good-for-nothing, weak, and aimless. Today, while he may still act like a brat, he possesses real capability. Yet, deep down, he understands the importance of finding a balance. He realizes that Knox is ultimately a villain, and to allow the protagonist to truly shine, he must embrace that role. After all, he is not the hero of Inner Lunatic. He urges her to dismiss the rumors and change the subject, then reveals he has a task for her. He reminds her that, as she already knows, surviving at Eldin Academy requires more than just her own preparation. Everyone must be ready for the challenges ahead. He knows he must prepare as well. She wonders what kind of preparations he has in mind. The young master understands that Lavilia's unwavering trust is directed toward a particular person. He believes it won't hurt to share a bit of his plans with her. He believes that if she understands him better, it will be easier to persuade her to help him. So, he confides in her about his intention to study magic before joining the academy, seeking her assistance. She raises an eyebrow, clearly surprised. "Are you really considering that, knowing it's illegal in this empire?" she asks. He nods, determination in his eyes. She calls him out for his brazen behavior. He smiles and admits, "I suppose I am a good-for-nothing, and a lustful one at that." She raises an eyebrow, noting how he clearly holds grudges, and she's certain there's a reason behind his choices. With a determined look, she offers to find some basic books that might help him. The swordsman feels a surge of happiness, thinking to himself that she truly is as competent as he expected. Suddenly, they hear Rodwell commanding the servants to hurry and prepare for something. Curiosity piqued, he wonders what could be happening at the palace entrance. The head butler warns the servants that they'll be in serious trouble if they botch the preparations. He then announces, young Master Grain has returned. The news catches Knox off guard. He realizes that Grain must have come back after graduating from Eldine Academy. He nearly overlooked such a significant event. As he gazes out the window, he spots a multitude of horse-drawn carts transporting Grain's luggage. The opportunity to extend his life has finally arrived. Turning to his maid, he informs her that he will be embarking on a distant mission for the time being. Curious, she asks what he's planning now. Later that night, in the palace dining hall, Teo expresses his appreciation to Grain for successfully graduating from Eldon. Grain expresses his gratitude to his father for the recognition. In truth, he is Teo's second son and one of Nox's older brothers. The young master swiftly reviews his details in the system, discovering that Grain is just 16 years old. His primary element is dark achievements, and his skill lies in precise detection. However, Grain is also known for his roguish charm, particularly when it comes to materialistic women, his eyes lighting up at the sight of them. Nox scrutinizes Grain's traits closely, fully aware of his opportunistic nature. A memory surfaces from his academy days, where a professor once remarked that the only reason Grain's true colors remained hidden was that Nox himself was an even bigger good-for-nothing. Grain excels at navigating the treacherous waters of politics, skillfully leveraging his talents to graduate from the academy with ease. Eldine is renowned for its prestige, but graduating from it is no small feat. In its admission exams, fewer than 1,000 candidates manage to pass, and of those who are accepted, only half will ultimately graduate. Their father inquires if Grain has set a date for his departure to Chaders. Grain replies that he will be leaving for the south in 3 days. Teo informs him that if he's heading there at this time of year, it must be for a monster hunting mission. In reality, Chaders lies just outside the Rheinhafer territory, a neutral zone in the south. It also borders Toglin to the east, where an undeveloped desert marks the boundary. This wasteland is not only desolate, but also teeming with monsters, making it one of the most perilous places imaginable. Grain's mission from the Imperial family is clear. He must put an end to the monster wave threatening Chaders. In the Arkheim Empire, completing the first mission assigned by the Empire is a prerequisite for becoming a knight recognized by the Imperial family. He informs his father that as winter approaches, Chaders is inevitably overrun by monsters, suggesting that the Imperial family is eager to take proactive measures against this looming threat. Teo warns him that although the land may be barren now, its decline will have repercussions for other regions as well. He urges him to uphold the honor of the Rheinhafer name. Grain nods in agreement, understanding that this Chaders mission is far more than a mere monster hunt. It's a pivotal chapter in their story, one that carries weight beyond the surface. The narrative weaves through several intricate storylines, offering much to explore. Nox turns to his brother Grain, inquiring if he plans to head to Chaders. Grain nods in agreement, and the young master understands that it's only natural for him to pursue what he desires. With determination, Nox asks his brother to take him along, declaring that he intends to join the Chatter subjugation himself. Grain furrows his brow, puzzled by Nox's words. "Do you even know what kind of place Chaders is?" he asks. Nox nods, his expression serious. "I've heard it's a neutral zone, but it's not without its dangers. Monsters attack sporadically, and bandits are quietly amassing their forces there." Grain's interest peaks. "I've been hearing a lot about you lately," he replies, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Nox smirks slightly, aware of the reputation that precedes him. "I know about your skill, precise detection." Grain inquires if it's true that he cleared the missing child's forest alongside the second daughter of the Stillrhiners. The young master nods, confirming the rumor. He understands that Grain's unique skill enables him to discern the reasons behind someone's restlessness. If the target's stats are lower than his own, Grain can swiftly uncover the cause. In essence, this ability has made him a master of navigating both the world and the intricate game of politics. Grain points out that if that's the case, it must also mean he defeated the twins and took in a commoner maid. The swordsman quickly shifts into a steel mentality, confirming that it's all true. Grain nods, acknowledging Nox's impressive accomplishments. However, he insists that he can't allow someone who hasn't even been admitted to Eldon Academy to accompany him on the mission. He also expresses his reluctance to be the one to collect his brother's corpse. Tensions rise between the two, prompting them to stand up from their chairs. Their father swiftly intervenes, asserting that he can ensure that won't happen. He commands Grain to take his brother along on the mission. Grain protests, but Teo firmly reminds him that it's an order. Teo then informs them that their family will supply everything needed for the mission and instructs both of them to prepare for departure within the next 3 days. Nox is left in disbelief, pondering how easily his father granted permission. A sense of curiosity creeps in as he begins to suspect that Teo might have ulterior motives. His brother, sensing Nox's unease, questions whether he has truly lost his mind. The young master retorts that no matter how wild he may seem now, he could never be as reckless as he once was. Grain, irritated by his flippant attitude, grabs him by the collar. The swordsman warns his brother to tread carefully. Grain adds, with a hint of concern, that it would be a shame if he were to get hurt, especially with such a rare opportunity to visit Chaders. Just then, Lavelia makes her entrance. Lavelia accidentally spills tea on Nox's jacket, her eyes widening in shock as she quickly apologizes. "I'm so sorry. Let me wash it for you right away," she insists, her voice laced with concern. She then asks him to head to his room first, assuring him she'll take care of it. Grain, observing the scene, feels a hint of awkwardness in the air. Nox turns to his brother, offering a sheepish smile. "I apologize for Lavelia's mistake," he says, his tone light despite the mishap. With that, he takes his leave, leaving the tension behind. As he prepares to leave, he assures his brother that they will reunite in 3 days, on the day of the Chader subjugation. On their way back, he expresses his gratitude to Lavelia, acknowledging that her support helped him avoid a tricky situation. With a knowing smile, she quips that he certainly has a knack for finding trouble. Concerned, she asks if he feels ready, given the dangers that Chader presents. He reassures her that he will be fine and that she needn't worry. Curiosity piqued, she asks where he plans to go. He raises an eyebrow, wondering if she has forgotten that he is her young master. With a calm demeanor, he replies, "Everything has already been decided." He wonders if the news of a good-for-nothing joining the Chader's subjugation is truly that surprising. She voices her agreement with Rona, expressing her belief that the Chader region is far too perilous, teeming with hundreds of monsters and bandits. The young master reflects that this danger is exactly why he intends to go there. It presents a rare opportunity to extend his life. He reassures her, insisting that he knows what he's doing. He informs them that he will be embarking on the subjugation mission without their company, and he wants them to stay behind. Lavelia, however, can't accept this. "I can't let you go alone," she says, her concern evident in her voice. As his devoted maid, she is bound to assist him wherever he goes, so she will be accompanying him on this journey. He warns her that she might face danger along the way. She acknowledges the risk, but counters that he is just as vulnerable. After all, she heard from Rona that he is quite frail and often falls ill. With a hint of concern in her voice, she asks if he can really manage such a long journey without her by his side. She goes on to point out that he often forgets his belongings and needs his clothes washed. She questions whether he can handle all of that on his own. The young master realizes that her words hold truth. These were the trivial details he never considered when it was just a game. But now, in this reality, they matter. He also understands that if he were to die, her position within the Reinhafer family would be at risk as well. He concludes that Lavelia has no choice but to follow him. Reluctantly, she agrees, and he informs her that she must obey his orders and learn to ride Carl. Lavelia nods, mentioning to Rona that she has already formed a bond with Carl. This revelation surprises Rona, who is curious about how she accomplished that. Lavelia explains that she spent half of her salary on premium sugar cubes for horses, and it didn't take long for Carl to warm up to her. Rona remembers her attempts to befriend Carl, the horse that never seemed to listen. As she prepares to leave, the young master informs her that she will be staying in the palace. Before exiting his room, he turns to Lavelia, instructing her to make thorough preparations for their journey together. Glancing back at Rona, he notices her worried expression and can't help but wonder if she will be all right. Suddenly, Rodwell burst into the room, announcing that the patriarch has an item he wishes to pass on to the young master. A thought strikes him. Teo had mentioned that their family would be supplying the necessary resources for the mission. Could this be one of those supplies? He can't shake the feeling that something is off, especially since Teo had surprisingly taken his side during dinner just moments ago. He suspects that Teo is up to something. The young master rushes to his father's office, eager to learn about the item he heard Teo has for him. Teo looks at his son and cryptically replies that whether he can claim this treasure depends entirely on him. With a flourish, he reveals a magnificent sword, explaining that it once belonged to the first patriarch of Reinhafer. This surprise catches him completely off guard. This item has never appeared in Inner Lunatic before. Even as a veteran player who has cleared the game 27 times, Nox has no knowledge of this sword. Confused, he wonders why his father would choose to give it to him. Overwhelmed by the mystery of the moment, he feels an irresistible urge to reach for it. His father acknowledges that the sword may appear worn, but it has been a steadfast companion to the first patriarch throughout his life. With a sense of determination, he asks his father about the test he must face to prove himself worthy. Teo instructs him to try lifting the sword. Stepping forward, he grips the hilt, feeling the weight of history in his hands. Suddenly, he feels his mana being drawn in, and he notices the blade's color shifting. Tio looks at his son and confirms that, as expected, Nox has begun to sense mana. He praises Nox, affirming his earlier thoughts, and explains that the sword absorbs its master's mana, amplifying it several times over. Surprised, Nox turns to his father and remarks, "I guess this won't be an easy sword to wield." Suddenly, the sword begins to absorb his mana at an alarming rate. The system alerts him that, due to this sudden change, the Master of Acting trait has become unstable. Panic sets in as he realizes that if his mana continues to be drained this quickly, he could be in serious trouble. His father's voice cuts through the tension, reminding him that to claim the sword, he simply needs to endure for 10 minutes while holding it. 10 minutes felt like an eternity as he drained his mana, each moment stretching out before him. Tio informed him that the sword's name was Stormbringer. With every passing second, it became increasingly difficult to grip the weapon. He quickly accessed the system to review its full details. The system alerted him that once Stormbringer absorbed a significant amount of his mana, it would unleash its power in a spectacular discharge. He realizes that this information is irrelevant at the moment. The system alerts him that his mana has been entirely depleted and is now shifting to a different energy source. It's forcibly converting his life force into mana, and the thought sends a chill down his spine. The system warns him that his life is draining rapidly. In that moment, the young master reaches a breaking point. He no longer cares about his father. All that matters now is his survival, and he knows he must make a choice. He tries to throw the sword away, but finds that he can no longer let go. Cursing the weapon, he glances at his father, who watches him in silence. Unbeknownst to him, Stormbringer is a magical sword that bestows immense power at a steep cost. It inflicts pain on its wielder. The first patriarch wielded this sword to establish the family's legacy. Yet, while Reynahafer ascended to become a formidable dark family, his descendants have struggled to master its formidable power. It's a well-known fact that 9 out of 10 people would collapse from exhaustion the moment they grasped it. Lasting more than 10 minutes is already a remarkable feat. Even he can manage to hold it for just under an hour. Yet, Teo insists that his youngest son, who has yet to master mana control, take hold of this formidable sword. Nox had been at the center of numerous significant events within the family, including the recent incident where he saved a maid. Teo couldn't shake the feeling that these occurrences were no mere coincidence. He observed Nox's growth, which surpassed his expectations. Perhaps Nox possessed the same innate talent as a sword emperor. Intrigued, Teo resolved to put Nox to the test. If Nox can endure for 10 minutes while wielding the sword, it will mark the beginning of his ascent as the greatest patriarch in their family's history. He will surpass Teo and ultimately succeed in eliminating his father. Teo, observing closely, comments that he suspected Nox was concealing his true strength. The young master, puzzled, questions what Teo means by that. Teo informs him that the sword now belongs to him. With that, Teo exits the office. However, Nox calls out, insisting that his father return his life force before he leaves. 3 days later, on the day of the Chaytor's subjugation, Lavelia sits behind the young master on his horse. She glances around and remarks that there's quite a lot to bring along for the journey. She feels relieved that the dimensional pouch can hold everything they need. As she glances at him, she can't help but wonder why, despite his eagerness for this subjugation, he appears to be in such a foul mood. As he contemplates whether Teo had given him anything else to bring besides Stormbringer, a wave of resentment washes over him at the sight of his own life force being drained away. He casts a glance at Grain, realizing just how much he has packed. Among the myriad of monsters he learned about at the academy, it feels excessive, especially considering Grain's condition for joining him. He must carry all this gear in exchange for his company. However, it's all right, as he plans to make use of the situation. Suddenly, he notices 2 servants embroiled in a heated argument over which direction to take. One insists on one path, while the other is adamant about a different route. The young master begins to worry that they may have already lost their way. Frustrated, Grain turns to his servant and demands, "Didn't you assure me you could get us there without fail?" Ron offers an apology, explaining that he has never taken this route before. In reality, he is the Night Order captain hired by Grain. Nox, seething with anger, lashes out at Ron and the other servants, branding them as fools. Lavelia, sensing the tension, mistakenly believes Nox's ire is directed at her. However, he quickly clarifies that his frustration is not aimed at her. His words were clearly aimed at those incompetent buffoons. As he moved forward, he turned to his brother, remarking that it seemed they had gotten themselves into quite a mess. However, his brother rudely dismissed the comment, insisting it was none of his concern. Nox pointed out that they had lost their way, but his brother remained adamant that it was none of his business. With a hint of determination, the swordsman offered to guide them back on track. His brother reflects that, despite having spent his entire life in the mansion, he insists he can lead them to their destination. The young master, confident in his brother's abilities, requests that he be hired as the Pathfinder, citing his impressive talent, one even praised by their family vassals. Grain can't help but wonder if the vassals truly said that. He doubts Nox, convinced that he's lying through his teeth. Yet the thought of arriving late gnaws at him. What if Nox fails to get them there on time? Perhaps he could chip away at Nox's overconfidence. After all, a slight detour might not be such a bad idea. With that in mind, he decides to play along, telling Nox that since he's so sure of himself, he'll let him take the lead for now. With unwavering confidence, he guides them along the correct path. As night falls, they establish their camp deep within the forest. Grain, intrigued, inquires about how he was able to navigate so swiftly. He turns to his guides, challenging them with a pointed remark. This is uncharted southern territory, where even seasoned guides struggle to find their way. His voice rises in frustration as he demands answers. He questions his captains for supporting Nox, asking if they truly expect him to believe that Nox found the way so quickly on his own. Meanwhile, the young master eavesdrops on their conversation, concealed behind a tree. In reality, Nox is well acquainted with the route. For a veteran player, navigating the Chaders area, a strategic hub, is a simple task. He has traversed it more times than he can count. Finally, Lavilia turns to her master and asks how he managed to find the path so quickly. He simply replies, "Did you notice what was on the ground?" When she looks down, she spots a series of footprints alongside some feathers, evidence of an owl bear. He explains that this creature, with the body of a bear and the head of an owl, resides in the southern regions, particularly near the border of the southern Chatter. He adds that if they follow the direction of those tracks, they will easily find their way to Chaders. She quickly inquires whether it's acceptable for them to set up an overnight camp in the owlbear's habitat. He explains that, since the creatures fear fire, they won't venture near a camp bustling with so many people. Meanwhile, in the camp, the servants gossip about young Master Nox and the significant changes he has undergone. Ron turns to the other servants, asking if they don't think Nox is far superior to the second young master, who has been busy studying at the academy. Unfortunately, Grain interrupts, commanding him to be quiet. He questions whether Hearts and Alan truly lost to Nox. The servant confirms the grim news. Grain, intrigued, instructs his servants to prepare for a demonstration of Nox's true strength. Just then, his butler steps forward, revealing that he has the perfect item for the occasion. With a knowing smile, he hands Grain a small pouch. Grain chuckles to himself, sensing that it's going to be a long night for Nox. Meanwhile, Lavilia and Nox are hard at work setting up their tents. As the night deepens, the camp falls silent, and one by one, everyone drifts off to sleep. Even the guard on duty succumbs to slumber. But then, a monstrous figure lurks toward their tents. The ever-watchful swordsman stirs in his tent, instinctively reaching for his sword, ready to confront the impending threat. He wonders if it has already begun. Lavilia stirs awake, and he instructs his maid to stay inside the tent before stepping out alone. Brave Nox emerges from his tent, only to be confronted by 4 massive ogre monsters looming before him. In an instant, he understands the likely cause of this terrifying encounter. The soil in this area is infused with the pheromones of a female ogre. In an instant, he realizes that Grain has cleverly exploited the ogre's mating season to draw the males here. It's clear that Grain intends to use them as a means of intimidation. Yet, the young swordsman merely smiles at the hulking creatures, calling them his life force. Without hesitation, he activates his Stormbringer, and the system quickly confirms that the weapon is attuned to both his mana and will. As all 4 monsters charge at him, he wears a calm yet confident smile and launches himself toward them. With breathtaking speed and precision, he takes down 2 of the ogres in mere seconds. As he inspects his sword, he remarks on its impressive quality, admitting he had worried it might drain his mana recklessly, just as it had during his battle with Tio. After dispatching another foe, he realizes that the sword glides effortlessly in the direction he desires, almost as if it is in perfect harmony with his intentions. Now, with only 1 monster remaining, Nox feels a pang of pity for the final ogre. The creature, clearly terrified, locks eyes with him for a moment before dropping its weapon. In a desperate bid for survival, it turns to flee. Nox quickly realizes that he cannot allow it to escape. He mounts his horse, Carl, and together they pursue the fleeing beast. Before long, they catch up, and he swiftly slays the last ogre. The system then notifies him that he has earned an additional day and 9 hours after defeating the group of monsters. From inside the tent, his maid peeks out, worry etched on her face for her master's safety. She rushes toward him, and the young master raises an eyebrow, questioning why she didn't stay inside as he had instructed. She hesitates for a moment before voicing her confusion. How is it possible for ogres to appear right at the entrance of the forest? She asks, concern creeping into her voice. Should we call the night watch and wake the others just in case something more happens? Nox responds calmly. The ogres were deliberately lured here. Her brow furrows in confusion, clearly uncertain about who could have orchestrated such a dangerous scheme. He explains that Grain has manipulated the ogre's instincts, which is why he deliberately set up his tent away from the rest of the group. She wonders aloud if this means young Master Grain is trying to keep the ogre under control. Nox then turns to his horse Carl and tells him he can go and rest now. In silence, he reflects that Grain likely believes he doesn't grasp how to position himself as a candidate for succession within the family. Determined to assess Nox's capabilities ahead of time, he opted for a preemptive test. Yet Nox is well aware that Grain, unlike the eldest son, lacks true strength. It seems Grain has resorted to this underhanded tactic merely to gather intel, but Nox is resolute in proving that such strategies will not succeed against him. He takes a seat beside the lifeless bodies of the fallen ogres, ready to confront whatever comes next. Lavilia, intrigued, inquires about his next move. He poses a question of his own, asking if she knows how to attract even more ogres to their location. With a glint of determination, he produces a small bottle and carefully collects some of the ogre's blood. The plan, he explains, is to use the monster's own blood against them. These creatures are not so different from us. They crave vengeance for their fallen kin. Inside Grain's tent, his gaze falls upon a glowing crystal. A puzzled expression crosses his face as he recognizes it as a mana detection crystal. He wonders why it's reacting now. This tool, designed to sense the presence of nearby monsters, seems to be malfunctioning. After all, it's a brand new device his father recently gifted him. Despite their position at the forest entrance, it seemed unlikely that a monster powerful enough to activate the crystal could be nearby. Suddenly, his butler burst into the tent, urgency etched across his face. "We need to evacuate immediately," he urged. Grain, taken aback, pressed for answers. "What's going on?" The butler quickly explained, "Ogres are attacking our tents, and they're coming in large numbers." Startled, Grain's fear takes hold as he mutters to himself that this isn't the area where ogres are meant to appear. As daylight breaks, chaos erupts throughout the camp. Shouts of orders fill the air, some calling for the injured to be brought forward, while others rush to tackle urgent tasks. In a fit of rage, Grain turns to his butler, berating him with a sharp, "You're an idiot!" He accuses the butler of spreading tainted soil over his tent. The butler, visibly shaken, insists that things aren't as they appear and that something unusual is afoot. He's convinced he actually planted it on young Master Nox's tent instead. Later that morning, both Nox and Lavilia stir from their deep slumber. The young master remarks that the morning air feels invigorating. Feeling the pangs of hunger, Lavilia suggests they have breakfast. She hesitates when he invites her to sit with him, insisting that as a maid, she cannot eat alongside her master. He counters her refusal, explaining that given their current mission, it would be impractical for her to prepare her own meal separately. After all, if monsters were to strike again, it could prove perilous for her to be away from him. Tens of ogres could appear here, just as they did at his brother's camp. Lost in thought, she contemplates the situation. When the young master inquires about her musings, she replies that she was simply reflecting on how shameless her master seems. He chuckles, urging her to get used to it. Meanwhile, Grain commands his men to dismantle the tents, instructing them to discard those stained with blood. He mutters to himself, pondering that this might be the reason they keep getting chased by ogres. Lavilia turns to her master, asking what his next move will be, and whether they should assist Grain and his group. Nox firmly declines, questioning why he should extend any help to his brother. As the weight of the situation sinks in, Lavilia realizes that they will remain targets for the ogres. Even if they leave this spot, the monsters are likely to pursue them relentlessly. Nox remains silent at her remark, as it's precisely what he desires. He understands that if he revealed his thoughts, she would likely start nagging him. At this moment, he needs more ogres to appear to prolong his lifespan. Once they finish their meal, he informs her that it's time to pack up and prepare for their departure. As they start to move out, he catches sight of an ogre nearby and swiftly takes it down. On the second day, Nox and Lavilia ride on Carl, who has now successfully memorized and adapted to the terrain of the entire area. Nox ponders the distance to Chaters, a thought that had once stirred his concern. However, now that he assesses their current position, a sense of reassurance washes over him. Just then, his brother rides up alongside him, breaking the silence with a question. "What do you plan to do about the ogres still on our tail? Do you think you can lose them?" Nox replies with calm confidence, explaining that while they could launch a large-scale subjugation operation right here, it would undoubtedly draw the attention of other monsters lurking nearby. Instead of risking that, he suggests they concentrate on escaping the forest as quickly as possible. He reassures his brother that as long as they make it out in time, they won't encounter any issues. Grain silently questions whether things will truly be that easy. He observes how every soldier is now looking to Nox for guidance and protection. It strikes him that, without anyone noticing, command of the troops has quietly shifted into Nox's hands. Meanwhile, the captain of Grain's unit furrows his brow and asks, "Since when did Nox become such an expert on ogres?" A young soldier turns to the young master, curiosity etched on his face. "Why do you keep tapping the ground with your stick?" he asks. Nox replies calmly, "I'm doing it because monsters might appear at any moment." The soldiers exchange nervous glances, their unease palpable, while the young master simply smiles at their anxious reactions. Suddenly, with a violent eruption, a massive worm monster bursts forth from the earth. The sudden appearance sends everyone into a frenzy, cries of fear echoing through the air. Yet, amidst the chaos, the young swordsman beams with delight. Before them writhes a creature that resembles a bizarre fusion of a snake and an earthworm. In the depths of his mind, he recognizes it as a malformed dragon, a beast that never quite completed its evolution. Nox is fully aware that the worm cannot wield magic, yet it is infamous for its sheer, overwhelming strength. Even if 10 or more ogres charged at them simultaneously, this worm would still pose a far greater challenge. But Nox had been anticipating this moment. In fact, he had intentionally lured it out. He knows that if the soldiers discovered he had been tapping the ground to provoke the worm into appearing, they would be utterly astonished. The thought brings a chuckle to his lips. Still, confidence radiates from him. They can't stop him now. He commands everyone to prepare for battle and take cover in the bushes. The soldiers, caught in a whirlwind of panic and confusion, murmur among themselves, questioning whether they're truly going to confront the worm. But Nox has no intention of facing it head-on. Instead, he plans to let their enemies deal with each other. His maid anxiously inquires if he's talking about the ogres. Nox nods, reassuring her that as long as they exit the forest quickly, there won't be any issues. After all, he never intended to lose the ogres in the first place. Just then, Lavelia warns him that a large group of ogres is already closing in. Nox gently calms her, assuring her there's no need to worry. He has a plan. Turning to her, he asks if she knows which monster the worm both loves and hates the most. Startled and uncertain, Lavelia can't find an answer and nervously hides behind him. With a knowing smile, Nox answers his own question. It's the ogres. He explains that worms consider ogres one of their primary food sources. However, the two species are perpetually entangled in a cycle of revenge-fueled conflict, making them natural enemies. This is why seasoned adventurers have learned to exploit their mutual hatred. Just as he predicted, the moment the worm catches sight of the ogres, it lunges forward, eager to devour them. The ogres retaliate, launching their assault on the worm. For the humans, this is the ideal scenario. Both threats are now locked in a fierce battle. Hidden in the bushes, everyone watches in stunned silence as the two monsters clash, overwhelmed with envy. Grain can't help but wonder how Nox had such precise information. Lavelia turns to her master and asks, "So, do we just wait now?" Meanwhile, Nox nonchalantly picks up a handful of stones and hurls them at the ogres. His terrified maid rushes to him, her voice trembling as she asks what he's doing. "Are you trying to provoke them? What if they turn their wrath on the humans?" she warns. As the battle rages on and the worm continues to decimate the ogres, Nox receives a system update, notifying him that his strength stat is steadily on the rise. The system finally alerts him that his life has been extended by 8 hours as a reward for defeating the ogres. He turns to his maid, offering a quiet apology. "I had to deal some damage to earn experience points," he explains. As he speaks, the system continues to announce further boosts to both his strength and lifespan, each notification a reminder of his growing power. Even his older brother appears impressed by the strategy, acknowledging that while it was clever to utilize the ogres in such a way, they ultimately lost, and now they must face the worm. He contemplates their next move, pondering the challenge of defeating such a formidable foe. Grain then issues a command to his men, instructing them to prepare for an attack, but to his frustration, no one stirs. The soldiers stand paralyzed by fear. It is then that the young master steps forward, proposing a daring plan. They should fire arrows or hurl spears into the worm's mouth, its most vulnerable point. Suddenly, a spark of courage ignites within the soldiers. The captain rises, rallying his men with a fierce determination, and commands them to follow young Master Nox. The troops charge ahead, launching their spears and arrows at the monstrous worm. Without a moment's hesitation, Nox dashes toward the beast, sword raised high. With a single powerful swing, he delivers a fatal blow, slaying the creature. Instantly, the system chimes in, notifying him that his life has been extended by a full 10 days for his triumph over the worm. His total remaining lifespan now extends to 122 days. He hadn't anticipated such a significant boost, 10 extra days just from that kill. The worm was a mid-sized monster, and they wouldn't have stood a chance without the ogres softening it up first. The system also reveals an increase in his traits and stamina. He feels a surge of satisfaction as he notices that these gains also impact the curse of the weak, and the hidden peace, the blessing of growth he had previously relied on, which is now banished. At last, he reaches stamina level 5. Turning to the soldiers, he encourages them to fight with unwavering bravery. In response, they begin chanting his name in unison, their voices rising in a powerful wave of support. He humbly brushes off their praise, urging them to reorganize and prepare for what lies ahead. Just then, the ground trembles violently, splitting open once more as another monstrous creature emerges from the depths. Nox swiftly commands the soldiers to fall into formation. All eyes turn to the young master, seeking his guidance. But before he can respond, a young man suddenly leaps forward, striking down the new worm with a single, precise blow of his sword. Even Nox is taken aback by the display. It's the sword genius. Only the young master is aware that he is the strongest character in Inner Lunatic. He stands among the 3 sword emperors, alongside Teo and Celsus's student, Paracelsus. As he gazes at them, he comments dryly that he just saved their lives, then wonders aloud if he won't even receive a single word of thanks. Nox, keenly aware of Paracelsus's deep-seated disdain for nobles, can only shake his head at the irony. The butler scowls, calling him an impudent bastard, and sharply asks if he even knows who he's addressing. The stranger lowers his head slightly, offering an apology as he introduces himself. "I am Paracelsus," he says, "but you may simply regard me as a mercenary." Nox nods, understanding the weight of the introduction. It's easy to understand Paracelsus's deep-seated hatred for nobles when you consider the treatment he endured in his youth. However, what weighs heavily on his mind now is the fact that their first encounter was meant to occur at Eldin Academy. He has played this game countless times, and never has Paracelsus shown up before the Academy's opening. The captain, still skeptical, insists on verifying Paracelsus's identity. Reluctantly, Paracelsus agrees to show it. With that settled, the group resumes their journey, the mercenary now traveling alongside them. As they move forward, Grain turns to the mercenary and inquires if he, too, is headed to Jaders. Paracelsus nods, confirming that it's his first destination. He mentions that this region is renowned for its monster hunting during this time of year. Nox can't shake the thought of the hunt. He knows that Paracelsus is undertaking this journey as part of his training. Before the academy term began, Paracelsus had traveled extensively throughout the empire. Nox wonders if he deliberately selected these random locations to enhance his training. Grain studies him closely, noting his youthful appearance, and inquires if he travels alone. He also remarks on the man's evident confidence in his abilities. With a generous offer, Grain invites Paracelsus to join his ranks in the fight against the monsters. Paracelsus replies, revealing that he is the son of one of the sword emperors, Teo, and expresses his curiosity about the 2 brothers. The butler's anger flares as he reprimands Grain for his disrespect toward his master. Maintaining his composure, Grain calmly urges the butler to settle down and instructs him to allow Paracelsus some time to consider the situation. Grain has witnessed Paracelsus's prowess firsthand, having seen him dispatch a formidable worm in a single decisive strike. That display of skill convinced Grain to recruit this warrior, hoping to use his formidable presence to divert the soldiers' attention away from Nox. At last, they arrive at their destination, and Nox turns to his brother, announcing, "This is Jaders." As he surveys the surroundings, an unsettling feeling washes over him. The town appears even more desolate than it did in the game. Upon stepping into the streets, they are confronted with a grim reality. The area is in disarray, and the faces of the townsfolk reveal a haunting truth. People are starving and desperate. Suddenly, a child approaches, pleading for food. The onlookers are taken aback by the desperate state of the villagers. Moments later, a man steps forward to greet them. He introduces himself as Tygon, the security chief of the village. With a hint of recognition, he acknowledges Grain, a graduate of Eldin Academy, and his younger brother Nox. He informs them that he was forewarned about their subjugation mission and had anticipated their arrival. As the mercenary reflects on the encounter, he considers the significance of having one of the Sword Emperor's sons and a noble house like the Reinhardts personally undertake a mission in Chatters. This stirred his expectations. Yet, despite Grain's respectable swordsmanship in dealing with the worm, they remain nothing more than pampered young lords from a privileged lineage. He finds the situation disheartening. The town is clearly crumbling, with the Night Order corruptly misappropriating funds to line their own pockets, leaving the citizens powerless against the looming threat of the monster wave. It's heartbreaking to realize that their greatest desire is simply to have enough food to eat. Taigen tells them that, since it's already late, he will provide the mission details tomorrow. He gestures toward the nearby inn, apologizing for its dilapidated condition, but expresses hope that they will find some rest after their long journey. The soldiers begin unloading supplies and gear from their horses. Paracelsus approaches Grain and recalls the offer Grain made to him earlier. With measured politeness, he declines the proposal. Grain, slightly irritated, asks what Paracelsus plans to do next. Is he really considering taking on the monster wave alone? The mercenary calmly replies that he intends to stick to his original plan and wishes Grain a safe subjugation. Grain scoffs, labeling him an obnoxious commoner. Paracelsus simply counters that in this world, those with true skill will always carve out their place. It's just the way things are. He notes that capable individuals often attract rumors. Nax observes the mercenary, contemplating that their paths may cross again sooner than anticipated. Later that night, he advises Lavelia to get some rest, as they will be departing once more the following day. As he gazes out his window, he spots a family gathered around a small fire in the street, their warmth a stark contrast to the cool night air. Moved by the sight before him, he steps outside and approaches one of the children, gently asking if she needs food. With compassion in his heart, he begins distributing bread to the hungry children, each piece a small beacon of hope in their desperate situation. Overwhelmed, the children begin to cry. He reflects on his desire to create a future where no child has to beg for food again. But for that dream to take flight, they must first survive in Chatters. As he distributes food to the hungry children on the streets, Lavelia watches quietly from behind a nearby wall. Deep down, she has always known the truth. He is a genuinely good man. Tigan explains to the brothers that, as they are already aware, the southern Chasers region is typically overrun with monsters during the winter months. This is precisely why they have consistently sought funds and reinforcements from the Imperial family. Grain glances at the wooden walls surrounding the village and questions whether this is truly all they have for protection. Tegan acknowledges that the structure has stood for ages and is in dire need of repairs. From Nox's perspective, the defenses are laughably inadequate. He estimates that once the monster wave begins, the village won't survive even an hour before being completely overrun. As this is merely a subchapter for him, the decision to save the village rests entirely in his hands. Most of the time, he chooses to aid the Chasers region, and the reason is clear. The land holds immense value. In the future, Chasers will transform into a highly coveted territory. Tegan notes that this year, there's something unsettlingly different about the monsters. The number of rampant beasts has surged dramatically compared to previous winters. As Nox listens to their conversation, he begins to grasp something these villagers have yet to realize. The rise in rampant monsters could actually present an unexpected advantage for them in the future. Tegan chimes in, noting with concern that the worst part is that some villagers have even spotted a griffin. Grain reacts without hesitation, acknowledging that the presence of a griffin escalates the situation significantly. He turns to Tegan, asking where the sighting occurred. Tegan responds that it was deep in the wilderness. The young swordsman understands that a crucial factor in the Chasers' subjugation will be their ability to drive away the griffin, for griffins are truly the kings of the wild. They were engineered to be stopped, never truly defeated. Yet Nox is determined to change that. Taigen guides them outside the village, revealing the vast, endless horizon of the wilderness. He explains that this area extends all the way to Tahalan in the east, a neutral zone often regarded as barren land. The young master surveys the landscape, a sense of familiarity washing over him. Yet something feels amiss. He turns to his companions, pointing out that griffins rarely venture near Chater's village. They typically prefer the heights of Tahawan. Do you understand why they might be here now? He asks. Silence envelops the group, and as he studies their expressions, he senses an unspoken tension among them. Now, he harbors a strong suspicion about the traitor, someone who will ultimately betray them during the subjugation. And just like that, the subquest begins. He resolves that the first step should be to eliminate the most corrupt element within the village. Inside the village office, Grain's butler meticulously reviews the records. At first, he had dismissed Knox entirely, believing the boy to be nothing more than a useless brat. The realization that he had fallen for the swordsman's scheme and lost Grain's favor fills him with rage. He had worked tirelessly to earn Grain's approval, and now he was resolute in his determination to make Knox pay. As he descends the stairs, his eyes land on Lavilia, and he shoots her a scathing glare. He knows all too well that she is just a commoner. Without warning, he seizes her hand and pulls her closer. She shoots him a sharp look, demanding to know if he has any business with her. He meets her gaze, a hint of mischief in his eyes, and replies that he has plenty of business indeed. With a twisted smile, he adds that it's nothing serious. He simply wants to have a little chat. The air between them thickens, charged with unspoken tension. She quickly withdraws her hand and asserts that there's nothing they need to discuss privately. For a brief moment, he regrets his impulsiveness, but quickly reassures himself. After all, even a knight bound to his master deserves a moment of joy. This time, he gently rests his hand on her shoulder and asks, "Do you truly feel the same way?" Lavilia cries out for him to let her go, but in that instant, she hesitates. If she outright rejects him now, her young master Knox could lose favor with young master Grain. Such a shift could spell trouble or draw unwanted attention from the family. She can't bear the thought of Knox suffering because of her. The butler snarls, revealing that, due to her master, he has lost over a decade of hard-earned progress, and now she will pay the price for it. In an instant, Knox appears, swiftly severing the butler's arm. With an icy demeanor, he asks the butler if he desires something. If so, he will gladly pay for it. He leans in closer, his voice steady and chilling, and asks once more how the butler would like to settle the score. The butler collapses in agony, his screams piercing the air as he demands to know what Knox thinks he's doing. He insists that not even Knox can escape the consequences of his actions. With a fierce glare, he threatens, asking if Knox truly believes that young Master Grain will stand idly by and allow this to happen. Knox meets his gaze, unflinching, and retorts, "Are you really trying to threaten me with my brother?" Without a moment's pause, he severs the man's other hand. The butler cries out in despair, insisting that this is all wrong. Despite Knox having his family behind him, he believes this has gone too far. But Knox retorts that he isn't the one acting out of line simply because of family support. Then, with chilling resolve, he steps forward and takes the butler's life. Lavilia watches, visibly shaken by the unfolding brutality. She gazes at him in horror, her voice trembling as she asks what he has just done, warning him that Grain will not let this go. Just then, Grain arrives with his guards, surveying the scene in disbelief. He turns to his brother, demanding to know if he truly killed Schultz, the butler. Knox responds flatly, confirming that he did. Grain's fury erupts. He accuses Knox, whom he views as utterly worthless, of having the audacity to claim he has slain his knight. Knox calmly points out that Grain has the sequence of events all wrong and questions why he isn't seeking the details of what actually happened. In a fit of anger, Grain grabs Knox by the collar, demanding to know why he killed Schultz. He warns that if Knox can't provide a justifiable reason, he won't escape punishment. Knox replies coolly that he overheard Schultz attempting to sexually harass his maid. As her master, how could he possibly stand by and let this happen? Grain retorts that it was over something so trivial after all. She's just a commoner. Knox fixes him with a piercing gaze and asks, "Do you even realize what you just said? Can you truly take responsibility for that?" Suddenly, a massive surge of mana erupts from Knox's body, startling Grain. In disbelief, he wonders if this is truly Knox's power. Could this so-called good-for-nothing younger brother actually possess such talent? Knox smirks, reminding him, "Have you forgotten? I'm the family's infamous disgrace." Grain stumbles back, clearly shaken. Knox, unwavering, tells him that he's not the type to report or wait for permission. Instead, he suggests they leave the resolution of this matter to their father once they return to the estate. Reluctantly, Grain agrees to let their father decide how to handle the situation. Knox then instructs Lavilia to accompany him, and together they walk away. Left behind, Grain watches his brother retreat into the distance, a mix of confusion and admiration swirling within him. When did Knox become so powerful? The sword he wielded, Grain is certain he's seen it before. With narrowed eyes, he steels himself, vowing not to underestimate Knox during this subjugation mission. Nox and his maid step outside to the well, where he silently reflects on the impending chaos among the soldiers. The military ranks are already splintered into various factions, and they now stand at a critical juncture, a moment where a decision must be made. He ponders whether they will choose to follow his brother or side with him instead. Turning to Lavilia, he asks gently, "Are you all right?" She nods firmly, confirming her agreement. With a hint of concern in her voice, she asks if her master will be all right, and wonders why he acted the way he did. If this incident escalates, it could only add more enemies to his list, putting him in danger once again. In response, he raises an eyebrow and questions her. Does she truly understand the kind of person her master is? He is labeled the so-called good-for-nothing of the Reinhafer family, which means she must never lower her head, no matter the circumstances. Acknowledging this, she assures him that she will remember it. That night, Grain lies in his bedroom, lost in thought. His mind drifts to his younger brother. How dare that insufferable brat try to elevate himself above him? When their father first entrusted Nox to his care, he had seen him as nothing more than an irritating burden. Now that they're out here on this mission, Nox is proving to be far from the weakling he once imagined. His thoughts drift to the sword Nox wields, and he contemplates whether its resemblance to their father's blade is merely a coincidence. Regardless, he knows he must remain vigilant. With Schultz gone, he can't help but wonder, who can he trust to keep a close watch on his brother now? A servant strides into the room, reporting that the situation on the first floor has been resolved. He adds that young Master Nox is nothing like the rumors suggest. Grain, clearly intoxicated, slurs his words in response. He tells the servant that Nox isn't the only one whose changed he himself has transformed as well. Then, fixing his gaze on the man, he poses a question. Wasn't he supposed to be the captain of a night order that had operated in this area for years? Grain had even conducted a thorough background check to confirm it. So how could someone like Nox, who had spent his life buried in books, know this place better than he did? Frustrated, he accused the servant of incompetence and reminded him that he hadn't paid such a hefty sum for such a shoddy job. Lost in thought, Grain realizes that since the monster wave hasn't even begun, he might as well put this night to good use. He instructs the servant to ensure that all the bandits and monsters in the surrounding area are eliminated. Additionally, he emphasizes that if Nox begins to act suspiciously or behaves oddly, he should be informed immediately. The servant nods respectfully, acknowledging his master's command before departing. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lavilia turns to her master, inquiring about his actions throughout the day. She asks if he inspected the village walls. He replies that he did take a look and notes that they are barely holding together. Lavilia's concern deepens as she wonders how they could possibly defend against a monstrous wave with such inadequate fortifications. He gestures for her to follow him. As she trails behind, confusion washes over her. They seem to be heading away from their inn. "Where are we going?" she asks. Nox glances back, a hint of excitement in his eyes. "I'm considering recruiting someone new for our team. Even in a small village like this, there's bound to be at least one genius." He pauses for a moment before revealing, her name is Alina. Every time he visits Chaders, he makes it a point to recruit her, a brilliant potion maker who has become his reliable source for potions. As they stroll through the dimly lit streets, Lavilia glances at him and questions, "Is it really possible for a genius potion maker to be hidden away in such a shabby, remote place?" He responds without a moment's pause, affirming, "Absolutely there is." Lavilia frowns, clearly puzzled. "I just don't understand," she admits. If Alina is as talented as everyone claims, there's no reason for her to be hiding away in a place like this. He tells her that Alina has her own reasons. In reality, he understands that her motives are linked to the hidden route necessary to clear Chaders, because in the future, Alina will find herself working for someone other than the Arkham Empire. If one fails to navigate the hidden route through Chaders, they'll miss their chance to recruit her. As they approach a bend, he cautions Lavilia to stay focused on the path to avoid tripping. She nods, attentive, and keeps close behind him. They step into a small, dilapidated building. Inside, they discover a young woman lounging in a chair, casually sipping wine. She mutters to herself, clearly annoyed, expressing disbelief at being stuck in a place like this. Then, looking up at Nox, she asks how she ended up in such a predicament. He gazes back at her and replies, "I've found you, my potion maker." Alina's eyes widen in surprise, and she quickly demands, "Who are you?" Lavilia is taken aback, turning to her master in disbelief. "You mean the genius potion maker you mentioned is a drunkard?" Alina rises from her seat, her expression earnest as she apologizes. "I had no idea you were from a reputable family." Nox waves off her concern with a reassuring smile. "It's all right. However, I'm here for a more pressing matter that we need to discuss." He urges her to stay focused, fully aware of who she truly is. At this point in the story, Alina stands out as a genius, possessing unparalleled potential for growth and a rare talent in potion making. He knows he must recruit her even if she comes with a few imperfections. As he quickly reviews her full profile through his system, a hint of disappointment flickers within him, though he can't say he's surprised. After all, the genius characters that someone like the Reinhafer family's disgrace can recruit aren't always flawless. Yet she is far from ordinary. She's a truly exceptional potion maker. Turning to his maid, he admits that Alina might pose some challenges, but for now, they have no better options. Lavilia leans in, her voice barely above a whisper, expressing her unease. I know it might be out of line, but I really don't think recruiting a drunkard is a wise decision. Nox meets her gaze with calm assurance. I understand your concern, but right now, we have no other choice. She sighs, realizing the situation is more complicated than she initially thought. Just then, Alina rises to her feet, her eyes fixed on Nox with a challenging intensity. What do you think you're doing? She demands. Why has he come searching for? He decides to be straightforward. I'll get straight to the point, he says, offering her a place by his side. He promises that if she chooses to follow him, he will provide her with exactly what she needs most. As he watches her reaction, he notices her confusion. With grace, Alina politely declines his offer. She explains that there's something she must accomplish here, and for that reason, she cannot leave. Her apology is heartfelt. He inquires if this task is connected to her friend May. The question visibly startles her. How do you know that name? She asks, her voice trembling. Nox then reveals a devastating truth. In the near future, May will be executed. But if Alina accepts his offer, there's a glimmer of hope for her salvation. He looks at her intently, asking if that possibility has swayed her decision, even just a fraction. Alina's friend boldly raises her voice against the government's oppressive taxes. She stands before the crowd, declaring that people are dying while the imperial family sends soldiers and funds, yet the walls remain in disrepair. With unwavering courage, she calls out Tygan, demanding accountability. For Alina, this friend is her only ally, and as she watches her being dragged away, a heavy weight settles in her heart. She wishes it had been her instead. Alone, she realizes the harsh truth. She cannot rescue her friend by herself. Despite her hopes, she can't shake the doubt that Nox will be able to save her. The thought of her friend lingers, making it difficult for her to move on. Meanwhile, at the bar, a group of soldiers is discussing Grain. One of them asks who he is, and another scoffs, calling him an idiot. He continues, revealing that Grain genuinely believed they were a legitimate Night Order, even though they were merely pretending. He accepted everything without a hint of suspicion. Another soldier chimed in, noting that the entire situation had unfolded by mere coincidence, yet it had turned out in their favor. He declared that ransacking the Ron Night Order's quarters was well worth it, especially since they had even managed to seize gold badges. With these badges in hand, they could now pursue even more lucrative jobs. He added with a smirk that if they presented this badge to the Reinhafer family, they would assume he was the captain of the Ron Night Order, granting him all the privileges that came with such a prestigious title. Another soldier remarks, with a hint of amusement, that while their meeting may be coincidental, it's quite funny that they share the same name. The first soldier grins and proposes that if they were to take Grain hostage, they could likely demand a hefty ransom. They then turn to one of the quieter soldiers, the one who typically keeps to himself, and ask for his opinion, reminding him that this involves a member of the Reinhafer family. The quiet soldier hesitantly inquires if it's truly wise to proceed, considering they're dealing with the most powerful of the three dark families in the region. He also questions whether any bandit groups have ever survived after crossing paths with them. The other three soldiers turn to him, their expressions a mix of surprise and concern. One of them scoffs, calling him an idiot, and declares that this is precisely why everyone labels him a coward. He then demands to know if he even grasps their current location. With a hint of disdain, he explains that they are in Chatters, a place so forsaken that even the imperial family has abandoned it. They quickly come to a decision. They will take Grain hostage, collect the ransom, and then make their escape to the east. One of them comments that, despite the Reinhafer family's influence, they are powerless here, in an enemy nation, surrounded by endless sand. He assures his comrades that all they need to do is seek asylum, and then they can indulge in a life of luxury. The others nod in agreement, having anticipated such a plan from their captain. However, an anxious soldier hesitantly raises the topic of Nox, He reminds them that they'll have to contend with him as well. The captain nods in agreement, recognizing Nox as a truly dangerous individual. He notes Nox's tenacious nature and instructs the others to caution the rest of the group against getting involved with him until they've settled matters here. One of the soldiers chuckles, dismissing the concern. "Come on, Captain. Nox is just a kid. Worrying about him seems a bit excessive, don't you think?" The others join in his laughter, raising their drinks in camaraderie. Suddenly, the lights in the bar flickering go out, plunging the room into darkness. Tension fills the air as everyone instinctively braces for what comes next. The captain attempts to reassure his men, but his words are cut short when he suddenly feels warm blood splatter across his face. Eyes widen in horror as they realize one of their comrades has fallen. Panic erupts, and the men fear they are under attack by an enemy raid. The captain stands frozen in shock, his heart racing, as he turns to see a figure looming ominously behind him. The man questions Nox's rudeness, but the young swordsman stands firm, having just slain one of the soldiers. He confronts them, demanding to know why they're cowering in this hole like rats and daring to rob the Reinhofer family. With a fierce glare, he declares that they've clearly overestimated their own worth. Captain Vermin, sensing the tension, quickly intervenes, insisting that Nox must be mistaken about the situation. But Nox interrupts, declaring that he is already aware of the various crimes they've committed, including the embezzlement of funds alongside Tigan. He also reveals that he knows about their scheme to exploit grain for their own gain. Captain Vermin, sensing the tension, asks Nox what he wants, urging him to think carefully. Nox proposes that if he allows them to dispose of the grain, it would ultimately serve his interests as well. He would secure a more favorable position within his own family. He tells Nox that all he needs to do is look the other way just this once, and advises him to avoid any unnecessary risks. The soldiers unsheathe their swords, and the captain accuses Nox of feigning nobility while clearly harboring murderous intent. Without hesitation, Nox strikes again, taking down another soldier. He turns to the remaining fighters, challenging them to believe such foolish lies. One soldier shouts for the others to attack, and they all charge in unison. Yet, the young swordsman proves to be far faster and more skilled than any of them. In mere seconds, he dispatches every last one of them. The captain stands frozen, stunned. Doubts swirl in his mind. Has Nox been concealing his true abilities all along? Recognizing the imminent danger, he resolves that this must end now. Drawing his sword, he warns Nox that his demise is imminent. With a fierce determination, he unleashes the Southern Sword technique, a move exclusive to the captain. Yet Nox remains unfazed. He smirks, revealing that the captain is far simpler than he anticipated. The system promptly confirms that Nox, a genius swordsman, has effortlessly nullified the captain's attack. Stunned, the captain demands to know how Nox managed to counter the Chaytor's sword technique. Now it was Nox's turn to taunt him. He sneered at the captain, calling him nothing more than lowly vermin, questioning how he dared to challenge him. As the battle raged on, Nox mastered the Southern Sword technique, and the system confirmed his achievement. It was precisely what he had been seeking. A thought flickered in his mind. What does it truly mean to be a genius? He recalls walking alone, pondering whether being a genius simply means being more exceptional than others. If that's not the case, does it imply that a genius is someone who has demonstrated the ability to achieve what most cannot? As he risks his life in that moment, the question echoes in his mind. What does it truly mean to be a genius? While it may seem insignificant compared to the advanced sword techniques he would learn in the future, this knowledge was more than sufficient for now. It was about the Chaytor's Southern Sword technique. The captain reflected on the years he had dedicated over a decade to mastering this very skill. He couldn't help but wonder how a child like him had acquired such expertise. Now Vermin is on the ground, trembling on his knees, gripped by the fear of death. He warns our hero that if he kills him, Tigan will ensure he pays the price. Vermin insists that Tigan might already know what he's done. Unfazed, Nox retorts that there are no witnesses to his actions. In a desperate shout, Vermin claims that everyone still alive will bear witness. Nox leans in, his voice steady, and tells him to listen closely. He's simply carrying out an assassination. He remarks that it seems he still doesn't understand. If no one survives to recount the events, it will merely appear as an assassination, and that's how the world will perceive it. He exterminates Vermin. In the dim confines of the jail, Tigan confronts May, questioning whether she truly refuses to work and would rather be sold off to the other nobles. After enduring countless beatings, she defiantly responds that she will never heed the words of someone like him. Tigan smirks, reminding her that she is powerless in this moment. The only option left for someone as lowly as she is, he sneers, is to struggle on the ground. Her arms and legs are shackled to the cold, unforgiving wall of her prison cell. Yet, despite her restraints, she fights against her bonds, and he can't help but wonder what she hopes to achieve. With a swift motion, he slaps her across the face and taunts her, asking if she wishes to be sold to the Black Mage. In that moment, May's mind drifts back to her childhood, where her teacher's encouraging words echo in her memory. She had always done her best. But now, as she recalls her latest failure, she realizes she has once again miscalculated the mixture. She confides in May, expressing her belief that she lacks any talent in this field and feels utterly lost. From the very beginning, she had no aptitude for alchemy, swordsmanship, or anything else for that matter. In stark contrast, Alina shines brightly with her extraordinary abilities. Their teacher, impressed, informs Alina that there's nothing more she can teach her and marvels at how someone so gifted could emerge from the countryside. Her teacher tells Alina that if only she weren't a war orphan, but instead from a noble family, even a low-ranked one, things might have been different. She recalls how Alina was an alchemy genius, someone who seemed destined for greatness from the very beginning. There was a sparkle about her, a constant radiance that set her apart. Yet, despite all this, she remained her best friend. Alina had always been kind to her, and she couldn't help but feel a pang of envy whenever she saw that radiant smile. It was this very feeling that led her to make the ultimate sacrifice. She believed wholeheartedly that Alina could achieve far more than she ever could. After all, she had spent her life grappling with the harsh realities of the ground beneath her feet. May defiantly tells Tigan that whatever he chooses to do after her death is none of her concern. With a playful flick of her tongue, she taunts him, determined not to become Alina's burden. Enraged, Tigan slaps her hard enough to draw blood, calling her a bitch and demanding she stop trying to hurt herself. Just then, our hero bursts in, warning Tigan that if he leaves this place as a corpse, Alina will be heartbroken. Tigan ponders the young master's unexpected arrival. Nox informs him that, according to the imperial family's decree, he faces execution. He adds that Tigan's partner, Ron Vermin, has also met his end, urging him to consider surrendering for his own sake. A flicker of sadness crosses Tigan's face as he reflects on the unfortunate turn of events. He then inquires if the young master has come alone. The swordsman nods firmly in response. A twisted smile spreads across Tigan's face. It seems the noble family's young heir has severely underestimated me, he taunts, questioning whether Nox genuinely believes he can defeat him alone. Without a moment's hesitation, the swordsman replies, "I don't see why not." Drawing his sword, Tigan adds, "Things are unfolding faster than I anticipated, but it no longer matters." He calls for his soldiers, and within moments, countless troops encircle the lone warrior. Tigan issues a chilling command, "Kill Nox." Quickly assessing the situation, the young master activates his Hour of the Genius skill. He now has exactly 5 minutes to eliminate them all. With blistering speed, he dispatches every last soldier in just 2 seconds. In the blink of an eye, he knocks Tigan unconscious. The system chimes in, notifying him that 4 minutes and 55 seconds remain. Without hesitation, he administers a potion to her and gently whispers his name. He reassures her that when she awakens from her slumber, everything will be resolved. Tigan stirs back to consciousness, only to be met with the grim reality of their defeat. As he surveys the scene, his heart sinks at the sight of his soldiers' lifeless bodies scattered across the ground. Nox warns him not to expect death to come so easily. With chilling precision, he slices through both of Tigan's legs at the knees. Tigan gazes up at him in disbelief, struggling to grasp the reality of his situation. How could it be that he, the great Tigan, was defeated by a mere boy? In that moment, Nox finds himself once again grappling with a question that haunts him. What does it truly mean to be a genius? He turns to Tigan and asserts, "It's not me. The true genius is Nox." Tigan stares up at him, disbelief etched across his face, struggling to comprehend the reality before him, that he, the great Tigan, has been bested by a mere boy. In that moment, Nox finds himself grappling once more with a question that haunts him. What does it truly mean to be a genius? He turns to Tigan and insists that it's not him, but the character of Nox who embodies true genius. This prompts Tigan to reflect on his father, the most remarkable man in their village. Every man aspired to be like him, and he commanded respect from all. He remembers a harrowing moment when his father was violently attacking his mother. In the midst of that chaos, his father turned to young Tigan and asked if he understood why the villagers followed him. At that tender age, Tigan had no clue. Grabbing him by the hair, his father sneered, claiming it was all due to his strength. He asserted that with overwhelming power, one could do anything and escape the consequences. That, he said, is the law in a city on the borders of the Arkham Empire. Young Taigen looked up, curiosity shining in his eyes. Are you the strongest person on the continent? He asked eagerly. His father released his grip on Taigen's hair and shook his head. No, I'm not, he replied. Even I am just one of the countless nobodies scattered across this vast land. He explained that throughout the land there were countless swordsmen, many of whom were astonishingly strong. Among them were children around Taigen's age, wielding power far beyond his own. These were geniuses, prodigies who had already surpassed him at such a young age. This, he said, was the harsh reality of a continent ravaged by war. The only reason he had managed to survive, he told his son, was that he had chosen not to confront those formidable monsters. Taigen gazes at Nox, a mix of admiration and disdain in his eyes. You must be one of those unreachable geniuses your father spoke of, he declares, so incredibly talented that no one could ever hope to match your level. That, my young master, is what it truly means to be gifted. He pauses, a smirk creeping onto his face. But remember, the only reason you're facing death now is because you chose to fight me. With those words hanging in the air, Nox's expression hardens, and in a swift, decisive motion, he ends Taigen's life. Alina sat alone in her laboratory, her expression a mix of sadness and withdrawal. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and her friend May stepped inside, accompanied by Lavilia. Alina's heart raced in surprise. In an instant, she leaped from her chair and rushed to embrace May tightly. Tears streamed down both their faces as Alina whispered, "I was so terrified." She truly believed that May had abandoned her for good. But May wrapped her arms around her, offering gentle comfort. "It's all right," she whispered, her voice laced with remorse. "I'm so sorry for everything that happened." With a heavy heart, she confessed her selfishness, acknowledging how wrong she had been, to think she could face everything alone while leaving Alina behind. As she spoke, May's gaze drifted to Lavilia, and thoughts of the young master began to swirl in her mind. Lavilia is eager to express her gratitude properly. She mentions that her master should be resolving the situation at this very moment, likely engaged in a conversation. Alina tilts her head, curious about what she means by conversation. Lavilia replies that she believes he's taking a moment for a heart-to-heart with his brother. Yet there's a hint of doubt in her voice, suggesting that this may not be his true intention. Grain sits in his office, tapping his fingers impatiently as he waits for Vermin. He glances at the clock, irritation etched on his face, and wonders how much longer he'll have to endure this delay. A knot of worry tightens in his stomach. He hopes nothing has gone wrong. Just then, Nox strides in, his expression serious. "Do you have a moment?" he asks, his tone urgent. "I need to talk to you. It's important." Grain raises an eyebrow, curiosity piqued. "Why would you want to talk to me specifically?" he replies, skepticism lacing his voice. Nox insists that the matter at hand is crucial. Just then, Grain's gaze falls on the bloodstains on Nox's shirt. After a moment's hesitation, Grain gestures for him to take a seat. A few days later, Rodwell reads a letter aloud to Tio. He delivers the news that they've received word. Young Master Nox has successfully purged the corruption within the Chatters. The letter reveals that Nox has dealt out suitable punishment to those involved. Rodwell then informs Tio that Nox has also submitted a request for a separate reward for completing that task. However, he apologizes, admitting he can't quite decipher the true meaning behind the request. Taking the letter from him, Tio contemplates the situation, lost in thought. He reflects on how the corruption in that region has worsened day by day, yet no one has ever bothered to intervene. The reason, he concludes, is simple. There's no profit to be made. But deep down, he knows it's more complicated than that. This region has always been a persistent headache for the Imperial family. In the eastern part of Chatters, he believes, lies the final line of defense. If that region were to fall, the monsters would begin their relentless march toward the central territories. He is acutely aware that the central government has already poured significant resources into this effort, funds, troops, and even hired mercenary corps to safeguard the surrounding areas. Though Chatters may seem like a desolate wasteland, it cannot be entirely forsaken. Teo believes that Chatters is a place devoid of inherent value, yet one they cannot afford to lose. He warns Rodwell that all the bandit groups in the area, including Vermin and Taigen, are exceptionally dangerous. Even someone as skilled as Grain would struggle to handle them. Rodwell nods in agreement, fully aware of the gravity of his master's words. He then poses a question. What if Vermin's bandits decided to launch an attack? The situation would undoubtedly spiral out of control. He emphasizes that if they can't handle a threat of that magnitude, then they don't truly deserve to be called part of the Reinhafer family. He reminds Teo that he had already stationed the Black Sword Knights with them, not just to safeguard their lives, but also to provide the protection they desperately needed. Rodwell skillfully redirects the conversation back to Knox. Teo expresses his confusion, questioning why Knox would eradicate corruption without any personal benefit. He struggles to believe that Knox possesses a generous heart. After all, he's not the kind of person to take such drastic measures without a hidden motive. The same suspicion lingers regarding Knox's request about chatters. Teo is well aware that Knox is after control over that wasteland. Teo ponders aloud what Knox could possibly hope to gain from such a place. He gestures toward the letter, emphasizing the line where Knox states that if he fails, he will willingly relinquish his rights as the youngest son of the Reinhafer family. Rodwell, intrigued, asks if Teo plans to reject the proposal. Teo responds that he will accept it. He explains that if Knox can indeed defeat all those enemies, then he rightfully deserves jurisdiction over the territory. He sees this as a valuable opportunity to gauge Knox's abilities in managing a region. Rodwell listens attentively, nodding in agreement. He assures his master that he will send a letter to the Empire and initiate negotiations to gain control over the chatters. Teo encourages him to move forward. Teo gazes down at the letter once more, lost in thought, pondering just how far ahead Knox is scheming. Meanwhile, at the Chatter's estate, Grain confronts Knox, questioning the truth of his claims that Ron and Tygan had plotted to kill him, and that Knox was once their subordinate. The young master responds with a heavy heart, confirming, "Unfortunately, it's the truth." Grain's frustration mounts as he grapples with the unsettling thought that his family had already confirmed their identities. What angers him further is the realization that they attempted to exploit him by deceiving the Reinhafer family. Knox, sensing the intensity of Grain's gaze, raises an eyebrow and asks, "Are you scared of me?" Grain finds it almost amusing that Knox is genuinely trying to provoke him, yet he chooses to hold back for now. He understands that failing this test means forfeiting his dream of becoming a knight. Reluctantly, he decides to accept his brother's proposal. Suppressing his anger, he asks Knox what he wants. Knox, unfazed, remarks that Grain is quick to assess the situation. He then tells his brother that he doesn't want much. The first thing he desires is command over all the soldiers under Grain's authority. Grain reluctantly agrees, aware that even if he were to refuse, his life is already in Knox's hands. Deep down, he struggles to admit it, but he still doesn't fully grasp just how powerful Knox truly is. In return, Grain sets a condition. Knox must guarantee his life and allow him to determine the outcome of this conflict. Knox swiftly clarifies that guaranteeing his life and yielding the outcome are two entirely different demands. In response, Grain adjusts his offer. He proposes to hand over the mineral rights and artifacts from his extensive mine instead, advising Knox to ensure everything is managed correctly. Knox replies that it's a small price to pay compared to the value of his life. She warns him not to consider it a waste. Grain wonders silently if, while Knox remains in the shaders, he will be under his care. He hopes his brother won't act recklessly. Meanwhile, in Alina's laboratory, Alona and May are poring over some papers. Alina informs them that she has never created a metallization potion or a corroding potion before, but she believes it's possible. Knox is satisfied with her response. Lavelia, however, can't shake her concern. She questions whether everything will truly be all right, given how perilous his plan is. Admitting that, as an ordinary maid, it may not be her place to inquire, she wonders aloud if there's a genuine reason behind his need to kill the Griffon. May nods in agreement, emphasizing that they cannot afford to lose their hero in vain. Knox reassures them, urging them not to be afraid. "If it were impossible, I wouldn't have brought it up," he says, his voice steady. Deep down, he understands their fears all too well. Yet, with a crucial secret weighing on him, he feels compelled to deceive them. "I've thought everything through," he adds, masking the truth behind his confident facade. He urges them not to question it any further. Lavelia promises to do her utmost to prepare everything he needs. He reflects on how nearly impossible it is to kill the Griffon. In the early stages of the game, no one has managed it, at least not anyone but him. With that thought in mind, he begins to outline the plan to the girls. He makes it clear that he won't repeat himself, so they must listen closely. He unveils the hidden truth. Defeating the Griffon through conventional means is impossible. The path is shrouded in secrecy, accessible only to those he calls stagnant water gamers. And he is one of them, a veteran who has conquered Inner Lunatic 26 times. After outlining the entire strategy, he asks if everyone understands. All three nod in agreement. He wraps up the briefing, announcing that they will proceed with the plan tomorrow. The following day, as Knox feeds his horse, he reflects on the harsh reality ahead. Unless he's willing to stake his life, survival in Inner Lunatic, the world he has transmigrated into, will be nearly impossible. Suddenly, a horde of monsters surged to the village's outer wall. Nox swiftly ascended to the ramparts to survey the approaching threat, rallying his soldiers with a commanding voice. "Prepare for battle. We only have one chance." As the chaos unfolded, Grain watched from a distance, feeling an unexpected sense of exhilaration in the air. Meanwhile, Nox realized that he had transformed into more than just a soldier. He had become the village's sole strategist, bearing the weight of their fate on his shoulders. His maid looks at him with concern, asking if he'll truly be all right. Nox reassures her, urging her to trust her master. He's not going to die. With a determined nod, he draws his sword and leaps from the wall like a hero from a legend, hurling a potion at the massive iron golem. As the potion shatters against the creature, the system chimes in, announcing that he has slain the iron golem. In that moment, he feels a surge of power, as his proficiency in the Chaytor's southern sword technique increases. He reminds himself that without that promise grounding him, he could very well lose his life. That's why he's resolute in turning these monsters into stepping stones. With that conviction, he charges at the horde, his soldiers rallying behind him. Suddenly, his gaze catches a griffon among the chaos, sending a thrill coursing through him. He contemplates. Shall we get started? Griffin fixes his gaze on the young master and strides directly toward him. The swordsman wonders if he's caught in a dream. Alina turns to the others, expressing her astonishment at witnessing a knight fight with such skill, questioning if such feats are even humanly possible. May chimes in, admitting that while she didn't expect him to be impressive, it's shocking to see him move so swiftly that their eyes can barely follow. She ponders aloud about the true nature of the Reinhafer family. Lovelia responds, revealing that they are renowned for their exceptional swordsmanship and notorious for the internal battles held to determine who is worthy of inheriting the Black Sword. That, she emphasizes, is the essence of the Reinhafer legacy. Together, they stand on the castle's top floor, their eyes fixed on the fierce battle unfolding below. Lovelia adds that one could argue her master, Nox, is the most talented of all the candidates. As they stand together on the fortress's top floor, Master Grain rubs his temples, feeling a headache coming on from all this chatter. Lovelia ponders why young Master Nox chooses to ignore the negative rumors swirling around him. Still, she can't shake the feeling that he must have his reasons. May ponders the possibility that not all the rumors are accurate. She notes that it appears he has his own motives that compel him to behave like a good-for-nothing. Admittedly, she has no clue what those reasons might be. Lovelia nods in agreement and urges her to play along, expressing her belief that there's a valid reason behind his actions. After all, she insists, he is a wise person. Alina questions whether she's supposed to conceal his true identity. Both May and Alina reassure Lovelia that they will keep their mouth shut. Meanwhile, Grain and the other soldiers grow tense as they witness the young master standing boldly before the Griffon, even from the safety of the castle wall. The scene is terrifying. Grain can't help but wonder if Nox really plans to confront that beast, concluding that his brother must be out of his mind. On the ground, Nox and the Griffon engage in a fierce clash. Grain watches, his heart filled with anger as his younger brother bravely confronts the creature. Despite his emotions, he knows he must stick to the plan. He orders his troops to hold their fire until the Griffon approaches the fortress walls. Once it's within striking distance, he will give the command to unleash the ballistae. The soldiers obey his commands without hesitation. As the Griffon swoops near the fortress, Grain signals for the ballistas to be unleashed. The bolts strike true, piercing the creature's wing and sending it plummeting to the ground. Nox realizes that to conquer the Griffon, they must first neutralize its extraordinary ability to fly. He swiftly drinks the metallization potion, and the system confirms a temporary increase in his stamina by 1. A wave of relief washes over him, knowing he had made the necessary preparations ahead of time. He recalls the moment he first instructed his brother to build the ballistas. Grain had shouted in protest, insisting that such a menial task could be delegated to someone else. Nox replied that if that were the case, Grain would have to face the Griffon on the battlefield himself. At that, Grain quickly reconsidered and asked how many ballistas Nox would need. As Nox approached the fallen Griffon, he reflected on Grain's keen instincts. He felt a surge of confidence, believing that his brother would prove to be a valuable asset. All that remains are the lingering effects of Alina's potion and the opportunity for him to prove himself. Suddenly, the Griffon attempts to take flight, only to crash back to the ground, its injured wing betraying it. The young master can't help but mock the creature, tauntingly asking if it feels frustrated now that fate has turned against it. He understands all too well. Normally, an injury like this would be insignificant to a creature as formidable as a Griffon. Being a high-level monster, it should have easily brushed it off. However, the ballista bolt that pierced its wing was laced with a potent poison, the very substance the Griffon loathes most. With a smirk, Nox tells the Griffon to brace itself for what's coming next. He warns the Griffon that the real pain will begin in just 5 minutes, and that's all the time he needs. As the creature lunges to grab him with its claw, Nox reflects that this is nothing like the game. Yet, one certainty anchors him. He won't be the one to die here, at least not today. With determination, he launches a fierce attack with his sword. He signals to his brother. Grain stares in disbelief, questioning whether this is truly the same Nox he once knew. After receiving the signal, Grain turns and commands the soldiers to unleash another volley of ballista fire at the monster. Every shot finds its mark. Now, the moment has arrived for Nox to bring this to an end. The Griffon cries out in agony, limping toward him, its strength waning. The young master unleashes his black execution technique, delivering a single, powerful swing of his sword that cleanly severs one of the creature's legs. Without a moment's pause, he follows up with another slash, cleaving the Griffon in two at its belly. As the creature falls, the system promptly notifies him of his reward, 60 days gained for defeating the Griffon. His remaining lifespan now stands at just 179 days. From the castle, soldiers, commoners, and his 3 companions erupt in cheers, their voices rising in unison to celebrate his triumph. Countless other monsters scatter in fear, having witnessed the fall of the mighty Griffon. A sense of satisfaction washes over him. Yet amidst the jubilation, his brother watches in disbelief, struggling to comprehend how such an extraordinary event could have unfolded. The Griffon was indeed a formidable monster. He couldn't fathom how such a powerful creature could be struggling against a mere child. In his mind, it typically took someone of an academy professor's caliber to handle such a beast with ease. He found himself grappling with the unsettling thought. Would he truly have to acknowledge his brother's strength? If everything Nox had demonstrated so far was genuine, it could dramatically alter the succession rankings within their family. Quietly to himself, he acknowledges the importance of aligning with the right side. After vanquishing all the monsters, including the formidable Griffon, the young master makes his way back to the castle. Just then, Grain approaches him, declaring that he will personally oversee the safe transport of the Griffon's corpse. However, he insists that Nox should be the one to decide how the loot is distributed. With a gentle nudge, he encourages Nox to take some time to rest. Nox offers a faint smile, realizing just how shaken Grain must be. Now, it's time to utilize the hidden clear rewards. He swiftly opens his system menu, revealing the item he has obtained. It is the heart of the Griffon, pulsating with untold power. The system details all the advantages and properties it possesses. Later, in Alina's laboratory, she meticulously examines the Griffon's heart, confirming the claims made earlier. Indeed, the essence of wind flows within it. She explains that if they harness this organ correctly, they could forge elixirs or equipment that have only existed in whispers and legends until now. He tells her he can't afford to wait and plans to use the heart to create an elixir. Curiously, he asks her how long that might take. Alina replies that the timeline depends on various factors, but with her current tools, it could take a while. He reassures her that he will supply all the equipment and materials she needs. Seizing the moment, he extends an offer to both Alina and May. He wishes to hire them as servants of the Reinhafer family. May interjects, reminding him that they are merely commoners. The young master pauses, contemplating whether that distinction truly holds any weight. He then asserts that if they possess something he requires, he will simply put them to use, just as they are free to do the same with him in return. He warns, however, that he will never tolerate a dog biting its master. He emphasizes that, at present, no one has the ability to harness the core properties of a monster like this, especially since the item was obtained by defeating a hidden boss that was never meant to be conquered. Crafting with such an item would be impossible for anyone who isn't a true genius. Alina reassures him, declaring that such a betrayal would never occur. After all, he had saved their lives, and they would trust him for the rest of their days. His heart lifts at her words, and a smile spreads across his face. It brings him joy to know he has gained 2 brilliant allies in Alina and May. With a sense of purpose, he informs them that they will be departing in 3 days, urging them to prepare accordingly. The elixir will be crafted in secret, but only after they return to the family estate. He stresses that he doesn't want anyone else to witness the process. "Do you understand what I'm saying?" he asks, and both women nod in agreement. As he and Lavilia leave the lab, she glances at him and remarks, "You're truly different from what I had heard." Curious, he inquires about her meaning. She reveals that she had heard he was a selfish person, focused solely on himself. However, she now realizes that part isn't true. Still, she has one request. If he ever finds himself in a truly dire situation, she asks him to let her know if she can help, regardless of her humble status. She confesses that she can't understand why so many people dislike him. He assures her that if the day ever comes when he understands, he will let her know. Then, noticing the chill in the air, he asks if she's planning to linger outside, urging her to move quickly. It would be unfortunate to catch a cold, he adds with a hint of concern. Ironically, that's exactly what happens next. He catches a cold. Now back in his bedroom, he lies on his bed, resting as Laville attends to him. He tells her he already knows what she's about to say, so she shouldn't bother, it's just too humiliating. Laville smiles gently, reassuring him that it's all right. These things happen. After all, he's still growing. Just then, his system notifies him that he has contracted a negative status effect. With a chill settling in at level 2, compounded by a chronic cough at level 4, the atmosphere at the family estate was far from welcoming. As the young masters returned, a servant announced their arrival with a hint of excitement. At the entrance gate, Rodwell pondered aloud. Could Alina and May be the new servants under young Master Knox? Another servant confirmed his suspicion with a nod. The air buzzed with whispers among the other servants, their curiosity piqued by the newcomers. One servant remarks that Knox clearly couldn't restrain himself, returning with 2 women once again. Another scoffs, noting that a leopard doesn't change its spots, no matter how much he seems to improve. The first servant warns her to keep quiet unless she wants to find herself in trouble. Young Master Knox has a notorious reputation for being reckless with women in the past. Some even claim that his achievement of clearing the missing child's forest is nothing but a fabrication. As Knox approaches Rodwell, he can't help but reflect on how he just can't escape that reputation of being a good-for-nothing. Rodwell steps forward, informing the young master that the patriarch has requested a private meeting. Without hesitation, the young master makes his way to his father's office. His father greets him warmly, and Knox inquires if it's true that he was summoned. Teo confirms the news, mentioning that he has important matters to discuss. He senses that Knox has something on his mind as well. Teo then adds that he heard Knox played a crucial role in ensuring the safe return of everyone from the Chatters region, as well as in the eradication of the malignant forces there. Teo nods, affirming that even Grain recognized Knox's abilities. Curious, Knox asks his father if his brother truly said that. Teo gestures to a stack of letters from Grain, revealing that Grain wrote he wouldn't have completed his night training without Knox's support. Intrigued, Knox ponders what Grain might be up to now. Teo, however, dismisses the question, stating he didn't summon Knox to discuss trivial matters. He reminds his son of a once seemingly impossible task he had proposed. Knox rose to the challenge and brought honor to the Rheinhafer name. As promised, Teo intends to keep his word. He hands Knox a royal letter and official document declaring that the Chatters region now belongs to him. Knox expresses his heartfelt gratitude to his father for his immense generosity. However, Teo senses an underlying concern and, intrigued, directly inquires about it. Without hesitation, he asks Knox if he might be interested in taking his seat. Startled, Knox is taken aback by the unexpected question, his mind racing to understand why Teo is suddenly speaking this way. In a distant realm, a figure gazes intently at a pendant. Through its shimmering surface, he witnesses the events of the past few days unfold, revealing all that Knox has accomplished. Turning to those gathered around him, he declares that the Griffon has fallen and that the Rheinhafer bastards have finally begun to make their move. He continues, sharing the news that, as he has heard, the Chatters region has been secured and entrusted to the youngest member of their family. He then instructs Kremser to prepare for war. His servants exchange worried glances, uncertain about what lies ahead, but he declares with steely resolve that the Rheinhafer family has taken something deeply precious from him, leaving him with nothing left to lose. The servant bows and promptly sets about fulfilling his command. Later, the same servant approaches a young girl, whispering that the time is drawing near the day he seizes control of the kingdom and the day she awakens. Meanwhile, in Tao's office, the Rheinhafer patriarch turns to Rodwell with a hint of caution. Rodwell suggests that his master's inquiry may be a bit premature for young Master Knox. He believes Knox understands both the value and the burden of becoming the patriarch of the Rheinhafer family, yet he insists that the timing may not be right. Tao, however, stands firm. This is the moment, he declares. It must happen now. Rodwell, maintaining his respect, offers an apology but gently counters, expressing his disagreement. More specifically, he feels that young Master Knox is not quite ready to shoulder such a heavy responsibility just yet. He also mentions the existence of the first young Dao, who responds calmly yet firmly, asserting that Rodwell is not the one to make that decision. Knox then speaks up, telling his father that he has no desire to assume the role of patriarch. He expresses his concerns about the heavy responsibilities that would rest on his shoulders. Tao questions him, asking if his own son truly fears the weight of that position. The young swordsman responds curtly, expressing his confusion over why he shouldn't pursue his path. Dao lets out a sigh, conceding that he will respect his son's decision for the time being. However, he warns that exceptional talent cannot remain concealed, and that human nature is frail. People will always seek to challenge him. Knox nods in agreement, acknowledging his father's insight. Tao tells Knox he can leave now, sensing he must be weary from his journey. Knox expresses his gratitude for the concern and takes his leave. Upon returning to his bedroom, he is greeted by Lavilia, who inquires if his father had scolded him. He reassures her, saying not to worry. It was nothing serious, just a matter he could easily refuse. She informs him that the arrangements for Alina and May have been made. He expresses his gratitude for her efforts. She brushes it off, saying it was nothing more than her duty as his maid. He then reflects on a deeper thought. If the world operated under a strict set of rules dictating right and wrong, perhaps there would be no hatred, no theft, and no conflict among people. Once again, he expresses his gratitude to Lavilia for her hard work. A sense of determination washes over him as he contemplates whether the time has come to take things to the next level. His thoughts drift to Eldine Academy, the most prestigious institution for training knight mages. He resolves to become the best among its ranks. Meanwhile, Teo converses with Rodwell, acknowledging that, as anticipated, the discussion with his son was far from easy. Rodwell suggests that perhaps it was indeed too soon for Knox. He believes that if Knox had fully understood the significance of his position, his reaction would have been different. However, Teo disagrees. He insists that the look in Knox's eyes reveals someone who has already made their choice. Although Knox seems to be afraid of something, Teo is convinced it isn't a position itself, or Teo for that matter. It's something far more profound to fear that grips you when you stare into the abyss. Death, Teo declares. In this moment, Knox is consumed by the fear of it. Rodwell hesitates, then asks for permission to speak candidly. He acknowledges that he might be overstepping, but he believes that what happened to Madam has taken a significant toll on young Master Knox. Teo nods in agreement, realizing that Knox likely holds him responsible. To Knox, Teo was merely a pitiful man who couldn't safeguard his own wife. However, Rodwell interjects, pointing out that there's a more urgent matter at hand. He suspects that young Master Grain has started to take action, and this time, it's on a much larger scale. Meanwhile, in the morning light, Talia awakens and begins her preparations for the day ahead. Talia turns to her maid, Emma, and asks how she looks. With a hint of exhaustion, Emma replies, "Haven't you worn that outfit more than 20 times already?" But Talia, lost in her own thoughts, brushes off the comment and continues her search for prettier dresses. She even starts to fret over her accessories. Emma silently wonders if Talia is genuinely that excited. Talia replies with certainty, "Of course I am," as they discuss her admission into Eldin. Emma, however, clarifies, "That's not what I meant. I was asking about young Master Knox." This marks Talia's first encounter with him since he officially became her fiancé. Yet, Talia remains preoccupied with selecting her dress, her attention drifting. Frustration bubbles up as she turns to Emma, questioning, "Did you only ask that half-heartedly because you couldn't be bothered?" Emma warns her that Knox notices those details every single time. Meanwhile, the young master enters Alina's laboratory and is struck by her exhausted appearance. Concerned, he studies her, questioning what could be troubling her. May steps in to explain that Alina often ends up this way when she immerses herself too deeply in her work. She assures him that she will look after Alina, staying right by her side. Alina, slightly tipsy, turns to May and declares her the best, bursting into laughter. Eagerly, she urges her master to take a quick look at a potion she has created. Instantly, the system provides him with all the details. It's called the Elixir of Wind. The system reveals that its effects have been enhanced by an impressive 200% thanks to the alchemy genius, Alina. Knox can't help but feel a surge of satisfaction. He has finally acquired this remarkable item. Not only does it permanently increase his stamina by 1, but it also boosts dexterity, a hidden stat. He understands that when dexterity is paired with the hour of the genius, it creates the ultimate combination. He is certain that acquiring this item at this moment is a wise decision. As expected from the brilliant potion maker Alina, things would have been challenging had he not brought her back to the team. The young master expresses his gratitude for Alina's efforts, and her joy is palpable. Without further delay, he raises the potion to his lips and drinks deeply. He then announces that all preparations are complete and that they will be heading to Eldine. Nox and Lavelia arrive at the academy, where Nox quickly becomes the center of attention. Students gaze at him in awe, whispering about his striking white hair and lavender eyes, speculating whether he is the youngest son of the Rain-Hafer family. News had already circulated that he would be joining the academy in this batch, and curiosity buzzed through the crowd like electricity. Some students even label him a troublemaker. One whispers to another, cautioning him to watch his words, warning that he might not live to see another day if Nox hears him. Nox scans the group, a casual smirk on his face, and asks why it's so noisy, as if he's heard a dog barking nearby. In an instant, the students fall silent, and a few of them hurriedly flee the area. Lavelia spots another chariot approaching, and Emma steps out with a bright smile. She quickly greets the young master, who remarks that it seems they've arrived early as well. Suddenly, the system alerts him that the acting genius is temporarily shaken. Emma nods in agreement, noting that this is, after all, the admission ceremony for Eldin Academy. Emma swiftly glances at the chariot where Talia remains seated, urging her to step down and greet young Master Nox. Talia looks a bit puzzled, yet her excitement is palpable. After a moment, she finally dismounts from the chariot. The young lord watches her intently, reflecting on the fact that she was originally the ambassador. He never anticipated such a turn of events happening without his awareness. He remembers the moment his maid mentioned the rumors swirling about his engagement to Talia, news that seemed to be common knowledge among everyone but him. Frustrated, he had shouted that this was precisely the issue. He was completely in the dark. After digging deeper, he discovered that their families had indeed arranged the engagement without either of their consent or awareness. Talia approaches him confidently and greets him warmly. Lavelia then inquires if this is Lady Talia, the fiancée he had mentioned earlier. The young master quickly interjects, reminding her that he had asked her not to bring it up. Talia, undeterred, asks how he has been. He replies that he's been well and reciprocates the question, asking how she has been feeling. Just then, another noble arrives, shifting the atmosphere. The swordsman recognizes her immediately. Eleanor de Rivelin, a prodigy from Eldin Academy known as the Merchant Star and the head of the Rivelin family, which holds sway over the entire continent. She meets his gaze and, with a hint of surprise, admits she never expected him to be admitted into Eldine. "It's nice to meet you," she adds, her tone warm yet laced with curiosity. He recognizes her immediately, the woman who once harbored intense hostility toward the old Nox. "Eleanor," he calls out, and she confirms her identity. It's the noble from the merchant family he had once looked down upon. With a hint of nostalgia, she reintroduces herself as Eleanor de Rivelin, remarking that she never expected their paths to cross again like this. He knows that Eleanor is the sole heir of the affluent Rivelin family, whose vast fortune has the power to sway the entire continent, destined to become one of the most influential figures in the financial world. She is already renowned by her infamous nickname, the Fox of Wealth. However, he senses a momentary tremor in his own acting genius, as if the very weight of her legacy is pressing down on him. In truth, her first encounter with Nox occurred during her youth. Back then, he taunted her mercilessly, declaring that someone as insignificant as her claiming nobility was utterly pathetic. He ridiculed her belief that wealth could purchase status, sneering at the notion that it could somehow erase her family's tarnished past. At a party, his insults escalated. He called her an idiotic bitch and demanded she leave his sight, leaving her humiliated and seething with anger. The tension in their relationship is a consequence of the karma left behind by the previous Nox, and he now realizes that this burden is his to bear. It's hard for him to accept that two people stand before him, each capable of piercing his heart with a single blow. Eleanor steps forward, concern etched on her face, and asks what's happening. She notes that he's behaving in a way that's so unlike himself. He tosses the question back at her, inquiring what she believes his usual self is like. She responds confidently, suggesting he must already have an idea. Then, she asks if he's the type who appreciates hearing the truth from others. He snaps back, warning her that if she's looking for a fight, she should just walk away. She smiles, remarking that, as she suspected, not a single thing about him has changed. He demands to know what she wants, pondering internally whether she seeks his recognition or something else entirely. She laughs coldly, dismissing him with a sharp retort that there's nothing she could ever want from a worthless member of the Rain-Hafer family. In that moment, he understands that she holds no positive feelings for him whatsoever. Determined to uncover the truth, he activates his insight, preparing to examine her full status. Upon reviewing her full details, he realizes that she has no recorded achievements. As he examines her traits and statistics, he finds they are largely consistent with what he already knew, which brings him a sense of relief. The middle name D in the Ribelin family was actually purchased by Clarkson, Eleanor's father, a merchant. Though she loathes her social standing, she has no choice but to make the most of it. In simple terms, she is wrath incarnate. The former Knox had essentially stirred a hornet's nest, and from her perspective, he was undoubtedly the worst person alive. She tells him she will leave as he wishes, but before turning away, she adds that, unfortunately, she doesn't believe they are close enough to wish each other good luck. To her surprise, he responds coldly, stating there's no reason for him to extend such a courtesy to someone as lowly as her. She offers him one last smile before saying her goodbye. As she turns away, he tells Talia it's time to leave. The admission ceremony at Eldon Academy is about to begin. Without hesitation, she agrees. He can't help but reflect on their situation, realizing that he can't quite shake off Talia, who clings to him under the guise of being his fiancée. He resolves to make the best of this arrangement, determined to utilize her wherever possible. With a sense of purpose, they step into the academy hall. As anticipated, he notices children from numerous prestigious families gathered here. Recognizing their potential, he understands that some of them could be valuable allies. However, he must find a way to recruit them without disrupting the original storyline. He scans the room, identifying some of the most powerful individuals present, contemplating the possibility of winning them over to his side. Yet, a nagging concern lingers: could this disrupt the original flow of events? He resolves to tread carefully. Despite his caution, he can't shake the feeling that many eyes are on him. Doubt creeps in, and he begins to wonder if he's simply overthinking the situation. Just then, Lovelia leans in to inform him that several nobles are casting glances in his direction, indicating that he's gained a fair amount of popularity. He nods in agreement, but Talia interjects, observing that their stares are laced with hostility. He shrugs it off, quipping that hostility still counts as a form of popularity. Suddenly, a girl's voice pierces through the chatter, calling for everyone's attention. In that moment, he knows the real spectacle is about to begin. She welcomes everyone to the academy, her voice steady despite the curious gazes fixed upon her. The crowd is taken aback, surprised to see someone so young standing on stage. Whispers ripple through the audience as students exchange puzzled glances, questioning the absence of the professors. One student voices the confusion, wondering what a mere child is doing at the prestigious admission ceremony of Eldon Academy. Others speculate that perhaps she simply wandered in after following her parents and got lost in the grandeur of the moment. But he knows these fools have no idea who she truly is. They're judging her solely by her appearance, completely unaware that she is a formidable force, far beyond their comprehension. He quickly checks her details in the system. Her name is Noah Von Trinity, an expansion of Eldon Academy and one of the Four Sages. He carefully examines her traits and statistics. Realizing the implications, he quickly resolves to stay on her good side at all costs. Leaning toward his fiancée, he warns her to keep quiet if she values her life. With a confident smile, Noah introduces herself as the newly appointed dean of the academy, declaring, "It's a pleasure to meet you all." She adds that while they may not fully understand it yet, if she hears anyone use the word small again, that person will face dire consequences. With that, she officially declares the start of Eldon Academy's admission ceremony. One student protests, claiming they've never heard of such a rule. She calmly responds that it's a new regulation established by the new dean, designed to weed out unworthy talents. Without warning, she casts a spell on the floor of the hall, which begins to glow with an ethereal light. "I hope you all make it back alive," she says, her voice steady, yet filled with unspoken weight. The swordsman feels a surge of determination. He knows this is where it all begins, and he must survive at any cost. In the blink of an eye, all the students vanish from the hall, leaving only the shimmering glow behind. Suddenly, they find themselves in a dense forest, where a man stands over them, barking orders. He scolds them as a bunch of reckless young brats, incredulous that they dared to sleep in his forest. "Are you all out of your minds?" he demands, as the others remain oblivious. Only Knox stirs awake. The man, seeing Knox's alertness, concludes that at least one of them has survived the ordeal, somehow managing to endure. The young master muses that the effects of the intermediate magic force teleportation must be more significant than they anticipated. He strides confidently toward the stranger, marveling at how the man's appearance is just as dazzling as it had been in the game. In fact, the sheen is so bright it almost seems to radiate a halo. Knox can't help but chuckle inwardly, his thoughts drifting to the man's bald head. He recalls that the storyline mentioned this character once had a full head of hair. The man's name is Vernon, a combat instructor, and a former student who graduated from the academy in its early days. In the game, players have dubbed him Takoyaki Burnon, a rather unflattering nickname inspired by his baldness. Yet, beneath that surface, Burnon possesses impressive skills, especially when it comes to footwork. He knows that getting close to someone like him can only lead to good things. With a sharp voice, Burnon calls out, questioning the boy about his striking white hair and wondering why he's looking at him with such pity. Nox swiftly recognizes that he had been too transparent, his slip-up occurring without his awareness. He brushes it off to Burnon, insisting it's nothing, and immediately taps into his acting genius skill. Burnon, however, isn't easily fooled. He leans in, his voice steady as he warns Nox to remember this. His instincts are razor-sharp, and if the boy dares to entertain any negative thoughts about him, he won't hesitate to take action. Nox politely asks Burnon to explain the admission test, suggesting they discuss everything else later. Burnon agrees, but first, he wants to rouse the other sleepyheads. He advises Nox to cover his ears unless he wants them to explode, and Nox promptly complies. With a mischievous grin, Burnon unleashes a burst of magical energy toward the slumbering students. The energy erupts into a deafening sound, jolting everyone awake. Students sit up in shock, bewildered by the sudden noise. One student, clearly irritated, curses and demands to know who made that racket. Burnon strides over and delivers a sharp slap across his face. "I did," he declares, his voice low and menacing. "Do you have a problem with that?" He continues, his tone dripping with disdain. "Not only did you have the audacity to curse at me, but you also dared to frown." He asks the boy if he has a death wish. The boy quickly apologizes, retreating in fear. Burnon then instructs the students who are awake to carry their unconscious peers to the safe zone. Once that task is complete, Burnon announces that now that the situation is under control, he will explain the Elden Academy's admission process and provide a summary of the test. He begins by explaining that this island is composed entirely of magic, and their mission is to hunt monsters with all their strength. As a reward, a colored jewel will drop from these creatures. Interestingly, the jewels with less mana are actually more valuable. He anticipates their confusion, noting that one might think more mana would be better. However, that assumption is only partially accurate. What they are truly seeking during this admission test are two key factors. The first is mana sensitivity, which has already been assessed by measuring how quickly each candidate regained consciousness after being struck by Noah's intermediate-level magic. The second factor is their remarkable ability to detect even the faintest traces of mana. Mages with this skill can truly push themselves to their limits on the battlefield. The young master quietly observes that they're sifting through the gems from the very start, and he's absolutely right. Burnon then elaborates that they are currently in a labyrinth designed by Noah, the dean of Elden Academy. He warns them that the area is teeming with enemies far beyond what weaklings like them could ever hope to confront. As a result, he decides to make an exception and permits them to form teams. In an instant, magical swords materialize in their hands. Burnon declares that the maximum team size is 8, urging them to move quickly. He informs them that he will be waiting at the top before making his exit. Many students are left with lingering questions, but he's already vanished. The same student who was slapped by Burnon earlier winces as he tells the others that the spot on his head still throbs. The students exchange glances, sizing each other up. Then one girl steps forward and asks if anyone is willing to assist the princess. Another girl promises that if they collaborate with her to pass this test, she vows on her family name to reward them handsomely. Everyone's gaze shifts to Nox, but he simply turns and walks away, choosing solitude. As he strides away, thoughts of the inner lunatic swirl in his mind. He understands that average results and rankings won't suffice to survive in this ruthless game. Here, the most crucial weapon is knowledge. To strengthen his ailing body, he must seize every possible advantage. With determination, he heads straight to a save point. He understands that to achieve his goals, he must go it alone. Meanwhile, all the other students reach the summit, leaving him behind. Burnon finds this peculiar. No matter how hard he tries to piece it together, something just doesn't add up. How could a brand new student not only withstand the dean's intermediate magic, but also choose to venture into the forest alone? The dean wonders if the boy feels no fear at all. Yet he soon realizes it's more complex than that. There's something deeper at play. He sees it in the boy's expression, a quiet determination that speaks volumes. Burnon reflects that even a diamond buried in a dung heap is still a diamond. He's eager to discover what this boy is truly capable of, dubbing him the hidden dragon of the Reinhafer family. Peering into the system, he assesses the boy's talent. By this point, the young swordsman has already vanquished countless monsters and amassed a significant collection of diamonds. As he battles through the cave, a girl quietly trails behind him, her presence unnoticed. Meanwhile, Talia finds herself surrounded by monsters, alongside 3 other princesses. A wave of anxiety washes over her as she wonders where Nox could be, since she was meant to be by his side. Just then, another princess turns to her, her voice sharp with urgency. "What are you doing?" she asks. "You've been entrusted with the important task of protecting Princess Penelope. You need to face these monsters with a joyful heart." The girl turns to her companions, noting how high they've climbed already. "I bet that purple crystal is of the highest grade," she muses, though a hint of skepticism lingers in her voice. "But knowing Noah, one of the 4 sages, I doubt it's truly the best. There's likely something more concealed." Penelope nods in agreement, her gaze sweeping over the other students. She can see the fatigue etched on their faces, a testament to the challenge they're facing. One of the girls expresses concern, noting that it would be challenging for everyone to continue climbing in their current state. Yet, the princess remains resolute. She cannot let that deter them. Another girl recalls the promise she made to help Princess Penelope claim the highest seat. The Arkham Empire is decaying from within, and for it to regain its former glory, Penelope must ascend the throne. To achieve that, they must do whatever it takes. Talia reassures the princess that she is holding up well, then inquires about her well-being, and suggests gathering those who can still push on to continue the climb. Princess Penelope nods, confirming that she had the same thought. Clutching the purple crystal, she reflects on her father, silently urging him to keep moving forward. They all just need to endure a little longer. Meanwhile, the young master receives a notification from the system. His negative trait, cold hands and feet, at level 3, is currently active. As a result, his movement speed and breathing capacity have plummeted, leaving him sluggish and hindered. He had anticipated this outcome. Without hesitation, he ignites his magic, and the system promptly informs him that the penalties from his cold hands and feet have vanished, thanks to the activation of basic magic ignition. He understands that to truly harness the potential of this troublesome body, he must first rid it of its internal coldness. A sense of urgency washes over him. He feels he's nearing a breakthrough. As he surveys the frozen forest surrounding him, he realizes this is precisely the kind of chaos the Ice Witch, Noah, would conjure. Though he knows he's atop a mountain, the overwhelming expanse of ice here is staggering. He sits down and places his hand on the ground. At first glance, the island appears ordinary, but he knows better. In reality, this entire area, including the artificial labyrinth, was crafted by Noah, and everything here springs from her magic. As a result, all the creatures and monsters that inhabit this place are born from her spells. He had no idea how much mana she must possess to maintain all of this, but he knew it wasn't worth dwelling on at the moment. Suddenly, a large group of ice trolls emerged before him. He recognized them instantly. These monsters were notorious for their immense HP and remarkable regeneration abilities. He also knew they were among the creatures responsible for the deaths of countless newcomers. But that means nothing to him. He draws his sword and charges at the monsters. He knows that even though Noah is fiercely dedicated to nurturing talented students, she wouldn't thrust those who haven't even been officially admitted into such a perilous situation. Besides, ice trolls are far too formidable for just any student to confront. They are classified as lower intermediate grade. In a real situation, this would be the kind of test designed to ensure participants are utterly overwhelmed. He can't help but wonder what that truly entails. As he stands amidst the monsters, he notices the same girl watching him from a short distance. Gradually, he begins to recognize a specific attack pattern among the trolls in this trial. The first troll lunges forward with a powerful vertical strike, taking its place at the center of the battlefield. The next troll follows suit, executing a sweeping horizontal slash. While its attack range is broader than the first, it lacks the same speed. Finally, the last troll opts for quick stabbing attacks. Though it may be the weakest in raw power, the young swordsman senses an opportunity. He believes he can parry its strikes with skill and precision. After analyzing their attack tactics, he methodically eliminates the monsters one by one. In the end, he stumbles upon a gray crystal. It dawns on him that this is the very reason he hadn't bothered to examine the other crystals until now. The gray crystal is a hidden piece, strategically placed here by Noah herself. He understands that it can be exchanged for the scroll he desperately needs at this moment. He activates the Hour of the Genius, resolving that once this chapter of the storyline concludes, he will dedicate himself to honing that particular skill. Meanwhile, Eleanor and her 2 teammates discuss their diamond, confident that at this level, they should rank among the top scorers compared to their peers. One of the girls chimes in, eager to see how it all unfolds. They're convinced they've performed exceptionally well. But Eleanor knows the truth. They aren't truly the best. She acknowledges their claims, stating that while their efforts should yield a solid result, an unsettling feeling lingers within her. A memory surfaces her father once asked if she had quarreled with the young master of the Reinhafer family, questioning why she would ever engage in such a conflict. He also inquired if he hadn't already mentioned that their goal was to become a family no one could ever look down upon. They needed to rise even higher. He urged her to draw him to her side, even if it meant sacrificing everything she had. Deep down, she knows he has never truly seen her as his daughter. Eleanor begins to ponder. Why did Knox choose to disappear on his own, especially when there was nothing to gain from attempting this test solo? Another question arises. Could he possibly hold a hidden secret related to this test? Turning to the others, she boldly declares her intention to make a proposal. If anyone wishes to ascend even higher alongside her, she promises that her rival and family will offer even greater rewards. One of the girls on her team hesitantly asks if Eleanor doesn't like this crystal. One of her team members voices concern, warning that they might get injured if they ascend any higher, deeming it too dangerous. Eleanor counters, asserting that greater risks often lead to greater rewards. A few others nod in agreement with her decision. Yet, despite their support, a twinge of sadness lingers within her. It all seems to boil down to money in the end. She ponders Knox's thoughts on the matter, concluding that investigating further couldn't hurt. Eleanor and her team make the bold decision to ascend even higher. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, the young master, already at an impressive level, contemplates the reason behind his daring choice to venture alone. The answer is straightforward. The potential rewards are immense. He is acutely aware that the chances of enhancing the hour of the genius are nearly non-existent. In fact, it's nearly impossible unless he can unlock the hidden stat, agility. Even if it draws attention, there's little he can do about it. Suddenly, a sword is hurled in his direction. Reacting instinctively, he dodges just in time. As he turns back, he finds himself face to face with Paracelsus. "I didn't expect to see you again in a place like this," Paracelsus remarks, a hint of surprise in his voice. He expresses his satisfaction at their paths crossing again, addressing him as the young lord of the Reinhafer family. The swordsman finds this encounter peculiar, thinking to himself that such a situation shouldn't be occurring. Swiftly, he scans all the data within his system. Now he realizes that Paracelsus is one of the strongest characters in Interlunatic, one of the 3 sword emperors. He begins to wonder why such a significant figure is present, especially since he's meant to confront the protagonist in this chapter. Paracelsus is supposed to be inspired by the protagonist's kindness when he chooses to save Eleanor from danger. Knox senses that something is amiss. Without warning, Paracelsus hurls a knife at him. Knox swiftly blocks it with his sword. Paracelsus smirks, expressing his curiosity about the item Knox is carrying, and insists that he will need it handed over. In an instant, the young master taps into his acting genius. He hurls an insult, branding him a filthy vermin, and charges forward. In his mind, he reflects that if the protagonist meant to exist in this world is absent, then it falls to him to confront the impending threat. Knox questions whether he intends to take responsibility for disrupting the storyline. Paracelsus responds, feigning ignorance, but admits that something has felt off from the start. After all, when they first met in the chat, Knox was already wielding that sword with an unsettling level of skill. The swordsman ponders the implications of Paracelsus's words. Paracelsus, sensing his unease, points out that Knox seems troubled and suggests he simply hand over the sword so they can part ways. He also brings up the black crystal, hinting that it may be the key to achieving the highest score. The young master can't help but wonder if Paracelsus will actually refuse his request. Paracelsus retorts that if that's the case, he'll have no choice but to do whatever it takes to claim it for himself. Knox, visibly disgusted, calls the plan detestable and accuses Paracelsus of orchestrating this from the start. He declares that now that he's aware of the scheme, there's no turning back. Inwardly, Knox reflects that while he might be on the path to becoming one of the strongest, his talent has yet to reach its full potential. He knows that, despite his opponent's genius, he could certainly claim victory if he utilized the hour of the genius. Yet, he realizes that this isn't the battle for it. A conclusion forms in his mind. If the protagonist truly doesn't exist in this world, then it falls to him to save Eleanor. It may be a gamble, but it's one he must take. The young lord reveals to Paracelsus that he isn't the only one privy to the secret. Paracelsus retorts, noting that since Knox has remembered his name, he doubts there will be any leniency shown. Knox calls out Celsus. He also reminds Paracelsus that he enrolled in the academy to seek the truth behind his master's death. Infuriated, Paracelsus snaps back, calling him a bastard. The swordsman calmly inquires if his opponent is ready to talk. Meanwhile, Eleanor and her two team members reach the frigid heights, where the air bites at their skin. There, she spots Princess Penelope. The princess glances at her and remarks, "I knew you would make it here." Eleanor bows respectfully and replies, "I would never dare to stand in your way." However, there is one thing she needs to confirm. Is Nox still battling his opponent? As they watch, the fierce clash unfolds before their eyes. The princess acknowledges the sight, but firmly states that they won't interfere in what she deems a senseless fight. Echidna interjects, noting that, objectively speaking, victory against those two would be nearly impossible unless they were seriously injured. Furthermore, if the two fighters choose to cooperate in their shared crisis, the situation could escalate into something even more perilous. She reassures the princess that she will obey her commands. Eleanor quietly contemplates the oddity of it all. The Nox she once knew was nothing more than a helpless good-for-nothing. How did he become so formidable? Just then, Echidna turns to her and asks if she's watching their battle. She adds that she had no idea the infamous destroyer of the East would be among the new students, and she believes his name is Paracelsus. Eleanor wonders if Echidna is familiar with the person clashing with Nox. Echidna confirms that she is. It's the Grey Wolf, Paracelsus. Even from a young age, he gained notoriety for ruthlessly massacring numerous bandit groups across the eastern regions. Now, Eleanor views the fifth son of the Reinhefer family in a completely different light. Echidna admits she never anticipated his swordsmanship to be this impressive. She muses that if he weren't such a lecherous good-for-nothing, he could have become an exceptional knight. Talia interjects, asserting that she doesn't think Nox is as lustful as Echidna claims. With an arched brow, Echidna challenges her, asking how she could possibly know that. Meanwhile, the Grey Wolf, irritated by Nox, curses him, calling him a bastard. He observes Nox wavering a natural reaction. The Grey Wolf knows that Celsus was Nox's only mentor, and he relishes the fact that the man is already dead, all because of him back at Mills Academy. At this moment, the Grey Wolf decides he's had enough of politeness and lunges at the swordsman with all his might. Nox taps into his acting prowess, mocking him in return. "What's wrong with you now?" he taunts, emphasizing that he isn't the one who killed his teacher. As the battle continues, Nox begins to notice a shift. Paracelsus's attack patterns are becoming increasingly simplistic. Though he may be a genius, he is still young. In the heat of battle, the young master suddenly throws him off balance. Paracelsus swiftly retaliates, shouting that they'll see if Nox can still spout his nonsense after this. The swordsman, undeterred, taunts back, insisting he'll keep repeating it. The Grey Wolf senses the shift. Nox's strikes are growing sharper, and he realizes he can't afford to prolong this fight any longer. At that moment, Nox senses an impending danger. The instant Paracelsus employs his teacher's signature sword technique, Living Sword, defeat will be inevitable. It's no wonder this technique is revered as the hallmark of the Sword Emperor. The Grey Wolf taunts Nox, accusing him of being distracted. With a steely gaze, the young lord retorts that someone like him, who seeks to take from others, is nothing more than a lowly commoner. At that moment, the system announces that Paracelsus' trait, Scorn's Nobles, has been activated. The Grey Wolf snaps back, declaring that the true architects of this wretched world are none other than the nobles themselves. Nox counters, dismissing his objections as absurd. He explains that he merely needs a target for his hatred, and wasting time on such thoughts is utterly pointless. The battle rages on. The swordsman questions his opponent, asking if he's truly prepared for everything to end this way. He suspects that Paracelsus is reluctant to discuss his teacher. Meanwhile, he thinks to himself that he only needs to buy a little more time. The monster destined to attack Eleanor will emerge precisely at 9 p.m. Just then, an alert from the system pings in his mind. The clock reads 8:58 p.m. Paracelsus boldly asserts that he can still extract the information from Nox, even if it means severing a limb or two. The young master warns him, questioning whether he truly believes he can harm a noble and escape unscathed. The Grey Wolf shrugs off the concern, stating he'll consider that later, and notes the sizable audience they've attracted. Nox, unfazed, coolly replies that he doesn't care. This will be the final confrontation. Paracelsus, brimming with confidence, decides to put that bravado to the test. He charges at Nox with all his might. In response, Nox matches his intensity, unleashing his full power as he races toward Paracelsus. With a fierce shout, he tells Paracelsus to get lost. He has no time to waste on someone like him right now. Eleanor watches as Nox surges forward in an instant. Despite facing Paracelsus, the strongest of the new students, he remains unyielding. At that moment, she feels an ominous presence drawing near, a black shadow racing toward her. Instinctively, she knows it can't be a Nightwalker, and a chill runs down her spine as she realizes she won't be able to evade this threat. Fear grips her as a chilling thought crosses her mind. She might die here, just like that. Overwhelmed, she screams out her terror. But in a heartbeat, the young master bursts in, striking the dark shadow and saving her just in time. He glances at the scene with disdain, calling it a pathetic sight. With a fierce determination, Nox obliterates the shadow, banishing the darkness that threatened her. Eleanor steps forward, her voice steady as she questions him about his actions. He replies, disbelief etched on his face, that he can't fathom how they failed to defeat even a single monster, despite fighting side by side. His reaction is understandable. After all, a Nightwalker is classified as an upper intermediate rank monster. What's even more alarming is that this creature never existed in Noah's Labyrinth to begin with. The true monster in this tale was none other than the protagonist himself. He was the one who had killed Paracelsus's teacher, and his involvement in these events likely traced back to a dark truth. Eleanor was originally meant to die because of him. Yet after he saved her, her once cold demeanor began to soften. Yet now, those words hold little weight, for the protagonist no longer exists in this world. The princess steps forward, addressing his harsh remarks. She points out that while he did save Eleanor, what just transpired was anything but normal. The young man acknowledges her, recognizing her as the princess, and bows his head respectfully before her. She reveals that the instructors of Eldon and Noah are the ones responsible for the current predicament. After all, a Nightwalker is not a foe that students can reasonably be expected to defeat. He counters her statement, saying that enemies don't choose their opponents. Ironically, a princess should understand that better than anyone. Just then, Echidna steps forward, her voice firm as she warns him not to dare insult the princess. She shouts at him, demanding to know if he doesn't see how problematic their situation is after all. That's why he intervened. He pauses to take in her appearance, her disheveled pink hair and striking vertical pupils. This must be Echidna, the princess's closest aide and the heir to the Jano family. Known as the Snake of Greed, she certainly doesn't have the best relationship with the Rhynefer family. After all, it was never likely that a dark family would get along with a holy one. He contemplates this notion further, realizing that such a development could never unfold so easily, especially within the intricate dynamics of Lunatic. Nox retorts that he has nothing to say to a mere dog from a holy family. Echidna shoots back, challenging him. Are you really daring to insult the Jano family? He shrugs and replies, so what if I am? Just then, Vernon arrives, urging everyone to cease their infighting. He scolds them, calling them all bastards. The young master asks if the test has concluded. Vernon confirms that all testing has been halted. The boy then reveals the black crystal, and Vernon's eyes widen in surprise. He admits he never expected anyone to actually possess a black jewel. He observes that the swordsman is far more impressive than he anticipated, brimming with surprises. Vernon then announces the results. The top student of the admission test is Nox, who has earned the coveted black jewel. Those who receive purple jewels will share second place. Turning to the students, he asks if anyone has any objections. Princess Penelope steps forward, raising a critical question about whether the earlier Nightwalker's attack will be taken into account. She firmly asserts that a monster like that has no place here and demands a proper explanation for its presence. Vernon acknowledges her concerns, stating that an investigation will be launched. He concedes that this isn't a satisfactory answer, particularly given the danger to lives. He assures her that Cadet Eleanor will receive separate compensation for her ordeal. Turning to Nox, he announces that he will be granted a special reward for his bravery in saving a fellow cadet. The boy turns his back and replies that he doesn't need it. He understands that accepting the reward would only draw him further into Eleanor's tangled web. No matter how chaotic things have become, and despite the fact that the protagonist no longer exists in this world, this just isn't right. More importantly, if he accepts the reward, he would have to acknowledge that he intervened intentionally. Wishing to avoid any further misunderstandings, he turns and walks away. Eleanor calls out his name, her voice filled with curiosity as she asks why he saved her. Deep down, he had already sensed that everything had unfolded a bit too perfectly. The system warns him that his acting genius is starting to falter. He straightforwardly explains that he was simply dispatching a monster, and she just happened to be in the vicinity. Her admiration unsettles him. He dislikes the way she looks at him with awe. He knows her nickname, the Fox of Wealth, reflects her true nature, cold and calculating. She holds a firm belief that everything in this world, even a person's loyalty, has a price. Upon her return, she confides in her friend, seeking to unravel the mystery of his actions. Why did he save me? She muses, perplexed, especially considering he turned down the reward offered by the instructor. She still recalls his words, knowing deep down that it was a ridiculous lie. Her friend chimes in, expressing doubt that Knox intended any harm. He reminds her that she once called him a good-for-nothing, but she shakes her head, unconvinced. "I don't believe it was a lie," she insists. She suspected there were deeper motives at play. Turning to her friend, she expressed her determination to dig deeper. Her loyal servant offered to assist, eager to help uncover the truth, but she gently declined. "I'll handle this myself," she insisted. "If the Rhinahaver family catches wind of our investigation, they won't take it lightly." Her servant nods in agreement. Meanwhile, Knox sits alone in his room, attended by his maid. Concern etches her face as she asks if her master is truly all right. He looks unusually pale. She wonders if he's experiencing cold hands and feet again. Knox reassures her, explaining that he was cured of that condition some time ago. There's no need for concern, yet he understands her worry. Eventually, someone must step into the shoes of the missing protagonist. It's essential for recovering his memories and uncovering the identity of the person who sent that mysterious message. He realizes he can't afford any more unexpected variables. However, the body he's possessed belongs to Knox, a notorious villain. He closes his eyes, lost in thought. Suddenly, he stands up and exclaims that there is, indeed, a way to make this work. His maid looks on, shocked and confused, unsure of what her master means. But he understands. If he is to embrace the roles of both villain and hero in this twisted world, then somewhere out there, a battlefield awaits. Countless monsters lie slain across the battlefield, and among the corpses stands a young woman named Luna, her sword firmly in hand. A soldier approaches her, saluting respectfully. "Miss Luna," he begins, "the demonic humans have begun to stir. It's only a matter of time before he awakens." Luna's expression darkens as she replies, "A storm of blood is about to descend upon the continent once more." She instructs Death to get ready. Their mission awaits, and he's well aware of its objective. As she slips on her jacket, a badge glimmers on it, depicting a moon and a star. Walking away, she reflects on the singular purpose driving her, the destruction of the Arkheim Empire. Meanwhile, in his cluttered room, Chen is engrossed in a game on his computer. He understands that experienced gamers often share a common insight. A very thin line separates the protagonist from the final villain. He agrees wholeheartedly. Both characters frequently navigate similar challenges, with the sole exception being the boss monster, which represents the embodiment of absolute evil. In recent games, villains often emerge from backgrounds marked by trauma or harsh circumstances, much like the protagonists themselves. This highlights a fundamental truth. Even villains have their reasons for becoming who they are. It's a narrative that resonates deeply with audiences, who have always been captivated by such complex characters. However, this doesn't imply that heroes and villains are entirely alike. Their paths, while intertwined, remain distinct. A villain is always a villain. They cannot simply become the protagonist, a notion that holds true only in games. Yet, in a world teetering on the brink of destruction, with no hero in sight, the only path for a villain to survive is to embrace both roles. He may not relish the thought of risking his life, but desperate times call for desperate measures. He has no choice but to see this through. He understands that the greatest villain organization within the inner lunatic game is a gathering place for those who seek to topple the imperial family. With resolve, he decides he will venture into lunatic. Meanwhile, at the academy, all the professors are gathered for a meeting with Noah. Vernon raises a concerned eyebrow, questioning whether this is truly safe and if Noah is aware of the risks involved. Another professor interjects, revealing that he was the one who supervised the test. He questions Vernon, implying that he must have made yet another mistake. Vernon's temper ignites. He calls the professor a bastard and vehemently defends himself, insisting he did nothing wrong. Noah, unable to contain himself, chuckles and asks them what exactly they think they're accomplishing with this confrontation. Vernon chuckles lightly, brushing off her concerns, and suggests they pick up where they left off. It's clear that Vernon feels intimidated by her presence. She ponders whether she has already said everything necessary. Then, with a hint of frustration, she reminds them that she has already informed everyone about the situation and questions if they were even paying attention. An elderly professor steps in, clarifying that the dean is referring to the enemy who emerged during the admission test and posed a significant threat to the academy. Noah nods in agreement, elaborating that this individual's true objective likely involves the downfall of Eldon Academy and the very collapse of the Empire itself. She stresses that Eleanor is merely the beginning. Turning to her team, she poses a crucial question. Why would someone like Eleanor, hailed as the star of the finance world, be targeted? One professor responds, explaining that the rival in merchantry, led by a competing family, controls a staggering 70% of all goods distributed throughout the Arkham Empire. Burnin adds that if their enemy is deliberately targeting their rival in merchantry, it suggests that the next target has already been chosen. Noah nods in agreement, noting that this incident wasn't merely an attack. It was both a challenge and a warning directed at the Academy. She emphasizes the need for thorough preparation for the challenges that await them. The professors all express their agreement, understanding the gravity of the situation. Suddenly, a thought strikes her. She informs her team that there's one more individual who could pose a threat, a student who might just be the most talented among this new batch of admissions. A young professor leans in, his curiosity piqued, eager to discover the identity of this gifted student. He expresses genuine surprise that she recognizes someone with such potential, especially considering it hasn't happened since the incident with the princess. She reveals that it's Nox. The young professor's face contorts with jealousy as he asks if she means the infamous, roguish member of the Reinhafer family. She nods in confirmation. A quiet thought crosses her mind. Could he actually be stronger than she is? In a fit of anger, the young professor stands abruptly and storms out of the meeting room. Another professor asks if he heard her correctly, while the others look on in confusion. How could someone with such a tarnished reputation wield that much strength? Meanwhile, Nox steps into a bar. The bartender glances at him and questions his presence, wondering if the young man is lost. But then, the swordsman instantly recognizes him. He may appear to be Karen, the inn's owner to the outside world, but his true identity is far more complex. Nox approaches him and quietly utters the phrase, "Moonlight on Talon Feather," before raising a toast to the Empire. Karen gestures for him to enter, though he admits he's puzzled as to why anyone would share that secret code with Nox. The young master then inquires, "Aren't you going to introduce yourself?" The man introduces himself as Karen, a name that everyone recognizes. The swordsman nods in acknowledgement and prepares to depart. As he walks away, he recalls that to access Lunatech's headquarters, he must retrieve a specific bottle from the shelf and recite the code 386. Once he does, the system alerts him that he has now been exposed to high-level magic, and his mana will temporarily begin to flow in reverse. The system reveals that his mana sensitivity, a trait indicative of his genius, will be deactivated. Moments later, it informs him that he is being teleported to the designated location. As he regains consciousness, he realizes his stats remain alarmingly low, and a wave of dizziness washes over him. Just then, a girl appears, pressing a sword against his neck, her voice steady as she demands to know who he is. He instantly recognizes her as Luna, the enigmatic leader of Lunatic, the only sword emperor among the three whose face remains shrouded in mystery. He boldly states that he has come for her. Luna, taken aback, finds it peculiar that he not only knows the location of their secret headquarters, but also her identity. With a stern gaze, she warns him, asking once more, "Who are you?" He introduces himself as Nox von Reinhofer and declares his intention to join Lunatic. Late at night, the gray wolf Paracelsus sits in his dimly lit room, lost in thought about the young master. He can't shake the feeling that the boy might have known something about old man Celsus's death all along, as he had sensed from the very beginning that his teacher was no longer alive. Paracelsus's mind is clouded with suspicion. He can't help but doubt that the death of one of the three sword emperors was merely a coincidence or the result of someone else's actions. He can't fathom that the Reinhofer family would concoct such a story. The shame of their household fills him with disgust. For a brief moment, he recalls how Nox had effortlessly outpaced him, a speed he had never witnessed before, except in the old man. The memory unsettles him. Paracelsus starts to question everything he thought he knew about the boy. He comes to the unsettling realization that the rumors surrounding the boy's nature and behavior must have been fabricated. A single haunting question plagues his sleep. Why would the Reinhofer family go to such lengths to conceal someone with such extraordinary talent? Though he struggles to grasp their motives, he reminds himself that ultimately it's not his concern. He resolves to crush anything that dares to stand in his way, especially if that obstacle is a noble. Exhausted, he closes his eyes, seeking solace in sleep. Memories of his childhood flood back to him. He recalls the day his teacher revealed that the Empress of the Empire, Esteban von Arkham, had lost her sanity and attempted to impose her rule through sheer tyranny, shattering the authority of the imperial family. Penelope, her daughter, earned a reputation as a benevolent princess, rallying her own forces and positioning herself in political opposition to the first prince. His teacher had warned him that survival would hinge on choosing a side. He also encouraged him to enroll at Elden Academy, suggesting he use his time there to contemplate which faction he would ultimately support. That advice was given as his final assignment. In his dream, the Grey Wolf recalls it all vividly. He remembers his mentor's words, emphasizing that everything he possessed had been passed down to him. Suddenly, a figure approached from behind and plunged a knife into his teacher. As the old man lay dying, he offered a heartfelt apology for leaving this world before fulfilling his duty. Paracelsus jolts awake, his heart racing. A red mark on the back of his hand catches his eye. He mutters to his teacher, expressing his frustration. If he is truly dead, then he should vanish from his life once and for all. He can't fathom why someone who is gone continues to haunt his dreams. Meanwhile, Luna presses her blade against the young master's neck, the tension in the air palpable. He opens his system and begins examining her stats, traits, and skill sets. To his astonishment, he discovers that she's a formidable monster, standing shoulder to shoulder with knights who have reached their peak by the age of just 20. Now it all clicks into place. Luna's swordsmanship is no ordinary skill. It's a mastery that few can attain. More importantly, unlike the black sword arts that he can only learn by becoming the patriarch, Luna's techniques are within his reach if he can earn her trust. However, that would only come to pass if he joins Lunatic and proves his worth. Luna questions why the heir of the Rhinafer family would be drawn to a criminal organization. At that moment, the system alerts him to a level 1 bleed. As her blade presses against his neck, he replies, his voice steady, that his true motive is to bring down the Arkham Empire. He explains that she likely already knows this. The first step in their mission is to dismantle Elden Academy, still under the Empire's control. Only then can they begin to tear down the Empire itself. He offers to become her spy. Luna studies him intently and asks if he truly believes he can pull it off. The swordsman meets her gaze without hesitation. He assures her that he truly does. Finally, she withdraws the sword from his neck, calling him bold. Curiously, she asks for his name. He introduces himself as Nox von Rhinafer. Without hesitation, she commands her servant Duff to prepare for the lunar trial. Duff complies instantly, handing Nox a robe and instructing him to follow. As he trails behind Duff, the boy reflects that everything is unfolding as planned. Upon reaching the heart of the forest, Duff halts and explains. Once Nox steps onto the altar, he must eliminate every enemy that appears. Under no circumstances should he allow the robe to slip off. The boy begins to grasp the significance of this crucial condition. Duff elaborates, emphasizing that this is the only way to shield oneself from the berserk effect. The young master nods in understanding. The robe serves as a safeguard against the perilous state known as berserk, a trait notorious for its danger. While it pushes a person into the depths of madness, it simultaneously amplifies their abilities to the utmost extreme. He is acutely aware that once someone falls under the Crimson Moon's influence, insanity is often their only fate. More accurately, it's not just insanity, it's full-blown berserk. He realizes there are two conditions to pass this trial. First, he must stand within the red moonlight while remaining vigilant against the berserk state. Second, he must defeat the wave of monsters that will emerge. Initially, the game provided no guidance on how to clear this trial. After all, in a world dominated by a protagonist, no one would willingly seek to join a villainous organization. He comes to the unsettling realization that no one has ever truly known how to survive this ordeal, yet he believes he can find a way. Luna then reveals the stark truth. Once he begins the trial, only two outcomes await him. He will either succeed and join the ranks of Lunatic, or he will perish, left to decay as a lifeless corpse. The young lord offers a calm smile, assuring her that they'll see how things unfold. Without hesitation, Duff draws a small blade and slices his palm, allowing a few drops of blood to fall onto the center of the altar. In an instant, the ritual springs to life, and a horde of monsters materializes around them. Nox's heart races as he comprehends the gravity of the situation. This is far beyond anything he can handle. Each monster is a chimera, all at least of intermediate rank, and their numbers are staggering. Yet, there remains a glimmer of hope. He sheds his robe and Luna watches in stunned disbelief, questioning his sanity. Suddenly, the system flashes a warning. The Crimson Moonlight has activated the Berserk abnormal status. Nox receives a chilling alert. He risks losing control of his mind, and if that happens, recovery may be impossible. But that's not all. The system reveals that all of his stats have increased by 1.5 times. Meanwhile, Duff turns to Luna, disbelief etched on his face. "I can't believe Nox discarded his robe," he says, shaking his head. "It's like throwing his life away." He pauses, weighing the gravity of the situation. "Should we try to stop him?" Luna shakes her head, firmly disagreeing. "Nox isn't the type to heed warnings," she explains. "His fate is his own, and it has nothing to do with us." Duff interjects, revealing his lineage. "I'm from the Rainhafer family," he reminds her, his tone serious. "You remember Nox's father, Theo von Rainhofer? If Nox lays a finger on Lunatic, it will spell trouble for all of us." Luna reassures him, promising that it won't happen and she'll ensure it. She then poses a question: does he truly believe Theo is the type to overflow with fatherly love? Duff nods in agreement. For now, he decides to take a step back and observe. Luna senses that young Nox must have a plan, and Duff is content to follow her lead. As the monsters close in on the young warrior, he fights back with unmatched ferocity, cutting them down one after another. In that moment, he feels as though the entire world has been drenched in crimson, just as the lunar trial is depicted in the inner lunatic. Amidst the chaos, he realizes that several of his stats have subtly increased. But it's not just his abilities that have grown. His talents, height, and even the breadth of his shoulders have all improved. He has grown taller and broader, reaching a level that his peers can hardly match. Then there's the berserk status abnormality, one of the most dangerous traits lurking within the inner lunatic. This condition only manifests under a crimson moon. Yet he arrived here with the intention of harnessing it from the very start, driven by the extraordinary talent he possesses. The system alerts him that, thanks to his two unique genius traits, he has neutralized the Crimson Moon's abnormal status. Now, he proudly holds the titles of Swordsmanship Genius, Combat Genius, and Mana Sensitivity Genius. However, the system warns him that this neutralization is only temporary. To him, it all feels remarkably straightforward. From the perspective of this world, his talents seem utterly unfair, granting him an overwhelming advantage. By now, he has vanquished countless monsters, wielding black execution to dispatch them with even greater efficiency. It's clear that both Luna and Duff are envious, having witnessed the remarkable skills he effortlessly displays. Suddenly, the system chimes in once more. Thanks to the power of the artifact known as the Black Flame Ring, his lifespan has been extended by 2 days and 7 hours. He glances at Luna and quips, "If you have a problem with that, feel free to become terminally ill yourself." In a flash, his speed increases dramatically, allowing him to slice through hordes of monsters with a single swing of his sword. He dispatches each monster with ruthless efficiency, leaving a massive pile of corpses at his feet. As he strides toward Luna, he inquires if the trial has come to an end. Not long ago, while the swordsman was engaged in his relentless battle, Luna had confided in Duff her belief that they would soon have to recognize him as a member of Lunatic. Duff had replied that only a select few across the entire continent possess such extraordinary talent. Luna turns to Nox, informing him that he has passed and can return now. However, he continues to slay monsters without a moment's pause. Concerned, she wonders if he has been consumed by madness. Duff even proposes that they should eliminate him on the spot. After drenching the floor in monster blood, the warrior finally makes his way back to them. Luna and Nox stand face to face, the tension palpable in the air. She informs him that the trial has concluded, adding that Tio has unleashed a monster. Duff nods in complete agreement, his expression serious. The young master, feeling a sense of accomplishment, revels in his success. Luna, intrigued by his demeanor, hands the robe over to Duff, a silent acknowledgement of the weight of their circumstances. Only noble members of Lunatic are permitted to wear this robe. The system confirms that the equipment has been acquired, displaying the details of the item, a Lunatic member's robe. Duff presents the robe to Nox, who dons it with a sense of purpose. This marks the beginning of their conquest of Lunatic. He reflects on the completion of the conquest of Lunatic. His passive skill, Oath of the Moonlight, stands out as a valuable asset. While it's unfortunate that its effects can only be activated at night, the skill boosts his attack power by 1.2 times a rarity among the elite of Lunatic. He swiftly checks his stats in the system and notices an unexpected boost in extra point and willpower. It's the best possible outcome. They lock eyes for a few lingering moments, and she asks if he desires anything more from her. He replies confidently, "As far as I know, no newcomer has ever performed as well as I did during the lunar trial." Given the circumstances, he believed he deserved to be treated accordingly. She smiled, commenting that he wasn't bad, quite the bold newcomer. Internally, she questioned how long he could maintain such audacity. Then, she instructed Duff to fetch something. He promptly obeyed and returned with a white mask. She explains that this is an artifact recently acquired by Lunatic, known as Moonshadow. True to its name, it has the ability to create a clone, which will undoubtedly assist him as he embarks on his journey as a spy within the Academy. She glances at him, her eyes searching for signs of satisfaction. Nox bows to her, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. He feels a genuine thrill at finally acquiring Moonshadow. Just then, the system chimes in, notifying him that he can now use the artifact to create a clone of the player. It prompts him to input a name, traits, and basic information. He realizes that this is the main reason he encountered Lunatic so early on. In truth, it's an artifact that enables the creation of a player's clone. Now he has the unique opportunity to embody both the protagonist and the villain, thanks to this very artifact. Grateful, he thanks her and addresses her as Captain Luna. She warns him, urging him to listen carefully. Within Lunatic, there are 5 ranks. Aside from the captain and vice captain, members are classified from ranks 1 to 3. As this is his first time here, he will begin at rank 3. The young master nods in agreement. She instructs him to stay on standby until he receives his first mission, adding, with a hint of expectation, that she hopes he won't let her down. Once he leaves, she turns to Duff and comments that the boy is quite intriguing. She then asks if he shares her sentiment. Duff nods, admitting he has no idea how the kid managed to survive the chaos of the Crimson Moon. She responds with understanding, noting that for those who aren't geniuses, lasting even 5 minutes is nearly impossible. Even if he is a genius, the fact that he can fight without his robe shows he has the guts to risk his life. Duff nods in agreement with her assessment. She instructs him to keep a close watch on the boy for now, curious to see if he will entertain them and prove useful to their organization. Meanwhile, Nox steps back through the portal, returning to his world in the same bar form he had entered. Karen notices him and remarks that it seems he has taken care of his business. Nox nods in agreement. He reflects on how others might question his reckless choices, wondering if he truly dared to risk his life at the altar. And indeed, that's precisely what he did. The only foolproof way to counter the berserk trait is to possess 2 pacifist genius traits. In simple terms, he's the only one who can wield the full power of the Crimson Moon. Karen suspects he has achieved his goal. The young swordsman then turns to Karen and asks if she has any business with him. Karen replies that it feels a bit unfair and suggests they introduce themselves. She adds, with a hint of playfulness, that self-introductions mean sharing their names. The boy introduces himself as Nox von Reinhafer and asks if they're finished. The bartender nods, assuring him they'll meet again. He adds that keeping up with the Academy's rigorous schedule will be challenging. However, for Nox, it might be even tougher to conceal his strength. With a knowing look, he advises, just try not to stand out too much. As Nox steps out of the bar, he feels a sense of satisfaction. Everything seems to be going according to plan. However, upon returning to his room, he is met with an unexpected sight. Lavelia, arms crossed and fuming, stands waiting for him. "How could you sneak out on the very first day of school without your maid?" she demands, her voice sharp with indignation. Nox can't help but think that such a thing shouldn't have been possible. He had checked and confirmed that she was asleep before he slipped away. Now, she turns to her young master, her voice tinged with concern. "Are you even listening to me?" she asks, frustration creeping into her tone. With a sigh, she reminds him once more something she has done countless times before, that he must avoid reckless actions. Despite the swirling rumors within the family, she believes there's still a glimmer of hope for redemption. He smiles and asks her how her day went, casually mentioning that, as far as he knows, maids and servants attend lessons too. She replies that nothing much happened, but her tone reveals otherwise. He senses that something significant occurred. A flicker of concern crosses his mind. Could there truly be nothing he can do about this? After all, these lessons are meant for maids and servants, most of whom belong to low-ranking noble families. Now that Lavelia is a commoner, she becomes an easy target for bullying. One day, someone hands her a small pouch and advises her that if she ever finds herself in trouble during lessons, she should open it. Curious, she asks what's inside. He tells her to only open it in times of need, explaining that it contains an item capable of resolving any situation in a perfectly reasonable manner. She asks if she can open it now, but he firmly denies her request. Complying with her master's order, she assures him that if she ever finds herself in a similar situation, she will open it. He appreciates her obedience and urges her not to hesitate. If she ever finds herself in danger, she must use it. She nods in agreement. The system alerts him that he has successfully enrolled in Eldane Academy, marking the completion of the first main story. It also notifies him of a new message in his mailbox and prompts him to open it. He gives the command, and the mail unfolds before him. As he begins to read, he realizes the message is anything but ordinary. The letter opens with a warm greeting. "Hello, long time no see." If he's reading this, it means he has successfully gained admission to Eldane Academy. The sender expresses confidence in his ability to enter the academy, stating that he always knew he would succeed. There's a genuine sense of joy in the words, reflecting heartfelt congratulations for this significant achievement. The young master senses something amiss. The tone of the letter suggests that the writer can see right through him, revealing an unsettling familiarity. The sender ominously notes that the trials are only just beginning. He acknowledges that Knox has likely faced significant hardships thus far, but warns that what lies ahead will be even more painful and far more challenging to endure. The writer underscores that no one else can undertake this task. Only Knox possesses the unique ability to witness the story's conclusion. He acknowledges that this may come across as reckless, yet he vows to support Knox to the best of his ability. The letter goes on, expressing that, while it may not seem like much, the sender sincerely hopes Knox will accept the item included with the correspondence. Knox mutters to himself, frustrated that the contents of the message are once again unhelpful. It's clear he needs to reorganize his thoughts. He can't shake the feeling that the sender of this letter might be an inner lunatic GM. Their ability to manipulate the system and send him items only reinforces his suspicion. That seems to be the most plausible conclusion. With that in mind, he resolves to concentrate solely on progressing through the main storyline, recovering his lost memories, and ultimately finishing the game. He realizes there's no point in fretting over issues he can't solve at the moment. For now, it's time to explore the gift he received. He accesses the character view system. A list of names flashes before him, and he is taken aback to see Talia's name among them. Alongside it is the complete profile of his father, Teo. It's an astonishing feature, he realizes. Unlike the past, where an inner lunatic required direct observation to gain insight, this system operates on an entirely different level. He can now check the status of any character he's encountered at any time. Reflecting on this newfound ability, he muses that it's a gift only a game master could bestow. Glancing at Teo's stamina, he notes it stands at 25.2. To his surprise, Teo's stamina has increased by 0.2% in such a short span. Remarkably, at his young age, Teo has already earned the title of Sword Emperor. Yet, he continues to grow stronger. As Knox examines the increase in his stats, a realization washes over him. This world may resemble a game, but it is far from it. That understanding adds layers of complexity to his situation. Nevertheless, he reminds himself to be grateful that the class selection process went off without a hitch. Now, Lavilia faces her next challenge at the academy, mastering team magic techniques. Meanwhile, she makes her way to the maid's classroom. Inside, hushed whispers fill the air as the maids and servants gossip about her. They murmur that she is the one from the Lavilia family who fell from nobility to become a commoner. One maid turns to another, incredulous, and says she can't fathom how Lavilia has the audacity to accompany her young master all the way to Eldine. Whispers of doubt surround her motives, with many suspecting she's merely seeking a chance to elevate her life. Others gossip about her striking beauty, claiming it would be effortless for her to enchant those around her. They derisively label her as the maid of the infamous, good-for-nothing son, their mockery echoing through the halls. One maid approaches Lavilia, casually remarking that she's heard her master is quite lustful, implying that Lavilia must be planning to take advantage of that. She states it as if it were an undeniable truth. The others chime in, noting that Lavilia's family lacks influence, so there's no need to fear any repercussions. Laughter erupts around her, but Lavilia remains silent, reflecting on the countless insults she has endured over time. As a fallen noble, she can no longer afford the luxury of expecting respect or consideration. Yet, she is resolute in her determination to shield young Master Knox from any trouble her circumstances might cause. With purpose, she approaches the group of maids and politely requests a moment of their time. One maid steps forward, introducing herself as Giselle of the Flores family, the daughter of a count, and currently serving young Master Kane. With a haughty demeanor, she challenges Lavilia, asking if she truly believes someone of her stature would waste time speaking to a mere commoner. Lavilia, unfazed, calmly responds that she just overheard Giselle spreading baseless rumors about her young master. Without a hint of remorse, Giselle admits to it and defiantly inquires, "So what of it?" She asserts that the negative rumors about Nox circulating in high society are not her fault, and if Lavilia expects an apology, she will be sorely disappointed. Giselle stands firm in her refusal. In that moment, Lavilia understands that everything her young master had told her was true. Status truly holds power in this world. With newfound determination, she resolves to use the pouch Nox entrusted to her. As she opens the pouch, a digital projection of her young master materializes before her. The maids and servants instinctively recoil in fear, their expressions a mix of shock and confusion. Even Lavilia is taken aback by the unexpected sight of her master. The digital version of Nox addresses the entire group, his voice steady and commanding. He admits that he doesn't fully understand the situation. But one thing is clear. If Lavilia was compelled to use the pouch, then something significant has occurred. Someone, or perhaps all of them, had disrespected her. He threatened them outright, warning the maids and servants that they were all as good as dead. He declared that he would send their heads back to their families. With that chilling message delivered, the digital version of Nox vanished. Lavilia couldn't help but wonder if this was the object meant to resolve conflicts peacefully. Strangely, it actually works. Giselle drops to her knees, trembling as she asks for Lavilia's name. The other maids and servants look on in terror. With a calm demeanor, Lavilia states her name, sending a chill down Giselle's spine. She can't shake the thought that even a sigh from Lavilia could spell disaster. In that moment, she realizes the Reinhafer family has the power to erase her own family from existence in an instant. She lowers her head to the ground before Lavilia, pleading for forgiveness. I promise I'll never be disrespectful again. Please, just let this go this once. The maids and servants bow deeply in unison before Lavilia, and a wave of relief washes over her. It truly resolved itself just as her young master had predicted. Yet, the outcome leaves her troubled. It could spark even more damaging rumors about him. She silently ponders what he could have been thinking. Without uttering another word, Lavilia turns and walks away. Later that night, Nox and his maid Lavilia stroll down the dimly lit street. She casts a worried glance his way, her concern deepening as she notices the dark circles under his eyes. "Are you all right?" she asks softly. He rubs his eyes and assures her, "I'm fine. I just managed to complete the class selection somehow." Just then, a young servant approaches, greeting him with a respectful nod. The young master narrows his eyes, suspicion flickering across his face. "Who is this?" he demands, his tone sharp. The boy introduces himself as Rick, Miss Eleanor's servant, and expresses his honor in meeting Nox. Meanwhile, Nox silently wonders what's happening. Suddenly, the system alerts him that he is currently shaken, triggering the acting genius skill. Moments later, the system notifies him that the shaking has subsided. Nox begins to sense the approach of a dangerous character from the early part of the story. He is aware that Rick is, in fact, Rock the Deceitful. In the upcoming 3 main story arcs, this very man betrays his rival in merchantry, adding depth to the unfolding plot. Furthermore, he serves a demon and worships dark forces. In other words, he is the traitor who will ultimately stab Eleanor in the back. The young master understands that the saying, "the enemy of your enemy is a friend," is nothing but folly in inner lunatic. He knows all too well that Rick is the worst kind of trouble. Getting involved with him would only lead to unnecessary complications. Rick then extends a small box, claiming it's a gift from his miss, insisting it's a precious artifact. Nox's response is icy as he tells Rick to get lost. Though a flicker of curiosity about the artifact stirs within him, he recognizes it for what it truly is. A poisoned apple he must refuse. Rick stands frozen, his shock evident as he processes Nox's rejection. Confusion washes over him as he tries to decipher Nox's words. The young swordsman, his grip tightening around the hilt of his sword, glares at Rick and asks if he wants him to repeat himself. Without another word, Nox turns and strides away, leaving Rick in stunned silence. Lavilia trails closely behind, her expression filled with concern. She glances at Nox and gently chides him, noting his frail body and questioning what he would do if he collapsed from walking too quickly. Nox glances at her, a hint of challenge in his eyes. "How pathetic do you think I am?" he asks. She retorts, recalling how just recently he had chills, the flu, and cold hands and feet all at once. Frustration bubbles up as she raises her voice, declaring, "I never imagined anyone could be as weak as you." He doesn't deny it, but offers her a reassuring smile. "I'm all right now," he says, his tone steady. "I promise I'm not going to die suddenly." She nods in agreement, though a sense of unease lingers within her. Lavilia remarks that he always seems to be at the center of every incident, suggesting that, in a way, he's quite popular. Yet, more than just being her master, Nox is the one who once saved her life. Moreover, when someone possesses a single-minded devotion, they naturally grow anxious when separated from their master. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asks him why he reacted that way toward the person just moments ago. He pauses, contemplating her question, and finally wonders if she's talking about Rick. She nods in confirmation and inquires if he was being more emotional than usual. He leans in, urging her to listen closely. No matter what happens, he warns, having Rick anywhere near you is never a good thing. She ponders this, questioning whether it relates to his past conflict with Miss Eleanor. Despite her concerns, she understands that Knox wouldn't act out without a valid reason, and she's convinced there's more to the story. She nods in agreement with her master, promising to keep Rick at bay, just as he advised. Meanwhile, Knox ponders the uncertain future ahead. They must also maintain distance from Eleanor, otherwise they risk attracting too much unwanted attention. He warns Lavilia that they must be cautious from now on. With a hint of annoyance, he strides into the lecture hall, pondering why he has faced such challenges from the very start. Inside, the elderly professor addresses the students, announcing that today they will form the teams they will work with for the upcoming year. He also mentions that they will participate in team bonding exercises. The professor emphasizes that the key to forming a successful party is mutual understanding. This statement irks the young master, who suddenly realizes just how naive he had been about his circumstances. He hadn't considered that his lack of friends would pose a challenge, even in a game. The professor addresses the cadets once more, instructing those who get along to form teams of 4. He gives them a strict 30 minutes to accomplish this task. Knox, however, feels a wave of doubt wash over him. As a public outcast, the thought of gathering 3 teammates seems impossible. With a hesitant hand raised, he asks the professor, what happens if someone can't form a team? The professor bluntly informs him that he will receive an F, and repeating the course is not an option. He should take note. Then, with a sharp tone, the professor admonishes him, emphasizing that working alone is strictly prohibited. He nods in acknowledgement of the rule, but a troubling thought crosses his mind. What does it really mean to receive an F? He quickly realizes how challenging it is to graduate from Eldine. One failing grade could lead to immediate expulsion. That's something he simply cannot allow. Meanwhile, students rush to assist Princess Penelope, their camaraderie evident as they pair up. All around, cadets eagerly seek partners, but Knox remains seated in his chair, lost in thought. He grapples with the challenge of finding a way for someone like him, a complete outcast, to forge friendships. A boy strides up to Eleanor, eager to team up. He boasts about his athleticism, despite his unassuming appearance. Just then, a girl joins in, offering her support and promising a special meal that only her family can provide. Yet, Eleanor brushes them both off, her focus unwavering. Without uttering a word, she strides directly toward Knox, her expression serious. "It seems you didn't like my gift," she remarks, her tone laced with curiosity. She turns to him, asking if he'll give her a chance to repay her debt. He raises an eyebrow, confused by her words. With a determined glint in her eye, she proposes forming a team together. He finds her confidence a bit presumptuous, yet deep down, he realizes he's destined to end up on the same team as her. To his surprise, Talia approaches as well, eager to join their ranks. He lets out a quiet sigh, feeling the weight of yet another burden added to his shoulders. Eleanor senses that Talia is somewhat on his side, but she can't help but wonder if Talia has feelings for him. It must be difficult for her, knowing that Knox is her fiancé. Observing his solitude, she feels a strong urge to support him. Meanwhile, the young master mutters to himself, "This is driving me nuts." Eleanor remarks that it's unexpected. The swordsman raises an eyebrow, questioning her meaning. She replies, intrigued, that it's fascinating someone like him has a friend. He contemplates her words, realizing he can't exactly argue with her observation. Yet an unfamiliar anger begins to bubble within him. Talia interjects once more, asking if he plans to team up with her. Knox offers a faint smile, prompting Eleanor to remind him that they still need one more member for their team. He raises an eyebrow at both girls, feeling as though his opinion has become irrelevant. Eleanor, unfazed, explains that he doesn't really have a choice in the matter. Knox chuckles, acknowledging her keen intuition as always. Deep down, he understands that to regain his lost memories, he must remain at Eldon Academy. He must also secure impressive results for the highly anticipated first episode, where he needs to place in the top 10. This marks his first battle against an archdemon, and he knows it will be his debut in portraying both the villain and the hero. Just then, a boy named Pell approaches Eleanor, expressing his eagerness to join their team. Knox breathes a sigh of relief, thinking that at least their final member seems like a normal person. He swiftly reviews all of Pell's details in his system and is taken aback to discover his unique skill. The power of blessing can be used only once. This revelation brings him a sense of relief. While he notes that Pell's stats are rather mediocre, he understands that this is not the main concern. The power of blessing stands out as one of the most formidable skills in Inner Lunatic, capable of awakening the hidden talents of the protagonist's team members. However, there's a catch. It cannot be used on the protagonist himself. This raises a curious question in his mind. Why does a character from the Academy possess a rare skill typically reserved for saints and saintesses from a monastery? He decides to put his thoughts aside for now. Pell smiles and expresses his eagerness to collaborate with everyone. Eleanor is the first to introduce herself, sharing her hope that the team will put in their best efforts. Next, Talia follows suit, happily stating her name and expressing her excitement about being part of the group. The young master then raises an eyebrow, questioning whether he needs to introduce himself at all. He adds with a hint of challenge that he hopes they won't hold him back and will contribute just as much. The old professor stands before the class, announcing that it appears everyone has formed their teams. He expresses his hope that they will all get to know one another well by next week. With a firm declaration, he states that their current teams will remain unchanged for the entire semester. With that, he dismisses the class. As the students gather their things, Knox mutters, "What an old crazy man." Talia smirks and replies, "I think he just let his inner thoughts slip out loud." He replies that he knows and actually wanted her to hear it. She warns him that swearing at the professor isn't wise. As he exits the classroom, he casually remarks that it doesn't matter anyway since the team has already been formed. Talia rushes after him, inquiring about his lesson schedule. She quickly adds that her question isn't for any particular reason. He can hardly believe she just asked that. It's clear what she's after. She claims she's simply curious, but he quickly counters, pointing out that she's really just trying to discover which subject will earn her the highest marks with the least effort. He makes it clear that she expects him to share that information without any cost. She vehemently denies it. He informs her that he won't be fooled into giving away free information, making it clear that it simply isn't going to happen. Meanwhile, in the bustling market of the 4th District at the Academy, Lavilia turns to her master and remarks, "As expected of Eldine Academy, there's a lot to purchase. All the grimoires, equipment, and textbooks. It's no wonder they say commoners struggle to graduate due to financial constraints." He simply replies that it doesn't concern him. After all, he believes that anyone with the talent to graduate from this academy will attract plenty of sponsors, even if they come from humble beginnings, unless, of course, their talent is utterly worthless. He's confident that money won't be an issue. Meanwhile, the bustling marketplace around them is a bit overwhelming, and Lavilia finds it quite unappealing. He warns her that this district attracts all kinds of people, where anything can happen. Yet, he comforts her, assuring her that there's no need to worry about the crowd. As he scans the area, his gaze lands on someone, and surprise washes over his face. A shopkeeper, clearly annoyed, tells the man to leave if he isn't planning to make a purchase, questioning why he's obstructing others who are trying to shop. The young master quickly identifies the newcomer as Leon von Marvis, the young patriarch of one of the top 3 dark families. However, he suspects that Leon is currently struggling, as his family has fallen into financial ruin. Knox quietly reflects that despite this setback, Leon has always been a kind-hearted person, and he sincerely hopes he can overcome these challenges. Meanwhile, Leon turns to the shopkeeper, offering a polite apology as he explains that he is simply trying to make a reasonable purchase. The shopkeeper bellows at Leon, questioning how it's reasonable for him to lift and weigh the same items. He tells Leon to cut the nonsense and leave, sneering that the standards of Eldine must have plummeted if they've accepted a beggar like him. At the mention of beggar, Leon's anger flares. Despite his family's struggles, he can't let the insult slide. With a fierce determination, he unleashes a magical spell aimed directly at the shopkeeper. Knox races toward Leon, his mind racing with disbelief. How could he be so reckless? Even if the shopkeeper provoked him, anger wells up within Knox as he surveys the bustling crowd in the 4th District, realizing the danger Leon poses by wielding black magic in such a public space. He turns to Lavilia, urgency in his voice. "This kid has lost it! Just look in his eyes. They're screaming trouble. We have to stop him before things escalate." The shopkeeper bellows at Leon, incredulous and accusing him of madness for what he's just unleashed. Suddenly, 2 skeletons materialize, advancing menacingly toward him. Knox steps in front of the shopkeeper, urgency lacing his voice as he warns, "Get out of here now, unless you want to meet your end." But the foolish shopkeeper, undeterred, shouts back at them, calling them rascals and demanding to know how they dare to challenge him. He demands to know if they recognize him. Grabbing Knox by the shoulder, he presses for an answer. The young master turns back, his voice steady and meaningful, and replies, "I don't need you to tell me who I am." In the quiet of the night, Talia sits in her room, turning to her maid, Emma. Are you saying that even though I teamed up with Knox, he still won't share his class schedule with me? Is this his way of being shy because he's going through puberty? She seeks clarity, hoping to understand the situation better. Emma shakes her head, a hint of amusement in her eyes. I'm afraid I have no idea what he's thinking. She gently advises Talia to take a moment to calm down. Talia explains that she has been doing her best to act maturely, avoiding quick judgments and trying not to hold Knox back. Yet, despite her efforts, she still received a cold response from him. Emma realizes that if things continue this way, Talia might remain dejected for a few days. She ponders what she can do to help her friend. Talia reflects on her earlier praise of Master Knox, realizing that if she had known how things would turn out, she might have chosen her words more carefully. As they journey in the carriage, she turns to her maid, Emma, and asks why her fiancé seems so distant. Emma responds with a knowing smile, explaining that it's simply a phase of adolescence. Talia raises an eyebrow in surprise. Emma continues, boys his age often act this way, grumbling and keeping their distance from others. It's just part of growing up. Emma reflects on that moment, realizing it was when her feelings for him began to deepen. At the time, she never imagined it would lead to such a significant issue. She can't help but wonder if she should have been more cautious with her advice. Emma is certain that Miss Talia has feelings for Master Knox. Given the situation, she decides to speak up. I don't think this is how Master Knox truly feels, she tells Talia. Curiosity piqued, Talia asks for clarification. Emma explains, since he's already your fiancé, he might be trying to maintain a clear boundary between his personal life and your life at the academy. Talia grips Emma's hand, a playful smile on her face. I knew you were knowledgeable about dating, she says, her eyes sparkling with excitement. As they reach Talia's room, she adds, you really sound like a pro. I'm definitely going to keep coming to you for advice whenever I have concerns. Emma's expression shifts, a hint of embarrassment creeping in. I'm sorry to disappoint you, she replies, but I've actually never dated anyone before. Suddenly, Eleanor steps into the room, and Emma introduces herself as the maid of the Still-Reiner family. Curiously, she inquires about Eleanor's purpose for visiting. Eleanor introduces herself, explaining that she is part of Talia's team for the Team Magic Combat class, and asks if Talia is available for a brief moment. Emma replies politely, stating that without a prior appointment, Eleanor will need to schedule a visit for a later date. Eleanor reveals that she's here to discuss Knox. Talia's interest piques, prompting her to lean in closer. Eleanor notes that this is their second meeting today. Meanwhile, the young master stands defiantly between the shopkeeper and Leon, challenging the shopkeeper with a question. Does he need to remind him of his identity? The shopkeeper, with a hint of rudeness, retorts that he has white hair and purple eyes. Suddenly, the shopkeeper realizes that he is speaking to a member of the Reinhafer family, the one who was admitted into the academy. The swordsman, however, coolly replies that he doesn't enjoy repeating himself. The shopkeeper, flustered, quickly apologizes, explaining that he didn't recognize him due to the robe he was wearing. Knox commands him to leave, emphasizing that this is his act of generosity, and he hopes he won't have to repeat himself a third time. The shopkeeper quickly complies and vacates the area. Leon, slightly annoyed, points out that he was addressing the shopkeeper. Just then, one of the skeletons draws near. Without hesitation, Knox seizes its skull and crushes it into fragments, causing the skeleton to vanish into thin air. Knox quips that Leon might as well plead with the Imperial family to have him arrested. Leon nods in understanding. He knows it's illegal for anyone to learn magic before reaching adulthood. With a hint of self-awareness, he admits that he hadn't considered the consequences of his actions. Leon quickly bows before Knox, expressing his gratitude and apologies for the assistance he received. The young master coolly advises him that if he understands his predicament, he should purchase what he needs and then leave. If he lacks the funds, he should use his own. With a flick of his wrist, Knox tosses a bag brimming with gold coins in Leon's direction. As Leon gazes at the shimmering coins, he can't help but wonder why Knox is extending such help. He makes it clear that if Knox is attempting to make him feel indebted, it won't succeed. The swordsman asserts that those few coins hold no value for him, and he can't claim to be without purpose in this matter. Leon nods in agreement and returns the magical skeletons. I suppose this money is just to keep me quiet, he muses. He tells Knox that he senses the unique power of the Marva family, the ones who command the undead maninating from him. Leon takes a gold coin, tossing it into the air as he declares to the young master that he's breaking their deal. He questions Knox about why he possesses the power of his family. Meanwhile, Eleanor and Talia sit together at a coffee table. Talia remembers that Eleanor had something important to discuss with her. Eleanor watches her own reaction, surprised by how different it is from what she had envisioned. Talia stands before her, exuding exuding an elegance that captivates her attention. A nagging thought crosses her mind. Could Knox truly have feelings for her? But she quickly dismisses the notion, concluding that someone like him would view an engagement as nothing more than a constraint. With that realization, she resolves to be more direct in her conversation. Eleanor abruptly declares that Knox is a dangerous individual. She elaborates, noting that he is the son of one of the three most powerful dark families, and there are countless troubling rumors surrounding his behavior. Talia counters, insisting that she doesn't believe Knox is a bad person. Eleanor contemplates whether others might share Talia's viewpoint. With a hint of disbelief, she calls Talia strange, and wonders why someone as sincere as her would be drawn to a good-for-nothing like Knox. Eleanor catches the emotions swirling in Talia's eyes, sensing the hostility and anger directed at her. Talia is determined to convey that, despite Knox's shortcomings, she doesn't believe he is capable of wrongdoing. While he may come off as cold and distant to others, that is merely a fraction of his true self. She also informs Eleanor that she's heard about the marriage talks involving her and Knox. However, that alone isn't enough for her to support him, and she knows it. Discussions of marriage between noble families can shift as easily as turning a hand. Talia emphasizes that this isn't the reason she trusts Knox. Eleanor replies, "People don't change easily." Talia responds, acknowledging the truth in Eleanor's words, but urges her to remember one crucial fact. Knox saved her life. Without his intervention back then, she would surely have perished. She suspects that Eleanor is already aware of this. Yet, despite this knowledge, Talia can't help but wonder why Eleanor continues to harbor doubts about Knox. Eleanor realizes she may have misspoken and suggests they end their conversation, thanking Talia for her time. Talia responds with a frosty farewell, and Eleanor exits the room. Once outside the hostels, she stands alone, her sadness evident. Rick approaches her, noticing her unusual demeanor, and asks if the conversation didn't go well. She asks Rick what he believes is the most important trait for a merchant. He replies that it must be a constant wariness and skepticism towards others. She reflects on how this mindset has earned her the nicknames Fox of Wealth and Star of the Finance World. As she observes him, she realizes he has changed. In truth, she finds herself harboring feelings for him. She reassures herself that it can't possibly be true after all this time. Meanwhile, Knox and Leon stand locked in a tense standoff. The young master urgently instructs everyone to flee, warning them about the barrier magic at play. Panic ensues as people scramble to escape. Knox senses the gravity of the situation. He understands that despite Leon's obsession with wealth, it would be impossible for him to keep the secret of Knox wielding his family's power hidden forever. Leon informs him that if he wanted to negotiate, he should have brought something worthy of the discussion. The swordsman ponders whether he should have proposed an offer instead. He explains that this matter involves his family, and he doubts Leon would be willing to exchange anything for that. Leon raises an eyebrow, questioning why he speaks as if he knows him so well. Knox responds by addressing him formally, Leon von Marbus, and explains that his family ranks among the top 3 dark families, alongside the Rhinavers, wielding significant influence in their world. Leon cautions him, expressing his discomfort with the use of past tense. The young master responds, acknowledging that he must already be aware of his family's decline. He elaborates, revealing that he knows those individuals exploited their territory to usurp the patriarch of the Marvis family, seizing most of their lands in the process. Leon, intrigued, asks if the young master intends to leverage his superior knowledge as a means to fuel his desire for revenge. Knox firmly clarifies his position, asserting that he doesn't pursue ambitions for personal gain. His sole desire is the revival of his family, a longing for the young patriarch to be acknowledged, and for his lineage to reclaim its former glory. He turns to Leon, asking if that isn't his true objective. Leon responds, acknowledging that it's a noble goal, and implies that Knox understands him well. Curiosity piqued, Leon then inquires about how Knox acquired the powers of the Marvos family. Knox reveals that he stumbled upon this power by chance and has only recently discovered its connection to his family. Leon, trusting his words, nods in understanding. The swordsman then inquires if Leon has no further questions. Leon replies that he feels satisfied, as Knox has already provided him with all the answers he needs. Knox realizes that Leon's true curiosity wasn't about how he acquired his family's power, but rather how much he knew about him and why he chose to intervene in his affairs. Leon expresses his gratitude, saying he's pleased to have received his answers. He thanks Knox for his assistance today, promising to repay him in the future, though he insists it won't involve money. As the young master walks away, he reassures Knox not to worry about repayment, adding that he doesn't expect anything in return. The following day, he steps into Noah's office where she contemplates his lifeline, a delicate balance of light and rest. He senses that it's time to harness the power of the genius hour. This is the moment when the genius trait shines brightest, even among the eccentric characters who possess it, considered the most formidable skill of all. Meanwhile, Chen sits in his room, engrossed in the game on his computer. He could describe this as downloadable content for his inner lunatic. This time, his desk and room are spotless. The system informs him that he is the first to successfully complete the inner lunatic challenge 10 times, unlocking a hidden trait. It also announces that his playable character has been granted the active skill, Hour of the Genius. The system issues a warning stating that this skill can only be acquired if his character possesses at least 2 genius traits. Initially, it was just a game he enjoyed, so he had no clue what the DLC contained when he purchased it. If it weren't for that decision he made back then, he would have faced death multiple times by now. The thought sends a chill down his spine. Now back in the game, he stands before Noah, who remarks that he was truly impressive this time. She playfully wonders if his family has been raising a monster all along. He raises an eyebrow, incredulous that she would call him a monster so casually, and asks if she thinks she might be crossing a line. With a smirk, she replies that she hasn't said anything wrong at all. As she plants her feet firmly on the floor, she questions how they could possibly explain his calm demeanor while battling an ice troll. She's also puzzled as to why someone with such skill would be labeled a good-for-nothing. No matter how hard she tries, she just can't make sense of it. She wonders if the Sword Emperor Tio has a poor judgment of character, but quickly dismisses the thought there is no way that could be true. The young master senses her suspicion and realizes it's only natural. After all, the original Nox was truly a good-for-nothing. With a swift decision, he activates his acting genius. That is no longer the case. The system confirms he is now steady and unshaken. He explains to her that his past, no matter what kind of person he was, shouldn't matter to her. She nods in agreement, adding that his talent has sparked her excitement. In fact, he has become so intriguing that she finds herself wanting to steal him away. He tells the dean that he finds her comment inappropriate and decides to act as if he hadn't heard it. He also realizes she had been following him after polymorphing herself. Surprised that he noticed, she admits it was her and adds that she's curious to see how much longer he can keep his secrets hidden from her. Holding a letter in her hand, he thinks to himself that he's finally starting to understand. She reveals that this is the reason she summoned him. It's a skill-strengthening scroll, capable of significantly enhancing one of his abilities, and it's an incredibly valuable item. He admits that it's the first time he's ever heard of such a thing. With a smile, she invites him to come and take it. He eagerly steps forward, grasping the scroll in his hand. He feels a slight jolt of surprise, unsure if it was real or just a figment of his imagination. Perhaps it's simply his excitement about what lies ahead. Suddenly, his system chimes in, confirming that he has acquired a new artifact and begins to display its details. The information reveals that this skill-strengthening scroll is now ready for use. The system then inquires if he would like to proceed with its use. Without hesitation, he accepts the offer, and the system prompts him to choose which skill he wishes to enhance. He swiftly selects Hour of the Genius. The system confirms his choice, notifying him that the strengthening of his skill is now complete. Because he acquired the artifact at such an early stage, he will receive additional benefits. His skill's effects have doubled, and the active duration of Hour of the Genius has been extended to 10 minutes. He knows that strengthening Hour of the Genius is no easy feat. As an already overpowered skill, there are few ways to enhance it further. However, one of those rare methods is through this scroll. He realizes that acquiring this artifact at such an early stage is the greatest boon he could have hoped for. Noah ponders whether he achieved the results he desired. He realizes he can't become any more involved with her than he already is. With a nod, he affirms that if she has nothing else for him, he will take his leave. She grants him permission to go, casually noting that he must be tired from rescuing his fellow student during the test. In that moment, Noah understands that concealing the truth about saving Eleanor from the Dark Walker would be futile. He casually explains that it just happened and asks her to overlook it, not wanting to draw the Academy's attention. She nods in agreement, reassuring him not to worry and advising him to get some rest. Before he departs, he sincerely thanks her for her kindness. She recognizes the danger he poses, and as he walks away, he resolves to be cautious for the time being. Noah finds herself eagerly anticipating the kind of monster he will become. The following morning, a young professor stands before the class, delivering his lecture with enthusiasm. He emphasizes the importance of understanding the properties and traits of each element. Nox, observing from the sidelines, thinks this is basic magic of the Empire, something that was barely touched upon in the original story. Yet, he realizes that the true significance lies not in the class itself, but in what unfolds beyond it. He swiftly reviews the details of Professor Raz and his system. After examining his traits and skills, Nox realizes that Raz will play a pivotal role in this chapter. Although he discovers that Raz isn't particularly strong, it's reassuring to have this information ahead of time. Nox can't help but admire the fact that Raz has managed to become an academy professor despite his limitations. Professor Raz instructs the class to begin the lesson. As he scans the room, he spots Nox, who is already exuding an air of superiority, looking down on his classmates. Raz can't help but wonder what extraordinary talent someone like him might possess. He also knows that the dean, Noah, can be quite stubborn. With a serious tone, he explains to the class that every single human on the continent possesses elemental mana, not just the students of their academy. Today, they will discover their elemental affinities and learn how to manifest them. The professor begins by calling out the first name, Cadet Nox. Curiosity flickers in the air as the professor wonders if Nox knows what element he possesses. With a calm demeanor, Nox responds, Darkness. Intrigued, the professor probes further, asking about the characteristics of this elusive element. Nox explains, unlike the four primary elements, darkness is corrupted and struggles to blend with others. However, it is known for its immense destructive power, far surpassing that of the other elements. He goes on to explain that, in exchange for its strength, it is notoriously difficult to control, with only a select few individuals or families able to wield it effectively. Ross then inquires about the opposing element to darkness. Nox answers, divinity. Intrigued, Raz asks, if divinity and darkness were to clash, which one do you think would emerge victorious? He replies that divinity would prevail. The professor muses that people rarely speak ill of their own family element, suggesting that Nox must be quite exceptional. Ras then states he has just one more question. If he were to face someone wielding divine mana, what would he do? The swordsman calmly explains that while his target remains unaware, he will strike, ensuring a definitive kill to prevent any future complications. His chilling words leave everyone in shock, including the professor. Ras mumbles to himself, bewildered, what on earth did he just say? In his dimly lit room, Rick sits alone, injecting a substance into his arm. As the drug courses through his veins, a wave of dizziness washes over him. He mutters to himself, just a bit more effort and I'll finally become a real demon. Suddenly, a demon materializes in the room, its presence commanding. Just as you said, Nefer, it remarks, a sly grin spreading across its face. You will indeed become a true demon, leaving your human life behind. The demon continues, revealing that after this transformation, Rick will no longer need sleep and will not age, becoming a being that surpasses the limits of humanity. Filled with gratitude, Rick vows to do everything in his power to revive the demon. He bows deeply before the creature, then carefully puts his clothes back on. In the classroom, after Nox concludes his explanation of his technique, the professor ponders the importance of addressing problems at their roots before they can develop into larger issues. He admits to himself that he hadn't anticipated such a response. The young master, sensing the professor's surprise, apologizes if his answer missed the mark, explaining that he believed it was simply the most efficient approach. The system alerts him that the acting genius has been activated with remarkable intensity. The professor observes Nox's unwavering gaze, upright posture, and shoulders held high. In that moment, he realizes that Nox genuinely means what he says, and he begins to grasp why Dean Noah had shown such disinterest in him. Ross instructs his assistant to prepare the imp immediately. His assistant appears taken aback by the command. Raz raises an eyebrow and asks if he didn't hear him correctly. He repeats himself, insisting that he wants preparations for the magic adequacy test. Internally, Raz reflects that such arrogance needs to be tempered. After all, to forge a sharp sword, it must be honed thousands of times. All the students gather around the professor as his assistant wheels in a handcart. Gasps ripple through the crowd as they catch sight of a tiny demon locked inside a cage. Raz steps forward, explaining that these creatures are the lowest-ranked demons classified by the association, known as imps. He elaborates that, while they exhibit aggressive behavior, they pose little real threat. With their low health, he assures the cadets they can be easily dispatched. One student grumbles that it's only their first class. Another chimes in, speculating that this must be the standard at Eldon Academy. The professor, keen to regain their attention, reminds them to stay focused. He emphasizes that they are the elite, hand-picked to attend this prestigious academy, and they must keep that in mind. He then reveals their true objective, not merely to become knights or mages, but to subjugate every demon that roams the world. To accomplish their goal, they must familiarize themselves with beings known as demons, about which they still know very little. The professor instructs all the students to channel their mana into the caged imp to subdue it. The young swordsman steps forward, standing before the demon's cage, contemplating the process the professor just outlined for bending a demon to their will. He can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. According to the original storyline, this lesson was supposed to occur in the second year. Yet, the unease lingers. The professor instructs him to condense mana into his palm and then let it flow into his target. With a firm tone, he adds that the student's test will conclude in just 15 minutes. The professor believes that, no matter how remarkable the Reinhoffers may be, they could never anticipate encountering an imp in their very first lesson. A new student would undoubtedly be fooled by the imp's antics, likely ending up drooling in confusion. Ras is resolute in his mission to enlighten him about the realities of this world. Just then, the professor's attention is drawn to the demon, which is now holding its head and bowing low to the ground. He shouts, demanding to know what is happening. Talia turns back, assuring Emma that it won't happen again. But it's not just the demon. Nox has invaded the minds of all the students. One student murmurs that she feels something strange. Another claims to taste something akin to a delicious pie. Meanwhile, a girl complains that her consciousness is slipping away. Talia continues to apologize to Emma, her voice filled with regret. Meanwhile, the young master raises his hand, seeking the professor's attention. "Professor," he begins, "may I change my imp?" He adds that he hasn't done anything wrong, yet the demon beside him quakes in fear. Professor Raz suddenly shouts, his voice echoing through the sacred classroom. The swordsman can't help but smile. Commenting on the commotion, it seems someone is making quite the racket in this hallowed space. Ras demands to know how Nox managed to force that imp into submission. Nox calmly replies that he hasn't done anything yet. Ras, feeling foolish, admits he can't believe he overlooked such remarkable talent. The professor praises Nox's abilities, calling them incredible, and offers him an opportunity. Ras echoes this sentiment, insisting that he will give Nox the chance to become the best student. Nox contemplates the professor's words, anxiety creeping in as he fears being singled out as Professor Raz's assistant. Nearby, a fellow student expresses his jealousy, lamenting that Nox has been chosen as the professor's favorite. However, Nox dismisses the notion, asserting that being labeled the best student is merely a guise for servitude. This declaration ignites Professor Raz's fury, and he erupts, shouting at Nox for rejecting his offer. He demands to know what Nox thinks he's implying. The other students are still struggling to recover, and one girl can't help but notice that he's the only one standing upright. Curiosity piqued, she wonders about Nox's true nature. Just a few hours earlier, while strolling through the gallery, Mr. Bernon had informed Professor Raz that the disheveled, white-haired boy possesses an unnerving strength. He assures him that Nox is a wild card. However, Raz insists that he's just a new student and argues that it's premature to draw conclusions based solely on his accomplishments. He suggests that Bernon shouldn't set such high expectations for newcomers. Bernon counters, warning him that his narrow-mindedness could be a problem. He reminds Raz that even Dean Noah advised them to keep an eye on Nox. He reflects on Nox's undeniable talent. After all, this is a student whose abilities have been acknowledged as the finest by one of the four sages. The professor replies that he must witness Nox's skills firsthand, and once he does, he won't need to concern himself with this matter any longer. Meanwhile, back in the classroom, Professor Raz is taken aback to learn that the young master has turned down his offer to become his assistant. He demands to know why anyone would turn down such an incredible opportunity. Even the other students think he's lost his mind for passing up the chance to assist Professor Raz, the foremost authority in magical education. One student leans over to another, incredulous, and says there are mountains of aspiring magicians waiting in line to become Raz's top student. It's hard to believe he just tossed that opportunity aside. Another student remarks that this is precisely the sort of thing the good-for-nothing of the Reinhofer family would do, claiming he literally tossed aside an opportunity handed to him on a silver platter. A different student chimes in, declaring that this is exactly why good-for-nothings like him shouldn't be allowed here. Yet, he remains unfazed, steadfast in his confidence, regardless of their harsh words. He can't shake the feeling that Eleanor is already giving him a headache, and he finds himself wondering why everyone around him seems intent on stirring up trouble. Just then, a student raises his hand, seeking permission to speak. Once granted, he boldly questions why Professor Raz is giving this opportunity to Reinhofer when there are so many other exceptional students, emphasizing that his true strength lies in magic. He believes that Princess Penelope and Echidna also deserve consideration for the top student position. The swordsman disapproves of his attitude, noting how desperately he tries to attach himself to a rising family. Yet, Nox can't help but admire his cunning. He knows exactly whom to flatter. With a smirk, Nox decides he should keep an eye on him. Raz steps forward, declaring that the professor ultimately decides who is worthy. However, he acknowledges the potential backlash. If he names Nox, some might suspect favoritism. To clear the air, he vows to explain why Nox truly deserves the title of his top student. Meanwhile, Knox mutters under his breath that he's already made it clear he won't do it, calling the professor a crazy bastard. Professor Raz calmly explains that first and foremost, he has subdued the imp's mana. The young master can't help but think that Raz's perspective would likely be something along these lines. Despite not fully understanding why, Knox managed to subdue the imp swiftly. While it may be a low-ranked demon, accomplishing such a feat is no small task. It's no surprise that Raz is captivated by magic. He possesses a genius-level talent for mana sensitivity and has studied the arcane arts for years. With his keen insight, he can easily discern who has a natural affinity for magic and who does not. Professor Raz insists that, given these factors, it would only be fair for Knox to become his top student. However, Knox firmly replies that he has already made it clear he won't do it. Raz urges him to take a moment and reconsider, advising against rushing his decision. The swordsman, wiping away his saliva, retorts that Raz should find a more suitable candidate and warns him not to expect any gratitude if he decides to give up on him. Confusion and frustration wash over Professor Raz. Meanwhile, Princess Penelope turns to her friend, insisting that he is nothing like the rumors she has heard. Echidna, her friend, offers a sincere apology for the misinformation, acknowledging her shortcomings and gathering accurate details. The princess reflects on her growing curiosity about Knox, pondering whether he will illuminate the path for the imperial family or cast a shadow over them. After this contemplation, Knox exits the classroom, puzzled by Raz's sudden change in behavior. He couldn't shake the feeling that Raz was eyeing him like a delectable treat drizzled in honey, a thought that made his stomach churn. Why, he wondered, were there no ordinary characters in Inner Lunatic? For the moment, he felt a sense of relief having managed to shake Raz off his back. Perhaps he could enjoy a brief respite in peace. Later that night, as Knox settled into his room, Lavilia knocked softly and inquired if anything troubling had occurred at the academy. He takes a deep breath, his voice trembling as he reveals something truly chilling. Professor Raz follows me everywhere, he confesses, his eyes wide with fear. In the corridors, in the classroom, he's always there. During lessons, he sits right behind me, whispering in my ear, urging me to become his top student. Even in the canteen, he doesn't let up. But the worst part? In the latrine, he actually climbs onto the door, begging me to be his top student. As Knox steps out of the restroom, Raz eagerly inquires once more if he has made a decision about becoming his top student. Knox, clearly annoyed, tells him to cut it out and calls him a crazy bastard. Unfazed, Professor Raz simply laughs, seemingly enjoying the harsh words. With a grin, he admits that he appreciates Knox's roughness and finds it endearing. Meanwhile, the young master turns to his maid, exasperated, and mutters about how this relentless Professor Raz keeps pestering him to accept the title of top student. Lavilia remarks that there is a term she believes shouldn't be associated with a professor's name. However, she inquires if by Professor Raz, he means the renowned expert in magic theory. He nods in confirmation. She finds it odd, recalling that others have spoken highly of him as a good professor, and wonders why he would act in such a manner. He concedes that Raz is an acceptable person, but he can't ignore Raz's darker traits, his obsessive nature, paranoia, trauma, fragile mindset, and cold-heartedness. He explains that the real issue lies within those very characteristics. Later that night, a commotion erupts as guards shout to prevent someone from leaving. One guard barks orders, insisting that everyone must stop him, declaring it a command from the Patriarch. One of the guards warns his companions that they were instructed not to allow Master Garin into the room. Undeterred, Master Garin strides forward, a bloody sword gripped firmly in his hands. He remarks with a chilling calmness that such treatment is harsh, claiming it is not how a father should treat his son. After dispatching the guards outside the office, Master Garan finally enters Teo's office, where he finds both Teo and Rodwell waiting for him. Rodwell struggles to move, his mind racing with disbelief at how Master Garan has grown stronger in such a short span of time. Teo, taken aback, admits he never expected Garin to return to the Reinhafer family. Garin, with a hint of disdain, questions why he would need to come back to a place he once called home. Teo then turns to his son, asking if he truly considers this place his home. Garin responds firmly, reminding his father that he has already stated, "It's time to let go, time is running out." Teo retorts that it's none of his concern. Garin warns his father that a demon is lurking nearby, waiting for him to weaken before it rises to consume everything in its path. Teo questions whether Garan truly wants that to happen. Garan, however, remains focused on his purpose. He demands to know where his father has hidden the first Patriarch's sword. Garen repeats his question about the Patriarch's sword, demanding to know where his father, Teo, has hidden the Stormbringer of Jen von Reinefar. Teo's fury ignites at the mere mention of Jean von Reinefar, the first Patriarch, and he can't help but think that his son has completely lost his mind. Yet Garen ponders whether that's truly the issue at hand. What really matters, he insists, is the need to grow stronger and forge a more formidable force. He explains that this is what truly matters for a noble. In response, his father roars back, insisting that he knows nothing of real significance. Garen challenges him, asking, "If you understand what truly matters, then why did you abandon that woman to die?" Rodwell's fists clench in anger, as he thinks to himself that such a woman should never be mentioned in front of the Patriarch. Teo freezes, taken aback by his son's casual reference to her as that woman. With a cold tone, he reprimands Garen, reminding him that such words are a grave disrespect to his mother. Garen stands firm, declaring, "My mother is Priscilla von Arl, and she is my only mother." He gestures toward a portrait on the wall, asserting, "This woman is merely a mistake of yours, nothing more than a guest in the Reinhafer family." Teo commands his son to leave immediately, warning him that he has no desire to sever his own son's head. Garen glares defiantly at his father, vowing that Teo will come to regret this decision, and soon he will realize just how much this family is willing to sacrifice for him. With that, Garen storms out of the office, leaving a tense silence in his wake. Rodwell glances at his master, concern etched on his face, and quietly wonders if Teo is truly all right. Teo quietly confides that Rodwell has revealed an unsightly side of himself. Rodwell, taken aback, pleads with him not to say such things, reminding Teo that he has pledged his eternal loyalty to the Reinhafer family. However, he acknowledges the gravity of the situation. If the world learns that Master Garen is collaborating with a demon, chaos will ensue. With a heavy heart, he suggests to Teo that it would be prudent to select a new successor soon. Teo ponders Rodwell's advice when suddenly Rodwell shares some exciting news. They have received a letter announcing that Master Nox has been named the top student in this year's Eldan admission test. Teo's surprise is evident as he recalls that the new dean of Eldan Academy is none other than Noah. Rodwell elaborates, revealing that one of the four sages has recognized Master Nox's exceptional talent. While he doubts that Nox's growth is quite enough yet, if the talent they observed previously is genuine, then the young man holds immense potential. In time, Master Nox could very well find himself occupying Teo's chair. The following day at the academy, Professor Ras extends another invitation for Nox to become his apprentice. Yet Nox's response remains unchanged. He declines once more. Ras presents him with a generous offer of financial support, assuring him that he could graduate from Eldan Academy without spending a dime. The young master, however, informs his professor that he already possesses ample wealth, questioning whether Ras is unaware of his lineage as a member of the Reinhaver family. Undeterred, Ras then promises him immense fame. The swordsman meets his gaze and retorts, "What use is fame to a good-for-nothing? It's merely a luxury I have no need for." Ras pleads with Nox once again to reconsider his decision. Nox can hardly bear the professor's relentless nagging. It feels like his ears might just start bleeding. Later that night, as Nox sits in his room, Lavelia approaches him. She gently suggests that perhaps he should take a moment to listen, given how sincere Professor Ras seems. With a thoughtful expression, she reveals that she delved deeper into the professor's background and found that this behavior is quite out of character for him. She tells him that people describe him as an educator who typically focuses on helping struggling students. Nox nods in agreement, recognizing that this is an issue he cannot overlook. No matter how eccentric Ras may be, he believes that Ras will eventually relent once he understands his shortcomings. Lavelia concurs, admitting that she also finds Ras a bit peculiar. The following morning, Nox visits Ras's office, a hint of confusion in his voice. "You've explained everything, but I still don't understand why someone as talented as you would want me as your apprentice." Ras simply replies that it's because he is outstanding. However, the young master presses on, insisting he wants to know the real reason Ras needs him specifically, rather than any of the other exceptional students. Professor Ras then asks if Nox has a moment to talk. Nox shrugs and responds, "I've always been told I'm a good-for-nothing, which means I have nothing but time." Ras chuckles, acknowledging that Nox's remark hit the mark. With a playful glint in his eye, he asks if Nox would indulge him with a long story. He assures him that the herbal tea he's brewed is exceptional. It's the finest blend he procured from their rival in merchantry. As he settles in, Professor Ras begins to explain that he needs Nox's help to complete his research. Knox's curiosity deepens as he seeks to uncover more about the professor's research. The professor confides in him, explaining that, to fulfill his lifelong dream, he must find someone who cannot wield mana. This is why he has turned to Knox. The professor, haunted by the memory of his own son's tragic death, can no longer bear to witness others perish, powerless to fight back. As Knox absorbs this revelation, he reflects on the untold stories of each character he encountered while navigating through Inner Lunatic, realizing there's so much more beneath the surface. He also observes that there always seems to be an unexpected twist in the story. Professor Ras continues, revealing that he was born as the first son of the Celestia family, a noble lineage. Despite lacking any remarkable talent, he gained admission to Eldon Academy through sheer theoretical knowledge and eventually rose to become a professor. Despite his efforts, he consistently struggled in practicals, and his peers looked down on him. No matter how well he performed on written tests, their contempt never faded. Determined to overcome his low self-esteem, he immersed himself in research. After years of hard work, he finally became a professor and even found love, marrying a wonderful woman. Yet, despite his accomplishments, not a single person truly recognized his achievements in academia. Despite his remarkable accomplishments and the theses he authored being published under someone else's name, he remained a figure of scorn. Yet, amidst the shadows of his struggles, he found joy in his family, welcoming a son with his wife. This child, his pride and joy, grew up and earned admission to Eldine Academy. Through sheer determination, he faced every challenge and graduated with honors. In a heartfelt moment, he promised his father that he would work tirelessly to earn the respect and admiration he so deserved. Ras felt a surge of joy upon hearing the news. His son had joined the elite squad directly under the Emperor, charging into battle at the forefront. He yearned for victory, hoping that the glory would elevate his father's name and enhance the reputation of the Celestencia family. But on that fateful battlefield, tragedy struck. His son fell, mere moments after the war began, pierced by an arrow that bore only a hint of mana. Professor Ras inquires if this obsession with his theses and research for the sake of the weak is what drives him. The young master dismisses the story as insignificant, noting that in the merciless world of Inner Lunatic, countless tales like this exist. Yet, he can't help but wonder why. The professor's back, as seen through the monitor, feels different from the one before him now. Knox senses he is on the brink of grasping the true depth of his loneliness. He turns to Ras and offers a heartfelt apology, admitting that after hearing his story, he feels even more certain of his own limitations. "There's someone out there who can understand you better than I ever could," he confesses. "Someone who will listen to your story with the seriousness it deserves. That's the kind of person I believe you truly need right now." Before leaving the office, Knox assures him that he will see him at the next lesson. Once Knox departs, Professor Ras stands by his son's picture, murmuring about the striking resemblance between his son and Knox. Upon returning to his room, Knox is met with news that is nothing short of catastrophic. Shock washes over him as he turns to Lavilia, demanding she repeat who is returned. She informs him that Master Garen, the first son of the Reinhafer family, has returned. As a result, several bodyguard knights have already lost their lives. This news ignites a fire of rage within him. He realizes that the first Crown Prince, Louis, and the notorious harbinger of doom known as Inner Lunatic have finally begun to make their move. He asks Lavilia if she has visited his family estate recently. She nods and explains that the head butler, Rodwell, summoned them, so she went there with Rona. He knows all too well that Garen harbors a deep resentment for Tio's second wife, Knox's mother, the woman Tio truly loves, in stark contrast to Garen's own mother. He wonders if Garen truly hates Knox, and if that's the case, he fears for Lavilia's safety. Curiosity gnaws at him. Why does Knox seem to attract so many enemies? He inquired of his maid whether Garen had made any advances. She revealed to Knox that Garen had attempted to scout her. She recounted how, while she and Rona were in the hall, Garen had appeared and, as he passed by, he couldn't help but notice her striking appearance. Curiously, he asked about her identity. Admitting he had never seen her around before, she greeted him warmly, introducing herself as Lavilia, the exclusive maid of Knox. He waved away the formalities, expressing his desire for her to become his maid instead, praising her capabilities. He noted that her ambition was more than enough to meet his expectations. However, Lavilia politely declined, explaining that she was already dedicated to serving Master Knox and regrettably had to reject his offer. He warned her to understand who he was and questioned why she would ever refuse his offer. He also inquired if that Knox brat was showering her with money. She replied that her decision stemmed from her desire to serve Knox. In response, he shouted, insisting that such choices were not for a mere commoner to make. Lavelia explained that her master respects her, and although she didn't know much about Garen, her greatest wish was to remain by Master Nox's side to witness his actions. Garen was taken aback by her words, unable to fathom why she would choose to serve someone he considered a brat. He found her to be quite the enigma. He even offered to pay her 3 times what Nox was offering, yet she respectfully declined. The young master realized that while he had wealth at his disposal, the true story was only just beginning. He understood that he couldn't rely solely on money, but he also couldn't bring himself to give up on Lavelia. He offers her a raise, promising to match Garen's offer and pay her 3 times more. "Don't worry about it," he tells her. "Just focus on your work." She laughs at him, leaving him puzzled about the reason behind her reaction. She offers him an apology, but the swordsman is left feeling bewildered, questioning whether she had just laughed at him. "Have you already decided to work with Garen?" he asks, his tone laced with uncertainty. She shakes her head, clarifying that whatever he might be imagining, that's not the case. "I won't be following Master Garen, and the wages I'm receiving now are more than enough," she assures him. He furrows his brow, still puzzled. "Then why did you laugh?" he presses. She simply replies that she can't share the reason. He insists, demanding to know why. With a hint of amusement, she explains that something amusing crossed her mind, prompting her laughter. He warns her that her lying skills have noticeably declined. Regardless of the situation, he reassures her that as long as he hasn't lost her, he's content. He vows that if he ever catches Garen, he won't let him get away easily. He believes that moment will come once he has grown stronger. The following morning, all the students gather in the playground to begin their physical workout. At Elden Academy, new students are required to complete 5 mandatory classes. The first subject covers the history of the Archheim Empire, detailing the tale of the creator god, Arden, and the once mighty unified kingdom that has faded from memory. The second topic delves into the art of horsemanship. The third explores the knightly code and the etiquette upheld within the academy. Finally, the fourth introduces the fundamentals of magic practiced throughout the empire. Finally, we come to the challenge that Nox struggles with the most. The dreaded cursed stamina training, which consists of relentless running and exhausting chin-ups. During training, his stamina often hits a wall. His trainer finds this peculiar and likens him to a mayfly. Confused, the young master asks for clarification. The trainer elaborates that while he excels in short bursts of effort, he struggles significantly with endurance, as if a massive barrier stands in his way, preventing him from pushing through. As expected of an Elden Academy instructor, his words ring true. Nox, burdened by his terminally ill trait, finds his stamina capped at a mere 15/2 of what it could be. The swordsman, puzzled, questions why an instructor would utter such discouraging words if he isn't one himself. The trainer offers a sincere apology for his earlier rudeness, emphasizing the importance of taking his advice to heart. He warns that if Nox continues to act recklessly, he might inadvertently shorten his life. Nox nods in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom in the trainer's words. He understands the gravity of his situation. After all, there's a countdown ticking away for his heart. How could he ignore such crucial advice? His system confirms this urgency, revealing that due to the terminally ill trait, his lifespan is dwindling at an alarming rate. It was quite frustrating for him. Unbeknownst to Nox, Paracelsus the Grey Wolf stood just behind him, quietly observing his state. Paracelsus pondered the enigma that was Nox. He had aced the admission test, securing first place, yet now he seemed to be concealing his stamina. This behavior was clearly linked to his facade of being a good-for-nothing. Nox gazes at him with a playful smile, calling him an annoying bastard. He warns that if they cross swords again, he won't hold back. After classes, Nox strolls through the marketplace, clad in his robe. There, he spots Rick and greets him, surprised to see him in such an unexpected place. Rick, too, recognizes him with a nod. The young master seethes with anger, questioning why Rick is tormenting him, labeling him a game destroyer in his thoughts. With a smile, Rick greets him, noting that it has been a long time since their last encounter. Deep down, the young master knows that Rick's true name is Schultz de Nefer, infamous for crafting the worst bad endings, rivaling even the first prince, Louis von Archiem. Nox swiftly accesses the system to check Rick's detailed information. He is also aware that Rick will soon launch an attack on the rival in merchantry and betray Eleanor, making him the one person to avoid at all costs. The young master inquires if Rick is the one who previously delivered that gift and questions his intentions. The system cautions him about the instability of his acting skills. Rick, unfazed, replies that it's nothing serious. He merely noticed a noble from the influential Rheinhafer family wandering about without a servant and found it a bit puzzling. Knox brushes him off, insisting it's none of his concern. Rick nods in agreement, calling their reunion a twist of fate. He offers his assistance while he shops, casually mentioning that he has plenty of free time on his hands. The swordsman raises an eyebrow, skeptical that this is the only task assigned to him by the head of the rival family. Rick responds, explaining that throughout history, great nobles have often overlooked servants who stray just a bit from their duties. Knox realizes he must uncover Rick's true intentions, sensing there's a reason behind his approach. The young master warns him, "I don't take kindly to those who chatter too much." Rick offers a soft smile, promising to keep that in mind. Meanwhile, in the academy hostel, Eleanor's maid presents her with the documents she had requested. Among the documents, she spots a paper featuring Knox's picture. Confusion washes over her as she questions why he would save her. There seemed to be no reason for his actions. After all, the Reinhafer family and the Rivalin family hardly interacted. If he were seeking a benefit, he could have easily accepted Professor Burnham's proposal, yet he turned it down. She reflects on the youngest son of the Reinhafer family, knowing he simply doesn't possess that kind of personality. One thing is certain, ever since he resolved the mystery of the missing child in the forest, his behavior has shifted dramatically. She can't quite pinpoint the cause of this change. Additionally, she's observed that Rick has been acting oddly, rallying people within the merchant community. However, she doubts he'll achieve much with his current approach. She closes the file and gazes out the window, lost in memories. She recalls the day her father erupted in anger over a childhood argument she had with Knox. His words echo in her mind. If it was necessary, she should have given everything she had. The memory shifts to the day her mother passed away, a haunting reminder of loss. Meanwhile, in the bustling market, Rick assists Knox in haggling with the shopkeepers, their voices blending into the lively atmosphere around them. He advises him that there's no need to purchase a high-grade orb for magic classes, as he will receive an even better one for free when he becomes a second-year student. Regarding the pot and ladle required for alchemy, he instructs him to buy those made from a special type of iron. Rick explains that these items are typically crafted in the empty chemical room, so he only needs to meet the minimum requirements. He also notes that the store further down has ties to the Eleanor merchantry, which means he can acquire items at a reasonable price. The young master hesitates to admit it, but Rick's talent is undeniable. His con artist instincts and the passive skill of negotiation revision are authentic. He muses that if Rick weren't a demonic human, he might have seriously considered bringing him on board. After a while, Rick suggests that Knox has likely gathered everything he needs. Knox nods in agreement, confirming that it will suffice. However, the swordsman presses him again, still puzzled about why he was searching for him. When Knox offers no response, he grabs Rick by the collar, demanding to know the reason behind his approach. Rick feigns innocence, raising an eyebrow as he wonders what Knox could possibly mean. Knox shakes him roughly, warning that wasting time is not in his favor. Rick replies, noting that their conversation will be brief and he intends to get straight to the point. Suddenly, the young master senses a barrier forming nearby. Recognizing its distinct appearance, he realizes it's a magical shield designed to muffle sound. Rick proposes that Knox betray the Reinhafer family and become a servant to the first prince. With a dramatic flourish, he opens his shirt to reveal his dark chest. Knox, unfazed, replies that his true master is not the first prince, but a demon. Rick nods, acknowledging Knox's surprising knowledge, but warns him that his master might not take kindly to that revelation. Knox contemplates whether Rick's master will genuinely fulfill his wish. Rick, however, remains steadfast in his confidence. The young master hopes that Rick won't come to regret his decision. He also issues a stern warning. If Rick dares to insult him or his family again, he will not hesitate to kill him. Rick nods, assuring him that he will remember those words. With that, Knox takes his leave. In the heart of the forest, Burning gathers his students, announcing the start of their class. One curious student whispers, wondering if he's the same eccentric instructor from their first lesson. The others chuckle, referring to him as the bald one. An innocent voice pipes up, cautioning the group. It's one thing to call someone who isn't bald a bald head, they explain earnestly, but calling someone who actually is bald that's just plain disrespectful. Burning understands that he can't intimidate these young sprouts from the academy simply because of his hair. Instead, he begins by sharing the details of their class location. He describes the Clarel Plains, a renowned area within Eldon Academy, famous for its extraordinary trees and vibrant plants. Here, they will be learning the fundamentals of horse riding. He instructs the students to try riding their assigned horses, or the ones they brought with them. One student voices his frustration, saying he hasn't even had a proper chance to explore the area yet. A girl observes that some of their classmates have brought their own horses. Meanwhile, a few students admit they've never ridden a horse before. Curiously, one girl questions why they need to come to Eldon Academy just to learn how to ride. One boy expresses his concern, noting that they have no choice in the matter since it's a mandatory subject. If they fail, expulsion is the consequence. Meanwhile, the young master has arrived with his horse Carl in tow. Professor Vernon instructs the students to mount their horses, reminding them to hold on tightly to avoid falling off. As he scans the group, his gaze lands on Paracelsus, who displays remarkable skill in riding. The professor muses to himself that having lived in the East for so long, Paracelsus must be well-versed in riding both camels and horses. A group of girls spots Knox's horse and speculates whether it's an obsidian, questioning how someone like him, a so-called good-for-nothing, could possibly own such a magnificent steed. They also remark that while the Reinehaver family is wealthy, they still pale in comparison to their rivals. Knox, however, understands that this is the advantage of being a seasoned player. Bernan expresses his gratitude to the students for their efforts in riding and encourages them to build a gentle connection with their horses. Once he sees that everyone has developed the bond with their mounts, he announces that it's time to begin the main race of the class. A few students voice their concerns, pointing out that some of them are only just starting to ride today, questioning the fairness of the race. One student grumbles about how his horse attempted to kick him with its hind legs, prompting some of his peers to label the situation as madness. Another student speculates whether Vernon is upset because someone called him bald. In an instant, Vernon reacts, slapping the student and knocking him out cold. He then lays down the rules. Each of them must ride their horse to the corner of the nameless forest at the edge of the woods and return to this spot. He announces that the first person to return will earn extra points, believing the rules are as straightforward as Vernon's hair. Talia approaches him, but he curtly tells her to mind her own business. He understands that while horse riding is a class everyone participates in, today's event holds significant importance. In this episode, we witness the chilling debut of a demonic human. The stage is set for an encounter as the protagonist crosses paths with Roger, the malevolent figure at the center of this unfolding chaos. With a sinister presence, Roger ensnares all the students in the eerie depths of the nameless forest. It's a race against time as the protagonist, alongside fellow Academy cadets, must band together to confront and ultimately overcome this formidable foe. This episode unfolds without a clear protagonist, leaving a swirl of strong personalities in its wake. Amidst this chaos, he ponders how events will unfold in the absence of a leader. While he understands the importance of careful thought, he knows that action is equally vital. Just then, Talia calls out to him, asking if he would like to join her. She explains that she isn't afraid. Rather, she's just being cautious, as the forest can be a perilous place. Eleanor teases Talia, suggesting that her confidence allows her to worry about others even during a race. Talia, slightly annoyed, tells her to leave him alone and continue on her way. As Eleanor walks away, Talia suddenly realizes that this is, in fact, a race. She advises him to return as quickly as possible and suggests he go ahead since she's not very skilled at horse riding. He tells Talia that the race isn't what truly matters and departs. Her curiosity is piqued. What could he possibly mean by that? Vernon announces the start of the race, and the students eagerly mount their horses. A noble boy boasts to his friends, confident that he won't lose to commoners who have only just learned to ride. Suddenly, Knox receives a notification from the system. Thanks to his mana sensitivity, a hidden circle has been revealed. The students gasp in astonishment as they gaze upon the mysterious symbols appearing on the ground. The young master shouts that it's teleportation magic, urging everyone to remain still if they want to avoid a grim fate. In an instant, all the students are whisked away. On the other side, a towering, muscular, demonoid human stands waiting, his presence radiating menace. He proclaims that the moment for his long-awaited revenge has finally arrived. Just moments before, when the ominous circle had materialized on the ground, Knox had cautioned everyone to stay put, lest they all meet a dire end. He leaped off his horse and turned to Carl, expressing his trust in him before Carl dashed away from the scene. In an instant, they were all transported to an unfamiliar forest. One student groaned about a headache, prompting the others to question their whereabouts. Confusion hung in the air as they tried to make sense of their new surroundings. He was convinced that this was the work of some kind of teleportation magic. He quickly realized that this situation was unlike anything he had encountered with Dean Noah. The formula appeared unstable. The princess turned to him, her brow furrowed with concern, and asked if he understood what was happening. He replied that he was still trying to piece it together. However, one thing was clear. Outsiders were involved, and they were not affiliated with the academy. Echidna stepped forward, her voice rising in urgency as she demanded to know what he meant. She insisted that if he knew something, he should share it now. He simply told her to know her place, reminding her that she was not the princess and had no right to demand answers. Eleanor pressed him, asking if he had mentioned teleportation magic and if it was influenced by external forces. He confirmed her suspicion. Curiosity piqued. She wondered why he believed that to be the case. Talia couldn't help but wonder why he held that belief, considering it might be a test from the other professors as well. Knox contemplated this, realizing that those who lived in comfort often struggled to succeed because they had grown too complacent. He realized they were facing an inner lunatic, trapped in a game renowned for its difficulty. He pointed out that the magic power appeared dangerously unstable. With a flash of his acting genius, he declared that this was a chaotic formula. The blatant disregard for the target's safety, focusing solely on function, was clear evidence of its flaws. Leon nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the formula was indeed peculiar. He reasoned that if the professors were involved, they would never intentionally put their students at risk. After all, there was no motive for them to jeopardize the well-being of so many children from esteemed families in Eldon. He sensed that Knox was onto something and turned to the others for their thoughts. The princess reluctantly acknowledged the truth in his words. The formula was undeniably unstable, and it was wise to suspect outside interference. A troubling thought crossed her mind. Could her brother be behind this? Leon urged them to leave immediately, and the majority quickly concurred with his assessment. Echidna shouted that the Dark families were trying to take matters into their own hands, insisting they needed to provide proof of their claims. However, the princess interrupted her, stating that everything they had said was indeed true. She warned Echidna that if they remained in this vortex of unstable mana for too long, they would be as good as lost. Leon, meanwhile, couldn't shake the feeling that the way the magic circle was deployed was, in fact, quite peculiar. His friends nodded in agreement. He pointed out to the students that the princess was exceptionally sharp and had mastered magic before any of them. Paracelsus, the gray wolf, had been listening quietly until he suddenly drew his sword. Echidna looked at him, puzzled, and asked what he was doing. He replied, his voice low and tense, "Can't you smell the stench of blood?" He explained that they were facing a monster of intermediate rank or higher, and it was lurking above them. Suddenly, a massive dark bird swooped down from the tree, launching an attack. Knox quickly shouted for everyone to prepare and strike the bird. He asserted his authority, declaring that he would take command in this perilous situation. Many students disagreed with him, some even labeling him as good for nothing. The princess reflected on the recent ambush by a monster, one whose presence she had failed to detect, yet he had been the first to notice it. She pondered how he had suddenly changed so much. Meanwhile, Professor Bernan stood at the finish line, awaiting the students' arrival. He couldn't shake the thought that the current batch of students might be utterly talentless when it came to horse riding. It surprised him that no one had returned yet. This was shaping up to be the worst time record in history. Just then, Reyes approached him, a look of concern on his face. "We have a problem," he said. Vernon raised an eyebrow, questioning why Raz was there instead of attending his class with the second years. Raz cautioned him that the current situation was far more pressing and shifted the conversation to the students. Vernon replied that they were in the middle of horse riding lessons on the plains. Raz then revealed that a person wielding demonic magic had been seen at the academy just 3 hours earlier, and a massive magic circle had been activated, traced back to those very plains. Vernon felt a wave of frustration. Of all times for this to occur, it had to be when Dean Noah was absent. They needed to move quickly. Suddenly, Knox's horse, Carl, trotted up to them, and they immediately recognized it. Attached to Carl was an urgent message from Knox. He informed them that a demonic human had appeared at the entrance of the Nameless Forest, and they needed immediate assistance. Raz urged Vernon to hurry. They realized it would take at least 2 days to reach the Nameless Forest, and it was too late to rely on teleportation magic. Raz held on to a fragile hope for their safety. In the depths of the Nameless Forest, the students stood in tense silence. Echidna, her voice barely above a whisper, confessed that she didn't want to admit it, but she would. Knox's judgment had proven to be correct, yet he urged her to let it go, insisting he didn't require forced apologies. He explained that this incident was merely an extension of past events, and requested the authority to take command of all the students under the law of the imperial family. She hesitated, aware of the potential dangers, but ultimately declared that she, the princess, would personally oversee the students. He knew this decision would spell trouble for everyone involved. Turning to Pell, he instructed him to provide the manual outlining the procedures for emergency situations. Pell emphasized that their top priority was to protect a member of the imperial family. He explained that command would be entrusted to the most exceptional knight or mage among them. Turning to the princess, he reminded her that she was the only member of the imperial family present and one of the most formidable forces they would need to confront the demons looming on the horizon. Due to her lightning mana and the power of punishment abilities reserved solely for the imperial family, he emphasized that even if everyone perished here, they must safeguard her life. It was the law of the empire. Nox, however, was painfully aware that he bore the responsibility for Pell's death. Pell had been the one capable of making the swiftest judgment during the ambush, reacting with remarkable speed to the unfolding crisis. He pleaded once more for her to grant him authority, demanding control over the life and death of everyone present, including her. Talia sensed his ambition. He truly wished to become the leader, with the lives of all hanging in the balance. And she was right. Nox embodied the very essence of a knight. She gazed at him with eyes full of love. He wonders what could be troubling her. With a firm resolve, he declares that if there are no objections, he will assume the role of leader. Should anyone disagree with his decision, they are welcome to demonstrate their worth through their own abilities. If they succeed, he will gladly step aside. The students remain silent, and Leon can't help but think that if anything goes wrong while he takes on the responsibility of protecting the princess, the leader will undoubtedly face harsh consequences. Leon reflects on the unsettling truth. Even if he manages to succeed initially, something is bound to go awry later. In this moment, he likens Nox to a mindless fool sipping poison from a holy grail. With a hint of resignation, he tells Nox to do as he pleases. When Nox turns his gaze toward him, Leon instinctively flinches, a wave of fear washing over him. The young master then declares with finality that the matter is settled. From this moment on, they will obey his commands, for refusal will lead to punishment under the law. He instructs them to start moving immediately and to stay close behind him. Talia, concerned, urges him to pause and questions whether he plans to reveal their destination. He replies, a hint of uncertainty in his voice, that he isn't great at explanations, so they'll simply have to follow him closely. Nox believes that if they knew just how many times he has replayed this chapter, they would be horrified. As a seasoned player of this game, he knows every detail. Meanwhile, deep inside a cave, Rugger, the demonic human, keeps a watchful eye on the students through his enchanted marble ball. Suddenly, he receives a chilling command from the demon: devour the humans of Eldin and eradicate all the sprouts that fail to thrive. The demon promises to share his power with Rugger, despite knowing he doesn't truly deserve it. Bowing before his dark lord, Rugger vows to carry out the task in a manner that will not disappoint him. Empowered by this sinister gift, Rugger resolves to eliminate them all. He whispers to himself that this is the perfect mission for him, fueled by a burning desire to punish Professor Ross for the betrayal of abandoning him. Meanwhile, the students are on the hunt for 3 large boars to secure their next meal. Nox steps forward, declaring that it's time to assign roles for the task ahead. He orders Leon and Paracelsus to assist him. With a resigned sigh, Paracelsus admits that Nox has bested him, agreeing to comply for now. Leon steps forward, acknowledging his own lack of skills but offering his unwavering support. If I can help in any way, I'll give it my all, he assures. The young master feels a surge of relief, knowing he has the strongest new students by his side. He explains their predicament. There are 2 ways to escape this barrier. Either someone breaks it from the outside, or we eliminate the caster who used the teleportation magic within it. The princess inquires about the second option. Nox acknowledges the potential danger, but emphasizes that they have no other choice. Professor Vernon would need about 2 days to reach their location from the plains, assuming he travels in a straight line. Therefore, their best course of action is to endure as best they can, while eliminating the caster. In truth, Nox understands that this predicament cannot be resolved through conventional means. To escape, they must eliminate the caster. He knows that the caster is Rugger, the demonic human who resides in this forest. With a sense of urgency, he instructs the students to gather some food. With the 2 large boars they have already hunted, they should be well equipped to last for 2 days. Paracelsus steps forward, puzzled by what he is being asked to eat. Nox informs him that it's pig meat and inquires if he has any objections. Paracelsus retorts, raising his voice, that while he acknowledges Nox's considerable skills, he believes there has been a misunderstanding. He must think they are in the back mountains of a noble estate, where hunting is common, but they cannot consume demonic beasts like this. They are poisonous. The swordsman acknowledges his awareness of the situation, noting that the plants in this area should not be eaten carelessly. Paracelsus, taken aback, demands to know why he would suggest they consume them if he understands the risks. He questions how they are supposed to deal with the demonic beasts. No matter how desperate he had been in the East, he had never stooped this low. He couldn't help but wonder if Knox realized just how long their stomachs would ache after consuming such questionable meat. The young master concluded it was best to keep his distance from him. With a firm tone, he ordered Knox to silence himself, insisting he had his own methods to handle the situation. He then instructed Leon to summon the undead to safeguard the students from any lurking monsters. Leon complies without hesitation. Knox then instructs Paracelsus to keep watch over the princess, acknowledging that aside from his cheeky demeanor, he actually has some impressive skills. Paracelsus fires back, vowing to give Knox a serious beating someday. The swordsman senses it's time to get to work. They chop the pig meat into pieces and begin to stoke a fire. As he begins to cook, the meat emits bizarre colors that unsettle some of the students, filling them with dread at the thought of dying from the meal. Knox, unfazed, sprinkles a handful of herbs onto the sizzling meat. Suddenly, one student gasps, pointing out that the colors are shifting. With a confident smile, Knox explains that he used this particular plant to neutralize the poison in the meat, easing their fears. The crimson rake plant possesses the remarkable ability to neutralize the poison of middle-rank monsters and below, including the notorious horned boar. One student eagerly confirms that she has read about it in a book. Intrigued, the princess approaches him, questioning why he knows such details. After all, the Reinhafer family has no reason to be concerned about starvation. He replies affirmatively, then asks her if she prefers her meat rare or medium rare, boldly omitting the option of well done. He recalls a mention in the game that well done meat is simply discarded. As the aroma of cooking meat wafts through the air, all the students gather around the fire, their hunger intensifying. Meanwhile, while riding their horses, Raz contacts Dean Noah to inform her that the demonic human is at least of intermediate rank or higher. He also reports that the Academy has deemed this a serious situation and is en route to rescue the children alongside Professor Brennan. Meanwhile, the other elite professors are already engaged in various dispatch missions. Suddenly, a sound breaks the tension, something akin to the crunching of snacks. Brennan thinks to himself that he knows she's eccentric, but there's no way she would be casually munching in a crisis like this. Raz raises an eyebrow, teasingly asking if she's munching on snacks at the moment. She chuckles softly, wondering if they heard her. With a reassuring smile, she tells them there's no need to fret, assuring them that the children will return without any major problems. However, she adds that if they were second-year students, the situation wouldn't be nearly as concerning. Brennan interjects, exclaiming that they are, in fact, first-years who have barely begun their studies at the Academy. He can't help but call them what they are, basically dunces at this point. Raz nods in agreement, noting that they haven't even mastered the basics of defense magic. After hearing this, she abruptly hangs up, leaving both professors taken aback by her icy demeanor. Professor Brennan, frustrated, exclaims that he'll do whatever he can and turns his horse around, determined to press on despite the setback. Professor Raz is deeply concerned for his top apprentice, Knox, vowing that he will never allow him to perish in such a place. With that determination, he presses on with his journey. As night falls, the students gather around the fire, having just finished their dinner. Their conversation fades as they notice Knox carelessly spilling the hornboar's blood around them. Paracelsus explains that by using the blood of a more powerful monster, they can deter weaker ones from approaching. This tactic is commonly employed in the East. He adds that travelers are particularly vulnerable when they set up camp at night. As the conversation unfolds, Princess Penelope approaches Knox, her expression warm with gratitude. "Thank you for keeping all the students safe," she says, her voice sincere. He replies that they still have a long way to go with many monsters lurking nearby. Plus, they haven't yet defeated the mage, and the night is still young. The princess acknowledges this, but she expresses her gratitude once more for the fact that no one has died so far. She also asks him to forgive Echidna's behavior. The princess reveals that the prejudice against dark families stems from the negative sentiments people typically harbor. The young master, puzzled, questions why she even cares about him. He feels uncomfortable with the direction of their conversation. "You don't need to concern yourself with someone like me," he insists. "Don't waste your thoughts on a good-for-nothing who was cast aside by his own dark family." He believes the imperial family would be in shock if they discovered the truth. She responds calmly, suggesting that while that's one perspective, she sees things differently. She asserts that she can save more lives, and if it means aligning herself with a demon, she would do so without a moment's hesitation. He raises an eyebrow, remarking that such a statement is incredibly dangerous. She chuckles softly, playfully admitting she was just teasing. However, he doesn't find it amusing and begins to wonder if her mischievous side has truly awakened. Princess Penelope, revered as the Princess of Kindness, harbors a significant flaw: her extreme utilitarianism. This makes her a complex and potentially dangerous figure, willing to sacrifice her own life for her beliefs. While she is celebrated for her compassion, her nickname could just as easily transform into the cold-blooded princess. Meanwhile, she instructs all the students to form groups of 4 to set up the tents. He also possesses a selection of decent clothes, allowing each of them to choose one. He knows that having a dimensional pocket is incredibly convenient. One student whispers to another about the Reinhafer family, mentioning a chilling rumor. When children in that family turn 5, they are pushed off a cliff. The swordsman can't help but wonder how such dark tales could circulate, but he realizes that's just the nature of a family shrouded in shadows. He mumbles to Talia that they need to be cautious. She raises an eyebrow, asking what exactly they should be wary of. He brushes it off, insisting they focus on deciding the night shift rotations and taking turns guarding the area. It's clear he knows it's time for him to get to work. As he prepares, a nagging thought crosses his mind. There's a problem that arises in the second episode of the Academy during this ambush. If they don't eliminate the mage who cast the barrier soon, clearing this scenario will become impossible. Without that crucial step, they won't be able to complete the story. As the weight of the situation sinks in, all the students begin to drift off to sleep. Suddenly, Pell hears a noise and jolts awake. He shouts, rousing everyone from their slumber. He informs the princess that they are in trouble. A vast number of mana-infused creatures are gathering nearby. The students quickly prepare for battle. Echidna steps forward, urging the princess to take cover behind her. Paracelsus shouts that they are coming, insisting that the Hornboar's blood means nothing against stronger monsters. He demands to know what Talia plans to do. Talia replies, her voice rising in urgency, that Nox is not here. Leon interjects, explaining that Nox has temporarily left the battlefield in his hands. Echidna scoffs, pointing out that Nox was so confident in his ability to protect the princess, yet he has chosen to abandon them now. Leon insists he didn't flee, but her skepticism lingers. She turns to the others, expressing her concern about the overwhelming number of monsters, declaring the situation far too perilous. A girl nods in agreement, voicing her belief that they stand no chance against such odds. Sensing their panic, Leon steps in to reassure them and begins to chant his magic spell. Meanwhile, the princess watches in awe, marveling at the sheer volume of mana he possesses. It's nothing short of astonishing. Leon finds himself increasingly curious about Nox, wondering what kind of person he truly is and what motivated him to bestow this responsibility upon him. Before departing, Nox presented him with a magical diamond, declaring him the patriarch of the Marva household. Leon opened his book, fully aware that the outcome of this battle rested entirely on his shoulders. As monsters attempted to breach his magical circle, they met their demise one after another. Meanwhile, a host of magical warriors emerged, ruthlessly dispatching the invading creatures. On the other side, the young master arrives at Rugger's cave. His system alerts him that the mana sensitivity genius has successfully neutralized the intermediate restraint magic. Thanks to the effects of the lunatic member's robe, his attack power has surged by 1.2 times. He calls out to Rugger, demanding to know how long he plans to stay hidden. Intrigued, Rugger steps out of his cave, remarking that a mere academy student not only managed to pinpoint his location, but also has the audacity to confront him. Nox quickly taps into his acting prowess. He tells the monster that such words should only come from someone of true worth, asserting that it is Rugger who needs to understand his place. Enraged, Rugger lunges at the swordsman, but Nox skillfully blocks the demon's attack with his sword and sends him sprawling away. Rugger gazes at him in disbelief, questioning the young master's true identity. With a calm demeanor, the young master responds that revealing it is unnecessary. Infuriated, Rugger unleashes a furious roar, vowing to beat the arrogance out of him. This time, Rugger charges forward with all his might, but Nox effortlessly severs his arm with a single swing of his sword. What happens next is what truly matters, Nox declares, his voice steady. He realizes that there's no need to rely on his skills. The chasm between their abilities is vast, and he far surpasses Rugger. Despite Rugger's attempt to harness the power of a demon, he remains nothing more than a mere demonic human. Rugger regenerates his arm and glares at the swordsman, questioning whether he is so arrogant as to think he has already won. The swordsman, however, calculates that Rugger is far weaker than he is now. He intercepts Rugger's attack with his blade, activating his swordsmanship and combat genius. The system confirms that he has successfully neutralized his enemy's assault. With a smirk, he taunts Rugger, declaring that such an attack is futile. In a swift motion, he reactivates his acting genius, seizing the monster by its arm and slamming it forcefully to the ground. Rugger bitterly reflects that he should have been more cautious from the start. The young master twists Rugger's magically regenerated arm, pinning him down. In a fit of rage, Rugger screams, demanding to know how he dares to humiliate someone of his stature, a descendant of the Archduke. Knox coldly responds that this is farewell. He has had enough of Rugger. Just as he is about to deliver the final blow, Professor Ross suddenly appears, pleading for him to stop. With urgency in his voice, he reveals that Rugger is his apprentice. Ross expresses his regret for allowing Rugger to endure such hardship, but stands firm in his truth. He explains that Rugger is his disciple. Rugger snaps back, insisting he won't tolerate such absurdities. He demands to know if Ross was ever truly his apprentice, even for a moment. With a flash of anger, he accuses Ross of abandoning him after he lost his arm in their empire's war. Rugger presses on, accusing Ross of heartlessly expelling him from the academy the moment he was deemed useless. He scoffs at Ross's continued claim to the title of teacher, calling it delusional. In response, the professor concedes that he may have abandoned Rugger, but insists it wasn't for the reasons Rugger believes. He explains that his decisions were driven by genuine concern, as he wished to spare Rugger from suffering the same tragic fate as his son. Expelling him from the academy was the only option left, as Rugger was resolutely intent on heading to the battlefield. Rugger fires back, asserting that they are the architects of their own destinies. He accuses Ross of arrogance, reminding him that the entire continent knows him as the Academy's discarded trash. Ross, unfazed, replies that he was unaware of such a reputation. He then poses a poignant question. Is this truly the magic that Rugger has been so desperately seeking? He challenges Rugger to consider whether this is really the power they both yearned for. Rugger acknowledges that it's already too late for him. In a sudden burst of determination, he breaks free from Knox's grip and lunges at the professor, vowing to take him along to the afterlife. Ross shouts in protest, insisting that what has been done cannot be undone. Before Rugger can reach him, the young master swiftly intervenes, positioning himself between them. He warns the monster of his incredible speed, and in the blink of an eye, he seizes Rugger from behind. The system alerts him that his acting genius is activated to its fullest potential, enhancing his synchronization with the player. The swordsman turns to Rugger, remarking that such raw emotion is rather inelegant, and asks if he agrees. The system cautions him that he risks losing his sanity. With a powerful swing of his sword, he strikes down Rugger. Professor Ross collapses to his knees, overwhelmed with grief, as he sobs over the lifeless body of his student. Ross ponders his next steps, uncertainty clouding his thoughts. Knox, intrigued, asks what Ross truly means by that. Ross reflects, reminding him that his research and thesis were always intended to support the weak, yet now he finds himself questioning whether his work holds any real significance. He confesses that he can't even protect his own apprentice, leaving him to question the purpose of his research. He's lost all sense of direction in his life. Knox ponders how he could possibly be connected to that demonic human. The young master understands that this is merely a lesser evil. He needs Ross's thesis published to unlock artifact creation and the strengthening system within the game. For that to happen, the professor must persevere with his research. But is that really all? Knox wonders. The system alerts him that his emotions are interfering with his character, flashing a warning that his acting genius is faltering. He turns to the professor, stating that such matters are of little importance to him. Knox believes that leveraging Professor Raz is his best course of action, and he bluntly expresses his disdain for the professor's research, deeming it worthless. Raz questions him, wondering if he hasn't noticed just how powerless he truly is. He replies that he has seen it and admits he looks rather pathetic. Now it dawns on him. Raz has breached his defenses, and that's why Knox is starting to falter. Every word Raz utters strikes a chord within him. The young master confesses to Raz that he is inherently lazy and asks him not to overload him with tasks. He also admits that tea isn't his favorite. He much prefers coffee. He adds that he has no need for money and doesn't place much importance on fame. Professor Raz looks taken aback, unsure of what to make of his words. The swordsman reassures him that Raz's research is unique and undoubtedly valuable. Perhaps, he muses, a game addict like himself feels a twinge of envy toward someone like Raz, who makes a genuine contribution to the world. He contemplates the love that permeates this world. Knox kneels before the professor, declaring his intent to become his #1 apprentice. Raz looks on, visibly stunned. The young master realizes that despite everything he has witnessed on the monitor, nothing about the professor's back has changed. It's just him and Raz, two unorthodox thinkers in a world filled with possibilities. He questions whether he can truly stand alongside him, if he can rise to the same height, all while tears well up inside him as he thinks of his son. The rain falls steadily in the nameless forest. Meanwhile, on the other side, Leon's magic mercilessly cuts down countless monsters. Paracelsus observes that Nox isn't the only madman in the room. He gestures toward Leon, bewildered by the presence of so many undead, noting that they are on an entirely different level than the usual fare. They exude a fundamentally different aura. The princess turns to Echidna, expressing her disbelief at the existence of an army of undead with such formidable strength. She reflects on the Dark families, acknowledging their terrifying capacity for destruction, a notion that is hard to grasp. Though she's reluctant to admit it, the rumor about the Marva household's return appears to be true. She also mentions that they will remember Leon. Echidna nods in agreement, promising to keep a close eye on his activities. Leon cradles the highest-grade monocrystal in his hands, his thoughts drifting to Nox, the one who gifted it to him. He acknowledges that without this crystal, victory would have been uncertain. It feels as though Nox has glimpsed the future. Just then, Professor Vernon strides in, his presence commanding attention. He scans the scene and grabs a boy by the collar, demanding to know if anyone was harmed. The princess quickly reassures him that all the students are safe, though one has departed the battlefield. Apologizing for his tardiness, the professor explains he was in a hurry. His gaze sharpens as he asks, "Who was it that left?" She informs him that it was Nox, but she reassures him that he is in no danger as their survival thus far has been thanks to him. Vernon contemplates whether this is indeed the truth. Leon nods in agreement, explaining to everyone that the monocrystal Nox provided has been instrumental in helping Paracelsus. He adds that Nox also took care of their tent and ration issues, essentially handling everything for them. Another student chimes in, suggesting that perhaps Nox isn't the worthless person they once believed him to be. He had a reputation for being troublesome with women, often behaving like a good-for-nothing, and he treated the servants poorly. One student even mentioned hearing that Nox had bullied Eleanor's servant in an alley. Another student speculated that he might also have issues with men. Vernon couldn't help but think of him as a white-haired brat, especially after hearing so many complaints about his behavior. He recalls that the barrier has vanished. In fact, he confirmed that the large-scale transportation circle created by the demonic human, along with the barrier, can only be shattered from within. He can't help but wonder how this occurred. It seems unlikely that enough time has passed for Raz, who has a known weakness, to have resolved everything here. The following morning in the office, he threw himself into his work, adopting a facade of normalcy. The system assured him that he would remain steadfast. After that incident, he had no choice but to embrace his role as an apprentice. Later that night, as the students grumbled about Nox, Professor Raz made a sudden entrance, accompanied by him, and announced their remarkable achievement. Back in the office after a long absence, the system alerts him that ordinary acting is now activated. Professor Raz strides in, takes his hand, and gently blows on it. He realizes that for the future unlocking of the artifact system, Raz's research is absolutely essential. In the game Interlunatic, Professor Raz is invincible, but now the stakes are much higher. He realizes that if he doesn't save him, he will be the one to pay the price. Suddenly, Professor Raz leans in to kiss his hand, but the young master reacts instinctively, driving his elbow into Raz's face and sending him sprawling. Immediately, he apologizes for the hit, explaining that Raz had been bothering him so much that he acted without thinking when he touched him. With blood trickling from his nose, Professor Raz brushes it off, smirking as he replies that he knows the young master did it on purpose, so there's no need to play coy. After saying that, Raz bursts into laughter. The swordsman quips that despite knowing him so well, he still chose to bother him. He adds that the Empire has sexual harassment laws in place. Professor Raz counters, noting that for someone who behaves like the good-for-nothing of a reputable household, he sure has some clever insights. A moment later, Raz ponders the Empire's laws and remarks that if he examines the relationship between a commoner and a noble, he would realize those laws have been disregarded for quite some time. He counters that such words are unbefitting of a professor of Eldain, an institution directly under the command of the imperial family. Professor Raz shrugs it off, saying it doesn't matter as long as he doesn't report him. Nox can't help but think Raz is seriously insane. Then, Raz reveals that he has recommended both Nox and Leon to the imperial family. He explains that he's advocating for them to enter the treasure vault of Eldain and retrieve an artifact. He reveals the bracelet, and the young master's eyes widen in surprise. "Did you really do this, Raz?" he asks, astonished. Raz nods, a confident smile on his face. "As you know, I can be quite persuasive. It's no big deal to go this far for his top apprentice, so there's really no need to feel pressured. Yet, in a sudden burst of frustration, he stands up from his chair and asks his professor who suggested he felt that way. With a determined smile, he declares that since Raz went through the effort of preparing such a thoughtful gift, he will gladly accept it. Raz can't help but notice that he seems even happier now than when he first became his apprentice. Knox gazes at Eldane's treasure vault, viewing it as an unexpected jackpot. As he steps inside the Academy's grand chamber, he reflects on its co-ownership by the imperial family and their rival household. Surrounded by countless remarkable artifacts, he quickly zeroes in on the one that promises the greatest efficiency. If he can secure it now, his growth will accelerate exponentially. Suddenly, Eleanor steps into the vault, her eyes wide with surprise. "I never would have imagined you opening the treasure vault of Eldine," she remarks, a hint of admiration in her voice. "It seems you found yourself a good teacher." He merely shrugs, replying, "Think whatever you want." He knows that Eleanor, recognized by their rivals in merchantry, will be joining him, and he hopes she won't cause him any trouble. She quickly corrects him, insisting that he's mistaken if he thinks she doesn't plan to part with the artifacts she donated. In fact, she's determined to ensure he receives proper compensation for saving her. He can't help but remark that she always seems to enjoy making things difficult for him, as usual. She inquires if he heard about the process from Professor Raz. Taking the keys, she unlocks a large door and asks which artifact he plans to choose. His excitement bubbles over as he mumbles his response. Curious, she prompts him to repeat himself. He playfully challenges her, asking if she really wants him to say it twice. She raises an eyebrow, questioning why he would be interested in such an antique. Yet she concedes that it's not entirely surprising after all. It's just a hobby for the son of a wealthy family. He asks her to hand it over before they continue their conversation. She halts him, stating that she wants to test whether he is worthy of receiving an item from this place. He responds, bewildered, that he wasn't informed of any such requirement. With a determined look, she asserts that it is her special privilege as the donor of the artifacts. After all, her rival in merchantry has already taken full control of Eldane. Suddenly, she unleashes a form of magic, and he instantly recognizes it as space teleportation, a skill he has witnessed countless times in the game. With a hint of curiosity, she asks if he isn't surprised by her abilities. He responds that he has encountered even more astonishing things than this. She gestures for him to take a seat, and he complies, settling into a chair beside her. With a determined tone, she urges him not to waste any more time and to start the test. He understands that she's making him earn the artifact, but since it's merely a formality, he knows it won't take long. Once more, she presses him, asking why he chose to save her. He wonders if this is the test. She replies that it's up to her to decide what question will be asked. He insists that he has already told her before. Suddenly, she interrupts him, declaring that she forgot to mention one crucial detail. Lies do not work on her. Her demeanor stirs a flicker of anger within him, and he realizes there's something he has overlooked. Inner lunatic, the distinction between a true acting genius and an ordinary performer lies in the ability to see through the lies of others. This means that when Eleanor speaks, her words carry an undeniable truth. He tells her bluntly that she really is a pain in the ass. She raises an eyebrow, wondering if he hasn't already made a similar remark just moments ago. He contemplates his next move, but she interrupts, noting his evident frustration. He responds sharply, telling her to be quiet and accusing her of deceit, claiming she never intended to personally hand over the artifact. She questions whether that truly matters at the moment, insisting that what's important is that he stands to lose if he doesn't answer her questions. He realizes that it's far too risky to have come all this way only to potentially lose the artifact. If he tried to back out of this meeting, she'd surely become suspicious. It would be wiser to confront the situation head-on. At last, he resolves to answer her question about why he saved her. "It was something I needed to do," he replies. She furrows her brow, pressing for more. "But why?" He takes a breath, revealing, "I need you for my plan." Her curiosity deepens and she insists, "What plan?" He meets her gaze, a hint of reluctance in his eyes. "I don't believe I need to share that much." She hesitates for a moment before asking one more question. The young master nods, granting her permission. Curiosity piqued, she inquires about the past events in the ballroom, wondering if his reluctance to save her stemmed from a sense of indebtedness. He replies with a firm no. Surprised, she processes his revelation that he didn't save her because of that incident, and begins to grasp her role in his plan. What could it possibly mean? He insists that everything he has said is true, and she likely already understands it. She comments, "It's not wise to keep too many secrets." He counters her remark, pointing out that she's hardly in a position to talk. She responds, noting that there are people who claim he has changed, but she remains unconvinced. Despite his act of saving her, the words he once spoke still linger in her mind. He shrugs, telling her to do as she pleases. His nonchalant attitude catches her off guard. He continues, telling her that she can blame him and hate him as much as she likes. It's her right to feel however she wishes. He makes it clear that her actions and feelings toward him won't change anything. He believes it must stay that way. Rising from his chair, he implies that if she has nothing more to say now that he has the artifact, he will be taking his leave. She reflects on how much he has truly changed. Later, in her room, she sips her tea and ponders why he chose that particular artifact when so many better options exist. While it's not a bad choice, it certainly doesn't stand out as the best. Rick candidly admits he has no idea why a knight like him would require an orb. She simply replies that she can't understand his thoughts. Once more, she reflects on how there were far better items available. He had the choice of swords, elixirs, shields, and top-quality armor. Yet he opted for an old, unassuming orb. She couldn't shake the feeling that he might have done this to make her feel indebted to him. Just then, Rick chimed in, suggesting she shouldn't overthink it. "It's not like I caused you any harm," he added with a casual shrug. She pondered whether it was truly acceptable to view the situation so simply. He has no other choice in the matter. She asks Rick about the situation with the merchants. He replies that everything is progressing smoothly. Nobles from the capital and Talon Feather are purchasing rival and household products in large quantities. He credits her for this success. A satisfied smile crosses her face as she hears this, and she instructs him to keep a close watch on Nox, reporting back to her if anything unusual occurs. He nods in agreement to her orders, reassuring her not to worry. Meanwhile, Nox sits on his bed, cradling the artifact in his hand. The system chimes in, notifying him that he has acquired an advanced great artifact, the Great Sage, a top-tier orb. It proceeds to provide him with all the intricate details. It also reveals details about the skill acquired through the artifact. He reflects on his good fortune, realizing just how lucky he is to have obtained it at this moment. He activates the artifact, watching as it begins to float gracefully in the air. A thought crosses his mind. Eleanor likely has no idea just how valuable this item is, nor the unique way to unlock its true potential. However, the system chimes in, informing him that the conditions have not yet been met, preventing the artifact from reaching its full power. To unleash its capabilities, he must utter the true name of its original owner, a secret that will elevate it to the highest grade. The original owner of the artifact is one of the 4 sages destined to appear in the future. She was also a character he often chose as his mentor in the game. However, activating it now would be premature. Doing so would expose his identity to her. For now, this level of influence is more than enough. Lavelia couldn't help but wonder why he had chosen that particular orb when Eldine's secret vault was rumored to hold countless treasures. She had heard whispers of many items perfectly suited for knights. With a curious tilt of her head, she asked him about it. He replied, "Haven't I mentioned before? I plan to use magic as well, so I need items from both realms." She gasps in shock at his revelation. Nox chuckles, realizing he must have forgotten to mention it. Her expression shifts to one of fear and concern as she contemplates what to do next. She wonders if it would be too challenging to juggle 2 tasks at once. It's not that she doubts his abilities. Rather, she feels the weight of the situation pressing down on her. He tells her that if things don't work out, he can always rely on his family for money and carve out his own path. She responds, clarifying that she was merely bragging to others about how hard he's been working lately. A small smile tugs at his lips as he replies, "I didn't ask you to do that." She raises an eyebrow, teasingly asking if he realizes he can be quite unpleasant at times. He reminds her that he's worthless. She retorts, complaining about his tendency to toy with women. He brushes it off, claiming it's merely an accusation. Undeterred, she insists she's heard the rumors, including tales of how Patriarch Tio was once quite the womanizer himself, now seeking redemption for his past misdeeds. He admits, somewhat taken aback, that he had no idea about any of this. He lies back on his bed when she mentions that a letter has arrived for him. It appears to be from the Imperial family, and they specifically requested that he read it himself. Sitting up abruptly, he wonders why they would send him a letter. She reveals that Echidna was the one who asked her to deliver it, urging him to take it from her. Confused, he can't help but question why the princess is showing him such attention. He understands that he cannot afford to let any more unknown variables disrupt his plans. Taking the letter in hand, he begins to read. In it, she expresses her gratitude, stating that because of his previous actions, she was able to preserve her life. Citing the laws of the Empire, she wishes to offer him a reward. She wishes to invite him to the capital of their kingdom, Talonfeather, to receive his reward in person. He is set to depart in 3 days at 9 p.m. Lavilia hopes he will graciously accept the imperial family's offer. He confides in his maid that the princess desires someone from a dark lineage like his to come to the capital. He ponders the nature of this reward. She urges him to consider the ongoing conflict between the dark families and the divine family. She warns him that this could be a trap, urging him to reconsider, as the danger is too great. He believes that, if they truly want him, they can summon him at any time. He instructs Lavilia to remain behind, fully aware of the location where Emperor Esteban and the Imperial faction have set up their base, Talonfeather. This place is under the control of the divine family, making it a veritable hell for anyone from a dark family like his. He can't fathom why the princess would ask him to venture into such peril. He mutters to himself about the princess and wonders what on earth she could be thinking. Memories of playing inner lunatic flood back to him. There were a few key aspects to consider. The first was whether the main attribute assigned to the player could be effectively utilized. If he chose swordsmanship and combat genius, his path would inevitably lead him toward mastery of the blade. If he chose the mana sensitivity genius, his path would lead him to become a mage. The second consideration was the camps. The player had to select between opposing sides, each requiring him to achieve significant results in their ongoing conflict. Nox sits beside the princess in their carriage as they embark on their journey to the capital. She turns to him, curiosity in her eyes, and asks what business he has with her. He responds with a hint of humility, insisting that someone as insignificant as himself would have no real business with her. She asks him not to say that, as it would hurt her feelings. He understands that within Inner Lunatic, the strongest factions are the Imperial faction, led by the princess, and the Radical faction, which opposes them and is spearheaded by the Dark families, including his own. Lastly, there's the Merchant faction, backed by vast wealth, striving to influence the continent's dynamics. Though each member of the Reinhafer household has their own unique approach to life, one truth remains undeniable. Their connection to the Imperial family is fraught with darkness. He may not know all the specifics, but he can certainly sense the tension. It's a relationship steeped in animosity. She warns him, "You're stepping into the lion's den." She wonders if he's having those thoughts. Meanwhile, he questions whether she's trying to gauge his feelings. As someone who refuses to back down, he apologizes, admitting that he's not looking forward to this outing. She laughs softly, reassuring him that there's no need to worry too much. She is heading to the capital with him as a reward for all he has done for her. He realizes she might be stretching the truth a bit too far. She laughs again, admitting he's caught her in her little deception. At last, they arrive at the palace. Curious, he asks what she truly wants from him. As they step out of their carriage, a young man greets them, saying he heard a guest was arriving and has been eagerly anticipating their visit. He tells the princess that this is unexpected. The young man standing before her is none other than her brother, Prince Louis. Nox introduces himself as the last scion of the Reinhafer household and extends his greetings. The princess turns to her brother, her brow furrowing in concern. "Did I hear you correctly? You were supposed to depart for the war in the north." Louis informs her that, for some reason, the event has been canceled, and he will need to play host since they have an important guest arriving. He mentions that he will inform the Emperor about this visit. Prince Louis expresses his eagerness to meet Nox frequently. The young master nods in agreement, but internally he is deeply unsettled by the thought of encountering this lunatic so often. The idea genuinely repulses him. He knows that Prince Louis is the first prince of the empire, and the only person ranked higher than Penelope in the hierarchy to ascend the throne. However, he also carries the infamous reputation of being the harbinger of bad endings, a true inner lunatic. Nox and the princess stand outside the palace as Louis departs with his entourage. Echidna approaches, concern etched on her face. "Are you all right?" she asks. The princess reassures her, "I'm fine, just a bit taken aback." Turning to the young swordsman, she adds, "You must have been surprised too." With a warm smile, she invites him, "Shall we head inside? We can continue our conversation there." He obeys her command, reflecting on how the relationship between the princess and Prince Louis is utterly incompatible, just as it was in the game. Determined to make the most of this situation, he resolves to survive at any cost. Later that night, he lies in his bedroom, contemplating the reward that awaits him the next day. He decides to rest as much as possible for now, murmuring to himself that as long as there are no crazed assassins after him, he should be fine. However, a few moments later, he hears a noise and springs to his feet, gripping his sword tightly. But instead of an attack, a gentle knock comes at the door. It's Princess Penelope, her voice soft as she asks if it's all right to enter. Could he bring himself to open the door? The young master rises and opens the door, finding the princess and her maid standing before him. He questions her, curious about what brings her here so late at night. She replies, "As you know, it's unwise for me to linger in the corridor," and without waiting for his response, steps into his room. Echidna follows closely behind, informing him that the princess has a proposal to discuss. She adds that she will stand guard, aware of the many eyes watching within the imperial palace. The princess gestures for him to take a seat, and he complies, though his expression betrays his anxiety. What could have compelled her to visit at such an hour? He senses a flicker of understanding. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he listens as she assures him that she won't take up too much of his time. However, she needs him to promise her one crucial thing. Depending on his answer to a question, he might never set foot in Eldine again. She quickly corrects herself, clarifying that he may never return to the Rheinhafer estate. With a commanding tone, she instructs him, in her name, to pull the strings from behind the scenes for her. The young swordsman had anticipated this moment. He replies that she needs someone capable of handling the first prince, suggesting it would be far simpler for her to cut ties with the Dark family altogether. He recognizes that he is merely a tool for her, a pawn she intended to manipulate. She confirms his assumption with a simple nod. He makes it clear that if she thinks he has no say in this matter, she is sorely mistaken. The following morning, he visits the king in court and offers his respectful greetings. The king's name is Esteban, but to those who see him now, he appears utterly drunk or half dead. He barely raises a hand in response. Once celebrated as the Knight of Light and Lightning, a figure of brilliance and a legend of the Arkham Empire, this man has since fallen from grace. Now, he is derisively known as Esteban the Foolish, stripped of his former intelligence and dignity. The princess gracefully enters the court, offering her greetings to Esteban, the esteemed son of the empire. Prince Louis then interjects, noting that he has heard the young master has a request for his father. He speculates that it likely concerns a fitting reward for the one who rescued a member of the imperial family. The swordsman humbly responds, "I was merely doing what needed to be done." He remembers that Prince Louis ascended as the new head of the house following Esteban's downfall, and he resolves to tread carefully in this situation. The prince declares that the imperial family will present a gift to the knight candidate of the Rheinhafer household, who bravely saved his beloved sister. He then asks if there is anything the candidate desires, encouraging him to speak openly. Knox boldly requests permission to enter the Ark River, leaving the entire court in stunned silence. This enigmatic river is off-limits to all but the imperial family and divine households, known for its extraordinary ability to randomly enhance one's abilities. Prince Louis scoffs, remarking that while Knox may be a good-for-nothing, his audacity knows no bounds. The members of the Dark family are all cut from the same cloth. A furious minister of the court shouts at the swordsman, declaring that such behavior is utterly unacceptable. Another minister questions how the Ark River could possibly be accessible to someone from a Dark family, insisting that even if he did save the princess, it still isn't the right course of action. One minister ponders aloud whether the river is not meant exclusively for the divine households. All the court members nodded in agreement, but he had anticipated their objections. In truth, he made this request precisely because he didn't want to outright refuse a reward, believing that should suffice. Suddenly, the princess erupted, calling them impudent and demanding to know how they dared raise their voices before His Majesty. She boldly declared that there were no laws stating only the divine households could enter the Ark River. The swordsman felt a wave of unease wash over him, questioning why Penelope was defending him when he had already told her he wouldn't support her plan. In truth, he had hoped she would have moved on by now. She warned Sir Garin that she dislikes disturbances. He can't shake off her words from the previous night, which still haunt him. She had said she would be leaving for now, but urged him to remember this moment. The moment of choice looms ahead, and he remains resolute. When the time arrives for him to decide between the two factions, he knows he must support the princess over the one who brings about despair. Yet, he understands the importance of keeping his intentions hidden. With that in mind, he turns to the prince, seeking his agreement on the matter. The prince falls silent for a moment, contemplating his sister's words. Finally, he concedes that she has a point. There are no laws prohibiting a descendant of a Dark family from entering the Ark River. However, he adds that it wouldn't be right to disregard the traditions upheld by the imperial family and its ministers for generations. With a thoughtful expression, he proposes a test to determine the path forward. He explains that he proposes a test to determine whether Knox is worthy of entering the Ark River and reaping its benefits. The young master is taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Memories of Eleanor and her own test flood his mind, and he can't help but wonder if everyone has a penchant for challenges. Curiosity piqued, he asks the prince to elaborate on the nature of this test. The prince requests a sparring match, leaving the swordsman momentarily perplexed. He asks, seeking clarification. The prince continues, I've heard of your exceptional swordsmanship, and I believe it's only fitting to challenge you to a duel. He then adds, the Ark River is our empire's sacred river, reserved for those deemed worthy. It seems only appropriate that we test our skills there. The young swordsman senses that the prince believes he has proposed a clever challenge, but he is determined not to back down easily. With resolve, he accepts the challenge. The prince smiles, announcing that they will meet at the training grounds in 1 hour, granting him the freedom to choose any weapon he desires. Nox bows respectfully, vowing to give it his all. As he leaves the palace court, the princess rushes after him, her voice laced with urgency. Do you really have a death wish? She demands, her eyes narrowing. Do you even understand what my brother is truly after? She warns him that the outcome, whether victory or defeat, is irrelevant. He's only trying to show off, she continues, her tone growing more intense. My brother wants to crush you simply because you're young, all to humiliate your family. The young master responds, I already know that. Even if I win, the prince will find a way to harm me, claiming that I'm just the youngest son of an impure, dark family trying to threaten him. And if I lose, his reputation will only grow as he'll boast about defeating a rising talent. That's likely what he'll announce to everyone. Curiosity piqued, she asks why he would accept his fate when he already knows the outcome. He counters with a question of his own. What would she do if he revealed there were other options? Eager for answers, she presses him about these alternatives. He describes a scenario where he emerges victorious and lives to tell the tale, then inquires if she would stand by that choice. Meanwhile, in Prince Louis's office, his maids carefully fasten his armor, preparing him for the upcoming spar. Suddenly, he fixes a piercing glare on a maid and brusquely demands to know who he is. She quickly kneels before him, her voice trembling as she replies, You are the second son of our empire, Prince Louis von Arkhim. A smile spreads across his face as he nods in agreement, affirming her words. He holds a prominent position within Talonfeather, commanding respect that no one would dare to overlook. Yet he can't shake the feeling that something is off with Nox. When he inquires, the maid quickly interjects, suggesting that Nox isn't worth his concern and urging him not to worry. In a sudden burst of anger, he slaps the maid, sending her sprawling to the ground. The prince laughs mockingly, his voice dripping with disdain as he declares that he never worries. Do you really think I would stoop so low over some brat from a dark family? He taunts. The maid, trembling, begs for forgiveness. With a cold glare, he commands all his staff to be more clever from now on. He turns to his staff, inquiring about his father, Esteban, the revered son of their empire. With a hint of urgency, he asks how much longer they believe his father has to live. He then declares that soon, the empire and all its honor will be within his reach. In that moment, he emphasizes that if that day comes, the theatrics they witness today will be essential. He looks around, gauging their understanding of his words. The maid pleads with him, promising she will never make that mistake again. In response, he rudely summons his head butler, commanding him to dismiss her immediately. Desperate, the maid begs for one last chance. The prince chuckles, dismissing her hope with a cold remark. Chances are reserved for people like me. Even if you were born into nobility, the blood that flows through your veins is not the same as that of the imperial family. He asks if she agrees with him, but she continues to plead with his highness as two servants pull her away. The prince reflects on Nox, murmuring that no matter how exceptional this rising talent may be, he cannot change the outcome of a match that has already been determined. He imagines the expression Nox will wear when faced with defeat, picturing the tears that might fall. Meanwhile, on the training ground, Nox and Louis stand locked in a tense standoff, each waiting for the other to make a move. In the gallery, the king and the princess take their seats, eager to witness the sparring match below. The crowd buzzes with excitement, filling every available spot. The prince leans forward, encouraging the combatants to give their all in the fight. A sly smile crosses his face as he imagines how Nox will ultimately have to play his part in this grand performance. The referee steps forward, raising his voice to announce that the first prince of their empire, Louis, will now face off against Nox. Both men unsheathed their swords, and Louis couldn't shake the thought that Nox stood no chance against the imperial family. No matter how exceptional Nox might be, he was still just a product of a dark family, mere vermin in Louis' eyes. He charges forward, convinced that Nox wouldn't dare raise his sword in the presence of the divine families, including the imperial family. To his astonishment, Nox effortlessly blocks the attack with his own blade. The prince, fuming, calls him a bastard and demands to know how he has the audacity to challenge a member of the imperial family. Nox, with a calm demeanor, addresses him as "Your Highness" before tossing him aside, reminding him that it was the prince who encouraged him to give it his all. Nox is taken aback by the sheer magnitude of his newfound power. He reflects bitterly that this insolent brat has dared to raise his sword against him, the one ranked first in the line of succession. Internally, he dismisses Nox as nothing more than an insect from the dark family. The young master, however, makes it clear that he doesn't comprehend Louis' words. He's simply following orders. This infuriates Louis, who warns him that if this is the game he wants to play, then so be it, he will show no mercy. He steadies himself, reminding himself that even if Nox enjoys a good reputation in Eldian, he is still just a child. There's no way this brat could ever defeat a prince who has received a top-tier education from the imperial family. The referee declares that the match will conclude when one of the fighters falls or surrenders, taking a moment to explain the rules clearly. Once again, the prince lunges at his opponent, but the outcome remains the same. The swordsman effortlessly deflects his attack. As the fight continues, he realizes that while Louis may be the architect of bad endings, his combat skills leave much to be desired. Though his talent is respectable, it falls short of reaching Nox's level. After a brief pause, the young master abruptly halts the fight. Confused, Louis wonders why he has stopped. The swordsman explains that he has no issues with the rules of the match itself, but it feels rather dull since there's nothing at stake. The prince demands to know Nox's intentions. With a glint of mischief, Nox suggests they place a bet to determine the winner of the match. Louis thinks to himself that this could be the perfect opportunity to get what he wants with ease. The prince smirks, realizing this match is about to get interesting, and agrees to the wager. Nox proposes they outline the terms of the bet after the match, but the prince interrupts, apologizing for his impatience. He insists on stating his terms up front. The young master responds nonchalantly, "It doesn't matter to me." Louis proposes that if he wins this match, he wants Nox to serve him instead of the princess. The swordsman raises an eyebrow, curious about what he truly means by that. The prince, undeterred, retorts that pretending not to understand is futile. He suggests that Nox must have been enchanted by his sister, implying that this is why he saved her in the forest. Nox shakes his head, convinced that Louis is completely delusional and has completely misread the situation. He explains that he followed the imperial family's laws solely to save the princess, insisting he has no ulterior motives. The prince responds, acknowledging this, and offers him the position of his knight, suggesting that this arrangement will simplify matters. He declares that he wants Nox to become his shadow, not merely a reflection of the Reinhafer household, and demands his loyalty. The young master replies that if he wins this match, he will gladly accept that role. Meanwhile, Louis contemplates the situation, realizing that if Nox were to be injured here, he would easily shift the blame onto Eldian, the Reinhafer household, and Penelope. Louis coldly reminds him that he should blame himself for his foolishness, failing to recognize that this match was decided long before it began. With a swift motion, he attacks, confident that Nox's sword will never breach the protective artifacts surrounding him. The swordsman realizes in that moment that breaking through those defenses and injuring Louis is an impossible task. The system alerts him that the Great Sage's highest-grade orb is glowing. It prompts him to state the name of the owner to properly utilize the orb, reminding him that he has only one chance. Will he take the risk? He knows they will be astonished by how he discovered the orb owner's name, but survival takes precedence. Meanwhile, Louis continues his relentless assault, while Nox skillfully dodges each attack. He realizes there's only one way to shatter that absurd armor. Taking a deep breath, he declares, the owner of the orb is Astrid von Callywood. The system confirms that the Great Sage's highest-grade orb is indeed shining, and the username has been successfully registered. Now, the orb acknowledges him as its second owner, causing his mana to surge rapidly for a brief moment. Louis, taken aback, demands to know what he's up to. The swordsman calmly replies, I mentioned this was a match. Suddenly, a powerful wind rushes toward Louis. Nox interjects, informing the prince that there are no rules prohibiting the use of magic. At that moment, the orb hovers ominously before him, and Louis feels a surge of fear as he senses its immense power. The swordsman calmly explains that Louis likely understands what this is, a magic missile. The orb begins to circle around the prince, opening a portal in the sky. From that portal, a swarm of creatures descends upon Louis. The swordsman watches with a smile, silently hoping that Louis will manage to evade them. Long tentacles slithered out from the portal, launching a surprise attack on Louis. He narrowly evaded their grasp, but an unsettling feeling washed over him. Just then, one of the tentacles lashed out from behind, catching him off guard. Louis couldn't help but wonder how this was possible. Wasn't the Reinhafer household, a family renowned for their swordsmanship, supposed to uphold a certain standard of honor? Knox taunts him, smirking as he suggests he knows exactly what Louis is thinking at this moment. He reminds him that there are no shortcuts, especially not when weighed down by all that armor. Enraged, Louis shouts back, demanding to know how a worthless scion of a dark family dares to mock him. Knox coolly replies, "Aren't you the one who started this? Didn't he try to mock the Dark families and undermine the achievements of Knox? Isn't that the very reason he requested this sparring match?" He continues, questioning Louis' choice to provoke a fight when the odds are so heavily against him, declaring that the pride of the Imperial family has now crumbled to dust. In a dramatic turn, Knox unveils an artifact concealed within Louis' armor, exposing it for all to see. It's a cube-shaped object, and he holds it aloft, ensuring the audience can see it clearly. The prince's outrage erupts as he shouts at him, calling him a lunatic. Panic grips him. He hadn't meant for anyone else to lay eyes on this. Knox smirks, his curiosity piqued as he asks what Louis plans to do with the artifact. Furious, Louis retorts that Knox has no right to ask such a question. He acknowledges the countless rumors labeling Knox as insane, but he never imagined the man would actually have the audacity to challenge him. As the sparring session draws to a close, he warns that once it's over, all the Imperial Knights will be out for his blood. Turning to his device, he calls out to his dean, questioning if she's truly going to let her adorable student perish in this place. She replies bluntly, stating that Knox isn't cute, but since it's a formal request, she'll comply. Louis instantly recognizes her voice. She is the newly appointed dean, and she reminds him that they've crossed paths before. With a firm yet caring tone, she asserts that while Knox may not be conventionally cute, he is still a cherished student of hers. If Louis is attempting to suppress him by misusing imperial authority, she vows, as one of the four sages, to bring him down without hesitation. Earlier, before departing the academy, Knox had met with the dean to share that he had heard whispers of the imperial family planning to reward him. They insisted it was a gesture of gratitude for saving the princess, but she merely chuckled. Knox warned her that if he went there, he would surely die, and she likely already knew that no member of a dark family ever returned alive from that place. She nodded in agreement, casually continuing to munch on her snacks. Frustrated, Knox snatched the treat from her hand and exclaimed, "Are you really eating snacks at a time like this?" She insisted that snacks were innocent and attempted to reclaim them from him. He pleaded for her assistance, saying that just one word from her could make the princess leave him in peace. She pointed out that, in that case, he would miss out on the reward, but if he accomplished something good, he deserved to be rewarded for it. He countered that not receiving the reward was far better than accepting it and returning as nothing more than a severed head. He admitted he had no idea how things had become so complicated. She explained that magic had advanced significantly, allowing lost limbs to be reattached swiftly, though she wasn't entirely certain if that applied to heads. He pondered aloud whether she would truly suggest such a thing for her own student. In response, she posed a question. If there were a way for him to claim the reward and return from Talonfeather safely, what would he choose? She revealed the communication device to him, and he was taken aback. It was a magical crystal, capable of allowing people to converse across distances, much like modern-day phones. Unlike ordinary artifacts, this device could be infused with mana, enabling communication to flow seamlessly to the other side. Even the prince had no power to interfere with the leader of Eldain and one of the four sages. Knox remarked to the dean that it was unusual to see her being so accommodating. Noah, the dean's name, reminded him that she could hear every word he said. If he no longer required her assistance, she would take her leave. Knox quickly reassured her that he still needed her help. Meanwhile, Louis attempted to clarify that this entire situation had been a misunderstanding. Had he known that Knox was one of her prized students, he would have never dared to act this way. She inquired about his dean and cautioned him not to pretend he was familiar with her. She made it clear that her relationship was with his father, not with him, and besides, he wasn't her student yet. With a teasing smirk, she called him a brat and commanded him to beg for her mercy. Without hesitation, he apologized and asked what he could do to soothe her anger. She instructed him to beg and apologize to Knox. If he could manage that, she would let the matter slide. Knox was taken completely by surprise. He smiled at her with a hint of amusement. Tears brimmed in Louis's eyes as he turned to Knox, murmuring an apology. Knox, with a generous and magnanimous heart, assured him that he would let it slide. Noah chimed in, calling Louis shameless and warning him that she would be watching the fight closely, hoping both of them would settle it fairly. She also insisted that the barrier be lifted. Louis accepted her terms, steeling himself for his next attack. But before he could make a move, Knox appeared behind him in a flash. With a single, swift strike, he knocked Louis out cold. The prince fell to the ground, face first. Gasps erupted from the crowd as nobles shouted in outrage, condemning the audacity of a member of a dark family daring to lay hands on the prince. They were left questioning how something like that could even be possible. Even the princess was taken aback, pondering how Knox had achieved such a feat. A thought crossed her mind. Could it be that Knox had two lives? She voiced her concerns to Echidna, insisting that Knox couldn't possibly be relying on sheer guts alone. Penelope senses that Knox is concealing a powerful trump card. She suspects that the Dark family's influence could extend even into the Arkham Empire, but deep down she knows that should be impossible. This unsettling realization convinces her that Knox must be relying on something else entirely. Determined, she vows to uncover his secret and seize it for herself, no matter the cost. Echidna nods in agreement, reluctantly acknowledging that Knox's abilities are truly impressive. She recalls their time in the forest and the moments during the admission ceremony. Now, after witnessing this intense fight, it's evident to both of them that he has no intention of aligning himself with Prince Louis. Turning to her, the princess declares that there's something urgent that needs to be addressed right away. Echidna respectfully inquires about the princess's intentions. Leaning in, the princess whispers a secret into her ear. Echidna's eyes widen in surprise as she questions, "Are you truly serious about this?" Meanwhile, the royal guard issues a stern order for Prince Louis to be taken to the infirmary at once, emphasizing the importance of preventing any after effects from the battle. The head butler quickly directs the maids to act with urgency, cautioning them that they must remain silent about everything they have witnessed today. Among them, the same maid who was cast aside by the prince earlier approaches him, gently attempting to rouse him from his unconscious state. The young swordsman Knox quietly slips away from the scene. Later that night, he lies in bed, resting in his room. As he stares at the ceiling, he reflects on how narrowly he escaped today's chaos, and the thought crosses his mind. The prince is utterly unhinged. He understands why people label him a bad ending maker. As he gazes at the orb, he reflects on its potential. It will be incredibly useful not just in the beginning, but even more so during the middle and later phases. He acknowledges how much easier it has made his dealings with the prince. Deep down, he knows he won't be this fortunate again. Suddenly, a knock reverberates through the room, breaking the silence. He immediately assumes it's the prince, back for revenge. Gripping his sword tightly, he calls out, demanding to know who's there. To his surprise, it's Princess Penelope and Echidna once more. As he opens the door, Echidna informs him that the princess wishes to speak with him alone. A wave of relief washes over him. At least it's not the prince. He asks if she wants to meet right now, and Echidna confirms that it must be at this very moment. He immediately senses that trouble is brewing. Nevertheless, he opens the door wide, allowing the princess to step inside. "What brings you here?" he asks, his tone steady. "If you're here to interrogate me about my fight with Prince Louis, I consider that matter settled." She meets his gaze, a hint of confusion in her eyes. "Why would I even do something like that?" she replies. She tells him there's no need for him to play the fool. Narrowing his eyes, he asks what she means by that. Instead of answering, she poses a question of her own. Can he even picture her and her brother sitting together at the dining table? As she speaks, she calmly takes a seat. He glances at the clock, noting it's almost midnight, and insists that there's no need for conversation at this hour. There will be better opportunities for them to speak later, but she dismisses that idea, insisting that now is the perfect time. He can't help but wonder how she could just waltz into his room at this late hour. If rumors start to circulate, he knows he'll be the one facing the consequences. She raises an eyebrow, teasingly asking if he's worried about a potential scandal. He answers her honestly. He is indeed worried. The mere fact that she is in the same room as a member of the Dark family is enough to stir up trouble. She responds, acknowledging that he shares her concerns. A scandal is bound to erupt, and that's exactly why she came here. His confusion deepens. In his mind, he screams at her to explain herself clearly. Crazy woman. But outwardly, he restrains himself and politely asks her to elaborate on her statement. Locking eyes with him, she declares that she needs him. Then, with unwavering seriousness, she proposes marriage. Later that night, within the fortress of the Mad Woman, Luna sits in the meeting room of her castle. She inquires whether it's true that their remarkable new recruit is heading to the Ark River. Death confirms it, adding that it appears the Imperial family was the one to approach him first. Luna is taken aback, surprised that he would trust them enough to agree. She can't help but wonder if he isn't concerned about the potential humiliation that awaits him there. Marin, one of Lunatic's top executives, scoffs, remarking that this is precisely why children can't be relied upon. While she concedes that Captain Luna must have her reasons for bringing him on board, she admits she remains unconvinced. Kyle, the vice captain, interjects, cautioning Marine to choose her words carefully. He questions whether Captain Luna now requires Marin's approval to recruit someone. Marin retorts, insisting that she didn't mean it that way at all. Kyle, however, warns her once more, emphasizing that disrespect is unacceptable, especially in an organization like theirs, which is already looked down upon by the Imperial family. Luna commands them to halt, asserting that there has been more than enough discussion about the new recruit. Just then, Krigiel strides into the meeting hall. He comments that, in his view, some of Marin's points actually hold merit. He notes that Lunatic hasn't welcomed any new members in quite some time, and questions why Luna has suddenly chosen to bring someone new into the fold. Luna responds that it's simply because the recruit caught her interest, nothing more. Krigiel raises an eyebrow and quips that there's no way she could have developed romantic feelings for a young boy like him. He wonders if the boy's family background could be a factor. Luna firmly dismisses the notion, insisting it has nothing to do with the Reinhafer household. She acknowledges that, while Teo had previously collaborated with Lunatic, the new recruit appears to hold a grudge against his own family. Kyle finds this revelation somewhat surprising. Marin ponders aloud whether they should delve deeper into the matter, questioning why the Reinhafer household would assist a criminal organization. She believes it's an issue that deserves their attention. Captain Luna nods in agreement, recognizing the validity of Marin's concerns. With a determined look, she proposes a plan. They will assign the new recruit his very first mission. Then they'll see. He'll either perform exceptionally well or betray them during the task. Marin reflects on this decision, recalling that she didn't receive a mission during her first year here. A wave of disheartenment washes over her, but she ultimately concludes that it can't be helped. They need to evaluate him properly. Ultimately, she agrees with the captain's decision, and one by one, the other members express their support. Captain Luna then turns to Marin, informing her that she will need her involvement this time as the recruit's senior. Marin's face lights up with excitement at the news. Now a senior, she savors the title, relishing its beautiful ring. Though she knows little about the junior, she's determined to show him just how remarkable a senior can be. Curiosity peaks within her as she wonders what kind of mission awaits. Luna steps forward to explain the details to the team. Beneath the academy lies a hidden floor, shrouded in mystery. A recent report reveals that an executive at Eldine has secretly hidden the demonic essence stone of Paimon, one of the 72 demons. Luna explains that while the new recruit buys them time from within the academy, they will infiltrate the location to steal the essence stone. She turns to Marin, instructing her to support the new recruit, and asks if she's up to the task. Marin nods eagerly in agreement. Just then, Izel strides into the meeting hall, a broad smile on his face. "Congratulations, Marin. You're finally no longer at the bottom of the ranks," he exclaims, his voice filled with encouragement. "Keep pushing yourself." Marin beams back, her confidence shining through as she replies, "I will." Meanwhile, in Nox's bedroom, the princess stands before him, her expression grave as she prepares to make a serious request. She turns to him, her expression serious, and says she needs him to marry her. He meets her gaze, curiosity piqued, and asks if there's a specific reason behind her sudden request. With unwavering confidence, she replies that he must already be aware of her status within the Imperial family. In that moment, he realizes the weight of her request and the implications it carries. At first, he believed she had fallen for his looks, and for a fleeting moment, that thought sent a shiver down his spine. She began to explain the situation. The Imperial family had fractured into two opposing factions, and within the palace, whispers of intrigue were spreading like wildfire. Many believe that her father, King Esteban, is in declining health and may soon abdicate the throne. One of the two factions vying for power is led by her brother, Prince Louis, whose forces are currently the strongest. The other faction belongs to her, Princess Penelope. When he questions her about why she's revealing such crucial information, she concedes that her position is indeed precarious. Prince Louis holds a far more legitimate claim to the throne than she ever could. As the eldest son, he possesses far more noble connections than anyone else. She mentions that rumors are already swirling among the nobility about the rewards they expect once Prince Louis ascends the throne. He turns to her and asks if she aspires to become the new empress. With a sigh, she admits that she does, but more importantly, she cannot bear to watch Prince Louis lead their empire to ruin. She reminds him of the cruelty Louis is capable of, treating people merely as tools for his own gain. He nods in agreement, reflecting that Louis truly deserves the title of bad ending maker. He knows this all too well from personal experience. She confides in him that she needs a formidable force, one that the prince wouldn't covet and would think twice about challenging. A thought crosses his mind. Could she be referring to him? Without hesitation, she answers affirmatively, yes, she is. Internally, he winces, realizing that getting involved with a princess may lead him down a treacherous path he should avoid. Yet she seems to anticipate his reaction, her gaze unwavering. She tells him that if he intends to say he isn't strong enough or claim that discussions about marriage with the Stillrainer family are already in progress, that won't suffice for her. The system alerts him that he is wavering. His ordinary demeanor is beginning to falter. In that moment, he understands that she has already made her decision. He wonders if there's any way to escape this predicament. Turning to her, he asks if she's truly okay with choosing him, a man burdened by a tarnished reputation, despite his abilities. She meets his gaze firmly and declares that from this moment on, they have a plan, and he needs to pay close attention. With a hint of gratitude, she reminds him that he was the one who saved her in the nameless forest. Despite coming from a troubled family, he did everything in his power to protect her. He knows deep down that it's true, but something about it feels off. She playfully suggests they could say he fell in love with her first, or, if he prefers, that she was the one who fell first. He can't help but wonder she's genuinely serious about this. She assures him that anything is possible in this world. As she speaks, she gently takes his hands in hers. With a soft smile, she informs him that, according to imperial law, a member of the royal family has the right to choose their own spouse. Then, with a playful glint in her eye, she adds, "Who knows? Maybe I really will fall in love with that handsome face of yours." After returning to the academy, Knox settles into his bedroom, seeking a moment of respite. Suddenly, Laviglia bursts in, her expression a mix of urgency and disbelief. In her hands, she clutches the day's newspaper, the front page boldly declaring, "Princess Penelope falls in love at first sight with young knight Knox, the hero who saved her life." A large photo of him accompanies the article, capturing a slight smile on his face. He inquires if there's already a piece written about it, then adds with a hint of admiration that the princess's knack for getting things done is truly formidable. Laviglia, still trying to wrap her head around the situation, admits she's heard whispers of various events unfolding, yet she can't quite grasp how everything spiraled into chaos. It leaves her utterly bewildered. Knox reveals to her that the truth is rather apparent. He's being manipulated amid the ongoing war of succession within the imperial family. Her eyes widen in surprise. He continues, explaining that the princess intends to use him for her own agenda, to thwart Prince Louis's ascension to the throne and claim it for herself. That, he adds, is why she suddenly selected him as her future spouse. Laviglia reveals that she has heard about Prince Louis amassing a formidable coalition of powerful allies. However, given the dark reputation of the Rheinhafer household, she is genuinely surprised that the princess would choose to collaborate with them. He responds, explaining that this is precisely why the princess labeled him a good-for-nothing troublemaker in the first place. With mounting anger, he mutters a curse under his breath, calling the princess a fool. The realization hits him hard. She's using him, fully aware that his family has already abandoned him. Enraged and desperate, he grabs his sword and rises from the bed. He commands Laviglia to remain silent, his instincts on high alert. He senses a presence lurking nearby, eavesdropping on his every word. He rushes to the window and glances outside, informing her that whoever it was has already vanished. Unbeknownst to him, Marin is perched on the roof of the building across the street, silently watching him. She muses to herself that Knox is indeed as handsome as the rumors suggest. Yet, she can't help but notice that he still appears to be just a boy too frail and sickly to ever catch the eye of Miss Luna. Determined to uncover the truth, she decides she must see for herself if he has what it takes to become the new face of Lunatic. The next morning, the young knight immerses himself in his studies at the library, his mind swirling with thoughts. He can't shake the feeling of unease about Professor Rass's sudden departure. It troubles him deeply, and he resolves to take action. Suddenly, the professor strides into the library, urgency etched on his face as he tells Roz that he must find the dean immediately. Roz turns to Knox, apologizing for leaving him with the cleanup duty. Just as Knox is about to unleash a sarcastic quip about the professor, Echidna interjects, her tone serious as she cautions him not to voice his thoughts. She warns him not to speak carelessly about a professor. He retorts, asking if she truly understands the struggles that graduate students face. Confused, she tilts her head, wondering which graduate student he's referring to. Frustrated, Knox reflects that becoming the top apprentice is proving to be far more troublesome than he had anticipated. With a sharp tone, he tells her to be quiet, warning that his patience is wearing thin. She nods in understanding, backing off and leaving him in peace. He notices a flicker of hesitation in her eyes, as if she has more to say. He warns her once more, if it's going to be something trivial, he won't listen. She quickly reassures him that it's not what he thinks. It just seems that the two of them really don't see eye to eye. He tells her to consider her own actions. Lowering her gaze, she apologizes for everything that transpired with the princess, adding that she won't ask him to understand. Her sincerity makes him feel a bit self-conscious. He meets her gaze and directly asks what her intentions are. He reminds her that she knows he already has a marriage partner and questions whether she thinks the princess announced her intention to marry him just to complicate his life. "Are you talking about marriage arrangements?" he inquires. He admits he's a bit surprised, but then questions why she's the one apologizing. She explains that it's quite simple. She's not asking him, a member of the Dark family, to support their faction. She just wanted to clarify that the princess isn't the kind of person he might think. He remarks that she must truly care for the princess. Once again, he finds himself face to face with a character who defies the expectations shaped by his past gameplay experiences. This was unlike anything he had faced before in the game, and a wave of frustration began to swell within him. Was this feeling excitement, or perhaps a flicker of empathy as a gamer? He shook off the thought, telling her to forget it. After all, he was certain she had her own reasons for her actions. He mutters to himself that all he can do now is tidy up these damn books and tells her to just ignore him. She offers a sincere thank you in response. He brushes it off, urging her to act normally and avoid saying anything embarrassing. As they speak, he pulls a book from one of the shelves. It stands out, clearly different from the rest. His gaze fixates on the name inscribed on the paper, Marin. Inside, a message reads, "Contact complete. Mission delivered." He hadn't anticipated they would reach out to him like this. Turning to her, he says he needs a moment alone to check something. She nods, telling him to do as he wishes, and walks away. As he opens the book, he uncovers startling revelations. A demon, sealed away on the fateful night of slaughter, along with Paimon's demonic essence stone, lies hidden beneath the academy, deep underground. He presses on. The instructions laid out before him are unmistakable. To claim the stone, he must first gather intricate details about the academy's internal structure and ensnare as many faculty members as he can. He instantly recognizes the message as coming from Luna. The game has finally begun. This marks the start of the first main episode in this hellish ordeal. As he contemplates the inner workings of Lunatic, Emma steps into Talia's bedroom, concern etched on her face. "Are you all right?" she asks gently. "You've been acting this way for the past 2 days. If you're not feeling well, I can call a doctor for you." Talia lies in bed, her face concealed beneath the blanket. Emma watches in silence, pondering how Master Knox could possibly be connected to the princess. No matter how handsome he may be, no one could have anticipated that the princess would choose a member of the Dark family as her future spouse. More importantly, if the patriarch who dotes on his daughter were to discover this, he would undoubtedly seek to eliminate Master Knox. If things go awry, it could spark a serious rift between the two households. With a firm resolve, she turns to Talia and says it's time to stop crying. Suddenly, Talia sits up in her bed, her face drawn and pale from endless tears. She looks terrible. Turning to her maid, she declares that today marks her transition into adulthood. Emma, taken aback, stares at her in confusion, unsure of what she means. Talia takes a deep breath and explains that she has come to a crucial realization. What is rightfully hers can be taken away. She recalls her father's words, "One must become strong to protect what is rightfully theirs." Turning to Emma, she poses the question, "Do you agree?" Emma, momentarily surprised, hesitates before responding. In her mind, she knows that Master Knox must escape now. Meanwhile, on the other side, Archduke Paimon emerges as the key figure behind the Night of Slaughter, the devastating event that claimed Knox's mother's life. He is also the one who reversed Noah's time, transforming her back into a child. For the young knight, the path ahead is clear. He must kill Paimon. With determination, Knox dresses and steps out of his room, ready to confront his fate. As he walks, he realizes that defeating Paimon with just his own strength is impossible. However, there's a silver lining. Being in the Arc River allows him to randomly boost his stats. He has already made his way there, and the system confirms that he has uncovered a hidden piece and officially entered the Arc River. One of his stats has unexpectedly increased by 2 points. Additionally, he's acquired the Dragon's Tongue, the long-lost ancient language of magic. He reflects that, had it not been for the marriage discussions with the princess, this would have been a truly remarkable achievement. Upon arriving at the designated location, Marin greets him with a smile, noting that he has arrived right on time. She admits she was beginning to worry he might get lost on the way. He looks at her and asks if she is Marin. She confirms that her code name is indeed Marin, but notes his casual tone. "Listen up," she says, her voice firm. "I am both your senior and your archer." She pauses, locking eyes with him. "Do you understand that?" In truth, Marin stands out as one of the more troublesome characters in Lunatic. He swiftly accesses her full profile through the system, scrutinizing her traits, stats, and skills. Almost immediately, he spots one of the qualities he loathes most in inner Lunatic, her bossy personality. With a proud expression, Marin declares that from this moment on, he is her junior and must address her with the proper respect. He looks at her, unflinching, and bluntly replies that she is unbelievably bossy. Her anger flares at his words, and she shouts back, declaring that this world has completely gone to ruin. The young man doesn't hesitate to respond, pointing out that she has a tendency to be long-winded and ramble on. She retorts fiercely, demanding that he show her some respect, reminding him that she joined Lunatic years before he did, and is also 2 years his senior. He confirms that he heard her the first time, and then questions what she truly gains from someone like him, someone she views as a good-for-nothing showing her any respect. He starts to mention the rulers within Lunatic, but before she can respond, he halts her, sensing the approach of others. "Let's head to the hideout first," he suggests, urgency in his voice. Irritated, she orders him to ignore the others. However, she warns him that she's only going easy on him this time because it's his first mission. She reluctantly agrees to move to the hideout as he suggested, but first, she instructs him to tear up the scroll. He recognizes it instantly. It's a low-grade dimensional teleportation magic scroll. A thought crosses his mind. The connection between this world and the game hasn't changed much after all. Without a moment's hesitation, he tears up the scroll and, in an instant, they are teleported from their location to their hideout. Once they arrive, she grumbles about her inability to acclimate to that irritating dimensional teleportation, no matter how many times she experiences it. With a commanding tone, she instructs him to sit in the chair. Then, she reminds him that while the details of their first mission should have been conveyed to him already, she will go over them once more and advises him to pay close attention. He wonders if he's heard of the Night of Laughter. When asked, he confirms he has. He goes on to explain that Dean Noah, the Sword Emperor Celsus, and his own father Teo once united their strength to barely seal away Archduke Paimon. That night, when the three of them united to confront Paimon, it would later be remembered as the Night of Slaughter. She nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Paimon was an exceptionally dangerous entity, one that even the mightiest warriors on the continent struggled to contain. The true dilemma, she revealed, was that during the sealing process, the demon essence crystal that held Paimon had gone missing. After an extensive search, they finally uncovered the truth hidden beneath the academy. He starts to suspect that Lunatic's plan involves them drawing attention away, while the real goal is to destroy the demonic essence crystal. She is taken aback by his quick understanding and comments that, despite how casually he speaks to her, he might actually be of use. He suggests they set aside their trivial matters for the time being. He inquires if a date has been set for stealing the crystal. She responds that it's nearly finalized, scheduled for the nighttime self-study period at Eldon Academy. She explains that his role will be to keep the other students and instructors occupied in one area. He knows it shouldn't be too challenging, yet he still wonders if it can truly be pulled off. Especially since if Paimon is revived during the destruction of the demonic essence crystal, he begins to realize just how powerful Luna truly is. She explains that Luna is the youngest of the 3 Sword Emperors and the savior of this decaying continent. She reassures him that his greatest fear, Paimon's revival, will never come to pass. He reflects inwardly, wishing that things could unfold as Marin described, but deep down, he knows better. He's seen this episode before the one where Paimon returns. Even if the demon doesn't manifest in full force, any minor misstep could lead to the complete destruction of the academy and everything around it. He knows this is just the beginning of the main storyline, titled The Newbie Killer, The Night of Labyrinth and Slaughter. To save everyone, he must embrace the dual roles of both protagonist and villain. With determination, he resolves to stay focused. He tells her that he has gathered all the information he needs for the operation. In a dimly lit, aging building, Rick stands before the Archduke, delivering his report. All preparations are complete, he states, his voice steady. Now, all that remains is for you to bring everything on Earth to its knees, just as you did before. A satisfied smile spreads across the Archduke's face as he absorbs Rick's words. He tells Rick that while a full revival would be challenging, especially with those cursed rats in the way, what they've accomplished should be more than sufficient. The demon then fixes its gaze on him and asks, "Is your name Rick?" Rick nods in response, confirming his identity. The demon reveals to Rick that if his plan succeeds, he will transform into a true demon, shedding his identity as just a demonic human. With a hint of menace, he warns Rick not to let him down. Meanwhile, in the Academy Hall, Nox stands alongside Princess Eleanor and Talia. The princess turns to Talia, her expression sincere as she apologizes. "I hope you can understand," she says softly. "Humans simply can't control their emotions, no matter how hard they try." Nox glances at the princess before turning to Talia, who suddenly erupts into laughter, her demeanor almost frenzied. In that moment, he realizes he completely overlooked how Talia would respond. The two girls lock eyes, and he can't help but wonder how everything spiraled to this point. Just then, a student breaks the tension, asking if anyone has heard the news about the top 7 students with the highest scores. Another student chimes in, mentioning the nighttime self-study period, noting that those who participate are awarded extra points afterward. One student sighs, lamenting that he might have made the cut if he had just performed a little better. The first student quickly dismisses that notion, insisting it's out of the question. After all, he didn't even manage to place in the middle of the pack. The nobles had claimed all the top positions from the start. He explains that commoners like them can never break into the top 7, regardless of how stellar their grades may be. One of the other students retorts, as if to say, "Do you really think I don't already know that?" He concedes, admitting he was merely venting. Deep down, he understands that nobles only look out for their own. Yet they're the ones who always preach about equality. They start to wonder what truly distinguishes this place from the outside world. One student voices their uncertainty, asking how they can ever know what the higher-ups really think. Another student, intrigued, inquires about who actually selects the 7 chosen students and what criteria are used. A third student speculates that it must be based on their grades. He asserts that grades are the only things that truly matter, regardless of one's status or background. The young master, who has been quietly absorbing the entire conversation, finds that last remark surprisingly reasonable. As soon as the commoner students notice him, a hush falls over the group. One of them sneers, derisively labeling him a worthless child of the Reinhafer family. Nox feels a pang of sadness at those words. He can't help but wonder why conversations always seem to revolve around him. Despite his desire to avoid the spotlight, it feels increasingly unavoidable. His thoughts drift to the infamous newbie killer, and he reminds himself that when it comes to clearing the Paimon episode, his grades are the most crucial factor. He is resolute in his quest for an A+. It may sound absurd, but without exceptional results, he won't qualify for the nighttime self-study event. Failing that would mean allowing the other characters to advance prematurely, something he cannot afford. Suddenly, another student hurls an insult his way, branding him an obnoxious jerk. "Do you really think you're special just because you're a bit handsome and come from a powerful family?" they sneer. One of Nox's friends steps in to defend him, but the offended student interrupts, shouting that Nox is the enemy of all men and that no one should dare take his side. Just then, a third student approaches, raising an eyebrow. "Haven't you heard the latest rumors?" he asks. "Nox is now the princess's fiancé. Crossing him could very well lead to your demise." Nox listens intently from a short distance, choosing to remain silent. He understands that he cannot let his relationship with Lunatic crumble. It's the shield he intends to use for his escape from the Reinhafer household. One thing is clear: he must stop Paimon's revival at all costs. In the exams, Nox secures first place, while Leon claims the second spot. On the final night of the 7-day self-study period, Nox steels himself for action. Inside the Academy Hall, he stands alongside 4 girls, the Princess, Talia, Eleanor, and Echidna. Suddenly, it hits him he forgot to check who ranked beneath him. The girls are locked in a heated argument, and the swordsman can't help but wonder if this is the kind of scenario that only plays out in dramas. The tension between his former girlfriend and his current one feels like the worst possible situation, especially since he hasn't done anything wrong. Talia meets the princess's gaze, her expression steady as she asserts, "I understand." While it may seem impolite to admit, Nox is truly a good person, and it's easy to see why the princess is drawn to him, grateful for her understanding. The princess offers a warning. She won't back down easily. In the Stillreiner household, winning holds a unique significance, and that extends to relationships as well. With a smile, the princess wishes her luck, a hint of challenge glimmering in her eyes. She turns to Nox and comments that she heard their families had arranged an engagement. It seems someone is taking it more seriously than she expected. Nox glances at Talia and confesses that this isn't how he envisioned things unfolding. Just then, a message from Marin pings on his phone, urging him to gather quickly at the hideout for more details about the operation. He rushes to the meeting spot, only to find Marin waiting for him, her fury palpable. "Have you lost your mind?" she demands, her voice shaking with anger over the news of his supposed engagement to the princess. He nods, confirming the rumors, and admits, "I have no idea what's really going on." He explains that it seems the princess is attempting to use him as a political pawn to keep the prince in line. Marin scoffs, incredulous. "Do you really think I called you here just to hear something so obvious?" Nox urges her to concentrate on the mission, but she cuts him off, her voice rising in frustration. "No, you need to tell me exactly what's going on. I care about Captain Luna too." She refuses to accept someone like him, especially when no one truly knows who he is. He responds calmly, stating that the decision was made by the higher-ups. Marin asserts that she will determine for herself how to judge her junior. She demands to know if he is genuinely worthy of joining Lunatic, or if he will ultimately betray them. In response, Nox draws his sword, expressing his hope that she won't come to regret this choice. Marin swiftly draws an arrow from her quiver and launches it at him. He narrowly dodges the first shot, but without missing a beat, she readies and releases another arrow. She tells him that she'll take it easy on him for now and advises him not to die. He quickly realizes that Marin isn't bluffing. In truth, she is a descendant of one of the legendary lost races, the Marine race. She carries their bloodline, and the power of her water shot is beyond comprehension. Even Luna, the captain of Lunatic, knew she couldn't fully withstand that attack. In a flash, he activated his acting genius with all his might. It quickly dawned on him that provoking her further would be unwise. However, he soon realizes that, with his current abilities, earning her trust is a daunting task, and there's a significant chance this encounter could end in disaster. In that case, he must secure a clear and undeniable victory in this battle. She confronts him, pointing out that while he may have received the captain's acknowledgement, he remains the lowest-ranked member. With a piercing gaze, she questions his attitude and demands a straightforward explanation about his relationship with the princess, as well as the peculiar events surrounding him. She can't help but wonder if he truly believes they are all mere coincidences. He responds, noting that she simply refuses to accept what he just said. If that's the case, he sees no reason to explain further. Undeterred, she warns him once more, challenging him to see how long he can maintain that lofty attitude. With determination, she unleashes her magical water storm upon him, relentless in her assault. He smirks, asking if she truly believes such a simple trick could possibly affect him. With a single swing of his sword, he cleaves through her storm entirely. The force of the wave that follows is so immense that she struggles to keep her footing. She never anticipated that such a move could actually succeed. All she needed was to create a small opening. As soon as he turned his back to her, she lunged forward to attack from behind. In an instant, he activated his skill, the Hour of the Genius. The system confirmed that time itself had slowed down for him. Though the young swordsman preferred to keep the full extent of his abilities hidden for now, he knew there was no avoiding this confrontation. She unleashed another powerful magic attack, but he dodged it with ease. Her eyes widened in surprise. Despite being less than 10 meters apart, he had evaded her strike effortlessly. In an instant, he shifts his position with astonishing speed, leaving Moran utterly bewildered as she struggles to track his movements. Frustration mounts as she wonders where he could have possibly gone, only to find him standing directly behind her. She protests, incredulous that a 15-year-old could possess such strength. With a determined gaze, she confronts him, demanding to know his true objectives for joining Lunatic. Before he can respond, she cuts him off, declaring that it no longer matters. She's determined to figure things out on her own. The battle continues, each of her attacks met with his deft dodges. With every counterattack, he sends her reeling back. In that moment, she realizes just how perilous he truly is. Even if he isn't actively trying to leverage Lunatic, she realizes that his mere talent poses a significant threat to Captain Luna, should he ever decide to betray them. What frustrates her the most is the nagging suspicion that Nox is holding back. She can't help but wonder if he's doing so with plans to exploit them, or if it's because she too is a member of Lunatic. With a smirk, he taunts her, asking if she's just going to stand there lost in thought. It's becoming increasingly difficult for him to hold back his anger. She senses it now. He's furious, yet still restrained. With a sharp edge to her voice, she demands to know how he dares to treat his supervisor like a fool. In that moment, she understands the truth. She cannot win this battle. She starts to question whether this overwhelming disparity is merely a reflection of their differing talents. Yet the truth is, she's lost in uncertainty. One thing she knows for sure, though, is that if she doesn't give it her all, defeat is inevitable. Then, a chilling realization strikes her. Every member of Lunatic could potentially fall. She informs the young master that she cannot recognize him as a member of Lunatic. While she concedes that he is indeed exceptional, she struggles to grasp the motives behind his actions. As a result, she resolves to adhere to Lunatic's regulations and treat him as a potential threat. With determination, she unleashes the secret technique of the Marine race water shot. He realizes immediately that if he gets struck by that attack in his current state, it will be fatal. Doubts creep in. Can he even dodge it? In this moment, he feels utterly powerless. Suddenly, Luna appears, swiftly neutralizing the attack with her sword. She confronts Marin, demanding to know what she thinks she's doing, reminding her that she had instructed her to carry out the mission alongside her junior. Luna questions what part of that order involved attempting to kill him. The young swordsman, sensing the tension, respectfully offers his greetings to Luna. She warns both of them that if they don't clarify the situation, she will impose consequences. Turning to Marin, she asks what exactly she's doing at that moment, reminding her that her mission was to collaborate with a newcomer to capture the attention of both the academy staff and the students. Marin lowers her head, filled with remorse, and offers a sincere apology. She explains that she wanted to verify his loyalty to their organization. Luna cautions her that the authority to make such judgments rests with her, the captain, not Marin. As she speaks, Luna notices that Marin's blade is chipped, a troubling sign, especially since the trajectory of her final attack had already been off. Luna narrows her eyes, the weight of realization settling in. With that much force behind the blow, it's clear Marin had intended to kill him. In truth, she's thinking of the knife she used to intercept Marin's final strike. Determined to confirm her suspicions, she speaks up. "I understand where you're coming from," she says, her voice steady. "And I agree the new recruit hasn't shown us much of himself yet." Despite this, Marin had clearly crossed a line. Luna firmly reminded her that there is only one circumstance in which a member is permitted to kill another, and she was certain Marin knew exactly what that was. Marin nodded softly, acknowledging that it was only permissible in the case of betrayal against the organization. Luna's gaze hardened as she delivered a sharp warning. "Never make that mistake again." She emphasizes that the same warning applies to Nox. The young swordsman accepts the captain's words without protest. Luna then suggests they take a walk together, and he readily agrees. As they stroll, she explains that she had to reprimand both of them to uphold discipline and order. He responds with a faint smile, admitting that he has done so many terrible things and has sunk so low that a simple warning like that no longer phases him. He reassures her that he's not complaining. He's simply stating that it's fine. Marin likely never saw him as trustworthy in the first place. Luna interjects, explaining that Marin usually isn't like this. It's difficult for her to elaborate, but there's a reason behind Marin's behavior, and she hopes he can grasp that. Then she adds one more thing. He owes her his life for what just transpired. Had Marin's arrow struck him directly, he would surely be dead. A faint chuckle escapes him as he responds, "That sounds terrifying." She studies his expression, curiosity flickering in her eyes, and wonders aloud why he doesn't seem surprised at all. He confides in her that after living so close to death so many times, it has begun to feel like a part of his everyday life. She chuckles, teasing that his outlook is rather dull. Then, with a hint of seriousness, she reveals that she understands why Marin has reservations about him. It was just an arrow, she explains. Just one. Marin's decision to join the Lunatic stemmed from a single arrow, one that held a level of destruction far beyond anything she had ever prepared for. The sheer power of that arrow was on an entirely different scale. She explains that the force is so overwhelming that even she cannot fully block it when confronted directly. At last, he comprehends the reason behind the destruction of his sword. Yet, a question lingers in his mind. If Marin possesses such immense power, why does she not make an appearance in the main episode? The truth is, Marin is the last descendant of a legendary race, one that has mastered both water and archery to their utmost potential. That's how she managed to unleash such a devastating shot. He recalled reading in a book that the Marine race was one of the special races that mysteriously vanished from history. They were mentioned in the background lore of the Inner Lunatic, but never made an appearance in the main storyline. He mutters to himself that the next time he faces her, he won't give her the chance to ready that arrow. She overhears him and playfully calls him a little rascal. With a gentle poke to his forehead, she warns him not to even think about fighting her. Do you have any idea how dangerous Marin can be when she goes on a rampage? She asks, her tone a mix of concern and mischief. She reminds him once more that she had already warned him he could have actually died. He quickly changes the subject, remarking that this place is larger than he expected. In his mind, he considers how a powerful attack like that could be a valuable card to play when the moment is right. As he begins to walk away, Luna stops him, her voice steady. "You're strong," she tells him. He was strong enough to subdue Marin before she completely lost control. Beyond that, he possessed a cold, calculated demeanor that allowed him to eliminate his enemies without a moment's hesitation. With a smile, he remarked that she seemed to be flirting with him a bit too much. In response, she admitted it was precisely because of that she had a favor to ask of him. She warns him that if, during this mission, he senses that Marin might lose control and go on a rampage, he must be prepared to kill her. It's a burden that only he can bear. In the Academy's classroom, a professor stands before the students, his voice steady and authoritative. To become a great knight or mage, he explains, one must unlock their upper, central, and lower energy cores. Talent is certainly valuable, but ultimately, it is the relentless effort and hard work that lead to true success in this pursuit. Among the attentive students, the young master sits beside the princess, both listening intently to the lesson unfolding before them. He notices Talia stealing glances in his direction, and a wave of anxiety washes over him. What had he done wrong this time? Why wouldn't she at least give him a chance to explain? The princess, sensing the tension, quips that Talia's glare seems to pack quite a punch. He cuts her off sharply, insisting she shouldn't even begin to argue with him. "I don't even want to be sitting next to you right now," he declares. She counters, explaining that since they're practically engaged, avoiding each other would only raise suspicions among others. Knox retorts that personal and professional matters should remain separate. After all, she is a princess of a nation. She assures him that everything is fine. Now, with Prince Louis as her fiancé, he won't be able to kill him so easily. He finds himself momentarily speechless. Just then, Ayana von Sader approaches him. He instantly recognizes her as the next head of the Sadar family of Sukubi. They are notorious for their ability to drain a man's life essence with their charm skill, and they can also amplify their own strength or that of others. He quickly averts his gaze from her. Behind him, Leon chimes in, admitting that even though they're meant to be engaged in nighttime self-study, he feels utterly exhausted. He groans about their grueling schedule, juggling classes both in the afternoon and at night. Echidna chimes in, recalling that they still have 3 more classes left for the day. Concerned, she wonders if he'll manage. Knox shrugs, expressing his doubts about those classes even happening. Leon raises an eyebrow, asking what he means. Just then, the entire room begins to shake violently. Panic ensues as everyone scrambles for answers, desperately trying to comprehend the unfolding chaos. Knox quickly grasps the situation. The main event has begun. The subjugation of Paimon is underway. Meanwhile, deep underground, Rick stands before Paimon, a smile creeping across his face. "It's finally starting," he declares, his excitement palpable. Back at the hideout, the young master turns to Marin, questioning, "Was our mission to draw attention so Lunatic can destroy the demonic essence crystal?" Marin smiles, pleased by his quick understanding. She explains that once the barriers separating the areas are activated, this place will transform into a labyrinth that the students must navigate to escape. Her request is clear. She needs him to buy as much time as possible. Meanwhile, in the Academy's lecture hall, the ground trembles violently, and objects begin to tumble from all directions. He reflects on how well Marin is handling things. Now, it's his turn to buy some time, as his objective is crystal clear. He warns the other students that remaining here is perilous. Leon announces to everyone that 2 spells are currently active. He explains that the first barrier is a dimensional one, isolating them from the outside world and trapping them inside. The second is a layer transformation spell, which randomly alters the building's floors, complicating any attempts at escape. The young swordsman is taken aback by how quickly Leon has pieced all of this together. He asks if they should prioritize breaking the layer transformation spell. The princess nods in agreement, explaining that, in their current state, they cannot hope to destroy the dimensional barrier. Yana concurs, adding that this spell resembles the type of layer transforming magic typically used on buildings. He is taken aback, not just by her unexpected input, but also by the realization that Ayana isn't meant to interfere in the main events of this episode. He questions why she continues to get involved. Has the original storyline already veered completely off track? Talia nods in agreement with Leon, asserting that they must eliminate the magic. Nox nods in agreement, noting that the spells clearly serve a specific purpose. The young master isn't surprised. Talia making this connection isn't unexpected, even if she usually detests deep thinking. He informs the other students that they can escape by either fulfilling the spell's purpose or forcibly destroying it. Leon elaborates that any powerful attacks aimed at the spell are likely to be dispelled. Nox suggests they first evaluate the condition of the building. He proposes splitting into 2 teams to assess the situation and regroup in exactly 1 hour. Meanwhile, Marin, still cloaked in invisibility, dashes into the academy. She reflects on Nox's impressive competence. It's no surprise he was able to defeat her. Unfazed by the large-scale magic, he had already earned the trust of his peers. As she descends into the academy's basement, a thought crosses her mind. Is it finally time to embark on their first attempt at navigating the labyrinth of the second area? She stands atop a grand statue known as the Labyrinth of Dreams and Illusions. Carefully, she steps down to the ground and pours a few drops of blood from her pot onto the floor. As she does, she reflects on the illusion magic fueled by the spilled imp blood, a dark force that ensnares the minds of unsuspecting travelers, luring them in with their most tantalizing dreams. Once the blood touches the ground, enigmatic writings begin to materialize, swirling into existence before her eyes. She reflects that even the most resilient students from Eldian would struggle to endure this ordeal. Given the amount of blood she has shed, it should buy them at least an hour. Now, she desperately needs Nox to find a way through this. Peering through her magical device, she sees all the students, including Nox, lying unconscious on the ground. She felt a wave of confusion wash over her. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. Her magic should have been powerful enough for him to resist. The situation felt unsettling, and now they were faced with a serious problem. Luna knows she has no choice but to intervene. It's late at night, and she and Def soar through the sky, observing the unfolding situation below. It's time to begin, she tells him, her voice steady. Def nods, promptly obeying her command as they descend into the academy. Are you sure this is okay, he asks, concern lacing his words. Noah is incredibly strong. Luna meets his gaze, her resolve unwavering. I know, she replies, determination shining in her eyes. At last, they reach their destination, the resting place of warriors. As they step inside, they find Noah already waiting for them. With a knowing smile, she greets them, revealing that she anticipated their arrival. Noah, the captain of Lunatic and one of the 3 new Sword Emperors, stands before them. Luna recalls her vividly as the final successor of lunar swordsmanship, a legacy steeped in honor and skill. Luna urges Noah to step aside, explaining that the demonic essence crystal is an artifact destined to unleash chaos upon the world. Noah, unfazed, replies that she already knows what her answer will be. In response, Luna draws her sword and casts a powerful spell aimed at Noah, but in an instant, Noah vanishes from sight. Noah suddenly launches an attack aimed at both Luna and Def, but with a swift motion, Luna deflects the incoming strike with her sword. A laugh escapes Noah, as she admits her thrill in battling formidable opponents. She tells Luna that Paimon was the strongest demon she has ever encountered. Then, with a teasing glint in her eye, she questions whether Luna is allowing Paimon to awaken simply to face him again and prove her superiority. What if that really is the reason, she asks, a challenging smile playing on her lips. Luna coldly warns her that if that's the case, she won't hesitate to kill her. Noah, taken aback, asks why she would go to such extremes. In an instant, both of them launch simultaneous attacks. Meanwhile, Rick is deeply engrossed in the process of awakening the demon. Suddenly, he finds himself standing on a beach, bewildered by his surroundings. As he scans the horizon, he spots an angel nearby. He approaches the angel, expressing his need to leave, but the angel remains silent. Undeterred, he resolves to go and begins to run. Deep down, he believes the angel has the power to restore what he has lost. As he wades into the water, it rises to his knees, and tears begin to flow. Suddenly, a voice calls out his name, urging him to wake up. He awakens to find himself sprawled on the ground, Talia sitting beside him. As he pushes himself up, he realizes his cheeks are wet with tears. Talia gently confirms his suspicion he has indeed been crying, and something must have stirred his emotions. He reflects on the dream, struggling to grasp its details. The memory is foggy, but one image stands out vividly. A woman. It seemed as though she was trying to convey something important. Eleanor and Talia observed him with wary eyes. Meeting their gaze, he acknowledged their scrutiny, admitting that he must have revealed a vulnerable side of himself. He urged them to forget it and insisted they move forward. He had no time to linger on dreams. He remembers the second labyrinth and all that transpired within its depths. A multitude of ministers emerged, and a fierce battle ensued. Leon summoned his magical skeletons to confront the monstrous foes, and they fought valiantly. As he closely observed the creatures, the young swordsman came to a realization. This level wasn't as perilous as he had initially thought. In the heat of battle, he deliberately targets Echidna's foot. When she whirls around, fury etched on her face, he quickly apologizes, acknowledging his blunder. He reminds himself to be mindful of the importance of pacing in their fight. After they vanquish all the monsters, Leon remarks on their unexpected success in clearing the second labyrinth. The princess, glancing at him, notes that he seems weary. Iena observes that his behavior stems from her own inability to contribute effectively. Turning to Nox, she asks if he's all right. Annoyed, he snaps back that he's fine and insists she shouldn't compare him to those weaklings. Eleanor chimes in, reminding him that it hasn't even been 3 hours since they saw him in tears. She wonders aloud if he might be putting on a bit too much of a tough front. The princess steps in, declaring that she won't permit anyone to speak to her future husband in such a manner. Eleanor quickly offers her apologies. Meanwhile, Echidna, still anxious, questions what they might encounter in the third labyrinth. She voices her concerns, recalling how challenging the second one was. The young master responds with a faint smile, admitting he has no idea what lies ahead. Yet, deep down, he thinks to himself that it's finally his turn to embrace his role. In truth, he knows precisely what awaits him. The third labyrinth is the domain of the Flower Boss monster, and that monster is none other than himself. Meanwhile, Rick informs Paimon that his revival is finally complete. Just then, his phone rings. It's a call from Prince Louis. He reassures the prince that everything is on track and that there's no reason for alarm. The prince, however, insists that he must ensure nothing goes awry. This is a rare chance for him to become a hero. Rick nods in agreement, but internally, he scoffs at the prince's naivety, secretly mocking him for believing that vanquishing the resurrected Maimon will truly make him a hero. Rick chuckles softly at the prince's innocence. Louis genuinely believes he can defeat a demon simply because it will be vulnerable right after its revival. For Rick, this moment is nothing short of ideal. He tosses a bottle filled with blood onto the demon, and in an instant, the creature springs back to life. With a sinister grin, Rick welcomes the newly resurrected being, introducing himself as a demonic human. He reveals his true name, Denefer of House Shulk. Paimon, however, is far from pleased to find himself revived in such a pitiful body. He scoffs, lamenting that it's a miracle he even returned to life in this form. Meanwhile, Rick kneels before him in reverence. The demon inhales deeply, declaring that he can sense a familiar human presence beyond the wall, one of the three who sealed him away. He speaks to no one in particular, and Rick confirms it. The system alerts him that the artifact, Moon Shadow, has been activated, generating a shadow of the player. It then prompts him to choose the appearance of his shadow. He realizes this is the final labyrinth they must conquer, yet strangely, there is no boss monster in sight. He begins to sift through various options to design his own shadow. Having already defeated the boss monster, he eagerly anticipates claiming the rewards. The system presents his complete profile, revealing that he has earned 0.3 random stat points as a reward for clearing the boss. He meticulously examines his traits, stats, and skills displayed on the interface, weighing his choices with care. The system issues a stark warning. He has only 147 days left to live due to his terminal illness. Yet, in a cruel twist of fate, this very condition causes his mana and stamina to rise steadily, enhancing his abilities with each passing moment. He remembers that his role as a member of Lunatic is to buy time, ensuring that the students remain trapped within the labyrinth. That's exactly why he devised a plan to use his Moon Shadow doppelganger. By altering its appearance, he can send it to the former location of the boss monster. Since it's his shadow, it will be even stronger than the original. When he reunites with his team, Talia immediately inquires about his whereabouts. He responds curtly, telling her to mind her own business. Deep down, he understands that he must do whatever it takes to keep them here. Suddenly, a young man steps into their path, commanding them to halt. None of them recognize him. The young swordsman reflects that while his shadow can act independently and make its own decisions, it is still fundamentally influenced by his personality. If it starts to speak too freely, there's a genuine risk that they might become suspicious. Leon muses aloud about how someone with such ominous mana could possibly be human. Nox, taken aback, is surprised that Leon actually noticed it. Echidna exclaims that she sensed something was off, noting that the stranger's face bore an unsettling, familiar resemblance. The young master furrows his brow, wondering what she means by that. Meanwhile, Eleanor boldly confronts the stranger, demanding to know his true identity. In truth, he realizes that the man standing before them is nothing more than his own shadow. The stranger introduces himself as Shane, a wandering mage who just happened to be in the area when the magic was unleashed. Eleanor narrows her eyes, sensing something off, and remarks that he looks oddly familiar. Meanwhile, the swordsman grows increasingly anxious. Shane is talking far too much, and it feels entirely unnecessary. He swiftly informs his teammates that Shane is nothing more than a monster, urging them not to engage in conversation, but to eliminate him instead. Anxiety grips him as he fears that if this continues, his cover will be compromised. Knox unsheathes his sword and charges at Shane, who readies himself for the impending clash. Eleanor, sensing the danger, warns that Shane appears to be quite formidable. Without a moment's hesitation, she activates her magic and unleashes a potent magical ray toward him. She observes that it appears he's simply swinging his sword slower than anticipated. In response, Leon summons his skeletal minions to assault Shane, while Talia charges forward with her blade drawn. However, Shane deftly dodges their attacks, swiftly dismantling the skeletons in his path. At first, he deftly dodges Talia's strikes, but eventually, she lands a powerful kick that sends him crashing to the ground. The crowd watches intently as Knox hesitates to retaliate. Both Eleanor and Talia quickly turn to him, demanding to know what's wrong. In that moment of clarity, he realizes he has overlooked two crucial factors. First, the shadow only wields 50% of his true abilities, meaning its stats are halved. Whenever the shadow is struck, he feels the pain as if it were his own. The situation has become far more complicated than he ever anticipated. He questions whether he can endure until the right moment arrives. Meanwhile, Luna and Noah are still locked in their fierce battle. As their clash intensifies, a massive explosion erupts in the hall as Paimon crashes through the wall, entering the chamber where the battle rages on. Luna whirls around to face Noah, her fury palpable. "You've ruined everything," she accuses, her voice trembling with anger. "Do you even care about saving mankind?" Luna then unveils her true strength, charging her sword with an overwhelming power. Noah suddenly realizes that she hadn't been fighting seriously until now. Shifting her focus to the demon, Luna recalls her previous attempts to eliminate that wretched foe. There is only one way to destroy the demonic essence crystal of a demon archduke, by defeating the demon after it has fully revived. What Luna hadn't anticipated was how quickly it would resurrect. Now, witnessing Luna's true strength, Noah realizes she must reveal her own hidden power. Together, both women unleash their full might against the demon. Even Luna manages to land a direct strike with her sword, but the blow has no effect whatsoever. The demon roars with laughter, mocking them as he asks if their only defense against him is a powerless witch and a mere child. With a sneer, he declares that if this is all they have, then this is where they will meet their end. On the other side, the group relentlessly assaults Shane, who stands his ground, countering their attacks with practiced precision. Leon shouts that those who wield such dark magical power will not be permitted to pass. With determination in his voice, he declares that he will personally deal with Shane right then and there. The young master notices that Shane seems genuinely excited by the challenge, and he feels a wave of relief wash over him. He has successfully bought enough time. Just as he readies to cast his spell on Shane, the ground beneath them starts to tremble. Frowning, he wonders what could have caused the sudden disturbance. Without warning, the earth splits wide open, revealing a gaping chasm below. Eleanor slips and falls, plunging into the depths below. In a heartbeat, Shane dives in after her, catching her just in time and cradling her in his arms. He pulls her back to safety, his heart racing. Eleanor, still reeling from the shock, looks up at him bewildered. "Why would you risk yourself to save me?" she asks, her voice a mix of surprise and gratitude. Concern etched on his face, Shane replies, "Are you hurt anywhere?" As the young swordsman watches the two of them holding hands, a shadow of unease creeps into his thoughts. He can't shake the feeling that the person who just saved Eleanor is Yu Chen, the same Yu Chen who once possessed Knox. Deep down, he knows it's true, yet he can't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment at that side of himself. Still, there's something even more troubling weighing on his mind. The rupture in the earth was anything but ordinary. Such a surge of energy could only be attributed to one being, the archdemon, Paimon. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he abruptly turned and sprinted away. Talia, taken aback, called out after him, her voice laced with concern. "Where are you going?" But now he understands. Everything has gone horribly wrong. As his thoughts race, he wonders where it all began to unravel. One thing is clear. If they don't stop Paimon now, it's game over for all of them. Meanwhile, Paimon is engaged in a brutal battle with Luna and Noah. Suddenly, a massive boulder comes crashing down toward death, and Luna instinctively rushes to his aid. But Death interrupts her with a shout, urging her to concentrate solely on defeating Paimon. Both Luna and Noah are battered, their strength fading. Despite her injuries, Luna turns to Noah and insists she expects a proper explanation later. Noah, his voice dripping with mockery, retorts that she sounds far too calm for a little girl in their situation. He questions whether she really believes she has time for distractions, especially with the demon looming right in front of them. Although Noah maintains his usual casual tone, Luna is acutely aware that her mana reserves are nearly exhausted. She realizes that the powerful spell she just cast can only be used 2 more times. The demon sneers, clearly entertained by their plight, and mocks them both. He tells them they're weak, and while their struggle has been amusing, he now has a far more thrilling idea. With a sweeping gesture, he points to a distant group, suggesting that they might be Noah's students. A shadow crosses Noah's face as she responds icily, remarking that he has become even more depraved and vulgar since their last meeting. The demon smirks, taunting her to watch closely as he demonstrates just how pathetically weak humans are, insisting they could never stand against someone like him. Undeterred, Luna and Noah charge at the demon once more, pouring every last bit of their strength into a desperate attempt to bring him down. Paimon effortlessly swats them away like pesky insects, sending them crashing to the ground. As she struggles to rise, Noah is consumed by painful memories. She remembers the day she couldn't protect her own family, the day countless lives were lost. A fire ignites in her heart, fueling her resolve. She knows she can't afford to lose anything else. Not again. After pursuing this strength for so long just to protect everything she holds dear, Luna finds herself questioning whether it's truly enough to confront the demon. With determination, she launches herself at her foe, ready to strike. But Noah's voice cuts through the tension, warning her that it's too late. Just as Luna prepares to land her blow, something unexpected occurs. An immensely powerful spell crashes into Paimon, sending the archdemon sprawling. Both women stand frozen, struggling to grasp the magnitude of what just happened. Suddenly, the young master steps into view, locking eyes with his dean. "Are you really going to give up here again?" he challenges, a steely determination in his voice. "You've already lost your family. Will she lose her students too? If that happens, he warns, she will have nothing left." Noah stares at him in disbelief. How does he know that? With unwavering conviction, Nox draws his blade and swears upon the ancient tradition of the Black Sword that he will slay Paimon here and now. A mask materializes in Nox's hand as he examines it, a realization dawning upon him. Shane's safe retrieval isn't the real concern. His mentor steps forward, noting that Paimon has awakened. He warns that Paimon's power rivals that of Captain Luna, leaving them with little hope of standing against him. She vows to protect Nox as his mentor, but he firmly rejects her resolve, insisting that the Reinhardt family never shies away from responsibility. Marin counters, arguing that the situation surpasses their capabilities. Nox then challenges her, asking if she is truly willing to let Luna die. He reminds her that Luna once saved her from the lab and questions whether she could truly abandon someone like Luna. Marin presses for clarity, insisting that Paimon is far too powerful. Nox urges her to draw the bow, explaining that Paimon is nearby and they must unite to stop him. When Marin inquires if Luna mentioned the bow, Nox interrupts, insisting that something far more significant is at stake. He accuses her of hesitating. Marin confesses that her water shot already overwhelms her, and she fears losing control if she attempts to use the bow. Nox counters, claiming she has inherited the full power of the sea folk. He accuses her of underestimating herself and reassures her that he will not perish because of her actions. As Marin presses for clarification, Nox raises an eyebrow, wondering if she has grown attached to him. She warns him not to regret his decision, but he confidently assures her he won't. With a hint of frustration, Marin notes his stubbornness just before their powers collide in a fierce clash. Stormbringer unleashes a surge of energy, siphoning Nox's mana as a system message confirms the depletion. Marin readies her bow, counting aloud while Nox braces himself. At the count of 3, they both unleash their powers. Water and fire clash spectacularly as Stormbringer merges with Marin's arrow, culminating in a powerful explosion that reverberates through the air. Nox grips Stormbringer tightly as Marin conjures water to shape another arrow. With a swift motion, she releases it, prompting Nox to shout her disqualification as a marksman. He chastises her for targeting a junior with such a fierce attack. Undeterred, Marin fires once more, pushing him back. Nox charges toward a distortion, calling out for Ayana von Setter to reveal herself. He questions whether the heir of the 3 dark families has been tailing him. Stepping into view, Ayana confirms his suspicion. Nox then makes a request. He asks her to use her enchantment magic to stop Marin. Ayana nods in agreement, but insists that Nox help her replenish her dark magic afterward. He nods in agreement and tells her to begin. As Ayana casts her spell, magic flows around them. Nox steps into the ruins, where a woman stands, barely able to keep her balance. Aware that her family is lost, he offers her words of encouragement. With determination, Nox declares his intent to confront Paimon and asks for their strength in this fight. Paimon confronts Nox, accusing him of manipulating his attack. Sensing the magic in the air, he catches sight of the sword. Without hesitation, he strikes, triggering a system notification. The enemy unleashes a wave of fear, weighing heavily on the players around him. Yet, amidst the tension, Paimon realizes that Nox is Teo's son. Just then, his system alerts him that the trait Steel Mentality has neutralized the debilitating effect of fear. The young master unleashes a formidable ray of energy toward the demon, but Archduke Paimon skillfully deflects it. With a confident smirk, the young master taunts, "So what, if you're the son of Teo?" He continues, revealing his disdain for the demon's status. "I've heard you're one of the weaker demons, sealed away by my father. He always said you didn't deserve a grand title like Archduke." The demon retorts, "You speak quite boldly for a mere brat." The swordsman can't help but think how fitting it is this demon is just as emotional as his in-game description suggested. Seizing the opportunity, he decides to use that to his advantage. His system flashes with essential information about the demon, traits, stats, and skills. It quickly becomes clear to him that this demon far surpasses anyone he has faced before. He realizes that the hellfire he just blocked travels in the straight line, siphoning life force with its flames. Meanwhile, the disaster flame is a damage over time skill with unpredictable effects, making it particularly perilous. He also learns that condemnation manifests as a sword of flame, striking down enemies with fierce intensity. It becomes clear to him that this demon wields nothing but monstrous abilities. Suddenly, Luna leaps in, questioning him about his actions and why he has come here. He knows that both Luna and Noah could easily overpower Paimon, but only after they acquire their items. For now, he must face Paimon with the resources at hand. He urges Luna to join forces with him, assuring her that he has a plan to defeat their foe. Luna inquires about Marin, asking if she is still alive. He reassures her that she is, just as he promised. This revelation sends the demon into a fury. "How dare you be distracted when I'm right here?" it roars, unleashing a torrent of fire in his direction. The young master swiftly raises his sword, blocking the flames with precision. Meanwhile, the system alerts him that the rare genius of acting is faltering under the intense pressure of the moment. Nox recognizes the condemnation skill as he halts the demon's fiery assault. He turns to Luna, explaining that he needs Marin for his plan, confident that Marin can conquer her trauma and harness her true power. With determination, Luna lunges at the demon, sword raised, but he effortlessly blocks her strike with his massive blade. Undeterred, she calls out to Paimon, reminding him that she is very much a part of this battle too. After putting forth her utmost effort, she concedes and tells him that she will leave Paimon in his hands, believing it's better than risking everyone's lives. He promptly informs the Dean that she can cast her wide area magic 2 more times, and requests her to create a barrier spell around the area, ensuring no one can enter. She agrees, curious if his intention is to protect the students. He responds rather curtly, telling her she can think whatever she likes. She retorts that he's so dishonest with himself, and that's what makes him so endearing. Meanwhile, the demon, engaged in battle with Luna, dismisses Noah's magic as merely a pretty trick. With a smirk, the demon challenges Luna, asking if she really believes she can buy time against an opponent like him. In a flash, he lunges at the young master, who narrowly deflects the attack with his dark sword. The swordsman taunts his opponent, questioning if this is truly all an archduke has to offer. He scoffs, declaring that such a display is nothing to him. The demon laughs, retorting that just because the swordsman can block a few attacks, he shouldn't assume he's anything like his father. Meanwhile, a warning from his system echoes in his mind. His opponent has cast a spell of fear upon him. The demon smirks, correcting Nox with a chilling confidence. "You're mistaken. Your father was far stronger than you can imagine, yet even he couldn't defeat me. He had no choice but to seal me away." With a menacing glint in his eyes, he warns, "I could crush you into the ground in an instant." As the demon relentlessly strikes at him with a sword, Nox feels a surge of determination. The system chimes in, announcing that his Steel Mentality trait has successfully neutralized the debilitating trait of fear. He smiles and tells the demon that they won't know until they try. The system alerts him that the artifact Stormbringer has absorbed his mana to its limit. With a powerful shove, he sends the demon flying back and wonders if Noah's barrier is complete. He knows they are nearing the end, and this is the only plan that can rid them of Paimon. As he watches Luna launch another attack on the demon, he can't help but think that she needs to wake up soon. He's reaching his limits as well. On the other side, Iana contemplates revealing to Marin that, despite being an extra in the game destined to die and vanish, she genuinely hopes for her survival. However, she finds the thought of saying she doesn't want that to happen rather amusing. Just then, Nox receives a notification from his system. His remaining mana is critically low. The system then warns him that the energy being consumed will not be replenished, and his life force is dwindling at an alarming rate. Iana believes that Marin deserves to live and to take control of her own life. With a heartfelt plea, she urges Marin to wake up. As Iana's words linger in the air, Marin suddenly collapses to the ground, her mind flooded with memories. She recalls being trapped inside a large tube, subjected to relentless experiments by scientists in a sterile laboratory. The first breath she took upon entering this world was not filled with fresh, invigorating air, but rather the stale scent of medicine. Beside her, glass capsules stood in neat rows, and the sight of the experimental tools sent a chill down her spine. She watched in horror as people wielded those instruments to conduct experiments on children. Knowledge was forcefully implanted into her mind, and she sensed this even before she could fully comprehend the flood of information and language that had been thrust upon her. This research lab was both her home and her birthplace. To survive here, she had to prove her worth, as it was the only path available to her. She had no name, only a number. They called her H210. One fateful night, a voice summoned her by that number, instructing her to follow. It was a scientist who led her to a dark corner of the laboratory, a place where discarded subjects were left behind. In that moment, the truth dawned on her. She was one of the many test subjects, part of a cruel experiment aimed at unlocking the powers of an ancient race. As she pieced together the fragments of her past, she realized that countless war orphans had suffered the same fate, turned into mere pawns in a relentless quest for power. A scientist instructed her to attempt moving a block. With a bright smile, she acted as if she were the most valuable test subject in the room, eager to demonstrate her ability to harness the power of the Ocean Tribe's blood. She understood the stakes. Failure meant risking becoming one of the vanished children. Then, one day, a mysterious woman approached her, declaring that from that moment on, she would be living with her. The woman introduced herself as Jay, a lab researcher. Soon after, Marin found herself living with her. With little choice in the matter, she felt like a cow being led to slaughter, bound to obey whatever was asked of her. Jay remarked that the research lab was far from enjoyable and acknowledged the hardships Marin must have faced. Curiously, she inquired about the things Marin liked. Jay remarked that H210 was far too stiff a name for someone, so, given her aquamarine hair, she decided to call her Marine. Marin held no expectations. Until now, everyone had treated her like a zoo monkey, merely a test subject. But Jay was different. She took Marin home and treated her like a human being, not just a tool. They spent their days playing together, forging a bond that felt unbreakable. One afternoon, Marin turned to Jay and asked, "Why are you so kind to me? Everyone else calls me a monster, a weapon of the Ocean Tribe, destined for the battlefield and then abandoned." Jay smiled gently, her eyes reflecting understanding. "Since you shared your secret with me, it's only fair I share mine," she replied. With a sigh, she explained that she worked there because her family had been taken hostage, a burden she carried silently. Marin quickly asked Jay if she missed her family, to which Jay nodded. Then, with a hint of vulnerability, Jay inquired if Marin would miss her if she ever left. Tears welled in Marin's eyes as the thought of separation struck her, prompting her to hug Jay tightly. Jay reassured her, saying that's what family is all about. Marin, her voice trembling, asked if that meant she was family too, and if that was why Jay had always been so kind to her. Jay nodded once more, sharing another reason for her desire to protect Marin. "You're still a child," she said gently. "Children deserve the protection of adults, and it's our duty to safeguard those younger than ourselves." Marin listened intently, promising to remember her words. As she spent more time with Jay, a sense of stability enveloped her, and she gradually began to grasp how to harness the power of the Ocean Tribe. As she reflected on her younger days, she couldn't recall a time when she felt happier. Yet, those joyful moments always seemed to be disrupted by the most trivial of reasons. One day, all the scientists gathered around Jay and Marin, who were cozily nestled together. The scientists broke the silence, asking Jay how much longer they would have to wait. He explained that, to bolster the power of the Imperial family, they needed to harness the strength of the Ocean Tribe. Jay shouted at them, insisting that they call her Marine, not Ocean Tribe. A scientist reminded her coldly that she wasn't human. She was a weapon, designed to be used in times of war like now. One of them seized Marin by the hand and ordered her to stand. Jay attempted to intervene, but they struck her down, commanding the guards to take her away. They declared that, having defied the imperial family's laws, she would face execution without trial. In a sudden burst of defiance, Marin tore her hand free and demanded that they stop. A soldier laughed derisively, mocking her for allowing her emotions to sway her. With a cruel smirk, he drew his sword and severed Jay's hand, taunting Marin that if she was merely a tool, she should behave like one. He threatened that Jay's right arm would be next. Marin screamed in outrage, demanding to know how he could commit such an atrocity. She insisted that, despite not being human, she was still a person deserving of respect. How could they inflict such suffering on anyone? The soldier sneered at her defiance, dismissing her as nothing more than a weapon with no right to question him. He ordered her to follow him quietly. Marin firmly refused, asserting that they were the weapons, not her. With a surge of determination, she unleashed her magical powers. Jay rushed to intervene, but it was too late. Marin had already released her arrow. The resulting explosion was immense, and when the dust settled, she found herself waking up outside the building, disoriented and wondering where she was. A woman answers the call, and after reviewing the reports, she confidently states that her name is Luna, the leader of Lunatic. Marin is left puzzled, questioning who this woman is and the whereabouts of the research lab. But her thoughts are consumed by a more pressing concern: what has happened to Jay? With a hint of urgency, Marin turns to Luna, describing Jay as a kind woman with brown hair who had always looked after her. Luna delivers the devastating news: Jay is dead. The words pierce Marin's heart, leaving her in shock. As the reality sinks in, Luna adds a chilling detail that changes everything. She reveals that she was the one who killed Jay. Marin struggles to comprehend this revelation. Luna continues, explaining that Lunatic's current mission was to assault the Imperial Research Lab, a place notorious for kidnapping children and conducting horrific experiments on them. However, by the time they arrived, the situation had already unfolded. Luna recounts how, upon reaching the scene, she discovered a badly injured Jay calling for help, desperately asking her to take Marin with her. At that moment, Marin had been peacefully sleeping in Jay's arms. Luna wonders aloud if Marin had been overwhelmed by the power of the Ocean Tribe. Jay reveals to Luna that she was just a child, subjected to the cruel experiments of adults who exploited her. He pleads with her to take Marin along and help her find a normal life, insisting that Marin has done nothing wrong and has never taken a life. Luna, however, coldly responds that she killed Jay and everyone else. At this revelation, Marin's tears begin to flow, overwhelmed by the weight of the truth. She had depended on the power forcibly injected into her to save Jay, but in the end, she failed completely. Instead, she had transformed into the very weapon her captors had intended her to be. Now Luna extends an invitation to join Lunatic, offering her a path to seek revenge against the Imperial family that had brought her so much suffering. Little Marin wonders if Luna is a demon, recalling Jay's stories about them from her fairy tales. She remembers how demons would worm their way into the hearts of the vulnerable, offering tempting deals and sweet promises. Yet, with nowhere else to turn, she resolves to follow Luna, fully aware that a heart fueled by revenge may only lead her deeper into darkness. She agrees to join Lunatic, recalling the anguish she felt toward Jay that led her to this moment. Luna's words resonate with her, offering a sense of salvation. With a confident smile, Luna tells her to call her captain from now on, emphasizing that in Lunatic, only her talent matters, and she is undeniably talented. Marin reflects on the fact that the power and talent she possesses do not truly belong to her. Luna, however, assures her that if she can learn to control even a fraction of that power, she will elevate her rank immediately. Driven by a sense of urgency, Marin realizes she must approach Luna like a moth drawn to a flame, determined to harness that potential not just for herself, but for Luna, who saved her, and for Jay, whom she has lost. As she stirs from her thoughts, she finds herself in a quiet forest, where Ayana patiently awaits her. Memories flood back, she recalls, unleashing that powerful water shot. A wave of uncertainty washes over her. Did she truly lose control? Her gaze drifts to Ayana, and she can't help but marvel at the fact that her friend is still alive. Yana steps closer, her voice softening as she reassures Marin that it's perfectly normal to feel confused. She reveals that she has used her ability to suppress Marin's chaotic energy, so there's no need to fear losing control. This is a trait of the Satyr household, she explains. A realization dawns on Marin: if Yana possesses such power, it makes sense that Nox entrusted her with the task of helping her regain control. She asks Iana where Nox is. Iana replies that he is in the midst of a fight. Without hesitation, Marin rushes toward him. Just then, Nox reaches out through the device, asking if she's finally awake. He shares the news that Luna and Dean Noah are still alive, relieved. She responds that it's good to hear he's safe too, affectionately calling him Rumi. Nox reveals that she is under Iana's charm and urges her to grasp her current predicament. Confused, she questions his intentions. To her astonishment, he instructs her to shoot him. He elaborates, explaining that Paimon is incredibly swift. No matter how accurately she aims, he will effortlessly evade her shots. Therefore, when he immobilizes Paimon, he wants her to take her shot. Marin questions him about his intentions, asking why he seems willing to sacrifice himself. He quickly denies it, insisting that he's not making that choice. She raises an eyebrow, challenging him, who would ask someone to shoot them in the back if that weren't the case. He urges her to trust him, assuring her that he won't die. At last, she arrives at the underground building, where the fierce battle against the demon rages on, with all three of them fighting for their lives. She asks him once more if she can truly trust what he just said. He nods confidently in response. A smile spreads across her face, as his declaration of intent to live brings her a profound sense of relief. She assures him that he can look forward to her support, vowing to tear down the barriers that stand in his way. With determination, she draws her arrow, aiming it directly at him. The demon, observing their exchange, scoffs, warning them that if he had his original strength, they wouldn't even be able to reach his feet. He finds it absurd to see them acting so boldly. Marin releases her arrow, and he skillfully redirects it toward the demon. Luna, catching sight of this, quips that, unless he's a fool, he must have figured it out by now, labeling him an arrogant rookie. She quickly warns Noah that the defense barrier is nearing its breaking point. It's not just the barrier that's faltering. Noah has nearly exhausted all of her mana. She turns to Nox, informing him that Noah will only be able to block that flame once or twice more. Luna inquires about when he intends to put his grand plan into action. He asks her just once to pierce through the formidable barrier for him. This barrier, a complex three-layered shield woven with advanced magic, has significantly weakened the demon's attacks, so much so that even he can endure them. However, this also means the barrier's defenses are incredibly robust. If they can't break through, then all their planning will be for nothing. Luna holds her breath, hoping her plan will succeed. The demon bellows, mocking her. A young girl who has barely begun to live doesn't know her place. With a fierce charge, he lunges at her. In response, Luna draws upon her lunar sword art, unleashing the third technique. The sheer force of her attack is so immense that it could split the moon itself. A brilliant ray of light strikes the demon, but he is far more formidable than it appears, effortlessly blocking the attack before sending Luna flying. With a thunderous roar, he taunts her, declaring that while her effort was commendable, it barely scratched the surface of his power. The young master steps forward, closing the distance to the demon, prompting even the creature to question if he truly intends to meet his end here. Suddenly, Nox shouts for the archer to take her shot. With unwavering determination, Marin channels all her strength and launches the arrow straight at the demon. Nox grins and coldly instructs the demon to die. The system chimes in, confirming that his skill, Hour of the Genius, has been activated. Drawing from the story's lore, he recalls that the speed of an ocean tribe's arrow would reach at least 400 kilometers per hour. As she draws the bowstring from the rooftop, the distance is roughly 3 meters, and the arrow should reach him in about 3 seconds. He knows he's no mathematician, so he doesn't trust that calculation entirely. Instead, he takes a gamble, relying on the instincts that have kept him alive in this unforgiving world. He begins counting to 3. As he reaches the final number, he bends down just in time for the arrow to soar overhead, striking the demon squarely in the chest. The swordsman realizes that the demon has already lost considerable strength. It's only natural, given that it has unleashed a series of powerful skills that drained its mana reserves. The demon chuckles, reveling in the fact that they have yet to breach the final barrier, declaring it his victory. The young master, however, merely smiles and asks, "Who said we haven't broken through?" Just then, the system chimes in, notifying him that he has equipped the artifact known as the Lunatic Member's Robe. Meanwhile, the artifact Stormbringer is actively absorbing the maximum amount of life force from its user. The system alerts him that the special effect of the Lunatic Member's Robe has been activated, confirming a significant boost to his attack power. With determination, he activates the skill, Limit Break. However, the system cautions him that his opponent is overwhelmingly powerful, and the price for this strike is steep. He has sacrificed a considerable amount of his own life force. It also warns him that he won't be able to absorb the life force of the enemy he defeats using Limit Break while wearing the Black Flame Ring. The system prompts him for confirmation before he can use the skill, and he responds with a resolute yes. The demon smirks, taunting him that resistance is futile and nothing will change. Undeterred, the young master lunges at the demon, delivering a blow so powerful that it catches even the demon off guard. With determination in his eyes, Nox unleashes the black sword art, the first technique of the first half. With a swift motion, he unleashes the Shadow Blade slash, cleaving the demon's head cleanly in two. As the creature succumbs to its fate, it laments its misfortune, realizing that after finally awakening, it has been vanquished by someone like him. Meanwhile, the system chimes in, alerting him that a significant portion of his life force has been drained in the process. After defeating the demon, he collapses to the ground, exhaustion washing over him. His system chimes in with a grim notification. His lifespan is now less than 30 days. Marin watches in disbelief, questioning if this is truly the power of a mere cadet. She remembers Captain Luna praising the astonishing speed of her arrows, yet here he is, effortlessly dodging them from this distance. She wonders if such feats are truly attainable with human reflexes. As her thoughts drift to Nox, she can't shake the feeling that an exceptionally strong individual has suddenly become her junior. A wave of concern washes over her. His talent might even eclipse that of Captain Luna. It's clear to her that he has already surpassed the abilities of his father, Tail. Intrigued, she ponders why someone so gifted chooses to remain in the shadows. Marin ponders the possibility that he fears his exceptional talent might one day become a burden. Perhaps that's why he allows others to label him a good-for-nothing, concealing his true self beneath that facade. She suspects this might also explain why he is rarely seen without his maid by his side. As she races through the forest toward the underground building where Nox battles the demon, a smile spreads across her face. Not only is he undeniably handsome, but he also possesses a cleverness that intrigues her. She hopes that, alongside Nox and Captain Luna, they can finally bring down Esteban Van, the foolish emperor. Yet, a troubling thought lingers in her mind. Will they have to kill his daughter, Princess Penelope, to achieve their goal? Meanwhile, Luna and Noah discover the demonic essence crystal. As she examines it, Luna can't help but wonder if this is the reason Noah permitted Paimon to awaken so she could ultimately destroy his essence crystal. She finds it odd that despite Noah being the one who has suffered the most at the hands of demons, she still permits Paimon to awaken. Luna reflects that if her motivations were solely about revenge, it would be far too childish of her. Noah admits that her desire for revenge is genuine, but sadly, her abilities fall short. She states this with unwavering certainty. Luna nods in acceptance, but before departing, she reminds Noah to provide a proper explanation before taking such drastic actions in the future. Noah chuckles softly, replying that she too hopes for that outcome. Luna urges her to regain her strength before their next encounter, warning that even stronger enemies are on the horizon. Noah reassures her, promising to take good care of Nox. With a sense of trust, Luna entrusts Nox to her and takes her leave. As the young master lies unconscious, Noah sits beside him, quietly expressing her gratitude. Suddenly, Brennan and Professor Rass burst through the protective wall, their expressions a mix of urgency and concern. They rush to Dean Noah, asking if she's all right. Brennan, his voice rising with intensity, questions her about the demonic essence crystal that was released from the museum's basement. Noah chuckles lightly, brushing it off as something that just sort of happened. Brennan, incredulous, shouts, demanding to know how on earth that could have occurred. Meanwhile, Professor Rass spots Nox and calls out to his top apprentice, urging him to wake up. Brennan ponders aloud, aware that even in his weakened state, Paimon remains a formidable force. He questions Noah, wondering if she was the one who managed to defeat him alone. In response, she simply asks what he thinks happened here. From her expression, Brennan realizes she will never reveal the true identity of Paimon's conqueror. He then shifts the conversation, asking how they should report this to the Imperial family. Without hesitation, he instructs Rass to take care of the situation. Rass snaps back, questioning why he should be the one to handle it, while Brennan stands idly by. As their argument escalates, Noah ponders the implications of the demonic essence crystal seal being broken. Surely, it couldn't have happened without a purpose. She begins to suspect that the Imperial family might be involved, and if that's the case, it means they are already here. Anger simmers within her as she contemplates how those demon worshippers dare to invade her territory with their foul presence. Meanwhile, in the Academy's hospital, Talia anxiously asks Lavilia if her master is still alive. He has been unconscious for 3 days, a dire situation indeed. She insists they must contact his father immediately to procure medicine for him. Lavilia urges Talia to hold off and observe the situation for the time being. Talia shoots her an incredulous look and demands to know why he went to where Paimon was. Leon interjects, pleading with her not to say that, insisting he must have had his reasons. Talia, however, firmly disagrees with Lavilia and declares her intention to enter his room. Lavilia attempts to stop her. Meanwhile, inside his room, the swordsman overhears their conversation and realizes for the first time that he is afraid to wake up. He realizes he has recovered at an astonishing pace. His system reveals that the blessings of the moon and ice are upon him. It seems inevitable, given that he wields both powers. He understands the Academy must project an image of loyalty to the Emperor, yet it's complicated by the presence of a student affiliated with a criminal organization within its walls. He suspects that Noah aided in his recovery to extract information from him. Determined to buy himself more time, he decides to feign sleep and drifts off once again. When he finally awakens, the night has fallen, and Eleanor stands quietly beside him. A look of surprise crosses his face as he sees her sitting next to his bed. "What brings you here so late at night?" he asks, curiosity lacing his voice. She leans in, her expression serious, and questions him about Shane, the mysterious figure they encountered in the labyrinth. "Are you related to him?" she probes. Knox furrows his brow, confusion evident. "What are you talking about?" he replies, genuinely puzzled. Eleanor scrutinizes him, her voice steady as she asks if he's aware that whenever he lies, his eyes betray him, shifting nervously, and his hands tremble ever so slightly, despite his otherwise calm demeanor. He's taken aback, realizing that his rare talent for acting falls short against Eleanor's keen perception. The subtle tricks he relied on are ineffective with her. Now that the stakes have risen, he resolves to uncover what she truly seeks. He reveals to her that Shane is indeed related to him. Curious, she asks if they share a blood connection, noting how strikingly similar their eyes are. She goes on to mention that she's aware Shane comes from an extended family that has remained largely concealed. Furthermore, she adds that she's heard the Rainhafer household employs gifted members of their extended family as hunting dogs, suggesting that Shane is likely one of those unfortunate cases. He offers a slight smile, contemplating that while the Rainhafer household may be unsavory, they aren't entirely despicable. She continues, expressing that she found it odd from the beginning. He never seemed to harbor any ill intentions toward them, with a directness that catches her off guard. He asks what she truly wants from Shane. She replies earnestly, stating that she wishes to repay him for his kindness. She confesses that she has developed a fondness for him and wishes to recruit him into her merchant enterprise. He bluntly asks if that means she wants him to release Shane. She nods, explaining that someone with his talent is worth the effort. The young master's irritation flares as he replies, incredulous that she would attempt to poach talent from the Rainhafer household. "Do you really think it will be that easy?" he challenges, his voice laced with disbelief. She asks him to invite Shane to the rival merchant headquarters a week from now. After delivering her message, she bids him farewell and exits his room. The following morning, he gets dressed and makes his way to the academy. As he walks ahead, Lavilia trails behind, shaking her head. "You're being reckless," she chides. "I've told you time and again you've really gone overboard this time." She cautions him that the patriarch is likely concerned about his well-being. He asks her not to mention anything to his family, wishing to avoid complicating matters further. She replies that she has already sent a letter home, explaining that, as his maid, it is her duty to report his actions and whereabouts. With a heavy heart, the young master enters his room, locking the door behind him. He wonders if perhaps he should have lingered in unconsciousness a bit longer. Suddenly, Iyanla materializes before him, her presence both alluring and unsettling. With a sly smile, she informs him that, as a half-blood succubus, she requires a specific method to gain mana and he will have to assist her. The realization hits him. She is a succubus, a demon notorious for draining the energy of men. However, the kind of development people might anticipate is complicated by the presence of underage characters, making it impossible to include any questionable scenes involving a succubus in the game. For now, that's a relief. He turns to her and asks what she needs him to do. She shyly requests if they can hold hands for about 10 minutes. The swordsman responds with a nod, saying it's not a problem, but he can't help but ask if that's all she desires. She replies that it probably is. However, he insists on knowing why she was following him. She explains that she too comes from a dark household and was merely curious about him. She notes that he seems to have changed significantly lately, and in the past, he was a bit more. He cuts her off, pressing for clarification. "More what?" he asks, intrigued. "Are you suggesting I wasn't like this before?" Flustered, she hiccups softly. Nox settles onto his bed and gently encourages her to restore her mana. Though she feels a bit uneasy, she joins him. He extends his hand, inviting her to hold it, but she hesitates. Nox studies her, noting that while she seems ditzy and naive, far from the typical image of a succubus, he knows the truth. After all, he has played this game countless times and is well aware of the other side of Iana. As she clasps his hand, he assures her that they have exactly 10 minutes, no more, no less. When the time is up, he stands and announces that he must leave. In a moment of desperation, she grabs his shirt, her eyes pleading. "Where do you think you're going?" she asks, her voice soft yet insistent. Holding his hand tenderly, she confesses, "I still haven't had nearly enough." Meanwhile, his system flashes details about her traits, stats, and skills, revealing the depth of her character. The system alerts him that the character is currently under a status abnormality known as dual personality, causing her demeanor to shift dramatically. In an unexpected turn, she suddenly throws him onto the bed and sits on his stomach. He realizes this chaotic moment is occurring just as he has yet to recover his mana. Urgently, he tells her to calm down, warning her that she will regret this impulsive action. She inquires if he truly dislikes her, noting how unusual it is since she's never encountered a man who felt that way. With a playful smile, she suggests he imagine the kind of person he prefers. He warns her once more to stop, but she dismisses his concerns, insisting they should share a kiss for a moment. She beckons him to come closer and embrace her, assuring him that it will make him feel much better. Suddenly, Marin bursts into the room, calling him a little bastard and scolding him for sneaking around with a girl while she's busy wrapping things up. Iana, taken aback, shouts at Marin, demanding to know who she is. In response, Marin conjures a tinted water bubble and hurls it at Iana's head. The impact sends Iana collapsing onto the bed, unconscious. The young master gazes at her, puzzled by her actions. Marin smiles and explains that she merely infused her with a bit of mana, reassuring him that she won't be harmed. Curiously, she inquires if he truly feels happy about her presence. He nods, though he hesitates to admit it openly. Sensing his reluctance, Marin checks in on him, asking if he's feeling all right. He responds, a hint of pride in his voice that, as she can see, he did share some of his mana, but he feels perfectly fine. She remarks that he saved her. He brushes it off, insisting he only did it to ensure his own survival before turning to leave the room. Her anger flares and she shouts after him, accusing him of having an obnoxious attitude. "Do you think archers are a joke?" she demands, reminding him that she is 2 years older than him. Late at night in Nox's palace, Luna stands in Tiel's office where he questions her. Incredulous, "Are you saying that Nox defeated Paimon?" She nods, confirming the shocking news. Rodwell, sensing the gravity of the situation, muses about the storms this incident might unleash within their household. Tiel listens to Luna intently, then replies, "I have no idea what Nox was thinking either." He speculates that if he had to guess, it might stem from the death of his mother. On the night of the slaughter, Nox witnessed her murder, an event that plunged him into a half-crazed state. He became a shell of himself, indifferent to the world and those around him. But now, it seems he has taken this path to avenge her. Luna confronts Teo, expressing her suspicion that he is lying. She wonders if he might be plotting something, but she knows that true power can only be inherited from the Reinhafer bloodline. As she reflects on this, she realizes that the Void Revelation can only be unlocked when one pushes themselves to their absolute limit. Having accepted Nox into lunatic, she is determined to protect him from Teo's manipulations. After a lengthy silence, Teo comments that parents don't always know everything about their children. She challenges him, reminding him that he has never been a nurturing father to Nox. Then, with a sharp edge to her voice, she reveals that his first son has already aligned himself with the Imperial faction. To be more precise, he is collaborating with the demons. Teo responds that it appears a storm of blood is about to engulf the continent. She steps closer, her gaze intense, and reminds him not to forget his promise. With a chilling warning, she adds that if his son dares to oppose her, she will not hesitate to kill him. That is how Lunatic operates, bound by his contract with them. She urges him to cast aside any personal feelings he may have. He silently acknowledges that he is already aware of this. Everything he does is aimed at dismantling the Imperial family and the 72 demons. On the other side of the room, Eleanor turns to Shane, her gaze steady. "To put it simply, you've caught my interest," she says, her voice smooth. "I want you to sign a contract with Rivalin Merchantry, and I promise you'll be compensated handsomely." With a flourish, she places the contract on the table before him. Shane hesitates, then shakes his head apologetically. "I appreciate the offer, but I'm committed to working with my family." She replies that she has already spoken with Nox, who has given his approval, so there's no need for him to worry. Shane knows, however, that Nox would never allow something like that. He reflects on how he had taken down the boss monster ahead of time, earning himself some free stats in the process. How could he possibly work for the Riverland Merchantry? She permits him to call her simply Eleanor, rather than Miss Eleanor, yet he steadfastly insists on addressing her formally. She muses that this must be a trait shared by both Knox and Shane. She expresses that she doesn't want to escalate the situation, but as a collateral member of the Reinhafer household responsible for handling all its unsavory tasks, she warns him that if Dean Noah were to learn about his infiltration of Eldon Academy for a secret mission, the consequences could be dire. He responds, surprised, saying he believed she was the kind of person who wouldn't exploit others' vulnerabilities. She reveals that she is a merchant, and kindness holds no value in her trade. He ponders what steps he needs to take next. She then inquires if he isn't planning to sign the contract. Later that night, Shane steps outside the academy, clutching the Fire Spirit's pendant. He reflects on its immense power, realizing it's an artifact typically acquired only at the game's climax. Eleanor had actually gifted it to him as a token of gratitude for saving her life. She called it her present and the down payment for their contract. He viewed it as a remarkable cheat item, imbued with multiple layers of high-level magic. However, he soon came to a troubling realization. While it was indeed powerful, it was also being tracked. Inside Eleanor's room, her servant Rick observes, "It seems you've really taken a liking to Shane. I've never seen you personally invite someone to recruit them before." Eleanor raises an eyebrow, a hint of amusement in her voice as she replies, "Since when did you gain the right to comment on my actions?" He quickly responds, insisting he would never dream of such a thing, and apologizes, reassuring her that she knows he isn't that foolish. She acknowledges his way with words, a skill he has always possessed. However, her thoughts drift to her accountant, Rick, whose recent behavior strikes her as suspicious. She can't help but wonder if his change in demeanor began after Paimon was defeated by Dean Noah. Though it may be too early to reach any conclusions, an unsettling feeling lingers in the air. She cautions him to tread carefully with the choices he makes from this point forward. He nods, assuring her that he will keep her warning in mind. As he steps out of her room, a thought crosses his mind. He was right all along. Knox is a threat, and he must be dealt with swiftly. At the same time, he intends to eliminate that foolish prince. Despite Knox's ambitions, he senses that this time, fate won't favor him. Death looms on the horizon. The young master believes that Knox is merely a new identity bestowed upon him in this world. In truth, the item once belonged to someone else, and now he is taking it for himself. He has grown quite accustomed to this role he plays. As he activates the Hour of the Genius, memories flood back from the past few days, filled with significant events. He has vanquished countless monsters, demons, and foes, and many have pledged their loyalty to stand by his side. Yet the more Knox gains, the deeper he sinks into loneliness. The system prompts him with a question. Would he like to start a new game? Shen glances around his cramped room where he sits absorbed in play. Memories of his life before the possession flood back, leaving him to ponder whether he would truly choose to start anew. Rising from his chair, a sharp headache pierces his skull. It's clear he doesn't want to feel this way, but the moment he thinks about it, everything seems strangely off. He realizes that this is the tragic result of someone who spent too much time playing video games, now trapped alone in a room overflowing with trash. He returns to his seat, contemplating the weight of this opportunity. He grapples with the essence of his true identity. What ties him to Knox, and why has he come to possess him? As these thoughts swirl in his mind, he suddenly tumbles from his chair. Deep down, he understands that none of this has ever truly belonged to him. He has always known it. Trapped in Knox's shadow, he is haunted by the relentless pain of uncertainty. As he reaches for his medicine, it slips from his fingers and clatters to the floor. In that moment, he realizes this is what truly shatters him. He finally admits it. Within the game, he gazes into the mirror and confronts the truth. Shen remains an outsider in this world. Despite the connections he has forged, he is transformed into someone entirely different from the Knox he once knew. Tio, his voice tinged with concern, questions his son about the reckless decision to confront Paimon alone. He suspects that this act may be tied to the haunting memory of Knox's mother. On that fateful night of the slaughter, Knox had been powerless, forced to witness his mother's tragic death. From that moment on, Teo realized his son had begun to drift from the path he once walked. The swordsman ponders, if Knox were here now, what would he say in this moment? His father comments that the young master pretends not to remember, but they both know that's not the case. The young master can't help but wonder how Knox would have behaved if he were here now. Ultimately, he resolves to stop worrying about it. Turning to his father, he recalls a time when his father mentioned hiding his true strength. His father nods in affirmation. The swordsman tightens his grip on the hilt of his blade and unleashes a shadow blade slash into the air. A thought crosses his mind. This name has always belonged to him, even if he's seen as a villain, ridiculed by others, and destined to meet a tragic end. He embraces it. Meanwhile, the maids murmur among themselves about the rumor that young Master Nox has ranked first at the academy. Even the servants are skeptical, unable to fathom how such an infamous good-for-nothing could possibly achieve such a feat. Some speculate that he must have bribed the academy, questioning what someone like him could possibly excel at. Others argue that his victories over young Masters Allen and Hartz were solely due to his superior equipment, recalling how he narrowly escaped death when his father launched a counterattack. Teo instructs him on the proper use of the Shadow Blade Slash. Despite living on borrowed time, he is determined to keep pushing the story forward. After deftly evading his father's strike, he quickly activates his genius trait and launches a counterattack. He comes to a profound realization. This is why he understands his own desperation so intimately. If there's one challenge he must confront, it is the impending arrival of death itself. The system urgently demands that he restore his lifespan without delay. A few days later, everyone assembles in this chaotic world. Luna steps forward to inform them that they are currently in the northeastern region of Chasers. She questions the Lordsman about his determination to continue down this path. Without a moment's hesitation, he affirms his resolve. One of their team members interjects, cautioning him about the dangers ahead. It's not just the monsters we face. The real threat comes from the Tajulan Kingdom, sworn enemies of House Reinhafer. He nods, acknowledging the warning, and explains to his team exactly. That's why we must press on. He confirms that he will be heading to the Tajuland Kingdom. With a sense of urgency, he instructs Luna to send a letter announcing the arrival of the son of House Reinhafer, hoping they will prepare for his visit. However, a chilling reminder from his system cuts through his thoughts. He has only 27 days left to live. Nox feels a wave of displeasure wash over him as he grapples with the reality of his situation, wondering how everything had spiraled to this point. Even after sacrificing his lifespan to Stormbringer in a desperate bid to eliminate Paimon, this is all that remains. With only a short time left to live, he is approached by Eleanor, who seeks to recruit the awakened succubus, Ayana, and his clone, Shane, into her guild. He realizes that if he doesn't find a way to replenish his lifespan soon, the consequences could be dire. As he grapples with his dwindling time, he can't help but wonder why he keeps finding himself in situations like this. His system reveals everything about the pendant Eleanor gives to Shane. It details its special effects and warns him that Eleanor will be able to track the user's location as soon as it is equipped. Still, he feels a sense of relief that the tracking feature only activates once the artifact is worn. When his mana surpasses 15, he can summon a high-ranked spirit. Once his mana hits 20 and his stamina exceeds 15, he can form a contract with the Spirit King, Salamander. It's an incredibly powerful item, but there's a catch. It's a bound item, meaning his clone, Shane, cannot equip it. If he wears it himself, it will expose the truth that Shane and Nox are one and the same. He knows that Eleanor possesses an acting talent that far exceeds his own, making it impossible to deceive her with a half-hearted lie. He learns that the Academy will take at least 2 weeks to resolve the situation. First, he needs to return and start planning. Packing his bag, he leaves his room, and as he does, he realizes it has been quite some time since he last visited the Reinhafer estate. He reflects on Rona, May, and Alina, realizing it has been a while since he last reunited with his unit. A wave of anxiety washes over him at the thought of Teo's relentless questions about the recent incident. As he leaves the academy and settles into the carriage for his journey home, a heavier concern looms over him. He has only 27 days left to live. Determined, he resolves that he must take action before time runs out. On the other side, Yana lies asleep in her bed, lost in a dream. In this dream, she sees her mother, her voice echoing with disappointment. "I can't believe you still can't drain magic from a man's body," she scolds. "And yet you dare to call yourself a bearer of House Sadar's blood?" The weight of her mother's words hangs heavy in the air, and she adds, "It would have been better if your half-sisters had inherited the demon's blood instead." She calls Iana disgusting, commanding her to get out of her sight. Startled, Iana jolts awake, her mind racing with worry over what she might have done with Nox. Memories flood back. She had asked him for a quick kiss and even offered him a hug. The thought gnaws at her, igniting a simmering irritation. Sleep eludes her as frustration mounts. She can't shake the anger of having failed to seduce Nox. Lost in thought, she tumbles from her bed. Regaining her balance, she settles in front of her dressing table. As she gazes into the mirror, a strikingly seductive girl in a short dress stares back at her. Her reflection whispers that she has finally come to a realization. Meanwhile, Nox and Lavilia arrive at their palace, the weight of their journey evident in the air. Rodwell greets them warmly, noting that it has been a while since their last meeting. He inquires about their well-being, to which the response is a confident affirmation. The visitor expresses a desire to meet with the patriarch and asks for his whereabouts. Rodwell replies that Teo was in his chambers and offers to escort him there. As they make their way, he catches snippets of conversation from nearby maids, who are buzzing with excitement over the rumor that the young master has ranked first at the academy. One maid scoffs, declaring it impossible because he's nothing but a good-for-nothing. Another servant leans in, speculating that perhaps he bribed him, questioning what a worthless person could possibly excel at. A third chimes in, noting that he managed to defeat young masters Allen and Hartz, attributing his success to his superior equipment. As he steps into Teo's office, he finds Teo waiting for him, an air of anticipation hanging in the room. He believes Teo is truly a monster, so much so that he can hardly fathom how he ever dared to stand before him in the past. His father calls out his name, noting how much he has grown. The fact that he remains calm even after sensing his presence confirms that the reports were accurate. He replies to his father, "Even if I hadn't stayed, Teo would have seen through everything eventually." Moreover, he had already assured his father that he no longer intended to do anything that would harm the family. Teo inquires if it's true that he has become a candidate to marry the princess and that he even defeated Paimon. His system alerts him that his trait of normal acting talent is beginning to falter. His father, sensing something amiss, presses him, suggesting he is concealing many truths. He quickly responds, clarifying that he merely landed the final blow and was simply fortunate. Teo questions whether his father is attempting to deceive him. He asserts that even the family retainers believe he deserves punishment. Teo tells his father that if he wishes to hold him accountable, he will accept it with humility. In response, his father asks if he truly understands this. The key to suppressing and justifying all these deceptions and betrayals, he explains, is to become so powerful that no one would dare to meet his gaze. Teo inquires if Nox genuinely has no desire to become the patriarch. Nox responds with a firm affirmation. As the young master observes, he catches a glimpse of his father's smile. Teo then declares that he wants to reveal the true significance of the position Nox has turned down. He commands Nox to follow him to the training hall, instructing him to draw his sword. The swordsman heeds his father's command. Teo instructs him to begin and orders him to block his attacks. Nox, taken aback, protests to his father that he lacks the skill for such a task. Without warning, Teo lunges at him with his sword. In a surprising display of determination, the young master manages to block the strike with his own blade. Teo reassures him, saying he will hold back. Nox leaps away from his father, a determined glint in his eye. Teo informs him that what he's witnessing is the Reinhafer family's second sword technique, the Shadow Blade Chain Slash. With a hint of curiosity, he asks Nox what he thinks of it. Nox responds with a confident smile, declaring that it's now his turn. Without hesitation, the young master charges at his father, and the two become locked in an intense sword fight, each strike echoing their fierce determination. Teo watches his son with a mix of admiration and challenge, clearly impressed by his swordsmanship. After a flurry of swift exchanges, he skillfully throws him to the ground, questioning whether this is truly his limit. Just then, Rodwell steps in, cautioning Teo that he might be pushing things too far, even against young Master Nox. He adds with a hint of seriousness that even young Master Garen would have found it difficult to withstand sword techniques of such intensity. Teo reflects on his own words, recognizing that he had unwittingly exerted too much force with his blade. Despite this, he can't help but admire Nox's resilience. "Let's call it a day for our sparring," Teo proposes. But as he turns to leave, Nox pushes himself up from the ground, a determined glint in his eyes. "And where does my father think he's going?" he challenges. He boldly declares to his father that he hasn't learned a single thing yet. Teo, who was about to leave, turns back in surprise. In a flash, Nox launches an attack with all his might. Yet, Teo effortlessly blocks his son's sword. Amused, Teo wonders if Nox is actually asking for more instruction. Nox smirks and replies that he'll take this as permission to continue his lessons with him. Once again, Teo sends his son crashing to the ground. He then poses a single piercing question. Why did he risk his life to confront Paimon himself? Was it connected to his mother? Teo's inquiry is heavy with meaning, for on the night of the massacre, Nox had been forced to witness his mother's death with his own eyes. Teo reflects on that fateful day, realizing it marked the beginning of his son's wayward path. Though he feigned forgetfulness, a part of him understood the truth. Nox, sensing the tension, confronts his father about the accusation of concealing his true power. With a swift motion, he unleashes another Shadow Blade Slash, striking with precision. Teo deftly blocks the attack and counters with a true Shadow Blade slash, declaring that this is the technique's true purpose. The force of his strike is overwhelming, and the young master finds himself unable to maintain his footing. Stumbling backward, he drops to his knees, urgency coursing through him as he activates his genius trait. In that pivotal moment, he unlocks the second technique of the tyrannical Blade of Darkness, the Shadow Blade Chain Slash. The system notifies him that his grasp of the tyrannical Blade of Darkness has significantly deepened after sparring with such a formidable opponent. This time, he genuinely astonishes his father. Teo is amazed that he has mastered the second technique merely by observing it. Teo strikes with such ferocity that Nox's sword is knocked from his grasp, sending him crashing to the ground once again. With a heavy heart, Teo looks down at his son and declares that, as his father and the patriarch of House Reinhafer, he wants Nox to remember this moment. One day, he hopes Nox will wield that very sword to pierce his heart and bring him down for failing to protect his mother. He offers Nox the position of patriarch, confidently asserting that he is more than capable of handling the role. Suddenly, back in his real room, a message pops up on his computer, asking if he wants to start a new game. Shen glances around, recognizing his surroundings as the same ones from before the possession. An unsettling feeling washes over him. He rises from his chair, but the world tilts and his head spins. He dismisses the thought, knowing that to entertain it, even for a moment, would be utterly bizarre. Memories flood back of his visit to the doctor, the sting of abandonment by his family, the haunting void of lost memories, and the weight of a terminal diagnosis. He questions whether it's truly possible for all of this to converge at once, and if any of it is even real. He struggles to recall his name from before the possession. His eyes drift to the disarray of his cluttered table and the filth of his room. Overwhelmed, he sinks to the floor, willing his mind to remember. Then, like a spark igniting in the darkness, it returns to him. His name is Nox. With that revelation, he awakens in his palace bedroom, once again embracing his identity as Nox. He ponders what it was he had guessed, recalling a dream that felt undeniably significant. As he stirs, he notices all four of his female maids standing beside his bed. He gestures for them to speak one at a time. Lavilia chimes in. Honestly, there isn't a single day that goes by without you causing some sort of trouble. At this rate, she says, any maid serving you is bound to have a heart attack. He shrugs, replying that it's just the way things turned out. Alina sighs, urging him to stop putting himself in such perilous situations. She gently holds his hand to her face, her eyes filled with concern as she asks if he even realizes how worried everyone has been about him. Nox pulls his hand away, acknowledging her worry. I get it, he says, but can you just put my hand down and talk to me properly? Alina begs him to let her hold his hand just a little longer. Lavilia chimes in, noting that the young master appears uncomfortable. He glances at Rona, who is unusually silent. Typically, she would have rushed over by now, ready to tease him. But more importantly, he realizes there's a pressing matter he needs to address first. He gathers everyone and announces that he has an important update. Starting tomorrow, they will accompany him to the Chasers region. This journey is a crucial part of the plan he has been devising since his return to the family. After all, he needs to eliminate the formidable beasts of Chaders to extend his lifespan, especially since he hasn't replenished any of it since his battle with Paimon. He remembers the system's ominous warning. The player has only 27 days left to live. With a commanding tone, he instructs them to heed his words before granting them permission to leave, expressing his desire for a bit more rest. Lavilia responds that she'll start her preparations. With that, all four girls exit his room. Just then, a knock echoes at the door. To his surprise, Rona appears at the door asking for permission to enter. She wants to share something important. He nods, granting her entry. Tears glisten in her eyes as she steps inside and takes a seat in the chair beside his bed. She begins by recounting the night of the slaughter, the night his mother lost her life. He's taken aback that she remembers such a tragic event. She describes how that night was thick with the scent of blood. His mother had desperately sought a safe haven for him and Rona, but the demon tracked them down. In a moment of courage, she confronted the demon, insisting that all he desired was her life. With tears in her eyes, she pleaded for the senseless violence to end, using her light magic to shield them from the darkness. Paimon sneered, telling her that with such feeble light, she was powerless. Grabbing her by the neck, he taunted her, asking if she truly believed she could drive them away. The demon revealed that their intentions extended far beyond just her. As Paimon tightened his grip around her throat, she managed to gasp out a warning to Rona to take care of Nox. She also mentioned that he was born with an overwhelming strength, which was why he would need Rona's assistance. His mother instructed that even if his memories were erased, transforming him into someone unrecognizable, Rona must still care for him. This was so that one day, Nox could find his way back to her. Tragically, shortly after, Paimon set his mother ablaze, ending her life in a cruel twist of fate. Rona looks him in the eye and says he already knows what happened next. She spread malicious rumors to keep him as far away from the family's power struggles, especially the fierce competition for the heirship as possible. It was a decision that weighed heavily on her heart, but she had to protect him. It was the last promise she made to his mother. But that is no longer the case. If he has regained all his memories, then someone like her who deceived him and concealed the truth has no right to remain by his side. He speaks calmly, stating that the past is behind them now. Yet, she insists that she can no longer stay with him. He then asks her if she understands why he never hated her. He recounts how, every night during his time of suffering, she would sit by his bedside for 2 hours, consumed by worry. She always defended him, insisting he wasn't a bad person. Now, he understands that her loyalty stemmed from guilt. He realizes that the one she serves and follows now is no longer him. With a gentle tone, he tells her to relax. The young master reflects on the heavy burden of rumors, understanding all too well how they can weigh on the heart. He ponders the depth of Teo's love for his wife, the affection Nox held for his mother, and the feelings Rona harbors for him. A part of him longs to voice these questions, but he remains silent as he watches Rona break down in tears. He gazes into the mirror, pondering why he must embrace the role of the villain. Later that day, Teo summons him to the office and formally bestows upon him a set of powers. With these newfound abilities, the young master makes a bold announcement in the square, posting notices throughout the city. He boldly declares that, in the name of Reinhofer as a member of the Honorable House Reinhofer, he has received permission from the Patriarch to recruit private soldiers and form an anti-demon battalion. He invites anyone interested to gather at the octagonal training ground 1 week from now in the afternoon for a trial. He proclaims that those who can defeat him, or whom he recognizes for their skills, will be rewarded by the Empire with a monthly payment in gold coins. In cities and towns, people gathered to read his proclamation. Some chuckled, suggesting that their troublemaking youngest lord must be bored again and is simply seeking an adventure. One man scoffed, declaring that surely no one would actually sign up for such nonsense, calling it absurd. Yet, despite the skepticism, many others felt drawn to the promise of gold payments, deciding it was worth a shot. Laughter fills the air as people exchange amused glances, pondering if there's anyone capable of defeating the young master Nox. Some even jest that a 4-year-old girl might stand a chance. Just then, a man strides in, his presence commanding attention, and he questions whether everyone is truly enjoying their laughter. He proposes a bet, tossing a bag full of coins onto the ground. The man boldly declares that he doubts anyone will successfully pass Nox's trial. A young man stands up, eyeing Nox with a critical gaze. "By your looks," he says, "you seem like a pampered child from a wealthy family. Haven't you heard the rumors about the youngest son of the Reinhofer family?" The stranger offers a faint smile before turning his back to them. An elderly man, puzzled by this behavior, wonders what could be so amusing. He explains to the others that such remarks often stem from genuine concern for him. The stranger bursts into laughter as he removes his mask, his voice booming as he questions who is worrying about whom now. The crowd gasps in disbelief at the sight of young Master Grain. One man exclaims that he had heard Grain was away training in the Chaders. With a confident smile, Grain assures the crowd that he will keep everything spoken here a secret, and confirms that his bet still stands. People begin to notice that his wager amounts to around 50 gold coins. Soon, a large crowd gathers at the palace gate, where the swordsman stands with his blade at his side. Onlookers murmur, questioning whether he is truly the infamous youngest son of Teo. Some even gossip that he graduated at the top of his class at the academy. Yet, there's something different about him now. His entire demeanor has shifted. Others begin to suspect that it might all be a fabrication, doubting his abilities and believing he must have employed some sort of trickery. He reflects on why this has suddenly become such a significant issue. While he did post a recruitment notice for soldiers to combat monsters and Chaders, he never anticipated such a large turnout. He wonders if his reputation has somehow taken a turn for the better. As he scans the crowd, his gaze lands on his brother, who has been stirring the pot and taking actions he never authorized. Turning to his servant, he asks if everyone has arrived. The servant replies that a total of 1,192 men and 126 women have registered. He reflects, perhaps this isn't all bad. With such a large number, surely there must be some capable individuals among them. Suddenly, a formidable-looking man in the crowd raises his hand, questioning the nature of the trial they are about to face. The young master smiles, intrigued by the man's arrogance and impressive physique. He senses a powerful aura of mana emanating from him, realizing that someone of this caliber wouldn't simply be here to enlist as an ordinary private soldier. He wonders if this man belongs to Garen's faction. Nox feels a sense of satisfaction that his brother has started to keep an eye on him, even though he knows it's not a promising sign. Someone with such limited power stands no chance against him. Finally, he turns to the crowd and declares that the rules are simple. They are free to use any method they choose to attack him, as if their goal is to kill him. Even if they succeed, they will face no consequences. Yet, the powerful man senses that something is amiss. Nox is meant to be the disgrace of House Royale, Rheinhafer. When Lord Garen hired him, he expected an easy task. Despite Nox's unwavering confidence, an unsettling tension fills the air. The strong man and the young master stand toe-to-toe, their eyes locked in a fierce gaze as the referee directs them to take their positions. With a sudden shout, the referee signals the start of the match. The strong man lunges at Nox with all his might, convinced that the young man won't even have time to react. He scoffs at the audacity of someone like Nox forming a battalion, eager to show the young master what true strength really means. But, to his astonishment, Nox sidesteps the attack with ease, casually commenting that the strong man's movements are far too wide. He questions whether this is truly how he usually fights. Enraged, the strongman charges once more, but Nox expertly deflects his sword, sending it spiraling far from him. With unwavering confidence, the swordsman offers him another chance, urging him to approach the battle with seriousness this time. Nox warns that if he doesn't, he might just send one of his arms flying. The young master delivers a swift kick, sending the strong man crashing to the ground. "Can't you hear me?" he demands, his voice cold and commanding. "Pick up your sword." The strong man, trembling, apologizes and pleads for forgiveness, but Nox responds with a fierce punch that sends him sprawling, unconscious. Turning to the crowd, the swordsman's gaze hardens. "Cowards who can't muster even this basic level of courage are of no use to me." He challenges them, asking who dares to step forward next. Silence hangs in the air as no one musters the courage to move. Garen feels a flicker of surprise at how much his brother has grown, realizing there is nothing left for him to teach the younger Rheinhafer. Just last night, when he placed that bet with the villagers, he had thought it would earn him a nice profit. Little did he know, the stakes were about to rise far beyond mere coins. At this moment, Garen's focus lies elsewhere. He realizes that Nox is his only lifeline within the Rheinhafer family. Witnessing his brother unveil his true strength, Garen feels a sense of optimism. Smooth sailing seems to be on the horizon. As Nox's reputation soars, Garen knows his own will inevitably follow suit. Those who once boasted of becoming soldiers now humbly apologize, acknowledging their arrogance, and choose to return to the fields instead. Suddenly, Nox commands them to halt. He demands to know who gave them permission to leave, reminding them that they have already applied to become his soldiers. The young master warns that if they abandon their commitment and attempt to return now, he will make their lives a living hell. He swears it upon the name of Nox von Rheinhafer. The crowd quakes in fear as he suddenly charges forward, striking down one person after another with ruthless precision. When he finally halts before a young man, he declares that the young man has passed. The young man looks up, bewildered, and asks, "Wait, didn't you just get thrown away in a rather embarrassing fashion moments ago?" Nox responds firmly, asserting that the decision is his alone. He warns them not to celebrate their passing too soon, as he intends to push them to their limits, testing them to the brink of death. Nearby, another man quietly mutters that coming here may have been a grave mistake. The following morning, Lovilla, Rona, May, and Alina embark on their journey, traveling in a carriage alongside their master. The young master rides alongside them on his horse, Carl. Alina glances over and says she has something she wants to ask him. He instructs May to sober her up first, and then she can speak. Without hesitation, May hands Alina a potion to drink. Once the effects take hold, Alina, now clear-headed, reiterates her desire to ask a question. She probes about their return to Chaders, mentioning that she heard he had purchased land there. He informs her of his intention to develop the land. She raises an eyebrow, questioning his decision, pointing out that the land is barren, unsuitable for farming, and infested with monsters. He reassures her, insisting there's nothing to worry about because he already has a plan. A blush creeps onto her cheeks as she calls him stubborn, admitting that she finds his determination quite impressive. "You're so gallant," she adds, a hint of admiration in her voice. May quickly covers Alina's mouth, chiding her for going a bit overboard today. The young master contemplates the situation, realizing he understands why the others are following them. But even Rona, the family maid, has joined the group. He ponders if she still feels a sense of guilt regarding his mother. A fond memory surfaces Rona's enthusiasm for his horse, Carl. He recalls her wistful question, wondering when she might finally get to ride on that noble steed. He begins to wonder if his worries were unfounded. Regardless, the recruitment of private soldiers for the monster subjugation has gone surprisingly well. One soldier admits that he didn't know much about the Chaders region, but after reading Professor Ross's latest paper, he came to a realization. Young Master Knox bears a striking resemblance to the Patriarch, sharing the same keen insight. He praises his master as an incredible leader, prompting Knox to quip, "Let's not all speak at once." By the way, the young soldier's name is Christopher, standing over 2 meters tall. He's a knight of remarkable skill, though his incessant chatter can be quite irksome. As they finally arrive in Chaders, May observes that the area has transformed significantly since her last visit. Alina nods in agreement with her observation. However, Christopher's expression reveals his dissatisfaction with the progress. "I expected more," he remarks, his tone tinged with disappointment. "But I suppose it can't be helped. Development only began recently." He glances around, noting the shadows looming over the land, now claimed by a dark family. Attracting people here will be a challenge. The young master concurs, adding, "That's precisely why I brought soldiers with me." Christopher finally grasps the rationale behind the recruitment of new troops. Knox affirms his understanding, adding that there's a crucial task to tackle before they can revitalize Chaders. Curious, Christopher asks what that task might be. The swordsman reveals that they must first reduce the number of monsters plaguing the region. Yet, deep down, Knox is aware that this is merely a convenient excuse. To be honest, that's not the real reason. He isn't particularly invested in the development of Chaders. Suddenly, the system alerts him that he has only 10 days left to live and urges him to restore his lifespan immediately. At this moment, his only priority is to save himself. The young master arrives at the castle, flanked by his convoy. As he steps inside, his brother Garen greets him warmly. With a proud smile, Garen presents Knox with a hefty sum of gold, won from a recent bet. "I intended to give this to you," he says, his voice filled with sincerity. "You've truly earned this reward, and I can't thank you enough for your efforts." Initially, Knox found it unfair that he did all the work while Garen reaped the rewards. However, witnessing Garen hand over everything now feels like excessive flattery. Despite this, Knox can't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. After all, he had always intended to leverage Garen's resources. Curiously, he asks about the progress of the Chaders region's development. Garen informs him that the number of settlers is still quite low. Following Professor Rass's announcement, many young men have contemplated migrating, but the harsh realities of poor soil where crops struggle to thrive along with the threat of dangers, monsters, and unpaved roads have left people hesitant to move based solely on potential. Knox reassures him, saying, "Don't worry, this is precisely why we dispatched the Anti-Magic Corps." As Garen gazed upon the vast army before him, a sense of reassurance washed over him. "If the youngest says so, I feel more confident," he remarked. He then inquired about their departure, suggesting they take a day to rest after their long journey. However, the young master, undeterred, declared, "We will be moving out immediately." With that, he announced his departure without a moment's hesitation. A few days prior, when Teo questioned Christopher about why a knight of his exceptional caliber would choose to serve Lord Knox, he noted that Christopher seemed well treated by the household and saw no reason for him to leave. In response, Christopher explained that he was drawn to the brilliance of Lord Knox, captivated by the overwhelming talent he displayed. He had discovered a clue that could elevate his swordsmanship, which was why he now sought to refine Lord Knox's techniques. He openly acknowledged that this pursuit was not for anyone else, but for his own growth. Teo had speculated whether he was referring to the Northern Sword technique, and Christopher had confirmed his intuition. At last, Teo had given his approval. Christopher was determined to shape Lord Knox into the greatest knight, but he was taken aback to discover Knox wielding magic. Curious, he turned to Lavelia for insight. She revealed that Knox had recently developed an interest in magic, but even she was astonished by the extent of his progress. Using his magic, he draws a horde of monsters to the castle gate and unleashes a devastating ray of light upon them. May watches in astonishment as the young master grows even stronger in just a few short months. Meanwhile, Elena begins to pray for her master's safety. His system chimes in, notifying him that he has defeated a gnoll, and as a reward, his lifespan has increased by 2 hours. With each null he defeats, the system delivers the same message, leaving him increasingly uneasy. Gaining only 2 extra hours per kill feels insufficient, especially considering that gnolls are formidable mid-tier monsters. According to the Black Flame Ring, the greater the disparity in strength between him and his opponent, the more lifespan he should earn as a reward. After a brief moment of anticipation, he unleashes a blinding ray of light, obliterating everything in its path. As the dust settles, his system chimes in, revealing that his remaining lifespan has now extended to 14 days. Yet, a sense of dissatisfaction washes over him. Despite vanquishing so many foes, he has gained only 4 additional days. Fueled by determination, he vows to seek a better solution. As dawn breaks, the young master arrives back at the castle. Alina rushes to him, wrapping her arms around him in an enthusiastic embrace. "You're amazing!" she exclaims, her eyes shining with admiration. Christopher expresses his surprise, having believed that Nox was solely a master of swordsmanship. Witnessing Nox's proficiency in magic leaves him wondering just how far his abilities truly extend. Acknowledging their ignorance of his magical talents, Nox invites them into the castle. He explains that he learned everything from Professor Rass, who possesses vast theoretical knowledge. With a hint of defiance, Nox adds that if they doubt his words, they are free not to believe him. Lavilia proposes they revisit the issue later, reminding everyone that they are currently in the northeastern region of Chaders. She inquires if he intends to continue in this direction. The young master affirms his decision to head northeast. Christopher interjects, cautioning him about the dangers ahead, as more formidable monsters lurk in the eastern region. Suddenly, he bursts into laughter, declaring that this isn't the real concern. The greater issue lies with the Togolan kingdom, which continues to harbor hostility toward House Reinhofer. He suggests that it would be wise to steer clear of it. Nox, however, counters that this is precisely why he intends to go there. He instructs Lavilia to send the letter announcing that a son of House Reinhofer is on his way, and that preparations should be made accordingly. Meanwhile, in the Togolan kingdom, Prince Kushin awakens early in the morning and gazes at his reflection in the mirror. His servant informs him that the notorious youngest son of House Reinhofer is expected to arrive shortly, remarking that his arrogance must be boundless. The servant wonders if Teo truly believes his father's influence reaches all the way to Togolan. Prince Kushan turns to his servant, a hint of curiosity in his voice, and asks if he knows that Teo killed his own father and brothers on that fateful day. Kushan still remembers every person who stood by his side and offered their protection. He turns to his servant, Kramser, and says that while many criticize him for being just a regent, he knows the truth. Kramser took on some of the prince's duties during Kushan's darkest days, when grief over his family's loss threatened to consume him. Kramser's support helped lighten the burden of responsibility, even if just a little. The prince verifies the man's name, Nox, with a chilling resolve. He declares that once he eliminates him, Teo will finally grasp the depths of his suffering and the lengths he went to endure that hell. The servant bows deeply to his master, acknowledging the command and assures him that he understands and will make the necessary preparations. Kramser reflects that with this heavy decision now made, he can finally rest easy. Meanwhile, at the palace of the Togolan kingdom, a guard sternly instructs a group of strangers to reveal their identities. Among them is Nox, who questions the necessity of such formalities. The guards quickly apologize, realizing their mistake. Nox, feeling the oppressive heat, remarks with a hint of irritation that standing out here for too long has made his blood boil almost to the point of wanting to take it out on someone, even his own father. The terrified guards quickly assure him that they will escort him inside. As they step into the palace, his system chimes in, revealing that he has only 9 days left to live. It suggests that he should hunt monsters to restore his lifespan. He reflects on how crossing the desert has severely impacted his remaining time, but he brushes it off. After all, that's precisely why he came to Tajulan. Once he retrieves the item from the ancient ruins in northern Tajulen and confronts a formidable monster, he will not only extend his lifespan, but also enhance his strength at an accelerated pace. Just then, his system issues a warning. A penalty will be imposed if his lifespan dips below 10 days. He receives a notification that the negative trait, dead count, has been applied, reducing all his physical abilities by 20%. On top of that, the activation probability of another negative trait, lingering ailment, is rising exponentially. A heavy sweat breaks out on his brow. Lavilia glances at him, concern etched on her face, and asks if he's all right. He can't help but think to himself that now he has to contend with these frustrating debuffs as well. He urges her to keep this a secret, explaining that he came here to improve his physical condition. As they step into the palace courtyard, Christopher reminds him that he is already aware of this. He must stay vigilant. With a reassuring smile, he promises to serve him faithfully, ensuring that he has nothing to worry about. Knox stands before the prince, flanked by his 4 maids and Christopher. The prince acknowledges receipt of Knox's letter. In a swift motion, the swordsman unsheathes his sword and, with a single strike, shatters the floor beneath him. He looks the prince in the eye and declares that he is merely a prince, not even the ruler of a vassal state. Knox leans forward, his voice low and menacing, threatening to erase the prince's nation from existence if he dares to challenge him. He commands the prince to kneel immediately, warning him that failure to comply will lead to his swift erasure. Meanwhile, at the Rheinhofer estate, Rodwell confronts Teo, asking why he didn't prevent the young master from going to Tajulan. Teo is puzzled by the question. Rodwell presses on, reminding him that he selected Knox as his heir. He emphasizes that if Knox ventures to Tajulan, he could find himself in serious peril. Teo responds, confident that Knox can handle the responsibility. He concedes that Rodwell's insight is unparalleled, marveling at how accurately he can read his thoughts. Acknowledging Rodwell's wisdom, Teo reveals his decision to name Knox as his heir and place him in that position of power. He emphasizes that drawing too much attention before Knox is ready could be perilous. Teo explains that until Knox reaches a certain level of strength, he won't be able to protect himself effectively. Rodwell nods in agreement with his master, understanding the reason behind the assignment of the Black Sword Knights for his protection this time. Teo expresses his preference for certainty in uncertain situations, confident that if any threat were to emerge, those elite knights would spring into action without hesitation. Rodwell echoes his master's sentiment, fully aligned with his cautious approach. That day, as Teo and Knox practiced swordsmanship together, Teo turned to him with a heavy heart. As both his father and a patriarch of House Rheinhofer, he urged Knox to take the sword and pierce through his heart. "Cut me down with your own hands," he said, "for I have failed to protect your mother. It is time for you to claim the position of patriarch, for you are more than capable of it." Teo solemnly informs Rodwell that he must also understand this. The end of Teo van Rheinhofer is drawing near. Rodwell, unwavering, assures his master that he will always stand by his side. Meanwhile, our protagonist is lost in thought, reflecting on his past gaming experiences. He contemplates 2 key insights for deciphering a character's personality in a game. The first, when equipment enhancement fails and spectacularly explodes. The system issues a warning. Enhancement has failed. It's a straightforward message, needing little elaboration. The second tip emerges in moments just like this, when a mediocre character, oblivious to their own limitations, oversteps their bounds. Knox truly loathes these situations. Now he stands before the prince, his voice firm as he commands him to kneel. He knows that the prince has lost nearly all his family to Teo, save for his younger sister. While he understands the prince may harbor resentment towards House Rheinhofer, it's still surprising to see a mere prince of a vassal state express his emotions so openly. If he is to secure the hidden peace in Tajulan, he must find a way to win this prince over to his side. Before that, however, Knox needs to break the young master's spirit just enough to make him more manageable. The young master shouts at the prince, demanding to know if he intends to make him repeat himself. In response, the prince rises from his seat and steps directly in front of Knox, noting that it appears he has displeased him by sitting in the presence of a guest of honor. With that, he kneels before him. The swordsman swiftly reviews his details on the system, examining his traits, stats, and skills. A warning flashes. Kushan's hatred toward House Rheinhofer has reached an all-time high. After taking in the information, Knox smiles and gestures for him to take a seat. As he sits across from the prince, he contemplates the young man's glaring flaws, an excessive self-criticism, and a troubling emotional immaturity. He remembers vividly from his 27th chaotic playthrough how the prince fell victim to Karmzer, his regent, who was not just a cunning advisor, but also a secret demonic human. The prince never uncovered the truth, which ultimately led to his downfall and self-destruction. He knows he can prevent all those tragedies, and that's exactly why he has come to Tajulan. The prince, speaking with utmost respect, asks why he has ventured to the kingdom. The young master replies that he is here for tourism and to explore ancient ruins. That's all he needs to say. He then warns the prince that until his departure, he must conduct himself appropriately. Knox inquires if he truly understands the implications of the situation. The prince nods, confirming his comprehension. Kushan then instructs Karmzer to prepare for Lord Knox's tour of the kingdom, emphasizing that he should be treated with the highest level of hospitality should he request anything further. However, Knox interrupts, requesting a change of guide for the tour. He gestures toward the young princess, declaring that she will personally attend to him and guide him to the kingdom. Cushion tries to intervene, but Nox meets his gaze, challenging him with a question. Is there a problem? The prince quickly assures him that there's no issue and instructs his sister Arya to do her utmost to assist Lord Nox. She obediently accepts her fate, but Rona grows increasingly worried. Turning to Lavilia, she remarks that it seems the young master has taken an interest in a woman. Lavilia, puzzled, wonders what she means and admits she doesn't have a manual for handling such situations. Alina, however, is adamant. They cannot allow the young master to get close to another woman. Absolutely not. Meanwhile, the young master himself feels a growing concern that the situation is spiraling into chaos. He knows that even he might misinterpret the situation, but that's not the real concern at hand. He can sense that the princess has already been influenced and is now extremely dangerous. He commands her to come along immediately, instructing the others to go and rest. As he calls out Alina's name, a wave of relief washes over him when she promptly asks what he needs. Nox informs her that she will be accompanying him, along with Christopher. Without hesitation, Christopher eagerly agrees, expressing his delight at the opportunity to escort his master and feeling truly honored. Meanwhile, Lavilia, still anxious, remarks that her young master appears to have taken an interest in a woman and wonders if he will be all right without her by his side. Nox gently reassures her, pointing out that her overprotectiveness isn't necessary. He assures her that everything is proceeding as planned, encouraging her not to worry too much. With that, the young master departs from the palace, accompanied by his team. As they walk, Alina asks about the princess. Before Christopher can respond, he explains, her name is Arya Adrian, the only sister of Prince Kushan. She's renowned for her extraordinary beauty. The swordsman interrupts, urging him to get to the main point. Christopher explains that the princess is currently ensnared by illusion magic, and Nox intends to break her curse. He questions whether it's truly possible for her to be under the grip of such a powerful dark magic. He also cautions Nox that if anything goes awry, Tajalin will not react kindly. In response, Nox suggests they find a more discreet location to proceed. After traveling a short distance, they step into a quaint shop. A girl greets them with a warm smile, quickly apologizing and noting that the establishment may not be fit for noble guests. As he takes in his surroundings, he realizes he has 3 crucial tasks ahead of him. First, he must break Arya's curse. Second, he needs to awaken Alina's dormant powers. As he contemplates the situation, a smile crosses his face. He turns to the girl and inquires about the progress of the rebellion preparations. Without warning, the seemingly innocent girl in the shop brandishes a knife and lunges at him. Christopher reacts swiftly. Intercepting her attack, he scolds her for brandishing a weapon without warning, reminding her that such behavior is quite rude. Alina warns her to cease her bullying of the young master. Nox interjects, suggesting it would be wise for her to heed his words. He recognizes that this moment is crucial, as it connects them to a special character named Lyse. He recalls Professor Ross's lecture, where the professor likens the process of reverse engineering and neutralizing magic to untangling a knotted mess of strings. However, he emphasizes that this task is far from easy. Rossa warns his students against attempting it alone, highlighting the risks involved. To illustrate his point further, he mentions the rare and enigmatic race of elves. In the Tajulan kingdom, the young master commands his team to sheath their swords. Christopher, however, interjects, insisting that she tried to attack him. Nox, undeterred, orders his subordinates to step back, expressing his desire to speak with her privately. Though reluctant, Christopher urges everyone to follow their master's command. The young master instructs Christopher to wait outside, but Christopher protests, asserting that he is Nox's personal bodyguard. Nox concedes, allowing Alina to remain. He tells her that if anything goes awry, she should protect him. With a cheerful nod, she agrees to her master's request. Meanwhile, Lyse casts a sidelong glance at Christopher, pondering whether he truly understands who she is. He calmly informs her that she is an elf, once a fierce warrior of the Astal tribe and a high-spirit mage. As the truth sinks in, Lyse embraces her original elven form, realizing there's no reason to conceal her identity any longer. The swordsman nods in approval, praising her wise choice. She comments on his hair and eyes, realizing he must be the youngest member of House Reinhafer Nox. He nods in confirmation. Then, he reveals that he knows she has been organizing a resistance, with its headquarters hidden beneath the inn. Lyse gazes at him, confusion etched on her face, and asks why he has come. He gestures toward Arya and states his request. He wants her to lift the curse on the child. Lys stares at him in disbelief. You want me, a rebel against the kingdom, to save the princess? The young master responds earnestly. If a rebellion is launched, Tajulan will be utterly destroyed. Whether it succeeds or fails, the Empire will seize control of the nation. Lys narrows her eyes, pressing him further. So tell me, what is it that you truly want? He tells her that this is an ending they both would inevitably reach. She presses him for more information. Why would House Reinhafer, the very family responsible for Tajulan's downfall, want to break the princess's curse? The young nobleman recognizes her curiosity, but unable to disclose his true intentions, he deftly shifts the conversation to a different topic. At that moment, his system alerts him that his trait, normal acting talent, has been activated. He turns to her and says he understands what Tajulan means to her. She looks puzzled and asks for clarification. He notices that, despite her efforts to appear calm, she is clearly shaken. He knows the reason all too well. A high-spirit mage like her being trapped in a place like this is no coincidence. Now begins the tale of Saren, the desert thief, and Lys, the high-spirit mage. Among the elves renowned for their deep connection to mana, Lys stood out with extraordinary talent from a young age. She forged bonds with countless spirits, and by the age of 16, she had formed a contract with a top-tier spirit, earning her the esteemed title of high-spirit mage. Yet, unrestrained talent can sometimes feel like a curse. Born into the minority Astal race, Lys never received the protection she needed. For years, she roamed through various countries, her spirit magic both a gift and a burden. While its applications were numerous, its limited combat potential made it highly sought after by those who understood its value. Her life turned into an endless cycle of pursuit and escape. When she finally arrived in Tajulan, mercenaries ambushed her, leaving her on the brink of death. Just then, a woman who had been lurking in the shadows stepped forward, offering Lys a lifeline. She promised to provide a safe haven and assured Lys that she would spread the word that Lys had fled to another location. Her name was Saren. With her guidance, Lys found a place to call home. Saren was a natural leader, revered by the street children who looked up to her. Lys admired Saren deeply for her unwavering sense of responsibility and her ability to manage the group. Yet, a nagging worry lingered in Lys's heart. One day, she mustered the courage to ask Saren if they truly had to continue stealing, wondering if there might be a better path for them. Saren explained to her that they had no other option. If they didn't take this risk, the children in the slums wouldn't make it. Lys understood that stealing was both perilous and illegal, yet she resolved to tread that path for the sake of the children. Determined to find alternative ways to support Saren, she began harnessing her magic to improve life in the slums. Though it was a modest endeavor, Saren dreamed of creating a small inn. Tragically, that dream was cut short when she was executed, hanged at the gallows. Nox speaks solemnly, warning her that this country is rotten to its core. He cautions her that if she attempts to challenge it through rebellion, the Empire of Arkheim will consume everything in its path. Lys questions him about why he believes Tajulan is now filled with orphans living in slums. She then reveals the harsh truth. The throne of Tajulan has remained vacant for too long. In the absence of a ruler, the nobles have turned their attention solely to their own interests, leaving the vulnerable to suffer. If they had seized the opportunity to restore order, things would never have spiraled out of control. For the first time in their conversation, Lys's emotions boil over as she shouts at him. "I miss Saren," she cries out, her voice trembling with grief. Saren died because of those nobles. The swordsman nods quietly, his agreement hanging heavy in the air. Lys, fueled by her anger, snaps at him, demanding to know what he means by that and what he implies by agreeing. He calmly advises her not to let vengeance consume her, warning that it could ruin everything she holds dear. He urges her to consider how to genuinely protect everyone, as her current approach is falling short. Nox reminds her of her human friend who once saved her, and acknowledges the pain of child's death in the war. Yet he insists that her present methods are only exacerbating the situation. She demands to know his plan for resolving the situation. He replies calmly, explaining that he intends to place the prince on the throne. If the prince rises to power and fulfills his responsibilities, the nation will gradually begin to recover. She shakes her head in disagreement, insisting that it's already far too late. If he had only had the courage to act sooner, things would never have deteriorated to this point. The young man senses her desire to set everything ablaze, yet he knows deep down she would never go through with it. He gently reminds her that Saren cherished this place. Memories flood back to her, recalling Saren's hopeful words when she had asked, "Don't you think Tajulan could one day become a beautiful city?" Saren knew the journey ahead would be challenging, but she was determined to stay until the day they could finally rest peacefully beneath a glorious sunset, safe under the king's protection. As she gazed at him, confusion flickered in her eyes. How could he possibly understand her true desires? He met her gaze with a challenge, asking if she truly believed that Saren would want to see this country descend into ruin. He states firmly that he will ask her one last time, does she truly believe this cursed child is the source of her suffering? Meanwhile, back at the palace, Prince Kushan anxiously turns to Kramzor, his voice trembling with concern. What am I supposed to do if I lose Arya on top of everything else? Kramzor attempts to reassure him, urging the prince not to worry. We are doing everything within our power to locate the princess and ensure her safety. Kramzor privately reflects on the man known as Nox. Initially, he had dismissed him as just another lowly thug, but now it's evident that Nox is far more dangerous than he ever imagined. To free Duke Grimmery without harm, Nox must be eliminated. Meanwhile, Prince Kushan grapples with his own doubts, questioning whether he is a coward for surrendering his own sister. He feels that, even at the cost of his own life, he should have fought to protect her. Kramzor suspects there may be a deeper reason behind Arya's abduction. Meanwhile, Kushan quietly contemplates that when Sir Nox arrives tonight, he plans to poison the banquet. Just then, Kramzor, his loyal servant, presents him with a gleaming knife. This once belonged to the late king, he says, his voice steady. He urges the prince to wield it against the youngest member of the Reinhafer household. He insists that this is the only way to achieve true revenge. When Nox returns, Kramzor intercepts him, extending a respectful invitation to join him for dinner, which has already been prepared. The swordsman studies him carefully and questions his identity. Kramzor introduces himself as the court mage, sent by Prince Kushan to serve him. He then inquires about the whereabouts of Lady Arya. Nox reveals that she is staying at a respectable inn nearby. As they gather around the dinner table, her entire team begins to eat. Lavilia gently strokes a parrot perched on her shoulder, her eyes sparkling with admiration. She turns to Alina and exclaims that parrots are the most meticulous and astonishing creatures she has ever encountered. With a hint of wonder in her voice, she adds that the parrot repeats every single word she says, leaving her utterly amazed. She tells May that if she ever gets the chance, she would love to bring one back with her. May adds that there are also several rare materials and herbs that grow exclusively in the desert. Meanwhile, Rona turns to her young master and asks how he's feeling. He replies simply, "I'm fine." Kramzor chuckles warmly, expressing his delight that they enjoyed their time in Tajulin. With a twinkle in his eye, he announces that they prepared a special dish to enhance the experience even further. Turning to Nox, he inquires if he would like to try it. The dish in question is the tail of the silver-faced scorpion, a delicacy reserved for only the most esteemed guests. With a weighty tone, Kramzor adds that he sincerely hopes it meets Nox's taste. Late that night, as the world lay in slumber, Prince Kushan stealthily crept into Nox's bedroom. The weight of his mission pressed heavily on his mind. One swift stab with this knife, and everything would be over. He was driven by the desire to avenge his father and brothers. With a flicker of hope, he reminded himself that Kramzor's plan should have unfolded as intended. If all went well, Nox would now be gravely poisoned. If he intends to end this in one swift motion, now is the perfect moment. Kushan approaches the bed, knife glinting in hand, whispering that Nox should blame his father for what's about to unfold. But the young master isn't asleep. He had been waiting for this moment. In an instant, he dodges the attack and confronts Kushan, demanding to know what he thinks he's doing before forcefully tossing him aside. Undeterred, Kushan launches himself at Nox once more, pouring all his strength into the assault. But this time, Nox counters with a brutal slam, driving Kushan into the ground and delivering a devastating punch. Stunned, Kushan stares up at him in disbelief, grappling with the reality of what just happened. How could this be possible? With a smirk, Nox replies that if he's curious about how he can still move after being poisoned with such a potent toxin, he has no obligation to share that information with someone who just attempted to kill him. Our protagonist was already prepared for this confrontation. To provide some context, we flash back briefly to when he had just left the inn. As they walked back from the inn, he turned to Alina and said, "This is the venom of the silver-faced scorpion. Normally, it isn't poisonous, but when mixed with certain foods, it becomes deadly. Kushan plans to use this to assassinate me." He paused, his expression serious. "I need you to prepare an antidote in advance." Alina furrowed her brow. Confusion etched on her face. "How could you possibly know all of this?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. He doesn't respond directly, instead reflecting on how he's witnessed this exact scenario play out countless times in the game. Turning to her, he coldly asks when she ever had the right to question his words, ordering her to follow his instructions without complaint. She mutters under her breath about how forceful he is, always so composed. Despite the possibility of soldiers being dispatched, he remains convinced it won't change a thing. He had already anticipated this moment. His thoughts turned to the Black Sword Knights, Ryan Haver's elite unit, and he couldn't help but wonder if Teo had dispatched them in secret. The depth of affection Teo held for his youngest son was almost overwhelming, stirring emotions that threatened to bring him to tears. He knew the Black Sword Knights were masters of stealth, unmatched even within the game itself. However, their skills hold no weight in his presence eyes that have witnessed this scenario unfold countless times. As long as they stand by his side, there's no need for concern, even if an entire army were to descend upon them. Later, in his bedroom, he turns to Prince Kushan and remarks, "It's quite foolish to attempt to assassinate a direct descendant of the Rainhaver household." He silently wonders if the prince genuinely believes that killing him would avenge his father. Infuriated, the prince warns him not to speak of his father so lightly before charging at him. This time, the young master effortlessly sidesteps the attack with remarkable speed. Kushan remembers the whispers that labeled the youngest son of House Reinhaver as nothing more than a spoiled brat. Yet, as he faces him now, he struggles to reconcile that image with the skill displayed before him. Every attack he launches is deftly evaded, as if the swordsman can predict his every move. A slight smile plays on the swordsman's lips, a testament to his confidence as he evaluates the prince's abilities. As a royal, Kushan possesses a fundamental understanding of combat, yet his skills remain firmly in the intermediate range. At this point, there's no need to resort to any special techniques against him. With a swift motion, the young master seizes Kushan by the throat, slamming him to the floor. He leans in, his voice low and menacing, demanding to know who orchestrated the assassination attempt. Kushan insists he acted of his own volition, but the swordsman narrows his eyes, clearly unconvinced. He questions whether the prince plans to hide the truth until the very end. Summoning his guard, he calls for Christopher. In an instant, Christopher leaps into the room and bows deeply. "I, your loyal servant, await your command," he declares. "If it is your will, I will step into fire itself," the prince declares, his voice steady. The young master, however, cuts him off sharply. "My first command is to shut up. My second is to make you kneel." Without a moment's pause, Christopher seizes the prince, forcing him down to the ground. The young master studies the prince's expression, noting the defiance flickering in his eyes. Filled with blame, he turns to Kushan and asks who he believes is responsible for the destruction of his kingdom. Was it him, or was it his sister? The prince remains silent, his gaze unwavering. The swordsman presses on with another question. Is the prince truly sitting in the place he was destined to be? With a bitter edge, Kushan retorts, wondering what the young master could possibly know to make such a claim. Born as the youngest scion of a powerful house, he had never shouldered any burdens. Yet the young master responds with calm assurance. He understands more than one might expect, despite his sheltered upbringing. He then poses a question to Kushan. Does he know why he hasn't been killed yet? He explains that the throne Kushan occupies, though tarnished, still holds value. Kushan scoffs at this notion, dismissing the throne as utterly worthless. He insists he never desired this fate. The swordsman counters that even if Kushan rejects it, he was born to bear this burden. If he refuses to carry its weight, then who else can? Who could possibly take his place? He presents the prince with an opportunity. Become the vessel for Tajulin, and in return, the truth will be unveiled. Before that, the young master decides to reveal a truth of his own. He did nothing to Kushan's sister. The prince is visibly shaken by this revelation. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, a group of men revels in the sight of dancing girls at the bustling market. One of them turns to an older man and inquires about Nox's arrival in Tajulon. The older man replies, perplexed, that he has no idea. Despite their extensive networks, they've uncovered nothing, not even a whisper of information. He adds that even if Nox hails from a prominent family, arriving with private troops is a blatant insult to Tajulan. At that moment, another older man, wiser and more composed, interjects. He inquires about their options, noting that this situation involves House Reinhafer and Teo himself. For now, he says, there's nothing we can do but watch. The others nod in silent agreement. Just then, Kramzer strides into the gathering, a spark of enthusiasm in his eyes. This could be an opportunity for all of us, he declares. An elder turns to him, curiosity etched on his face. What do you mean? Kramzer leans in, his voice low but charged with excitement. Now might be the perfect time to deal with the prince. This could be our moment. The men exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of what he meant. One suggested it might still be too early to draw conclusions. Cramser, however, challenged them, asking if they hadn't all witnessed the prince's humiliation. A prince of a kingdom kneeling before a noble. It was utterly disgraceful. With the people's discontent at an all-time high, he proposes seizing this moment to eliminate both the prince and Knox's faction. One man hesitates, voicing his concern about targeting the youngest son of House Rainhafer. Cramser, unfazed, coolly reveals that he has already poisoned Knox's meal. He adds that the prince himself has sworn to take Knox's life. An old man chuckles darkly, declaring that they will pin Knox's death on the prince, igniting a war in the ensuing chaos. He commends Cramser, calling him the only one clever enough to orchestrate such a scheme. Unbeknownst to them, Knox and Prince Kushan are concealed behind a curtain, having overheard the entire conversation. Knox turns to the prince and quietly asks what he thinks now that the truth lies bare before him. The prince, his voice dripping with disdain, mutters that it is vile, absolutely disgusting. Meanwhile, Lise begins the healing process for Princess Arya. She gently inquires why Arya believes the late king and queen passed away, pressing her to consider whether she truly remains unaware of the reasons behind Tajalin's collapse. She then tells the princess that it's all due to her incompetent older brother, a feeble coward who lacks the resolve to inherit the throne. The princess, feeling as if she's drowning in deep water, vehemently rejects this claim. "It can't be true. That's a lie," she exclaims. Lys, maintaining her calm demeanor, gently advises her. Letting go makes everything easier. She urges Arya to leave everything to her, promising that from now on, she can spend her days in a long, blissful dream. Even though they both understand it's merely an illusion, Arya responds weakly, admitting that she can no longer move or speak. A sense of despair washes over her as she wonders if this is truly the end. Lys gently asks if she can still hear her voice. Suddenly, Arya awakens, calling out in confusion, "Who are you?" She pleads with her, desperate for a way out. "If you can truly hear me, please, get me out of here." Lys responds with unwavering confidence, assuring her, "If you truly want it, I will make it happen. In fact, I was planning to do so all along." Suddenly, Arya feels a warmth spreading through her limbs, a strength she thought lost. Confused, she opens her eyes and surveys her surroundings, wondering what is happening to her. Meanwhile, on the other side, the prince confides in the young swordsman, expressing his belief in everything Cramser revealed about Tajulin's politics, ethics, and the struggles of its people. Knox, however, counters sharply, attributing the prince's pain to his own weakness. He points out that the prince has always relied on others to make judgments for him. The prince, now grappling with this realization, feels the weight of his inaction. He wonders aloud how he can possibly begin to fix any of it. The swordsman gestures toward Arya and Lys, urging him to ask them instead. Arya calls out to her brother, who rushes to her side. They clasp each other's hands tightly, concern etched on his face. He asks if she's truly all right and demands to know what happened to her. Knox steps in, explaining that she had fallen victim to Cramser's brainwashing. The prince is taken aback by this revelation, grappling with the unsettling thought that Cramser might actually be a demonic human. The swordsman affirms his fears, revealing that Cramser indeed worships demons. The prince finds it hard to come to terms with this shocking truth. Knox, sensing his turmoil, shares that he too was once partially under Cramser's control. But now that he knows the truth, the spell is beginning to unravel. "That's what's been causing your headaches," he assures the prince. "With time, it will ease. Soon you'll come to realize what you truly must do." Suddenly, Lys lunges forward and lands a punch squarely on the prince's face. With fury in her eyes, she declares, "If you can't make a proper decision now, then I'll have your head displayed atop the royal tower." She accuses him, blaming Cramser's tyranny and his own cowardice for the chaos that has unfolded. The young master observes, as expected, that Lys is furious. It all began with Cramser's deceitful sob story. Through his insidious brainwashing, the court mage seized power as regent, corrupting the kingdom from within. He is, in truth, a demonic human. His true goal is to resurrect Gremory, one of the 72 demons. This is why the brainwashed king and queen of Tajulin turned against their own royal family. As Cramser had orchestrated, the furious Arkham Empire commanded House Rainhafer to directly subjugate Tajwalin. Ultimately, Teo, Rodwell, Christopher, and the ruthless Black Sword Knights brought about the downfall of Tajulin's king, leaving a trail of devastation in their wake. Knox reflects on the moment he first learned of this devastating twist. It struck him deeply. He now realizes that Lys's fury and Cushion's vulnerability are merely aftershocks of that singular tragic event. He shares with the others that both Lys and Cushion are affected by the same underlying cause. In war, there are no true winners or losers. Innocence is a fleeting illusion, and condemnation is never absolute. The swordsman cautions them not to misplace their resentment. Lys, her voice rising in frustration, exclaims that it's already too late. She urges Knox to look at the prince, who still struggles to find his resolve. If he had even a sliver of courage to claim the throne, she laments, Saren and the children of the slums might still be alive. The young warrior gently counters her despair, reminding her that even if it's too late, revisiting the past is essential for humanity's growth. Even in the face of such tragic and repulsive reality, she must summon the strength to move forward. Gazing at Knox's face, Lys catches a glimpse of Saren's shadow. In that moment, a realization washes over her. Deep down, she has always known that he is just like her. Tears begin to stream down her cheeks as she reflects on the profound truth he understands. Overwhelmed by the helplessness of losing everyone he loves, the crushing weight of duty, and a desperate urge to escape, Arya turns to her brother. With determination in her voice, she declares that this time, she will move forward alongside him. There are still things in this world worth protecting. The prince expresses his gratitude to his sister, and in that moment, the system alerts him that the trait of loyalty in Kushan Adrian has blossomed. Kushan's loyalty to Knox has soared to an unwavering 100%. From this moment forward, Kushan pledges his unshakable and eternal devotion to the player. The prince boldly declares that he will no longer flee. The swordsman smiles, satisfied with his success. He has now secured both Kushan and Lys, transforming them into two of his most formidable allies. Just as he did with Morin, he is committed to supporting them on their journey. Lys expresses her heartfelt gratitude, declaring that her fury has finally found its rightful direction. She assures him that he is not the man the rumors have painted him to be. Arya gazes at the young man, acknowledging that he has saved both her and her brother. With sincerity, she thanks him for his bravery. He humbly replies that he merely cleared the path for them. The rest was left to them. However, a new issue soon emerged. A large crowd had gathered outside the palace gates, demanding the dethroning of the incompetent Prince Kushan to usher in a new era. The mob insisted on crowning Lord Cramser as the new king. With a knowing smile, the young master remarked, "It's a bit too early to be thanking me just yet." He informs them that from this moment on, they must brace themselves for the true war, the battle against their real enemy. Meanwhile, a massive crowd of protesters gathers throughout the city, their voices rising in unison. They shout that there is no kingdom left to surrender to an incompetent prince and princess. Their demands echo through the streets. Find the prince and princess first, for only Lord Cramser can save them now. Meanwhile, Lord Cramser reflects on the long journey that has brought him to this moment. His thoughts drift back to his childhood, a time when he was just a boy, homeless and destitute. He contemplates how a rare few are born with exceptional talent and noble blood, while most people spend their lives never tasting such fortune. He remembers his own beginnings as a low-born commoner, possessing nothing but dreams. One day, a woman approached him and bluntly declared that he was weak. Yet she also noticed the fierce desire burning in his eyes. However, she cautioned him that his meager talent and humble origins would only hold him back. With a chilling certainty, she proclaimed that he would never realize his dreams, destined to wander aimlessly and ultimately be forgotten, buried beneath the sands of time. She deemed it unfair. Opportunities, she insisted, should be granted equally. Then, she extended a chance to him, advising that to rise from worthlessness, one must be willing to do whatever it takes, even if it means stepping on others or selling one's soul. Now he believes the moment has finally arrived for his desperate prayers to bear fruit. Empowered by the immense authority granted to him by Duke Gremory, he made a pivotal decision that day. He would not only strive to be extraordinary, he would claim the entire kingdom for himself. Meanwhile, in the bustling city, protesters murmured among themselves, anxiously wondering if the prince had been located. An elderly man stepped forward, his voice firm and commanding, urging the crowd to find the prince without delay. Suddenly, Prince Kushan materializes before them, declaring that there is no need for further searching. Lord Cramser is taken aback by the prince's unexpected arrival. Kushan confronts him directly, inquiring about his presence there. Cramser, bewildered, finds the situation perplexing. It's strange to see the prince once consumed by vengeance and barely distinguishable from a cripple, cowering in fear, now emerging from his shell. Now he stands tall, radiating an aura of brilliance. Kramzer realizes that the brainwashing that once clouded the minds of both the prince and the princess has finally lifted. Confusion washes over him as he contemplates the unfolding situation. The prince gazes at him, disappointment etched across his face. "I once trusted you like family," he says, his voice heavy with betrayal. But in the end, it was never about protecting the kingdom. Kramzer's ambition was clear. He intended to seize the land that his father and ancestors had painstakingly built with their own hands. He warned Kashen that he still failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. With a fierce intensity, he demanded to know who had squandered 2 years wallowing in despair. "Look around you," he urged, gesturing to the countless citizens who had suffered due to Kushan's incompetence. "Can you not see the sorrow etched into their eyes?" With a sneer, Kramzer expresses his gratitude, declaring that it is thanks to him that his fury has finally found its true target. Suddenly, the crowd erupts, chanting slogans against the prince. Kramzer smirks to himself, realizing that this enraged mob will do his dirty work for him. There's no need for him to lift a finger. Just then, Knox steps forward, breaking the tension. He admits he usually avoids meddling in family affairs, but this time, he's willing to make an exception. He addresses the crowd, mocking them as a collection of laughable fools. Kramzer's eyes widen in shock at the sight of Knox. He scoffs inwardly. This worthless brat, an arrogant punk riding solely on the coattails of his prestigious family name. How dare he exude such confidence? Kramzer demands to know what business a high-born noble of House Rinhafer has with someone like him. Knox responds without a moment's pause, accusing Kramzer of igniting the war 2 years prior and betraying Togolin's late king. He labels him nothing more than a demon's dog. The crowd murmurs in shock, taken aback by Knox's boldness. Turning to them, Knox declares that they are fools, oblivious to the fact that their actions amount to treason. He implores them to think carefully and use their heads. He inquires when the king and queen of Togolin first began to entertain rebellious thoughts. When did the kingdom's relationship with the Arkheim Empire start to deteriorate? He asserts that it all began after that scoundrel Kramzer became the court mage. Suddenly, a voice from the crowd pipes up, realizing that the king's unexpected rebellion and the war against Arkheim now seemed to align perfectly. A wave of pain crashes over the crowd, causing everyone to clutch their heads in agony. Cries of distress fill the air as they lament that their skulls feel as if they might shatter. The prince realizes instantly what is happening. The backlash from the brainwashing is finally lifting. It's not just the royal siblings who are affected. Even the nobles have been caught in its grip. Suddenly, Kramzer's voice booms over the crowd, a warning echoing in the air. "Don't be deceived," he bellows, pointing an accusatory finger at Knox. "He is the one who destroyed Togolan. Do you truly believe the words of House Rinhafer?" With a fierce glare, Kramzer turns his attention back to Knox. "Show us proof that you're not a follower of demons," he demands, his tone dripping with menace. "If you continue to spread such slander, I can no longer guarantee your safety." Knox chuckles dismissively at the threat. Suddenly, he leaps into the crowd, prompting his guard Christopher to shout a warning about the danger. Yet, the young noble remains unfazed, assuring his guard that it's not dangerous at all. In fact, it's quite the opposite. He confidently declares that despite stepping down alone, not a single one of these pathetic cowards would dare to lay a hand on him. Knox turns to the crowd once more, declaring that they have been misled by Kramzer's empty promises of eternal wealth, and that their people have suffered as a result. He accuses them of inciting rebellion without the courage to stand and fight for their beliefs, calling their actions utterly disgraceful. An angry voice rises from the crowd, demanding to know how Knox dares to insult them so brazenly. Another voice scoffs, asserting that House Rinhafer has no authority to speak in such a manner. Suddenly, a man lunges forward, ready to strike. But before he can land a blow, Knox swiftly draws his sword and cuts him down. The crowd gasps in shock. Stunned that he has actually killed a man, they demand he stay out of their kingdom's affairs. But Knox remains resolute, standing his ground defiantly. He urges them to open their eyes and see clearly, to recognize who they have truly raised their swords against and who has been blinding them all along. Turning to Kushan, he proclaims that tonight a new king will rise in Tageline. He implores the prince to unveil his true self. Obedient to his young master's command, Kushan steps forward and launches a fierce attack against the nobles and Kramzer. Liz steps forward, rallying the commoners to rise up and fight back. Enraged, Lord Kramzer bellows, demanding to know how these low-born peasants dare to defy him. May and Alina unleash their magical potions, hurling them at the nobles and targeting Kramzer directly. Christopher joins the fray, and as the tide of battle shifts, panic begins to grip Kramzer. He realizes they must regain the upper hand. Summoning a powerful fireball, he hurls it toward Lavilia. In an instant, the young swordsman leaps in front of her, cleaving the fireball in two with his blade.